Chapter 1. Nami. Am I beautiful? Tap tap. A flurry of rapid keystrokes echoed as Ling Yan finally completed the update just before midnight on the last day of the month. I've finally finished my task. Earning a perfect attendance award is no easy feat. After clicking the publish button, Ling Yan leaned back in his gaming chair, allowing himself to unwind. With over 200 readings accomplished this month, surely the perfect attendance award would be within his grasp. As he contemplated the prospect of receiving his payment next month, perhaps indulging in a joyful Thursday, his consciousness began to drift. In the East Sea, on a mysterious small island, the weather was sweltering and the sea breeze was both strong and salty. Perched upon a massive tree branch with a trunk diameter exceeding 50 meters, Ling Yan slowly awakened, the wind tousling his hair. Is it dawn already? Sitting cross-legged on the colossal branch, he rubbed his still sleepy eyes. Where am I? As Ling Yan fully opened his eyes, he realized something was amiss. What the hell, why am I in a tree? And why does this tree look so peculiar? It's enormous. A primordial forest. Suddenly jolted, Ling Yan sprang to his feet, disbelief flooding his gaze. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, only to find everything utterly unfamiliar. After a moment of composure, Ling Yan finally grasped the truth. He had traversed into another realm. At that moment, Ling Yan found himself regressed to the age of 10, his height a mere 1 meter 23. Observing the oversized, short-sleeved sweatshirt and floor-length trousers he wore, a flicker of helplessness crossed his cheeks. My coin, my $50 coin. Ling Yan lamented his missed opportunity for the $50 meal during Crazy Thursday, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Settling back onto the branch, he slowly accepted the reality of his transmigration, though he continued to murmur about the delectable coin wings. What kind of world is this? Such a dense primordial forest? Is it ancient times? Or somewhere else? Ling Yan gazed at the strange environment surrounding him, his mind brimming with questions, devoid of any memories pertaining to this place. Despite being a novelist who had consumed over 3,000 books and spent more than 5,000 hours reading on Yangshizi, he possessed a profound understanding of the concept of transmigration. Thus, upon confirming his situation, he remained largely unperturbed. System? Is there a system present? Father? Wait a minute. Isn't it said that transmigrators are destined children, each possessing their unique system or golden finger? Ling Yan attempted several times, checking for any special items on himself, only to realize he seemed to lack a golden finger. He was now certain. He truly appeared to be without any special abilities. Which world is this? Standing up, Ling Yan scrutinized his surroundings intently. This was a solitary island, with a volcano-like peak at its center, and he found himself atop a towering tree. The sea breeze was quite strong, and the heat was stifling, causing Ling Yan to break into a sweat. Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach protested loudly. Rubbing his hungry belly, he sighed, "Oh, my koan." Suddenly, Ling Yan noticed something peculiar on a hidden branch of the tree. He froze in astonishment. What the hell? A devil fruit? Is this the world of One Piece? Ha! I knew that transmigrators would definitely have their own benefits. And here it is. Ling Yan's spirits lifted considerably as he gazed at the fruit adorned with intricate patterns, feeling the tension in his heart dissipate. Suppressing his excitement, he slowly crawled towards the devil fruit. Climbing onto the branch, Ling Yan clutched the fruit tightly to his chest, studying it closely. He noticed it bore flame-like patterns, resembling birds in flight. Could it be related to fire? But it's not the flame fruit. Ling Yan mused aloud, glancing at the peculiar fruit in his grasp. At that moment, the fiery patterns prompted him to think of the flame fruit, yet it was clearly something different. While fire abilities are decent, but surely there are other powers. Anything is better than that fruit reputedly unfit for even dogs. Once he resolved his thoughts, he bit into the devil fruit. Yuck, how disgusting. What does this taste? After struggling to swallow the first bite, Ling Yan felt an overwhelming wave of nausea, his skin crawling with discomfort. Yet, considering the heightened chances of awakening after consuming the entire fruit, he steeled himself, pinching his nose and devouring the devil fruit in one go. Cough, 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 yuck, so revolting. Ling Yan felt as though he might die from the horrid taste, the nauseating flavor continuously rising from his throat. He clutched the tree trunk, taking quite some time to recover. Hiss! What is happening? It hurts so much. Suddenly, it felt as if every bone in Ling Yan's body had shattered, and his muscles were being torn apart. Ah, this is unbearable. In agony, Ling Yan rolled against the trunk, accidentally tumbling from the tree. Ah, help! I just transmigrated. With a thud, Ling Yan crashed heavily to the ground, tasting blood in his throat. Coupled with the unbearable pain coursing through his body, he swiftly lost consciousness. After an hour, due to the persistent pain, Ling Yan's awareness was forcibly awakened once more. Am I not dead? Hiss! Why does it still hurt so much? What kind of cursed devil fruit was that? Bird fruit? Mythical Zoan, fire phoenix form? Before Ling Yan could fully comprehend the source of his excruciating pain, the island began to tremble violently. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? Ling Yan, gritting through the pain, struggled to stand, but the violent shaking caused him to fall once more. Suddenly, the volcano at the island's center erupted. Intense underwater pressure forced the lava within the volcano to shoot high into the air. Ling Yan, witnessing the spectacle, felt his face pale, whether from fear or pain he could not discern. What kind of start is this? The island shook violently, the intensity of the tremors rendering Ling Yan unable to maintain his footing. Suddenly, from a volcano's heart, the ground began to fracture rapidly towards the sea, and scorching lava surged forth. The lava swept across the terrain, obliterating all life in its path. The island's creatures fled desperately towards the ocean, even birds abandoning their unhatched eggs in a frantic escape. In that moment, panic seized Ling Yan. He had barely just transmigrated and was now facing such a violent earthquake, risking submersion beneath the waves. Amidst his turmoil, instinctively, he transformed his arms into wings. Fiery flames igniting around him, the protagonist's ability would require a rebirth before he could fly, without transforming his arms. That's right. I ate a fruit that allows me to fly. I must escape. Ling Yan, enduring the pain, flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Damn it, this hurts so much. Ignoring the agony, he hastily fled in a random direction. The torment was unbearable, and he needed to find another island swiftly to heal his injuries. With a series of thunderous explosions echoing behind him, Ling Yan glanced back to see the island engulfed in lava. The tremendous earthquake triggered a colossal tsunami, rushing towards the desolate island at an astonishing speed. Thank goodness I can fly otherwise. I'd be drowning just moments after arriving here. Ling Yan felt an overwhelming frustration. He could afford no further delay and immediately sped off towards an unknown destination. Ling Yan flew swiftly, the fierce winds battering his pale face. Due to the forced use of his powers and the strange pain coursing through him, his stamina dwindled rapidly. After what felt like an eternity, Ling Yan, in a daze, finally spotted a hint of green on the horizon. Finally, an island. The moment he laid eyes on the land, a wave of relief washed over him. Though his body ached unbearably and fatigue weighed heavily upon him, his wings immediately transformed back, and in a haze of consciousness, he fainted once more. With a swift whoosh, the unconscious Ling Yan plummeted from the sky and plunged into the sea. What is happening? It seems to be a person. Someone has fallen into the sea. What? I will go rescue him immediately. Aegean, be careful. In a fit of urgency, Aegean shed his outer garments and dove head first into the ocean, swimming rapidly towards the spot where Ling Yan had descended. A group of people anxiously awaited by the shore. Among them, two girls clutched a woman's hand tightly, their faces betraying the utmost concern. Bermir, why hasn't Aegean resurfaced yet? Nami could no longer contain her worry after several minutes. Do not fret. Aegean is an excellent swimmer. He will be fine, Bermir reassured Nami and Nokigo with a gentle smile gracing her cheeks. As the crowd on the beach grew increasingly anxious, Aegean finally emerged from the depths, holding an unconscious boy in his grasp. He surfaced. Aegean has come up. Quick, let's all dive in and assist. Upon sighting Aegean, Several men immediately leaped into the sea, swimming towards him. Just before Aegeon's strength waned entirely, they managed to grasp both him and Ling Yan. The men swiftly dragged Aegeon and Ling Yan onto the shore. Once on land, Aegeon lay exhausted on the sand, breathing heavily. "Aegeon, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Will be all right after a short rest," Aegeon replied weakly. "Is this boy still alive? He can't be dead, can he? Step aside, let me take a look." Bermere leaned down, placing her ear against Ling Yan's chest, and soon detected a faint heartbeat. "He is alive. It appears he has inhaled seawater." Bermere promptly administered first aid techniques she had learned in the Navy. "It's good that he's alive. How on earth did this little boy fall from the sky? It's so strange. Indeed, it is quite peculiar. However, he is rather handsome. Nami, no Kigo, why not let him be your husband?" "Yada." Nami and no Kigo simultaneously rejected the notion, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Ha ha ha. You two little girls, still feeling shy?" With Aegeon unharmed and Ling Yan still alive, the crowd began to jest about Nami and no Kigo. "Do not tease them, we still do not know his identity." At that moment, Bermere rose to her feet. After resting for a while, Aegeon gradually regained his strength. "What should we do? How should we accommodate this child? We are unaware of his background." "Yes, indeed," and he fell from the sky. After the playful banter, gazing at the still unconscious Ling Yan, the group fell into distress once more. Suddenly, Bermere contemplated taking Ling Yan home, but her household was comprised solely of women, leaving her uncertain if the boy would be willing. Noticing Bermere's hesitation, and recalling that he was the one who had saved Ling Yan, Aegeon made a resolute decision. "I will take him home after all. I'll live alone, and having an extra person is no trouble." "That sounds quite reasonable." "Aegeon, then we entrust him to you." Seeing that the situation had been resolved, the crowd began to disperse slowly, as they still had work to attend to. Due to Aegeon's lingering fatigue, Bermere picked up Ling Yan and headed towards Aegeon's home. The two little ones, along with Aegeon, trailed closely behind. It was not until they arrived at Aegeon's residence and laid Ling Yan on the bed that Belmare inquired, "Aegeon, do you truly intend to take him in? Perhaps I should wait until he awakens and ask him whether he would prefer to stay with me. After all, you are a man and may not be suited for caring for others." "Ha! I understand, Belmare. And who knows, he might even be able to protect Nami and Noki Gao in the future," Aegeon remarked, glancing at Ling Yan on the bed. "I certainly do not wish for his protection," Nami said softly, a defiant expression gracing her cheeks. "Indeed, we will be capable of safeguarding ourselves. Furthermore, I have the responsibility of looking after Belmare, Nami, and you, Aegeon." Noki Gao chimed in spiritedly. "Ha, very well then. Let's wait until he awakens. Perhaps he may wish to return home," Belmare replied with a chuckled at that moment. A question lingered in Belmare's mind when she had been carrying Ling Yan. She sensed something stirring within him. However, upon closer inspection, she could discern nothing and chose to suppress her curiosity that Aegeon believed that Ling Yan would not be returning home. Not only was there the peril of encountering pirates when venturing out to sea, but given Ling Yan's tender age, he doubted that Ling Yan could navigate his way from Cocoa Village alone. The four of them exited the room to attend to their own affairs, for they had their respective duties. Now that Ling Yan was no longer in danger, all that remained was for him to recuperate properly. At that moment, Ling Yan was unaware that he had arrived in Nami's hometown, Cocoa Village. Due to the enhancement from the devil fruit, his body was gradually growing stronger. The following morning, Ling Yan awoke languidly. He slowly opened his eyes, and his blurry vision gradually sharpened. "So, I am not dead. Who saved me?" Ling Yan inquired with his somewhat parched lips. "You are awake." A youthful and melodious voice reached Ling Yan's ears. "That Aegeon has gone out, and he asked me to look after you." Ling Yan immediately recognized the voice belonged to a little girl. He turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, where a charming girl of about 8 or 9 years, with orange hair and holding a book, squinted her eyes in curiosity. "Isn't this the young Nami?" "Hello, my name is Ling Yan. May I ask for your name?" Ling Yan inquired as the little Nami approached him, inexplicably feeling his cheeks flush. Ling Yan would never admit to feeling shy. He merely recalled what Nami would look like when grown. "So your name is Ling Yan. I am Nami. By the way, how did you fall from the sky yesterday?" "If it weren't for Belmare and Aegeon, you might have drowned in the sea," Nami sweetly questioned. Ling Yan stammered. Well, Nami, do you know about devil fruits? He scratched his head, unsure of how to explain the situation to Nami, as it was indeed a concept far too fantastical for an ordinary person. Devil fruits. What are those? Are they fruits that demons eat? Do demons really exist? Nami's big eyes sparkled with curiosity that it was the first time she had heard of something so extraordinary. And her mind brimmed with questions. How should I put this, Nami? Could you please fetch me a glass of water? I am terribly thirsty, and once I drink, I will explain everything to you, Ling Yan gently requested. Licking his dry lips, since arriving in this place, he had yet to sip a drop of water. The seawater does not count. Oh, all right, just a moment, Nami obediently replied, placing her book down beside Ling Yan before turning towards the table. The table was slightly taller than her, requiring her to tiptoe to reach the water jug. Ling Yan watched Nami's busy little figure, a warm sensation blossoming in his heart, and his earlier tension gradually dissipated. Gazing at the adorable Nami, a smile crept onto his lips, and his mood brightened considerably. He noticed that Nami's book was related to weather. Indeed, the finest navigators begin their endeavors from a young age. Here comes the water, quickly drink. Nami handed a glass of clear water to Ling Yan, then stood beside him, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Thank you, Nami, Ling Yan said politely, taking the cup and finishing the water in several gulps. The still warm liquid flowed down his throat, and Ling Yan finally felt revived, albeit with a slight thrill from the experience. I am done. Now I shall tell you what a devil fruit is. Let me think. Ling Yan organized his thoughts before continuing. Devil fruits are known as treasures of the sea. They are embodiments of the sea demon, and upon consumption, one gains various powers, however, as a cost. The consumer becomes despised by the sea and can no longer swim. Nevertheless, due to the immense power acquired from eating a devil fruit, many people at sea desire them. Each devil fruit, at the very least, is worth 100 million berries. 100 million berries? Little Nami's face displayed disbelief upon hearing this figure. Her mouth gaped open as if she could fit an egg inside. She was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide as if they might pop out. Soon after, her once adorable eyes transformed into berry-shaped orbs, shimmering with avarice. Nami then seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, tightly grasping Ling Yan's arm. Her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Wait, Ling Yan, did you just say you also ate a devil fruit? Is that true? 100 million berries. She had never seen so much money before that moment. Ling Yan was no longer just an ordinary person in her eyes. He had transformed into a mountain of gold worth 100 million berries. Ling Yan was momentarily taken aback by Nami's reaction. It dawned on him that her avaricious nature had been nurtured since childhood. Yes, I consumed a devil fruit that grants the ability to fly, which is how I fell from the sky. Ling Yan replied, observing Nami's expression, feeling a sudden anxiety arise within him. Would little Nami consider selling him for berries? 100 million berries. Just like that, you consumed it. Nami released Ling Yan's arm, her eyes gradually returning to normal. However, her heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. 100 million berries was indeed a colossal fortune. Actually, the one I ate might be worth even more than 100 million berries. It could potentially be valued at 3 billion berries, Ling Yan casually remarked at that moment. What? The exclamation of 3 billion berries echoed loudly, reverberating through the air. Ling Yan felt as though the entire Cocoa village had heard her voice. Little Nami's eyes widened to the size of copper bells, her mouth forming a perfect ta shape. The expression on her face was one of utter disbelief and extreme shock, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Nami, calm down. It's merely 3 billion berries. It's not a big deal, Ling Yan jested, though he was aware that this was a mythical beast type. Without considering 3 billion, he would consume even 300 billion. Yet, upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Nami felt as though a knife was being plunged into her tender heart. Wow, 3 billion berries. You actually consumed 3 billion berries. Nami could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. Her sorrowful tears streaming down her cheeks. Nami, please don't cry. 3 billion berries is nothing. I will take you to earn even more berries in the future. I know of a place abundant in gold. And I guarantee it will yield more than 3 billion, Ling Yan said mysteriously. Really, gold? You are not deceiving me, are you? That is 3 billion berries. Where is there so much gold? Nami's sobs ceased abruptly as she grasped Ling Yan's shoulders. Her excitement palpable. Of course. I can assure you that the gold there exceeds 3 billion berries, Ling Yan replied, momentarily taken aback by his own promise. Wonderful. Ling Yan, you mustn't trick me, Nami exclaimed joyfully, her adorable face drawing closer to Ling Yan's. Nami, what are you talking about? What is this 3 billion berries? At that moment, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, and no Kigo hurriedly rushed in, a hint of anxiety in her demeanor. She had just heard Nami's voice from the orange grove, prompting Belmere to summon her back immediately to check on the situation. No Kigo exclaimed, "It's nothing. I'm fine." No Kigo, why have you returned? Upon seeing No Kigo, Nami swiftly tucked away her previous thoughts and exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Yan. Seemingly signaling her not to mention the recent events to No Kigo, Ling Yan blinked slightly, indicating his understanding and his intention to remain silent. Hey, No Kigo retorted, I'm the older sister here. Unable to contain herself, Nami immediately countered before Ling Yan could respond. Well, Belmere said I'm the sister, so your protests are futile. No Kigo chuckled, clearly pleased with herself. You wicked Belmere. I refuse to be your little sister, Nami huffed, glaring at No Kigo, evidently displeased with the whole sisterly title affair. Hello, No Kigo. I'm Ling Yan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ling Yan, noticing No Kigo's courtesy, softened his tone. So, Ling Yan, how did you fall from the sky yesterday? It's quite peculiar, and I'm genuinely curious. No Kigo inquired. This. Nami could no longer hold back her anxiety. Fearing that Ling Yan might divulge their earlier conversation, she hastily interjected, I know. Ling Yan ate a flying devil fruit, and he fell because he wasn't skilled enough in the air. A devil fruit? What is that? Can you fly, Ling Yan? No Kigo's expression mirrored Nami's astonishment from earlier. Let's go. Let us go, Nami urged, pulling No Kigo away. Ling Yan has just woken up. We shouldn't disturb his rest. I'll explain everything outside. As they exited, Nami threw Ling Yan a triumphant glance. Ling Yan reflected on the childhood charm of both girls, though he noted their malnutrition, and pondered the evident poverty of Belmere's household. After the two girls left, he began to assess his own body. Realizing he had become significantly sturdier since consuming the devil fruit. Could the intense pain I felt earlier be a result of the devil fruit enhancing my physique? It seems likely, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After quenching his thirst with several glasses of water, Ling Yan examined the room, which was sparsely furnished, suggesting it was not frequently occupied. His clothes had been changed to fit the local style, consisting of a t-shirt and beach shorts, all suitable for his age. However, he was still wrapped in several layers of bandages, which appeared to contain some medicinal substances. Suddenly, it struck him that Belmere was still alive, indicating that Arlong had yet to arrive. This realization filled him with urgency, as he recalled that Nami and No Kigo's ages were quite similar to when Arlong had come to Cocoyasi village. He hurriedly pushed open the door, only to find Nami and No Kigo returning. Hey, Ling Yan, what are you doing out here? Have your injuries healed? Nami immediately inquired, recalling his promise to earn her 30 billion berries. If you were to die, I'd be at a significant loss? Ah, yes, Ling Yan replied. I'm completely healed now, so don't worry. Nami to reassure her. He demonstrated his recovery by moving about. How strange, you fell from such a height and healed so quickly. Is this due to the devil fruit you consumed? No Kigo circled around Ling Yan, her expression filled with disbelief. Indeed, you've guessed correctly, No Kigo. The devil fruit does enhance one's physical capabilities, Ling Yan admitted without hesitation. By the way, Ling Yan, you want to be leaving us, right? This is Aji's home, and he mentioned you could stay here or with us. Nami suddenly recalled. She needed to ensure Ling Yan remained, especially since he could fly. Otherwise, her future 30 billion berries could be at stake. Of course, I want to leave. By the way, Nami and No Kigo, I'm 10 years old. How old are you too? Ling Yan inquired, hoping to ascertain when Arlong would arrive based on their ages. You're 10. That makes you a year younger than me. Nami is 2 years younger. She's 9 now. No Kigo responded warmly. Nami, you're 9? Then that means I'm your older brother now. You can call me Ling Yan Onaikan from now on. Ha ha ha. Ling Yan laughed, somewhat boastfully. Oh, Nami exclaimed, her frustration evident. You two are both picking on me. Ha ha ha. Nami, Ling Yan, and I will take good care of you from now on. No Kigo chimed in, delighted to have another companion for their sisterly bond. Ling Yan, however, realized that Arlong arrived when Nami was 10, leaving them with only a year's time that he needed to diligently strengthen his physique and enhance his strength during this year. Otherwise, even the best devil fruit would be ineffective without a solid body. By the way, No Kigo, you've returned. Has Belmere finished her work in the orange grove? Nami suddenly remembered that Belmir was currently laboring alone in the grove, that it was quite challenging for her to support both sisters by herself. So they intended to help her as much as they could. She mused, observing the distant orange grove. How could Belmir possibly finish all that work alone? Without hesitation, she resolved to head to the grove to assist, fearing that Belmir would be occupied until late into the night if they delayed. "Wait, no Kigo," Ling Yan called out urgently, halting her as she prepared to leave. "Nami and I will accompany you. My injuries have healed completely." "That's wonderful. With Ling Yan's help, we can finish our tasks early today," Nami exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she danced with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight that in this manner, they could complete their tasks promptly and return home for dinner. A radiant smile spread across Nami's face as she contemplated this. "Well then, let us all proceed to the orange grove together." No Kigo nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio of children set off, chattering animatedly along the way, bantering and enjoying each other's company as they made their way to the grove. The orange grove was not far from Aji's home, and after a brief walk of 10 minutes, they arrived at Belmir. "We're here." As they reached the entrance of the orange grove, Nami called out enthusiastically, "Belmir, Ling Yan's injuries have healed, so he has come to help us," No Kigo added. The three children dashed into the grove. Finally spotting Belmir, who was busy at work, upon hearing their voices, she paused her tasks. "What brings you here? Young man, your name is Ling Yan, right? Have your injuries healed? Why are you running around with them?" Belmir's gaze turned serious as she scrutinized Ling Yan. It was improbable for a child to recover so swiftly after falling from such a height, and her concern morphed into frustration. Seeing Belmir's displeasure, Ling Yan felt a warm sensation within. She truly was a kind-hearted person. Nami and No Kigo, sensing Belmir's anger, stood quietly to the side, refraining from defending Ling Yan. "Belmir, I truly am fine, which is why I came with them. You can check if you don't believe me." Ling Yan, with a slight withdrawal of his neck, spoke softly. The primary reason was that Byremire's gaze was somewhat intimidating. Despite her gentle demeanor, she was quite stern when it came to her children. Noki and Nami had certainly faced their share of Byremire's reprimands, though it was mostly a form of intimidation rather than actual punishment. However, at times, her tone could be quite severe. Byremire remained silent as she set down her tools and unfastened Ling Yan's clothing to examine his body. Seeking any signs of deceit, in no time, she had removed Ling Yan's shirt, along with the bandages wrapped around his body, and began to probe gently. She intended to ascertain whether Ling Yan's injuries had healed. After all, just yesterday, when she had applied medicine to him, she had felt several broken bones. Strangely, it seemed that he had indeed recovered, which left Byremire's cheeks flushed with confusion after a thorough examination. "I know the reason, Byremire. Ling Yan has healed so quickly because he consumed a devil fruit." Just as Ling Yan was about to respond, Nami interjected, returning her gaze to Byremire. "The devil fruit?" Byremire exclaimed. "Ling Yan, how did you come to possess a devil fruit? Now I understand why you fell from the sky yesterday. You must have eaten a flying Zoan-type devil fruit, correct?" Upon hearing Nami, Byremire quickly pieced it all together. "Yes, I fell because I was inexperienced." Ling Yan explained. "Thank you for saving me." Byremire bowed deeply in gratitude. "Actually, it was Ajian who saved you, not me. He saw you fall into the sea and immediately jumped in to rescue you," Byremire replied with a smile. "Yes, Nami told me about it, and I will definitely repay Ajian in the future," Ling Yan responded promptly. He was not one to forget kindness, especially since both Ajian and Byremire were genuinely good people. Otherwise, Cocoyasi village would not have chosen Ajian as their constable. "There's no need for that. Just take good care of yourself, along with Nami and Noki," Byremire advised. "Do, by the way, since you flew here, do you need to fly back?" "I can explain that, Byremire. Ling Yan cannot go back. His home was plundered by pirates, and they stole 30 billion berries," Nami exclaimed, winking at Ling Yan. Ling Yan's face darkened at her words. How could this girl not phrase it more delicately? 30 billion berries. Poor child, you may as well stay here. This way, Nami and Noki will have another playmate, Byremire said, her surprise evident. Although initially taken aback by the mention of 30 billion berries, Byremire, being a battle-hardened individual, quickly regained her composure. After saying this, Byremire embraced Ling Yan, hoping to comfort him with her warm embrace. "I'm fine, Byremire. I've already come to terms with it. I will take care of Nami and Noki from now on," Ling Yan managed to say, albeit with great difficulty, as he felt somewhat suffocated by Byremire's tight hold. "That's good to hear. From now on, we shall be like family. Now, let us get back to work so we can finish early and prepare a delicious meal for Ling Yan tonight. Beyermeyer released him, relieved to see he had taken things in stride. Yay! Let's work hard so we can return early for dinner, Nami exclaimed joyfully. Knowing there would be a feast that night, the three little ones then set to work. Weeding, bagging, and harvesting the ripe fruits. Be careful. Nami. Noki, you too. And Ling Yan, your injuries are fresh. Please exercise caution. Understood? Beyermeyer cautioned the three children. Understood, they replied in unison. Beyermeyer felt a sense of happiness upon witnessing their response. She looked at Ling Yan, who was now diligently working, and felt reassured. Just moments ago, she had heard that Ling Yan's family had been robbed of 30 billion berries. Such a family indicated that Ling Yan had once enjoyed a good life, and she had been concerned that he might struggle with this kind of labor. Now, seeing Ling Yan's industrious demeanor, Beyermeyer couldn't help but smile as she began to pick oranges that in the afternoon, Adrian arrived. The village constable who didn't need to oversee the orchard. He often came to lend a hand to Beyermeyer during his free time. This time, he merely dropped off lunch and, after gathering information about Ling Yan, promptly departed the orange grove. With only one constable in the village, he had to patrol frequently and could not be away for long. Hey, Beyermeyer, I feel like Adrian has feelings for you, Ling Yan remarked lightly. Ling Yan, don't say such things. Otherwise, I won't prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. Beyermeyer pretended to be angry. She wasn't naive. She could certainly discern Adrian's affections, but she now had Nami and Noki to care for. I won't say anything. Please don't be upset, Beyermeyer. Ling Yan retracted his neck and continued weeding in the orange grove at that moment. Nami quietly approached Ling Yan and whispered, Ling Yan, I must tell you, both Noki and I are aware that Adrian likes Beyermeyer. But we don't understand why Beyermeyer has consistently declined. Nami, I heard that. Beyermeyer's furious shout echoed from a distance. Startled, Nami and Ling Yan quickly separated and resumed their work obediently. Beyermeyer shook her head, a hint of helplessness crossing her face. Before refocusing on her task of picking oranges, despite Ling Yan's assistance, the four of them remained busy until evening before completing their tasks for the day. Finally done. Beyermeyer, can I have a lot of meat tonight? Nami exclaimed, bouncing up to Beyermeyer like a little rabbit. Yes, I've already asked Adrian to buy plenty of meat in advance. Tonight, you shall feast, Beyermeyer responded gently, even though she felt fatigued after a long day of labor. The radiant smiles on the children's faces brought her immense joy. Yay! Let us hurry home, Beyermeyer. Nami cheered, thrilled at the prospect of a meat-filled dinner. Nami, be careful. There are tools left lying around, Ling Yan cautioned as he swiftly bent down to tidy up the scattered equipment. Seeing this, Beyermeyer thought Ling Yan would surely grow into a reliable man. Beyermeyer, how should we handle these oranges? Noki asked, glancing at the 3 baskets stacked on the ground, feeling a bit troubled. After picking 3 baskets of oranges today, they were meant to be saved for sale to the merchant caravans the following morning. Don't worry, I'll take 1 basket back now, and later, I'll have Adrian come to help with the rest. Beyermeyer softly reassured her, then bent down to lift one of the baskets. No, Beyermeyer, let me handle these 2 baskets, Ling Yan interjected confidently. You can't carry them. Besides, your injuries are recent that I'll manage them later. However, before Beyermeyer could finish her sentence, she watched in astonishment as Ling Yan effortlessly lifted 1 basket with each hand. Wow! Nami gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. Ling Yan, you're amazing, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Noki, equally astonished, stared wide-eyed and muttered to herself. Ling Yan, your strength exceeds even that of Beyermeyer. Although Beyermeyer was equally surprised, her past experience as a Navy officer had acquainted her with individuals of remarkable strength. Thus, she quickly regained her composure, smiling and nodding at Ling Yan in acknowledgement and appreciation. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, Ling Yan beamed with pride. He placed the 2 baskets down steadily and turned to Beyermeyer, saying, See, I told you it was no problem. Rest assured, from now on, any heavy or strenuous tasks can be entrusted to me. I am quite strong. Upon finishing his words, he deliberately waved his arms, showcasing his muscles. Beyermeyer observed the charming and confident demeanor of Ling Yan. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she gently patted Ling Yan on the shoulder and said softly, Thank you, Ling Yan. However, do take care of your body and don't overexert yourself. Ling Yan chuckled and nodded in response. He then picked up the 2 baskets of oranges once more, following Beyermeyer as they walked towards the house. Nami and Nokigao hurriedly trailed behind them. The evening sun cast a warm glow upon them, creating a heartwarming scene. On their way, the quartet encountered a Jian, who had come to lend a hand. My apologies, Beyermeyer. I'm late. Let me take the oranges before a Jian could finish his sentence. He spotted the 2 baskets of oranges held aloft by Ling Yan, nearly causing his jaw to drop in astonishment. A Jian, look, Ling Yan is even stronger than you, Nami exclaimed, flaunting to a Jian. Ha ha ha, a Jian, just help Ling Yan with 1 basket. Let us hurry back. Beyermeyer chuckled at a Jian's incredulous expression, especially since a Jian's strength could barely rival her own. Ling Yan, you're still young. How can you carry such heavy things? Just give 1 basket to me. A Jian feigned seriousness. After all, he was an adult and would never admit that his strength was less than Ling Yan's. Alright, a Jian, Ling Yan replied with a smile. Handing over 1 basket of oranges. A Jian grinned as he accepted the oranges, and the 5 of them continued towards home, basking in the last rays of the setting sun. Upon returning to Beyermeyer's side, she resumed her busy tasks, with a Jian joining her in the kitchen to help out. Typically, a Jian wouldn't dine at Beyermeyer's, but today was special as Ling Yan had awakened and become one of them. Meanwhile, the 3 children busied themselves on the lawn, polishing the 3 baskets of oranges in hopes of fetching a good price the following morning. Life for the common folk in the world of One Piece was quite mundane. After a day's toil, they could barely maintain a meager existence. Each island was relatively small, resources scarce, and certain supplies needed to be transported from other islands by merchant fleets. However, now that Ling Yan had arrived, he was determined to ensure they would feast on meat every day. Ling Yan, since you can fly, could you take me along? Nami asked softly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Nokigao, standing nearby, also perked up, eager to hear Ling Yan's response. Of course, but I'm not familiar with the directions and can't see the sea charts. If I lose my way at sea, I want to be able to return, Ling Yan replied quietly. I can. Ling Yan, you must take me flying, and we can go out to sea together. All right, Nami exclaimed, bubbling with enthusiasm. If Ling Yan could take her out to sea, she would have the chance to visit countless islands and create numerous sea charts. Realizing this, Ling Yan recalled that Nami was indeed the best navigator. Nokigao felt a surge of happiness at the thought of Ling Yan taking Nami flying, though she did not express it as openly as Nami did. Hey, Nami, keep your voice down. After all, Beyermeyer wouldn't agree to you going out to sea, Nokigao cautioned in a hushed tone. Then let us not let Beyermeyer know. Ling Yan, you must remember to take me out to sea. Nami whispered closely to Ling Yan. I know. I'll definitely take you out to sea in the future, Ling Yan assured Nami. It would be unthinkable for him to venture out to sea without Nami. Otherwise, he would likely be stuck wandering around Cocoyasi village. If he were to drift further into the ocean, he would undoubtedly lose his way. Ships across the 4 seas relied on sea charts for navigation. Unlike the Grand Line, which had the added convenience of log poses. Hearing Ling Yan's agreement, Nami was overjoyed, and so was Nokigao. The 3 of them worked with renewed vigor. Nami, Nokigao, Ling Yan, dinner is ready. Beyermeyer called from the doorway. Great. Dinner time. All right, we're coming, the 3 children replied in unison. Just as they finished polishing the oranges, Ling Yan and Beyermeyer moved the oranges into the storeroom. Wow, so much meat, Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of a pile of meaty chunks with bones. Once Ling Yan and Beyermeyer sat down, the family began to eat ravenously. Soon, scenes of adults snatching meat from children and vice versa unfolded. It was Ling Yan's first experience of this atmosphere, and he felt an overwhelming sense of joy and warmth, prompting him to join in the meat snatching. After all, everyone had hearty appetites. After the meal, the 3 children fell asleep almost immediately due to exhaustion. Beyermeyer simply tossed the 3 little ones onto one bed and left them to rest, watching the 3 children snoring peacefully on the bed. Beyermeyer wore a gentle smile. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this period, Ling Yan helped Beyermeyer with her tasks during the day and also rose early to exercise. After all, Arlong was a potential enemy, and with his current strength, he could not afford to be careless on land. Ling Yan was not concerned about not being able to defeat Arlong. However, if he were to inadvertently let Arlong escape into the sea, it would spell trouble, so Ling Yan had to ensure a one-hit kill. Unfortunately, Beyermeyer did not possess the training methods for the Marine 6 styles. Otherwise, if Ling Yan could learn just 1 or 2 styles, he would undoubtedly be able to take down Arlong. Biermeyer had mentioned that in the East Blue, the only place likely to have the training methods for the 6 styles was the Marine base in Rogue Town. Ling Yan was hesitant to go there now. The base there was manned by a Marine colonel, and he was uncertain whether he could defeat them. His close combat skills were still too weak. Unless he intended to set the base ablaze. In that case, Garp might come back to the East Blue to trouble him, potentially dragging Biermeyer and the others into it. Ling Yan, we can go out to sea, Nami exclaimed as she found Ling Yan in the Orange Grove. Every morning, Ling Yan trained in an open area of the grove. Upon hearing Nami, Ling Yan set down the 2 massive stones weighing 500 pounds each. This had been his routine for 6 months. It started with 200 pounds, and now it was 500 pounds, which Nami had grown accustomed to. Nami, do you think Biermeyer will let us go out to sea? Ling Yan asked, puzzled. Nami had been thinking about going out to sea for a long time and had been planning it, sharing her thoughts only with Ling Yan, while Noki Gao remained unaware. Of course not. But today, Biermeyer and Noki Gao have gone to the village to work and won't return until evening. Nami said excitedly, Duh. If Biermeyer finds out, we'll be in trouble. I can't believe you're so bold. Nami, you must know that Biermeyer can be quite strict, Ling Yan exclaimed, astonished. We just want to let them know. I've calculated that with your speed, we'll be back by evening. Nami insisted, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Who knew when the next chance to go out to sea would come? All right then, I'll go change into another outfit and grab my weapon just in case. Ling Yan agreed after pondering for a moment. Yay, let us hurry back, Nami exclaimed, thrilled, and she pulled Ling Yan towards home. Ling Yan felt a surge of excitement as well. Having spent all day with the children made him feel as if he had reverted to his younger self. Once home, he changed his clothes and took the sword Biermeyer had gifted him. Ling Yan then accompanied Nami to the beach on the other side of Cocoyasi village. Typically, this area was deserted, perfect for their discreet departure. Nami, please step back a bit, Ling Yan gently requested. Hurry and transform, Ling Yan, Nami replied earnestly, stepping back several meters. Once Ling Yan saw that Nami was at a safe distance, he prepared to transform. After all, when he transformed into his full beast form, his body would be engulfed in scorching flames. With a thunderous rumble, an 8-meter-long phoenix with a wingspan of 20 meters, ablaze with intense flames, appeared before Nami's eyes. Wow! Although Nami had seen it many times before, she was still captivated by Ling Yan's full beast form. Ling Yan retracted the flames enveloping his massive body, crouched down, and Nami skillfully took a running leap onto his back. That I've got a good grip. Let's set off. I'm steady now. Charge ahead. Ling Yan, sitting atop Ling Yan, Nami clutched him with her left hand and raised her right hand to signal their departure. Her adorable cheeks flushed with excitement. We're off, with a whoosh. Ling Yan flapped his wings and soared into the sky with Nami. Wow, this is exhilarating. Ha! After ascending to great heights, little Nami erupted into carefree laughter. Nami, which direction should we fly? To the right. Yes, exactly that angle. Just keep flying, All right, Nami. I'm going to accelerate now. I'm securely seated. Charge ahead. Ling Yan. Nami leaned forward on Ling Yan's back, her face alight with joy and anticipation. With a speed akin to lightning, Ling Yan whisked them away, and soon, the village of Cocoyasi vanished from their sight. Nami, where is our destination this time? The kingdom of Oikot. What? The kingdom of Oikot. Yes, that's the one. Got it. Upon hearing Nami mention their destination, Ling Yan felt momentarily at a loss for words. The kingdom of Oikot was the homeland of both Nami and Nojiko, where Belmir had raised them 9 years prior. It was uncertain whether Nami had intentionally chosen this location or if it was merely coincidence. This country had been devastated over a decade ago and now lay in ruins, with scarcely anyone remaining to inhabit it. Ling Yan, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine. By the way, Nami, what made you think of going to the kingdom of Oikot? Well, this island is the closest to us, so I wanted to take a look. Do you realize that the kingdom of Oikot is a destroyed nation? A destroyed nation? Ling Yan felt a wave of embarrassment. It turned out Nami was unaware and did not know that it was her homeland. It seemed Belmir had not shared this information with her. Indeed, I've heard that it was destroyed over a decade ago. Now it is nothing but a wasteland. Nami, do we still want to go there? Well, since we're already out, and I've made preparations specifically for the kingdom of Oikot, it's too late to change course now. All right then, I understand, Nami. For this voyage, Nami had quietly prepared for half a year. Only now, as they set off, did Ling Yan discover their destination, but it mattered little. After more than 2 hours of flight, a massive island appeared before Ling Yan's eyes. Nami, look, is that the island below? Let me see. Let me see. Finally spotting the island, Nami was filled with excitement. This was her first glimpse of a land other than Ao Island. She retrieved a nautical chart from her backpack, along with a navigation map she had drawn herself, and confirmed that the island below was indeed their destination. Yes, this is the place. Ling Yan, let's descend. Nami neatly folded her charts and declared with determination. All right, I'm descending now. Hold on tight. Ling Yan dove down towards the kingdom of Oikot. The wind rushed past them as they descended swiftly, lifting Nami's hair in a wild dance. Is this truly the kingdom of Oikot? Ling Yan gazed at the ruins before him, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Nami looked upon the desolation of her homeland, her heart heavy with disbelief. This was her first venture out to sea. She had hoped to find some treasures to bring back to Belmere. But in this desolate place, she doubted there was even a single berry to be found. Seeing Nami's downcast expression, Ling Yan understood her thoughts. Cheer up, Nami. Perhaps there are hidden treasures here. Let's go treasure hunting. Treasure hunting? Oh, right. There must be treasures here. Let us find them. Ling Yan. Upon hearing Ling Yan's suggestion, Nami became convinced that certain spots in this abandoned country would surely harbor riches. Without delay, she tugged at Ling Yan to embark on their treasure-seeking adventure. Slow down, Nami. There might still be people living here. We must proceed with caution. Seeing Nami's enthusiastic demeanor, Ling Yan quickly cautioned her. Upon hearing this, Nami halted abruptly, swiftly hiding behind Ling Yan's back. Ling Yan, you go ahead. You promised Belmere you'd protect me. Hee, no problem. Follow me, and there will definitely be meat to eat. The two children then navigated through the crumbling ruins, eagerly searching for the promised treasure, lost in their excitement. After searching for over an hour, little Nami finally grew weary. After all, she was still under 10 years old, and her stamina was limited. Ling Yan, what should we do? It seems like there's nothing here. Nami suddenly felt disheartened. She had anticipated discovering a wealth of treasures to take back to Belmere. How about we venture deeper? We should at least find the original royal palace of the kingdom of Oikot. Perhaps there lies some treasure. Ling Yan pondered aloud. Wait a moment. Let me sketch a map of this area first. And then we can search for the palace. Nami agreed with Ling Yan's reasoning, promptly retrieving her drawing tools from her backpack and finding a relatively flat spot to begin mapping the terrain. Ling Yan patiently stood by, watching Nami diligently sketch, his heart swelling with fondness for her earnestness. The only sounds around them were the occasional whisper of the wind and the soft scratch of Nami's pencil on paper. Occasionally, Nami would climb to a higher vantage point to survey the surroundings, using her measuring tools to assess the terrain, and Ling Yan admired her seriousness and sense of responsibility in that moment. After half an hour, little Nami puffed out a satisfied breath. She had finally completed the terrain map, also noting some climate information based on her observations. All done. Nami beamed, this being her second map drawn aside from Ao Island. Well done, Nami. Here, have some water. I'll help you tidy up. Ling Yan offered her his water bottle. No need. I can pack it myself. What if you accidentally ruin it? You're so strong. Nami declined Ling Yan's offer. She then carefully stowed the completed map and drawing tools back into her backpack. Now can I have some water? Ling Yan gently asked. Thank you, Ling Yan. Little Nami hoisted her backpack and took the water bottle from Ling Yan's hands, sipping a few mouthfuls. I'm done drinking. Let us continue our journey and search for the treasures of the palace. Nami capped the water bottle and returned it to Ling Yan. Let us set off and keep searching for treasure. Ling Yan took Nami's tiny hand, guiding her deeper into the island. There really is no one here. It feels a bit eerie. Ling Yan, you must protect me. Nami tightened her grip on Ling Yan's hand, nervously scanning their surroundings. Don't worry, Nami. Right now, I can lift 1,000 pounds, Ling Yan said with a hint of pride. However, he remained vigilant. It was indeed too quiet. Aside from some low shrubs, there were only the remnants of buildings, not even a bird in sight. Remembering Ling Yan's immense strength, Nami felt less anxious, her enchanting eyes darting about, exploring everything around them. After what felt like an eternity, the two children finally stumbled upon a vast array of structures, resembling a grand city. Although all the buildings had been destroyed, The central area still hinted at its former magnificence before the devastation. Wow, what a huge city. Ling Yan. This must have been the original capital of the kingdom of Oikot. Xiao Nami gazed in awe at the vast architectural complex before her, emitting an endearing gasp that it certainly seems so. Look at those damaged structures in the center. They resemble a palace, don't they? Ling Yan remarked gently, pointing at the remnants of a partially destroyed palace. Let us begin our search. I am determined to uncover the treasures hidden here. Xiao Nami declared fiercely, her cheeks scrunching in determination. Yes, indeed. The treasures here must belong to us. Let us go. Ling Yan responded, leading Nami as they commenced their search from the outskirts, harboring doubts that this place could have been thoroughly plundered. The small figures of the two children sporadically appeared and vanished among the ruins of the crumbling edifices. Ling Yan, come quickly. Look what I have found. Nami called out excitedly in front of a dilapidated house. Waving her hand, I'm on my way. Ling Yan sprinted toward her, eager to discover what had so exhilarated Nami. Soon, he arrived at her side, where a relatively larger structure stood, towering even in its disrepair. What is it, Nami? What have you discovered? Ling Yan inquired as he reached the threshold. Follow me quickly. I found a mechanism inside, but I was too frightened to activate it alone. Nami exclaimed, tugging at Ling Yan's hand as she rushed inward. A mechanism, you say? Ling Yan pondered, intrigued, and his excitement grew. Could there be a hidden chamber filled with treasures? Nami led Ling Yan into a room that resembled a study, stopping before a bookshelf. It's right here. There's a mechanism behind this inconspicuous statue. I can't budge it. Ling Yan, you try, she urged, pointing at a small stone statue that had already been slightly displaced by her efforts. The statue stood about 40 centimeters tall, and a small door shape had appeared on the once seamless wall. Indeed, it is a mechanism. Nami, step back a bit. I shall push it open. Ling Yan instructed, be careful. I have heard that places concealing treasures may have traps. Nami cautioned, her tone serious. Do not worry. I shall be vigilant. Ling Yan reassured her, patting his chest confidently. He surveyed the surroundings before removing a piece of wood from the bookshelf and began to push the statue slowly. At the moment he began to push, Ling Yan felt something was amiss. How could such a small statue be so heavy? Finally, as he managed to shift the statue aside, a tiny door swung open. Instantly, he retreated to Nami's side, and both children suppressed their excitement, cautiously observing the doorway. After a moment's wait, they discerned no imminent danger, prompting Ling Yan to step forward slowly, with Nami following closely behind. Ah, Ling Yan, look, a small chest. Nami exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the tiny chest nestled behind the door. She was certain it contained treasures, for why else would it be hidden away in such a secluded spot? Ling Yan remained silent, his heart racing as he laid eyes on the chest. It bore an uncanny resemblance to those that held devil fruits. Nami, what's wrong? Is something amiss? She asked, noticing his stunned expression. Oh, I'm fine, Nami. Let me retrieve the chest to examine it. Ling Yan replied, shaking off his surprise. Be careful, Ling Yan. There might be traps or mechanisms on the chest as well, Nami warned, her demeanor serious. Ling Yan took heed of her advice, cautiously extracting the chest. However, once it was in his hands, he sensed something was off. Nami, it seems to be empty, he declared, opening the chest to reveal its contents. Indeed, it was devoid of anything. Nami huffed in frustration, her lips forming a pout as if she had just lost a fortune of billions of berries. Ling Yan shared her sentiment, feeling as though they had been tricked. He had initially believed they had found a devil fruit, only to discover it was empty. Let us search elsewhere. I refuse to believe this vast kingdom has been completely stripped bare, Ling Yan declared vehemently. Yes, let us go, Nami agreed, finding merit in Ling Yan's assertion. Despite the kingdom's devastation, surely there remained some valuable treasures. The two children rekindled their confidence and prepared to continue their treasure-hunting expedition. Just as they were about to exit the study, Ling Yan came to a sudden halt. What's wrong, Ling Yan? Nami turned to him, perplexed. Don't you think that statue was rather peculiar? For something so small, it seemed excessively heavy, Ling Yan remarked, pointing back at the statue in the study. Well, perhaps it's heavy because it's made of stone. Nami tilted her head, pondering. Ling Yan shook his head. If it were merely stone, it shouldn't weigh so much. I sense there is more to this statue. I need to take a closer look. With that, Ling Yan stepped back into the study, approaching the statue once more. Nami's curiosity piqued by his words, she quickly followed suit. Ling Yan crouched before the statue, Inspecting it closely, Nami, step aside. I'll carry it outside to examine it further. Nami quickly vacated the somewhat cramped corner. Ling Yan lifted the statue and brought it to the table within the study. This weight is indeed unusual. It exceeds that of a stone of similar size, he remarked, his expression serious. Nami circled around the statue, unable to discern anything unusual. Ling Yan then drew the sword from his waist and gently tapped the statue. The sound was unexpectedly crisp. It did not resemble the sound of striking stone. Could it be made of gold? Ling Yan suggested suddenly. Gold? Really? Is this statue truly gold? Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing the word. Not yet certain. Let me scrape it to see if there is gold inside. Ling Yan couldn't resist the urge. He used the back of his knife to scrape at the statue's surface, revealing a dark hue beneath a layer of stone. It doesn't appear to be gold. It looks more like iron, but this iron is extraordinarily dark. Ling Yan mused, perplexed. It's not gold. Nami's spirit sank upon hearing this. She merely wished to strike it rich. Why was it proving so challenging? Ignoring Nami's disappointment, Ling Yan turned the iron lump over and tapped it again. Is it empty? He exclaimed as he heard the hollow sound. What do you mean by empty? Nami asked, her eyes wide with confusion. The statue is hollow. There might be something inside, Ling Yan asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Nami's face brightened with excitement. Hurry, Ling Yan, open it up and see. Nami urged eagerly. Ling Yan promptly scraped away the stone layer from the bottom, exposing the dark iron color beneath, and tapped it once more. The hollow sound was now unmistakable. Ling Yan and Nami exchanged knowing glances. Excitement etched on their faces, both sharing the same thought. There must be treasures within. Ling Yan began scraping away all the stone layers, unveiling the statue's entire dark form, and soon discovered the mechanism to open its interior. On the back of the iron lump was a button, and Ling Yan believed that pressing it would reveal the hidden compartment beneath. Ling Yan, let me press it, Nami exclaimed, her hands trembling with anticipation. All right, you do it, Ling Yan replied. Turning the iron lump so its back faced Nami, she extended her excited, trembling fingers, and her index finger gently pressed the button, producing a satisfying click. Ling Yan and Nami both understood that the mechanism had been activated. Ling Yan excitedly flipped the iron lump over, revealing its base, and indeed, there was only a thin sheet of iron beneath. Nami carefully lifted the iron sheet, and at that moment, they both leaned in closer, their heads nearly touching as they peered inside. What is this? Where are my treasures? Wowo Ling Yan, there's nothing inside. Wowo, beside her, Ling Yan was trembling with excitement. A devil fruit. There is a devil fruit inside. No wonder the small box was missing earlier. It was concealed within the iron lump disguised as a statue. Nami, do you know what this is? Ling Yan's trembling hand retrieved the devil fruit from within. Upon hearing Ling Yan's question, Nami stifled her sobs and looked at Ling Yan in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Ling Yan was so agitated. Nami, this is the devil fruit I mentioned before. We are going to strike it rich. This is a genuine treasure, Ling Yan exclaimed with exhilaration as she held the devil fruit. Huh? A devil fruit? The one that is worth at least 100 million berries. Little Nami was so startled that she jumped up on the spot. That's right, Nami. Our luck is simply extraordinary. Ling Yan never expected to find a devil fruit on this outing. Her fortune was off the charts. Ling Yan, let me see it. Hurry. All right, Nami, try not to get too excited. Little Nami cautiously took the devil fruit from Ling Yan's hand, her cheeks radiating with excitement. This worth 100 million berries. Unbeknownst to her, berry-shaped sparkles appeared in Nami's eyes. Gazing at the devil fruit felt akin to beholding 100 million berries. She believed no treasure could compare. The fruit resembled a small gourd, its surface a vibrant green adorned with black circular patterns. In that moment, Ling Yan could not discern the abilities of this devil fruit. She sensed it must belong to the paramecia type. Suddenly, Ling Yan heard some commotion outside. Nami, someone is coming. We must leave, Ling Yan whispered urgently. Instantly, the berry-shaped glimmer in Nami's eyes vanished, and she swiftly opened her backpack to stow away the devil fruit. Then let us hurry, Ling Yan. They must be here to seize my 100 million berries. Nami's face revealed a hint of anxiety as she clutched her backpack. Yes, we'll escape through the window. Without hesitation, Nami and Ling Yan leaped through the window and swiftly vanished into the dilapidated ruins. A few minutes later, in a corner of a crumbling house, Ling Yan and Nami cautiously peeked around the wall to assess the situation. So many people, Could they also be searching for treasure? Nami whispered. Perhaps not. They might have come here specifically for the devil fruit, Ling Yan replied, a serious expression crossing her face, surrounding the very house where Ling Yan and Nami had discovered the devil fruit. Dozens of mysterious individuals in suits were meticulously searching for something. Ling Yan immediately recognized them as members of the world government's CP organization. What? We cannot be caught by them. That is my 100 million berries. Little Nami clung tightly to her backpack, fearing the devil fruit would be snatched away. Fear not, Nami. These individuals will not be particularly strong, that we just need to be cautious and avoid detection. Even if we are discovered, I will protect you, Ling Yan reassured, gently holding Nami's small hand. Judging by the fact that these people were armed with guns, Ling Yan deduced they were merely low-level agents, incapable of posing a threat to them. However, he could not act recklessly, uncertain whether any formidable foes lurked among them. If he struck and failed to eliminate them completely, their identities would be compromised, leading to a bounty issued by the world government. Ling Yan believed it best to avoid a bounty altogether, prolonging their time as under-the-radar operatives, especially since they were currently in the East Sea. Yes. Ling Yan, you must protect me and the devil fruit. It is worth 100 million berries. Nami looked at Ling Yan earnestly. After saying this, she leaned closely against him. The two children quietly observed the CP agents rummaging through the ruins from their hidden corner. Suddenly, Ling Yan spotted a man in a suit with a horned hairstyle, Bruno from CP9. Each member of CP9 possessed the ability of the six powers, prompting Ling Yan to pull Nami back into their hiding spot. He was unafraid of being discovered, but Nami lacked the ability to defend herself. What is it, Ling Yan? Nami asked in a hushed tone. There is a rather strong individual among them. We need to keep a low profile, Ling Yan replied quietly. Upon hearing Ling Yan mention a formidable opponent, Nami's grip on his hand tightened with anxiety. Rest assured, Nami, we are well concealed, and they will not detect us. Ling Yan comforted her, holding her small hand. Yes, I trust you, Ling Yan. Nami nodded slightly. Ling Yan pondered how Bruno from CP9 could be present here. Weren't they supposed to be in Water 7? He glanced at Nami's backpack and suddenly thought, could this devil fruit be Brooks Marrow Nomi? Yet, wasn't he the devil fruit of CP9's Commander Spandam? Ling Yan felt uncertain, but if this devil fruit truly was the Marrow Nomi, then he and Nami would have struck it rich. He believed that the Marrow Nomi would be the most suitable devil fruit for Nami to consume. Should he persuade Nami to eat this devil fruit? Nami, how about you consume this devil fruit? This way, you will gain a powerful ability. If they discover us, it would be disastrous if it were taken, Ling Yan suggested cautiously. Ling Yan, this is worth 100 million berries. Nami whispered in protest. She was still contemplating trading the devil fruit for berries. Gaining power was no match for 100 million berries. But Nami suddenly, faint footsteps echoed outside. Shoo. They seemed to be approaching. Ling Yan warned in a low voice. What should we do? They wouldn't really come to seize my devil fruit, would they? Nami began to feel anxious upon hearing the footsteps outside. How about this, Nami? You should eat the devil fruit now, so they won't benefit from it. Ling Yan suggested with a glint in his eye. Nami's face contorted with indecision. Nami, we can earn berries later, but if the devil fruit is taken, we will lose everything. Seeing Nami wavering, Ling Yan continued to tempt her. Fine, we cannot let them get it for free. Nami bit her lip, resolutely deciding. She opened her backpack and took out the devil fruit. Nami, the devil fruit tastes terrible, so make sure to be quiet while eating it. All right, Ling Yan preemptively warned Nami, lest she scream from the awful flavor. I understand, Nami replied, her tears spilling as she looked at the devil fruit in her hand. Do not cry, Nami. Once you grow stronger, we will have countless opportunities ahead. Ling Yan thought it amusing to see Nami so reluctant. Wiping her tears with the back of her hand, Nami took a deep breath and bit down hard on the devil fruit. Instantly, her face fluctuated between shades of green and purple from the horrid taste. With a gulp, Nami finally managed to swallow the first mouthful. Then, as if she had made a resolution, she devoured the devil fruit piece by piece under Ling Yan's astonished gaze, muttering about it being worth 10 million berries per bite. Once Nami finished eating, Ling Yan retrieved an orange from her backpack. Nami, have an orange. It will alleviate the taste in your mouth. Nami, unreserved, peeled and consumed the orange. How is it? Is it better? Much better, but Ling Yan. My 100 million berries are gone. Well, it's all right. We will surely find treasures worth far more in the future. Who goes there? Surround the area. There are intruders. Oh no, we've been discovered. Ling Yan, let us hurry. In her panic, Nami pushed open an air door in the wall. This scene left Ling Yan utterly dumbfounded. Nami stepped through the air door and pulled Ling Yan in after her. Bang! The door to the room was flung open. But the occupants had vanished without a trace. Inside the abandoned room, Bruno gazed at the empty space in confusion. They had clearly surrounded this area. How is it that upon entering, the people had disappeared? Moreover, there were unmistakable footprints on the ground. This bizarre situation left the CP agents utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, in a verdant alternate dimension, Nami was tightly gripping Ling Yan's hand, her breaths coming in quick, nervous gasps. Nami, how did you become so adept at using the door fruit? Ling Yan was astonished by Nami's recent maneuver. The door fruit. Nami belatedly realized what had just transpired, but in her haste, she had unconsciously activated the powers of the door fruit, as if she had been born with the ability to wield it. Indeed, the fruit you consumed is the door fruit that it seems capable of opening a door anywhere, just like you demonstrated moments ago, Ling Yan explained earnestly. Nami did not respond immediately, as she pondered the implications of the door fruit's power. Gradually, a glimmer of delight spread across her petite face. It's truly remarkable, Ling Yan. This devil fruit's ability can genuinely open doors anywhere. She began to envision myriad ways to utilize the door fruit's powers. Ling Yan, equally exhilarated, felt vindicated. Nami had indeed consumed the door fruit. Their eyes met, and in that moment, both children shared a mischievous grin, understanding each other's thoughts perfectly. Let's first check if those individuals have departed. Nami, watch me. Nami gently pushed open an air door from another location, cautiously extending her little head through. Ling Yan, there's no one outside. Let's go. With that, Nami stepped carefully out of the alternate space, and Ling Yan followed suit. The location where Nami had opened the door was no longer the previous room, and they had exited the confines of the abandoned city. Ling Yan, this ability is simply astounding. Though Ling Yan had anticipated the door fruit's capabilities, he had not expected it to be so extraordinary. He, from now on, will never fear being discovered. The door fruit is incredibly useful. Nami was elated, reveling in her newfound power. Nami, can you now open a door anywhere? For instance, to our Cocoyasi village, Ling Yan inquired tentatively. No, that's too far. I can only open a door from the room we just occupied to here. To reach farther distances, I would need to become stronger. Nami replied after a moment's thought, shaking her head. But even that is impressive, being able to teleport such distances. Ling Yan nodded, acknowledging that this aligned with the nature of devil fruits, given Nami's youth. It was understandable that she could not open doors too far away. Come on, Ling Yan, let's explore other places. Perhaps there are more devil fruits to discover. Now emboldened by the powers of the door fruit, Nami was brimming with excitement. All right, let's go treasure hunting. Nami, what do you think about training together from now on? That sounds too exhausting. Just give it a try. If your strength increases, you could open doors to greater distances. I don't want to train. Oh, the most adorable Nami. Just give it a shot. The two chattered joyfully along the way, their laughter echoing around them. They changed direction and continued on their treasure-seeking journey. That it was now midday, and they needed to return to their beloved Cocoyasi village before nightfall. After more than 2 hours of walking, Ling Yan and Nami traversed a forest and arrived at another city. This city was significantly smaller than the previous one and equally in ruins, resembling a desolate wasteland. Having learned from their earlier experiences, the two were much more cautious this time. Ling Yan and Nami stayed close together, searching as a pair, ensuring they could swiftly escape if they were discovered. They made their way toward the central buildings of the city. Experience taught them that affluent individuals typically resided in the heart of a city, where the likelihood of finding treasure was highest. After several minutes, Ling Yan and Nami arrived at a relatively intact structure. The two children exchanged knowing glances. Let's go inside and take a look. They nodded earnestly, holding hands as they stepped inside. At noon, sunlight poured through the gaps, casting mottled shadows on the dust-covered floor. As they walked on the solid floor, their footsteps produced a rhythmic sound. Ling Yan noticed that the walls were adorned with damaged oil paintings and scattered priceless antiques. The previous inhabitants of this house must have been incredibly wealthy nobles. Ling Yan asserted confidently. I agree. I wonder if there are any devil fruits here, Nami mused, her mind fixated on the immense value of the devil fruits. Following their usual practice, they entered a study, where a nautical map hung on the wall. Ling Yan couldn't see it, but Nami examined it closely. After a few moments, she turned her gaze to the nearby bookshelf while Ling Yan began searching within the study. Nami tiptoed to the top shelf and spotted a few books that piqued her interest. "Ling Yan, come help me get those books down," she called, pointing to the highest shelf. "Oh, on my way," Ling Yan replied, maneuvering a desk closer to the bookshelf. He then jumped onto the desk and retrieved the books Nami had indicated. "Here you go, Nami." Nami dusted off the tomes and opened one of them. Wow. Indeed, they were all related to climate. "This is fantastic, Ling Yan." Seeing the contents, Nami was filled with excitement. "This is wonderful. Now you can learn even more about climate knowledge." Ling Yan was equally thrilled, knowing his navigator would be advancing her skills. Nami cleaned the books and then opened a spatial door to place them inside. Ling Yan was confident that acquiring these books would bring Nami far greater joy than discovering treasures. They scoured the entire house, but found nothing of value. "Gulp," Nami said, clutching her stomach. "Ling Yan, I'm hungry. What should we do?" She grimaced at the sound of her growling stomach. I believe." Ling Yan pondered, stroking his chin. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Nami, let's go hunt in the forest we just passed. There are plenty of animals there, and we can bring back some meat to Cocoyasi village. What do you think?" "Sounds great. Let's go, Ling Yan." They ventured into the forest, which, while not extensive, was home to many large animals. Before long, they encountered a massive wild bull contentedly grazing. Not far from the bull was a small waterhole. "Nami, climb that tree and wait for me. I'll take down the bull, and then you can come down." Be careful, Ling Yan." "Don't worry, Nami. I'm quite strong." Nami nodded, swiftly climbing a large tree to watch Ling Yan closely from a branch. Once Nami was settled, Ling Yan stealthily approached the wild bull. Holding his breath to avoid making a sound as he drew near. Within about 7 or 8 meters, the bull sensed something amiss. Ling Yan quickly crouched down, hiding in the tall grass. The bull turned its head in Ling Yan's direction. But after a few tense seconds of silence, it returned to munching grass contentedly. Meanwhile, Nami was anxiously watching Ling Yan's movements. Although she knew he was strong, she was still concerned about the bull's considerable power. Ling Yan remained hidden in the grass, silently waiting for the right moment. That moment, a few goats wandered out of the forest, approaching the waterhole to drink. The wild bull paused its grazing, raising its head to observe the goats at the water's edge. Ling Yan recognized that the opportunity had finally arrived. He suddenly leapt out from the thicket with a swift motion, covering a distance of 7 or 8 meters in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the wild buffalo sensed movement behind it. Instinctively, it turned to look, and to its astonishment, a diminutive humanoid figure was bringing down a fist the size of a sandbag upon it. Ling Yan clenched his fist and struck fiercely at the buffalo's head. Ha! Bang! With a resounding blow, the massive buffalo was instantly disoriented. Thud! Mere seconds later, the dazed buffalo collapsed to the ground. A few goats, witnessing the ferocity of the young boy, fled in terror. "Wow! Success! The buffalo has fallen. Ling Yan, you are incredible." Nami, filled with excitement at this sight, immediately leapt down from the tree and dashed towards Ling Yan. Am I not impressive?" Ling Yan stood before the great buffalo, triumphantly flashing a victory sign at Nami. Marvelous, Ling Yan. Now we can feast on meat." Nami gazed at Ling Yan, drooling at the prospect of meat, knowing that with Ling Yan around, she would surely enjoy a hearty meal. "Of course, Nami, just wait a moment while I prepare the buffalo, and soon we shall have meat to eat." Ling Yan drew his knife, ready to begin butchering the buffalo. "All right, I will gather some firewood." Nami eagerly ran off to collect firewood. Ling Yan then commenced his task, slicing the buffalo into manageable pieces. Before long, the massive beast, weighing over 1,000 pounds, had been transformed into chunks of meat and bones. By this time, Nami had already gathered a substantial pile of firewood nearby. "Ling Yan, hurry and start the fire. I want to eat roasted buffalo meat." "All right, coming right up." Ling Yan arranged the firewood, lightly touching it with his fingertips, and in an instant, flames erupted. He flicked the tiny flame towards the firewood. With a loud whoosh, the dry wood ignited immediately. Ling Yan and Nami skewered the neatly cut pieces of meat over the flames to roast. "Wow, it smells amazing. Tonight, Noki and the others will get to enjoy a bountiful feast." Nami was overjoyed, as this was the first time in her life she could indulge in such an abundance of meat. That's a given. If we ever run low on meat, we shall venture out to hunt again," Ling Yan declared proudly. The meat sizzled over the fire, releasing tantalizing juices. Ling Yan and Nami couldn't help but drool, as the wait felt interminable. That a half hour later, Ling Yan could no longer contain himself and stood up to check. "Wow, it's ready to eat. Let me have that piece." Nami eagerly grabbed a perfectly roasted chunk of meat. "Don't rush. Be careful, it's hot." Soon, the two children devoured the meat ravenously, completing their first picnic in the forest. Once they had polished off every last morsel, they reclined contentedly, smiles of satisfaction gracing their faces. I am so full. It was wonderful, Ling Yan." "Indeed, stick with me, and you are guaranteed a feast." No, I am the navigator. You should be following my lead." "Oh, right, but regardless, we will have meat every day from now on." At that moment, a thunderous roar from a beast suddenly echoed through the air. Ling Yan and Nami instantly sprang to their feet, looking in the direction from which the roar emanated. Could it be the Beast King in this area? Ling Yan speculated. "The Beast King? That sounds formidable. We should leave quickly, Ling Yan. It could be dangerous if the Beast King notices us." Upon hearing the term Beast King, a hint of fear washed over Nami's face. Roar, roar. Just then, another ferocious roar erupted. In an instant, all the animals in the forest began to flee in a frenzy. Ling Yan scooped up Nami and, in the blink of an eye, leaped up onto a large tree. "Don't be afraid, Nami. It's likely just two fierce beasts fighting for dominance over the Beast King," Ling Yan said softly, gazing towards the source of the thunderous roars. "Just two creatures. After all, if I wish, I could incinerate them all in a blaze. Fighting for the Beast King." Nami looked at Ling Yan in confusion. "It seems so. Why don't we take a look? The meat from the Beast King will surely be far tastier than buffalo meat." Ling Yan thought to himself, well aware that in this world, the stronger the animal, the more potent its meat and energy, such as that of the Sea Kings. But what if the Beast King comes after us? Fear not, the Beast King cannot defeat me. And besides, Nami, have you forgotten? You can always open a door to escape. Oh right, I almost forgot that I am now a master of the door fruit. Nami suddenly recalled her newfound powers. Then let us go take a look." Ling Yan held Nami as they jumped down. With the wild beasts having fled the area, there was no longer any concern of encountering danger. "Let us proceed." Now reminded of her abilities, Nami felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. The two little adventurers hurried towards the source of the booming roars. After a brief journey of several minutes, Ling Yan and Nami finally encountered the two beasts locked in a fierce duel. A nearly 10-meter-tall tiger and a gigantic black bear towering over 15 meters. Both beasts having engaged in a brutal fight, bore significant injuries, and the tiger was showing signs of defeat. "So this is the Beast King. It truly is enormous." Nami gasped in awe. Roar. At that moment, the black bear unleashed a thunderous roar, its massive paw crashing down onto the tiger's head. Already in a weakened state, the tiger could no longer withstand the assault and fell to the ground with a whimper. Roar. The black bear, reveling in its victory, bellowed triumphantly, seemingly proclaiming itself the sole ruler of the forest. Ling Yan watched the black bear and the fallen tiger with gleaming eyes, nearly drooling with anticipation. "Nami, stay here. I shall take down that black bear." "Huh?" Nami was taken aback by Ling Yan's declaration. "But Ling Yan, are you truly able to defeat that massive black bear?" Nami pouted, concern etched on her face. "Nami, fret not. I am quite powerful. This time, I shall show you the might of my devil fruit." Ling Yan replied enigmatically. "All right, but please be careful. If you find yourself in trouble, hurry back, and I will instantly transport you to my alternate space." Little Nami took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. "Yes, I understand, but rest assured, I can handle that black bear with a single strike." Upon hearing Nami's agreement, Ling Yan strode purposefully toward the black bear. Nami observed Ling Yan's approach with worry etched on her face. She hurriedly opened a door beside her, ready to whisk Ling Yan away at a moment's notice. As Ling Yan advanced toward the black bear, flames gradually ignited around him. Nami's mouth fell agape in astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. She saw that the earth beneath Ling Yan's feet was being scorched into molten rock. This was the first time she had witnessed Ling Yan's flames manifesting such formidable power, melting the very earth and stone. Wow, Ling Yan is truly amazing. Little Nami's eyes sparkled with admiration, her bright gaze radiating awe. Just then, with a resounding boom, Ling Yan completed his transformation into his full beast form. The immense black bear also sensed Ling Yan's approach, unleashing a deafening roar in an attempt to intimidate him. However, Ling Yan remained utterly unfazed. With a swift whoosh, he shot upward like a rocket. His fiery eyes filled with fervor as they locked onto the black bear below as Ling Yan ascended. The surrounding air warped and twisted from the intense heat of his flames. At that moment, Ling Yan began to contemplate. Once he returned to Cocoyasi village, what delectable dish should he have Belmare prepare from this magnificent creature? Sensing the unmistakable provocation from Ling Yan, the great black bear was filled with fury. Yet, due to its cumbersome physique, despite its desperate leaps, it could never reach the lofty Ling Yan. After transforming into its full beast form, Ling Yan bore some resemblance to Marco's phoenix fruit abilities, both possessing a similar elemental effect. However, there remained a clear distinction between the two. The flames of the phoenix fruit were imbued with potent healing powers, while the flames wielded by Ling Yan, belonging to the fire phoenix fruit, symbolized endless destruction. At this moment, the great black bear sensed an immense danger emanating from Ling Yan that it suddenly felt the urge to flee. This shape-shifting creature was too formidable. Just as the black bear contemplated escape, Ling Yan swung his wings, instantly encircling the bear with scorching flames. The terrifying heat sent a look of dread into the bear's eyes that it attempted to charge through. But each time it approached the flames, the fearsome temperature drove it back in terror. Fire Emperor, Flame Strike. Ling Yan roared as he lunged at the black bear. His fiery little claws struck down upon the bear's forehead with devastating force. With a thud, the claws pierced through the bear's skull, eliciting a pitiful howl from the creature. Mere seconds later, the great black bear collapsed, lifeless. Ling Yan reverted to human form, extinguishing the surrounding flames, and then flashed a triumphant smile at Nami. Incredible! Nami exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she could fit a large orange inside. She promptly closed the door she had just opened and approached Ling Yan. That was a piece of cake. I told you I was quite formidable. Ling Yan felt a surge of delight at Nami's praise. Nami, glancing at the fallen giants, was also elated, recalling Ling Yan's words that the Beast King meat would be exceptionally delicious. Ling Yan, hurry and process the Beast King. I want to move them all into the alternate space, little Nami urged, her anticipation bubbling over as she imagined the astonishment on Belmare and the others' faces upon seeing such a bounty that evening. All right, Nami, step aside. Let me handle this. That I need to skin the tiger and bear pelts. Crafting them into cloaks will be quite impressive. Ling Yan unsheathed his knife and began to work on the massive creatures. Upon hearing Ling Yan's intent to use the Beast King's hide for cloaks, Nami suddenly envisioned crafting several outfits for herself. After a moment's contemplation, she decided that upon returning, she would ask Belmare to make her clothes from the tiger pelt. Soon, she would be a little tiger herself, howling with delight. The two enormous beasts were so vast that Ling Yan spent a considerable amount of time chopping them into manageable pieces of meat and bone. By the time Ling Yan and Nami had moved the meat into the alternate space, it was already afternoon. Nami, we need to head back. If we return too late, Belmare and the others will undoubtedly worry about us. Ling Yan said gently. All right, Nami replied, satisfied with their sea adventure. Not only had she consumed the legendary devil fruit, but she had also acquired several rare books on climate, along with a bounty of Beast King meat. This outing had yielded remarkable rewards. Ling Yan transformed into his full beast form once more, and after retracting the flames enveloping him, little Nami skillfully settled onto his back. Nami, are you holding on tight? Yes, Ling Yan, I'm all set. Let's go home. Let's do it. With a powerful flap of his wings, Ling Yan soared into the sky, carrying Nami high above the clouds. Once Nami oriented herself, Ling Yan swiftly directed their flight toward Cocoyasi village. Hey, Nami, next time, how about we visit Lowtown? I have some matters to attend to there. Lowtown, the legendary place where the Pirate King was executed? Indeed, that's the one. Sounds great, but I'll need to prepare. It might take about a month. A month, huh? No problem. I appreciate your help. Navigator, no trouble at all. After all, I'm your navigator. Hearing Nami mention a month before their trip to Lowtown eased Ling Yan's mind considerably. His purpose in visiting Lowtown was, of course, to learn the Marine's 6 styles, particularly the powerful movement technique known as Soru. He was eager to acquire it. When Fisher Tiger Arlong arrived, he would surely take him down before he had a chance to escape into the sea. Arlong, being a fishman and a member of the formidable Great White Shark tribe, was exceptionally swift. Thus, Ling Yan regarded Arlong with utmost seriousness. He did not wish to find himself in a precarious situation should Arlong manage to flee into the depths. 2 hours later, Ling Yan landed on the beach behind Cocoyasi village, the sun nearly setting on the horizon. Ling Yan, do you think Belmare will notice that we went out to sea? Nami asked, her little head shrinking in uncertainty. Nami, we can only tell Belmare the truth. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to explain all this Beast King meat. But don't worry too much, now that we are both devil fruit users. I believe Belmare will understand, Ling Yan reassured, holding Nami's small hand. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Nami felt her tension ease considerably, mainly because Belmare's angry visage was quite terrifying. Creak. Inside Belmare's home, in the room of the three little ones. Nami gently pushed open an air door. She cautiously peeked her head into the room, and, finding it empty, stepped out with light, quick steps. Ling Yan followed suit, and upon returning to the room, they both exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling significantly more relaxed, Ling Yan and Nami exchanged glances, their faces simultaneously breaking into relieved smiles. Thank goodness, Ling Yan, Belmare hasn't returned yet. Little Nami beamed, delighted that the longer they remained undetected, the later she would be scolded. Right, Nami, let us put the meat in the fridge before it spoils, Ling Yan suggested softly. But oh, let's hurry, little Nami exclaimed, dashing toward the kitchen. After opening the space door, she began stuffing chunks of meat into the fridge, with Ling Yan quickly joining to help. However, there was simply too much Beast King meat, and their refrigerator could hardly accommodate it all. With no other option, the two rushed to Akanu's house to fill his refrigerator as well. Yet they still had plenty left over. What do we do, Ling Yan? There's still so much left, Nami lamented, furrowing her brow at the sight of the Beast King meat in the alternate space. There's nothing we can do. Let us wait for Belmare and the others to come back and figure it out then. Tonight, we'll feast on a barbecue, Ling Yan said, resigning himself to the idea of enjoying a hearty meal that evening. We definitely need to buy several large refrigerators when we get back, and Nami's alternate space should have a few as well. As they made their way back to Belmare's house, they unexpectedly encountered Belmare and Nojiko returning home. Spotting Belmare from a distance, Nami dashed over, exclaiming, Belmare, you returned just in time. We have so much meat left, and we don't know how to handle it. What meat? Where is it? Belmare asked, bewildered. Ling Yan slapped his forehead. Nami had been so preoccupied with figuring out the meat situation that she completely forgot about their excursion. Sure enough, upon hearing Belmare's question, Nami snapped back to reality, unsure of how to explain, and cast a pitiful glance at Ling Yan. Belmare, we went out to sea today, Ling Yan said, steeling himself. After all, they had to come clean sooner or later. What? Belmare's furious roar echoed throughout Cocoyasi village. 30 minutes later, in Belmare's home, Ling Yan and Nami stood before her, their necks drawn in with trepidation. Nojiko, peeking from behind the door, was curled up, eavesdropping, after scolding Ling Yan and Nami for half an hour. Belmare's anger began to subside considerably. So, Nami has become a devil fruit user as well? Belmare inquired sternly. Yes, Belmare, I'm now a door fruit user. I can open doors anywhere. Watch, Nami exclaimed with excitement, upon hearing Belmare inquire about the devil fruit. She completely cast aside the reprimand she had just received. Like a child showcasing a prized possession, she opened a spatial portal before the others. Noki, who was secretly watching from the room, was utterly astonished. Her mouth agape in disbelief. It was truly remarkable. Belmare, with a complex expression, observed the scene unfolding before her. The devil fruit, a rare treasure of the sea, was something she had never encountered during her lengthy service in the Navy. However, now, 2 of her 3 children had become possessors of its powers. She understood that those who consumed the devil fruit could no longer be viewed through the lens of ordinary humanity. Let's deal with the meat tomorrow. Tonight, we shall feast on grilled delicacies. Ling Yan, please fetch Ajian back promptly, Belmare said with a gentle smile. Understood, Belmare. I'll be on my way, Ling Yan responded eagerly, rushing off to summon Ajian from the village. Once Nami saw that Belmare's anger had subsided, her little heart finally felt at ease. She joyfully recounted her adventures at sea with Ling Yan to Belmare. After the situation had calmed, Noki emerged from her hiding place. Upon hearing Nami mention their destination being the kingdom of Oikot, Belmare's expression turned serious once more. Nami, you must not venture to the kingdom of Oikot again. Do you understand? Belmare cautioned, although she was aware that it was Noki and Nami's homeland. Her investigations during her time in the Navy had revealed that the kingdom's downfall was far from ordinary. She feared for Nami's safety should she return to Oikot. So, Belmare, does that mean Ling Yan and I can set sail in the future? Nami asked incredulously. Yes, I agree, but you must report to me beforehand, Belmare replied firmly. Now that both Ling Yan and Nami had become enigmatic devil fruit users, it was clear that Cocoyasi village could no longer contain them. It would be better to allow them to soar freely. Wow, that's wonderful, Belmare. Thank you. Little Nami exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Finally, she could sail the seas with Ling Yan without restraint. All right, I'll go prepare the grilling tools, Belmare said as she headed into the kitchen. Neither noticed the hint of envy on Naka's face, for she, too, desired to sail and frolic at sea like Nami did. That moment, Nami approached Noki, filled with delight. How wonderful, Noki, we can sail together in the future, she exclaimed. Then her eyes sparkled mischievously as she circled Noki. Huh? Nami, are you saying I can join you at sea? Noki, unaware of Nami's intentions, seemed to have heard that she was invited. A bright smile spread across her face. After all, her sister was thinking of her even while having fun. Noki, as Ling Yan said, you are currently too weak. You must train diligently to become stronger. The sea is fraught with danger. Little Nami proclaimed with an air of seriousness. But Nami, I cannot accompany you at sea. Belmare cannot manage everything alone. I must stay and help, Noki replied earnestly, her smile fading. Now that Ling Yan and Nami were mysterious devil fruit users. She was merely an ordinary girl, and joining them at sea would only hinder their progress. That's true. Belmare certainly cannot handle everything by herself, but don't worry, we will ensure that we have enough provisions at home. And then you can join us at sea. Ling Yan and I will protect you, Noki, ha ha ha. Little Nami said, patting Naka's shoulder with pride. How infuriating. Who needs your protection? You are the younger sister. It should be the elder sister protecting the younger. Noki retorted defiantly. I am stronger than you. I am the elder sister. I am stronger than you. On a tranquil evening, a lively feast was underway at the doorstep of the Belmare household. Simply grilling meat would be too monotonous. So Belmare had prepared a variety of dishes using the Beast King meat. The five of them enjoyed a delightful evening, relishing the indulgence of a meat feast, a luxury not afforded to everyone. The impoverished common folk of this world toiled daily for mere sustenance, having long since grown accustomed to such a life. I am so full. Nami and Noki lay sprawled on the grass, squinting their little eyes, gently rubbing their round bellies, their faces glowing with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the two adults had imbibed quite a bit of alcohol, and a slightly tipsy Belmare began to tease Ajian. Ajian, unable to handle it, made an excuse about the late hour and hurried back to his own home, though his face had already turned crimson from shyness. Leave the rest to me, Belmare. I'll help you inside to rest, Ling Yan said, observing the inebriated Belmare. Ling Yan, you are so dependable. Burp. Then I shall take my leave, Belmare said, burping as she staggered to her feet. Rest assured, Belmare, I will clean everything up thoroughly. Ling Yan quickly rushed to support her, assisting her back inside. When he returned outside, Nami and Noki had fallen into a deep slumber on the grass, tiny bubbles rising and falling from their little noses. With no other option, Ling Yan gently carried them, one in each arm, and placed them on the communal bed inside. Sigh, I am truly too diligent, Ling Yan remarked, surveying the chaotic yard. However, in a flash, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, and within mere minutes, the courtyard was transformed into a pristine space. Gazing at the tidy yard, Ling Yan felt an immense sense of satisfaction before returning inside to bathe and sleep. The next day, before dawn, Ling Yan awoke early as usual, preparing for his training. With Belmare having consented to allow him and Nami to sail frequently, their household expenses would no longer be a concern. The sea was teeming with pirates and nefarious nobles, and Ling Yan believed these individuals could serve as targets for redistributing wealth. After all, their family was quite poor, with only Belmare as the sole adult laborer. Oh, and Ajian, who was but half a laborer. Ling Yan planned to take advantage of their adventures to ensure Nami's reputation as a little thief echoed across the seas once more. Now, the weight of 1,000 pounds was no longer sufficient for Ling Yan's daily training needs. Moreover, he had resolved that if he obtained the Navy's 6 styles, he must first train in the sword technique. Thus, today he would begin training his leg agility, hoping it would aid him in mastering the 6 styles in the future. Morning always passes swiftly, and before long, the sun hung high in the sky. Ling Yan completed his final set of exercises under the blazing sun. Inside the house, everyone was awake. Early in the morning, Belmare had taken Noki with her to sell the surplus Beast King meat. Such meat was rare, and Belmare was confident she could fetch a good price, especially from the merchant ships that set sail early each day. These merchant sailors were among the wealthier individuals on the sea. Little Nami was currently in her room studying, preparing for their upcoming voyage a month from now. Since Ling Yan had mentioned going to Rogue Town, as the navigator, it was her duty to ensure their safe arrival. Ah, diligent little Nami. Upon returning home, Ling Yan noticed Nami engrossed in her studies, so he quietly began to eat his breakfast. Nami was a natural with climate manipulation, as long as her knowledge of meteorology was solid. She could provide the most accurate instructions to navigate any treacherous weather they might encounter at sea. Ling Yan, is that you back? Came Nami's voice from the room. Huh. Yes. I saw you drawing and didn't want to disturb you. Ling Yan replied, momentarily taken aback. Could you come in for a moment? I have a question to ask you. Little Nami's youthful voice called again. Oh, all right. Ling Yan popped a piece of meat into his mouth and then walked into the room. I'm here. What's the matter, Nami? Ling Yan inquired, puzzled. Well, when I was bathing this morning, my body suddenly felt weak. Could that also be a result of eating the devil fruit? Xiaoname paused her writing, pouting as she inquired. Earlier today, during her bath, she had leaped into the tub with a splash, only to suddenly feel her body go limp. It was only after she had crawled out of the bathtub that the sensation of weakness dissipated. At that moment, Belmire and the others were not home, which left her quite frightened. She recalled what Ling Yan had mentioned, that consuming a devil fruit would render one like a landlubber. Thus, she wished to inquire whether today's incident was related to that. Yes, after eating a devil fruit, even bathing can leave your body feeling quite feeble, Ling Yan replied earnestly. What about my baths in the future? Xiaoname immediately felt disheartened, nearly on the verge of tears. She had not anticipated that eating a devil fruit would prevent her from enjoying a simple bath. Do not worry, Nami. Once you grow stronger, bathing will not leave you feeling so weak, Ling Yan reassured her. Therefore, Nami, you must train with me from now on. Observing the pitiful expression on Nami's face, Ling Yan spoke with sincerity. But I don't want to train. Training is exhausting. Xiaoname murmured, her brows furrowed in discontent. She had watched Ling Yan train daily, rising before dawn, and the thought of lifting such heavy stones was daunting. Ling Yan saw through Nami's thoughts and coaxed her gently. Nami, why not try some simple exercises first? Just think, if you become stronger, we can explore many more exciting places together. Besides, you wouldn't want to feel weak every time you bathe. Would you? Then, shall I give it a try tomorrow? Nami asked tentatively, beginning to see Ling Yan's point. If she grew stronger, they could indeed visit more places. Absolutely. It's a delightful decision. I shall guide you in your training starting tomorrow. Ling Yan exclaimed joyfully, relieved to have found a way to encourage Nami. All right, I understand now, Nami replied with a glum expression, seemingly resigned to her fate. That moment, the sounds of Belmire and Nokigo returning filled the air. Nami, Ling Yan, I'm back. Nokigo burst into the room with enthusiasm. Guess how much we sold the meat for today, Belmire and I? How much? Upon hearing the word berries, Nami instantly became more excited than Nokigo. We sold all that Beast King meat to the merchants and made a total of 1 million berries. Nokigo proclaimed proudly. 1 million berries. So much. Nami was visibly taken aback by the figure. This was indeed a substantial sum, equivalent to her family's annual income. Even Ling Yan had not anticipated the Beast King meat to be so lucrative. He had thought they might sell it for at most several 100,000 berries. A deposit of 1 million berries was not a trivial matter. They were now considered well off in Cocoyasi village. As a month swiftly passed, the time to set sail for Rogue Town had finally arrived. With Belmire's consent, Ling Yan and Nami no longer needed to venture out to sea clandestinely at the doorstep. Belmire and Nokigo looked on with concern as Ling Yan and Nami prepared to leave. As for Officer Ajian, he had gone to patrol the village, which was his most important duty each day. Ling Yan, Nami, while I permit you to set sail, you must prioritize your safety, understood? If you come back with even a scratch, I will no longer allow you to go out to sea, Belmire admonished, her gaze a blend of worry and seriousness. Rest assured, Belmere, I will protect both Nami and myself, Ling Yan vowed earnestly. Indeed, Belmere, Ling Yan is incredibly capable. Nami chimed in, filled with confidence. With Ling Yan now able to lift 3,000 pounds, Nami felt she could go anywhere with him by her side. All right, off you go, but remember to return early. Belmere said gently to the departing duo. Young birds must eventually learn to fly. It was merely a matter of when to let go, early or late. Moreover, Ling Yan was a reliable child, which made Belmere feel at ease. Thank you, Belmere. Hee no Kigo, I'll bring back delicious treats for you. Nami grinned as she saw Belmere smile once more, her own spirits lifted. With that, she casually opened an air portal, stepping into the alternate space alongside Ling Yan. As the portal closed, both Belmere and no Kigo felt a sudden emptiness in their hearts. When Ling Yan and Nami reemerged, they found themselves on a deserted beach behind the village. Regarding Ling Yan and Nami's devil fruit abilities, Belmere preferred to keep this information from the villagers. This was to safeguard both Ling Yan and Nami, as well as the residents of Cocoyasi village. Upon exiting the alternate space, Ling Yan transformed into his full beast form. And after extinguishing the flames enveloping him, he crouched down to Nami. Hop on. Okay, hee. With a running leap, Nami deftly landed on Ling Yan's back. She settled herself comfortably, an excited smile spreading across her face as she called out. I am ready, Ling Yan. Let us go. Hold tight. Nami, Ling Yan said, flapping his wings and soaring into the sky in the blink of an eye. Belmere and no Kigo stood at the doorway, watching as the magnificent fire phoenix ascended into the distance before turning back inside. Once in the air, Ling Yan slowed his pace, allowing Nami to orient herself. Ling Yan, a bit more to the left. Yes, that's the way. Nami confidently pointed in a direction. All right, I'm going to accelerate now. Hold on tight. Ling Yan declared loudly that I'm holding on. Nami leaned forward, pressing closely against Ling Yan's back. Ling Yan then picked up speed, his wings flapping with vigor as they flew far and wide in Nami. Lying against Ling Yan was filled with exhilaration. Although this was her second time at sea, the thrill was still overwhelming. The distance from Ihai Island to Rogue Town was comparable to that of the Iakot Kingdom. Along the way, thanks to Nami's exceptional foresight, they managed to evade several fierce storms. Approximately 3 hours later, Ling Yan and Nami arrived at the Polaris Island, where Rogue Town was located. They landed in a secluded area of the island and, utilizing Nami's air portal ability, returned to Rogue Town in a quiet corner of an unoccupied alley. Nami cautiously peeked her head out from the air portal and O1S around. We can go out now. Ling Yan, she announced, stepping out with a light-hearted skip, followed closely by Ling Yan. It must be said, Rogue Town truly lived up to its reputation as one of the East Blue's bustling hubs, even in an empty alley. The lively sounds of the streets could be heard. Come on, Nami, let us explore this historic site where the Pirate King was executed, Ling Yan said, taking Nami's delicate hand in his. Yes, let us go. Nami replied, gripping Ling Yan's hand tightly. The two children emerged from the alley, happily wandering through Rogue Town. Wow, it smells delicious, Ling Yan. Shall we try the local cuisine? Nami inhaled deeply, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma wafting from a nearby restaurant. Though she still sought Ling Yan's opinion, her small hand was already tugging him toward the establishment with eager anticipation. Slow down, Ling Yan said helplessly. Inside the bustling restaurant, patrons filled the space, creating a lively atmosphere as it was just around noon. And many were enjoying their meals. Finally, when a table became available, a large figure barged in and claimed a seat before they could. His enormous frame filled the entire spot. Hey, you big guy, that's our table, Nami exclaimed, furious at having their hard-won spot taken. Ha ha ha. Little brat, go away. Don't disturb me while I eat. The large man, Bart, cackled, revealing his uneven yellow teeth. However, he cast a greedy glance at Nami's delicate features. At that moment, a voice filled with menace emerged. Bart, do you wish to cause trouble here? It turned out that the large man was named Bart. Upon hearing that voice, he instantly stiffened, suddenly recalling that causing a ruckus in this restaurant was absolutely forbidden. After all, establishing such a bustling and thriving restaurant in a place like Rogue Town is no ordinary feat. The patrons within, ever the busybodies, were already prepared to enjoy the spectacle unfolding before them. I am so sorry, Boss Jahalan. I didn't mean to. I'll leave right away. With that, Bart hurriedly dashed out of the restaurant, casting a covetous glance at Nami and Ling Yan as he departed. The other diners, seeing the excitement dissipate, felt a twinge of disappointment and promptly returned to savoring the exquisite dishes before them. "Dear guests, please have a seat. What would you like to order?" Boss Jahalan approached them personally. I want to try the 10 best dishes you have." After a moment's contemplation, Nami finally made her decision point. 10 dishes should suffice for the two of them to feel somewhat satiated. As they intended to save room for other culinary delights later on, Ling Yan appeared quite pleased with her choice, clearly acknowledging her consideration. Though young, Nami was far from foolish. She was quite astute. Seizing the opportunity to indulge in Rogatown's offerings was paramount. "Very well, please wait a moment," Boss Jahalan replied with a warm smile, promptly relaying instructions to the kitchen. Before long, 10 aromatic dishes were presented by the waiter. "Wow, it's this aroma, Ling Yan. I'm diving in." The delectable spread had Nami practically salivating. Without waiting for Ling Yan's reaction, she eagerly began to feast. "Hey, Nami, leave some for me," Ling Yan remarked, his tone tinged with annoyance. He soon joined her in the frenzied eating. Unbeknownst to the pair, Bart had gathered a few ruffians outside, waiting for their return. "This is delicious. I'm so satisfied," Nami exclaimed. "Indeed, it is quite delectable, Nami. Your sense of smell is remarkable," Ling Yan replied, leaning back in his chair, rubbing his round little belly in contentment. "Boss, we'd like to settle the bill," Nami called out to Jahalan at the counter. Upon hearing her, Jahalan promptly approached. He usually wouldn't be this attentive. Such duties were typically assigned to the waitstaff. However, seeing these two charming children, especially after they had just endured some mischief at his hands, he treated them with exceptional warmth. "Dear young guests, your total is 10,500 berries. You may pay with 10,000, Jahalan said, still grinning. 10,000. Nami counted out 1,000 berries from her backpack and handed them to Jahalan. "Here, boss, this is 10,000, little Nami murmured. "Thank you, my young guests. But there is something I must warn you about. That Bart you encountered earlier is a slave trader. You may already be on his radar, so I advise you to head home quickly," Jahalan said, his heart filled with sympathy for the adorable children before him. But a slave trader? Fear flickered in Nami's eyes. Even in the East Sea, tales of the dreadfulness of slave traders were common knowledge. After all, even in the East Sea, there were occasional sightings of slave-catching ships. "Thank you, boss, that will head home right away," Ling Yan replied calmly, taking Nami's hand as they exited the restaurant. It seemed they were still inexperienced, having failed to perceive Bart's intentions earlier. However, Ling Yan was undeterred. If they were in the Grand Line, he might have been more cautious. But here, in the East Sea, the base commander of Rogatown was ostensibly the most formidable presence. A few slave traders did not concern him. "Don't worry, Nami. Have you forgotten? I'm quite strong. I could lift 10 of that big guy with one hand," Ling Yan reassured little Nami. "That is true. Besides, I'm a Mara Nomi user now, so I have nothing to fear from them." Nami finally snapped back to reality, having merely been startled by the term slave trader moments ago. Even in Rogatown, there existed some discreet establishments that offered introductions to talented individuals in various professions. Seeing Nami regain her cheerful demeanor, Ling Yan felt relieved, and they resumed their exploration of Rogatown. However, even without mastering observation hockey, Ling Yan sensed they were being followed. The pursuers were likely connected to Bart, the slave trader they had just encountered. "Nami, those slave traders are tailing us. We should deal with them first." "It's uncomfortable having someone follow us," Ling Yan whispered. His words seemed to seal the fate of the slave traders. A slight frown marred Nami's delicate features. "What can we do to take care of them?" she asked in a low voice, feeling increasingly uneasy with the ongoing surveillance. Ling Yan scanned their surroundings and quickly settled on a direction. "Follow me." He took Nami's hand and led her into a dark, unoccupied alleyway. Upon witnessing this, Bart and his 3 henchmen erupted with excitement. Such a secluded location would undoubtedly facilitate their capture of the 2 children. They hurried into the alley, only to find it empty. As if the children had vanished into thin air. "Boss, they're up there." One of the lackeys pointed toward the hill. The others followed his gaze and indeed spotted Ling Yan and Nami's figures. "How did they get there so quickly?" This isn't the time for questions. "Hurry and chase them. We must capture them." "Yes, boss." The 4 slave traders swiftly scaled the alley walls in pursuit. However, upon reaching the summit, They found Ling Yan and Nami had reappeared several hundred meters away. Panting heavily, they continued their chase until they reached a large tree, at which point Ling Yan and Nami vanished completely from sight. Damn it! Bart slammed his palm against the tree in frustration. What do we do now, boss? One of the lackeys inquired. Let us head back. An important person is coming tonight, but if we fulfill their demands, we can leave this place and head for the Grand Line. Bart replied, as he spoke of this. A twinge of pain crossed his heart. The appetite of that individual was insatiable to reach the Grand Line. They might need to part with all their savings accumulated over the years. The other three, contemplating their imminent departure from the East Sea to the legendary Grand Line, suddenly bore expressions of manic excitement. Bart led his three subordinates back toward Roga Town. Suddenly, Ling Yan's figure appeared before them. Boss, it's that boy who vanished earlier, one lackey exclaimed, gazing at Ling Yan with avarice. In this world, anything appealing was expensive, and slaves were no exception. Well, you've delivered yourself right to me. Boys, seize him, Bart bellowed maliciously. Understood, boss. The three lackeys charged at Ling Yan. With an expressionless face, Ling Yan watched the approaching trio, a flicker of intense flames igniting on his left fingertip. In an instant, as they closed in, Ling Yan hurled the flame toward them. Boss, help. What is this fire? It won't go out. It hurts. Within mere seconds, the three lackeys became engulfed in flames, until their very bones turned to ash. Bart was rendered paralyzed, unable to react, his legs trembling from fear. You're a devil fruit user. Bart slowly regained his composure, his gaze now filled with terror as he looked at Ling Yan. What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? Ling Yan inquired with a hint of amusement. Just then, Nami stepped through a portal from an alternate dimension. There's another one. Ling Yan, didn't you take care of him? Nami assumed Ling Yan had dispatched all four before emerging from the interdimensional space. Another devil fruit user. At this moment, Bart was on the verge of tears. How could it be that today he encountered not one but two wielders of devil fruit powers, individuals he had never even laid eyes on before? Of course, they were here to rob him. After all, he was a slave trader, undoubtedly possessing a wealth of treasures. As soon as he uttered these words, Nami's eyes sparkled with the shape of berries. Yes, I have treasures, and plenty of berries too. I shall give them all to you. I implore you, do not kill me, Bart exclaimed, his face contorted in despair. Very perceptive, came the icy gaze of Ling Yan directed at Bart. Now, hurry and lead us, do not attempt any tricks. Ling Yan is quite formidable. Nami shot Bart a fierce glare. To others, Nami's fierce expression only enhanced her cuteness. That I would never dare, Bart hastily assured them. These two children were akin to living ancestors. Just moments ago, three of his subordinates had been executed without a hint of hesitation. He could not risk his own life for a jest. Ling Yan pushed Bart towards Log Town, while Nami joyfully hopped back into the alternate space. Given Nami's relatively weak abilities, remaining in the alternate space allowed Ling Yan to operate more freely outside. As Bart trudged ahead, he was consumed with thoughts of how to escape Ling Yan's grasp after years of toil. He was loath to surrender all his savings to a child who had once been his prey. Having mingled in Log Town for so long, he had established some connections within the naval base here. There was a protective umbrella awaiting him. He just needed to find an opportunity to notify them that if you dare to move again, I will roast you like a little chicken. Ling Yan's playful voice carried an undertone of menace. In an instant, a sheen of sweat broke out on Bart's back. Spare me. Please do not kill me, he cried, collapsing to his knees in terror. Ling Yan approached him leisurely, swiftly delivering a kick that sent Bart flying through the air. Bang! Thud! Bart was propelled like a cannonball, soaring several meters away. The moment he hit the ground, a metallic taste filled his throat, and he promptly expelled several mouthfuls of blood. Please spare me. I shall never dare again, Bart pleaded, writhing in agony that he felt as though his body might fall apart, suspecting several ribs in his chest were fractured. Humph! Get up and lead the way, Ling Yan snapped. Had it not been for the prospect of robbing the rich to aid the poor, she would have acted sooner. For now, she would seize his riches before dealing with him. Yes, do not kill me. I will lead you immediately. Bart gritted his teeth against the pain, unsteadily rising to his feet to guide Ling Yan to his residence in Log Town. In the alternate space, Nami watched the unfolding scene with a grin, thinking Ling Yan's earlier display of anger was incredibly cool. Approximately half an hour later, Bart led Ling Yan to his stronghold, a modest two-story building. To possess a building in such a bustling place as Logtown indicated that Bart's business was undoubtedly thriving. Here it is. All of these treasures are yours, young sir. I implore you, please do not kill me. After being kicked by Ling Yan on the mountain, Bart dared not entertain any other thoughts. After all, he had been a slave trader for so long. He was no fool at this moment. The air portal suddenly opened, and Nami rushed out from the alternate space, brimming with excitement. We've struck gold. So many treasures. Her eyes, now shaped like berries, fixated on the pile of riches before her. Nami, quickly gather all the treasures and bring them inside. They are all ours, Ling Yan urged. Although Bart had been subdued, caution was paramount. She did not wish to stumble into a trap. Thus, she led them to the mountain. Bart watched helplessly as years of savings were carted away piece by these two little bandits. His heart bleeding. After being a villain for so long, he was finally experiencing what it felt like to be robbed. Once all the treasures were safely stowed in the alternate space, Ling Yan let out a sigh of relief. Bart, tell me, how shall I deal with you now? Ling Yan inquired with a sly smile. Bart, meeting her gaze, felt his soul nearly leave his body in fear, just as he opened his mouth to speak. He felt a sudden force around his neck and slowly lost consciousness. Ling Yan, how should we handle this individual? Little Nami, having collected a wealth of treasures, was concerned about potential retribution. Let us take him into the alternate space. And then we can deal with him on the mountain, Ling Yan contemplated, stroking her chin. Excellent idea. Nami's eyes brightened, and Ling Yan hoisted Bart into her alternate space, upon reaching the mountain and ensuring no one was around. Ling Yan promptly tossed Bart out before unleashing a burst of flames that completely obliterated him. After completing this, Ling Yan felt exhilarated. So this was the thrill of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Ling Yan, come see. How many berries do you think all these treasures can fetch? Nami, disregarding Bart's fate, was solely focused on the riches in the alternate space. The Bart's treasures were plentiful, and there were a substantial number of berries. Nami began counting them eagerly. I am uncertain, but we must first secure them. Later, we can exchange them directly for berries in Logtown, Ling Yan replied, joining her in the task of counting the berries. Ling Yan, we've struck it rich. Over 5 million berries. Nami could hardly believe her eyes. 0.5 million berries, especially with such a sum right before her. For her, this was an astronomical figure. And that's not all. There are still treasures yet to be converted into berries. No wonder so many are drawn to slave trading, Ling Yan remarked with indignation. Indeed. Let us hurry back, little Nami urged, her excitement palpable. Among these treasures were gold and various jewels, while they held little value for her. Tangible berries brought her genuine joy. The duo promptly traversed the space door and, in the blink of an eye, returned to Logtown. To this point, both Ling Yan and Nami walked with renewed vigor, the prospect of wealth invigorating them. Nami, how about we hold off on exchanging the gold and only trade in some jewels? We aren't in urgent need of berries right now, Ling Yan proposed. It seemed wiser to preserve the gold for its enduring value. All right. I'll follow your lead. Little Nami considered this advice and found it very reasonable. Besides, gold was precious. She too thought exchanging only for jewels was sufficient. The pair entered the World Bank in Logtown. And after Nami skillfully negotiated, they successfully exchanged the jewels for berries without any losses. Although she was still young, nobody could deceive her when it came to berries. A staggering total of over 8 million berries. What a tremendous profit! In that moment, Ling Yan realized that Nami was truly the best partner to have on their adventures. They stepped into a secluded corner to stow their exchanged berries in the alternate space before finally exhaling in relief. Ling Yan, remember our agreement. You can only take half of the berries inside. Moreover, your share must stay with me. Otherwise, I fear you might squander them, little Nami said with a mischievous glint in her eye. Yes, half it is. However, when I need my share, you mustn't deny me, Ling Yan replied with exasperation. This little money grubber was undoubtedly eyeing her portion. Yet, Ling Yan was not adamant about splitting. He simply tended to buy many items in everyday life. For instance, there was something he wanted to purchase in Logtown. Rest assured, I will not. Now, let us go see that legendary place, Nami declared with a swagger, patting Ling Yan on the shoulder like a big sister. Together, they headed towards the execution platform. The execution platform in Logtown is a rather unique sight. Ever since the Pirate King Roger was executed here, throngs of people flock to witness the spectacle daily. Some come out of curiosity, while others arrived to berate Roger. After all, it was he who ushered in the era of great pirates, though many also regard this place as the starting point for their ambitions. Each day, countless ambitious souls arrive here, embarking on the Grand Line in search of the legendary great treasure. However, for Ling Yan and Nami, their presence here was merely out of curiosity. Wow, is this the place where the Pirate King was executed? Young Nami tilted her head, gazing eagerly at the elevated platform. Huh? Hey, little brat, are you planning to set sail and become a pirate too? At that moment, a towering man over 3 meters tall approached them. His gaze was intensely serious, fixating on Ling Yan and Nami. Ling Yan furrowed his brow. The man's booming voice startled Nami, causing her to quickly cover her ears. Upon seeing this imposing figure, many of those who had been gathered around suddenly turned pale with fear and hurriedly fled. Ling Yan's instincts told him that this man was extraordinary, as he felt a palpable sense of pressure emanating from him. Who are you? What does my choice to become a pirate have to do with you? Young Nami retorted indignantly, hiding behind Ling Yan. This loudmouth had frightened her just moments ago, and she had no intention of showing him any courtesy. Sister, let's go and ignore the loudmouth. Ling Yan subtly pulled Nami away, swiftly making their escape. Loudmouth, humph. As they departed, Nami turned back to stick her tongue out at him. Ha, what a delightful little brat. The loud man laughed heartily. The amusing little brat he referred to was, of course, Ling Yan, from whom he sensed something unusual. Colonel Hoba, did those 2 children pose any issues just now? Should we capture them? An officer clad in a lieutenant's navy uniform inquired. If Ling Yan had heard this, he would have easily deduced the identity of this loud man.in rogue town. The rank of colonel could only belong to the base commander stationed there to know. No, we are not some indiscriminate villains. How is the preparation of the plan going? Colonel Hoba asked with a smile. Yes, Colonel Hoba. Our men have already surrounded the pirate ships at the port. Additionally, our warships are stationed offshore. This time, they will surely not escape. Major Lamy has given the order to proceed. The lieutenant officer promptly reported. Ha! Then let us send these detestable pirates straight to the underwater prison. Colonel Hoba's eyes gleamed as he gazed towards the port, decisively issuing his command. Yes, Colonel Hoba, the lieutenant officer exclaimed with great excitement. If they could capture the pirates passing through this area, his rank would surely rise swiftly, which is why the Navy here was so eager to apprehend pirates. Soon, a lively operation to catch pirates commenced in Rogue Town. Many pirate crews, unable to even set foot on the Grand Line, were apprehended at the very starting point of their dreams. Ling Yan and Nami sensed everything unfolding in Rogue Town from their alternate space. He did not expect that the loud man they had just encountered was, in fact, the base commander of Rogue Town. No wonder he had felt a sense of pressure before him. However, an opportunity had now arisen. Nami, we can head to the Navy base now. Hopefully, we can find the cultivation manuals we need. Ling Yan whispered. Cultivation manuals? I understand. Young Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. The loud man had frightened her, so taking the naval charts from the base should not be too much to ask. Right? The 2 children exchanged cunning glances. Nami, let us find that loud man's office first. Watch me. With mischievous smiles, Nami pushed open a door made of air. On the other side of the door lay the Navy base of Rogue Town. Considering the possibility of surveillance by the transponder snails within the base, Ling Yan and Nami opted for disguises. Nami donned a mask and draped herself in a voluminous robe, while Ling Yan hoisted Nami onto his shoulder. From an outsider's perspective, they appeared as an adult. This would surely fool the charming readers, but it was adequate to deceive those present. After creating 2 openings in the robe, Ling Yan stealthily carried Nami out of the alternate space. Upon confirming their safety, the 2 finally succeeded in entering Colonel Hoba's office. Time was of the essence, and uncertain of when Hoba would return, the 2 hurriedly began rummaging through the office. Ling Yan, come quickly. Is this what you were looking for? Young Nami exclaimed, having discovered a notebook on Hoba's desk. Let me see. Ling Yan rushed over to inspect it. He opened the notebook and found it contained Hoba's cultivation techniques and insights on training naval soldiers. Flipping to the last pages, Ling Yan was thrilled to discover records of the Navy's 6 styles, and even more exciting, Hoba's insights on hockey cultivation. This is it. Excellent. Nami, you are truly my lucky charm. Ling Yan exclaimed, brimming with excitement and lavishly praising Nami. Although the notebook only detailed 4 of the 6 styles, iron body, gale foot, moonwalk, and the shave that Ling Yan required, it sufficiently met his needs. Not to mention, it also included methods for cultivating both armament hockey and observation hockey, which Ling Yan found immensely satisfying. Humph, of course, my luck is extraordinary. Nami proudly raised her little head, tossing the notebook into Nami's alternate space. Ling Yan then hoisted Nami back onto his shoulders, and they resumed their search for the items Nami needed. Hurry, hurry. Everyone, quickly support the port. All personnel, immediately head to the port to assist Colonel Hoba. Just as the two emerged, the office was suddenly filled with the shouts of naval soldiers. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? One naval soldier spotted the sneaky masked person and rushed over. Oh no, we've been discovered, Nami exclaimed, panicking slightly. You are an intruder. Someone has invaded the base. The soldier shouted immediately. In an instant, a deafening alarm echoed throughout the base. Ling Yan quickly retreated to a corner of the corridor, luring the soldier towards him. Stop. Don't run. Sure enough, the soldier fell for the ruse. Just as the soldier charged in, Ling Yan swiftly executed a hand chop, knocking him unconscious. We've been discovered. What should we do? Ling Yan? Nami asked anxiously. Don't worry. We'll retreat to the alternate space first. Ling Yan remained unperturbed. With Nami's door fruit, the people here could not possibly find them. Nami immediately opened a door in the wall, and the two swiftly slipped into the alternate space. Our base has been breached. Colonel Hoba, who was busy capturing pirates at the port, was taken aback upon hearing the report. Over 2 meters tall, wearing a doll mask, clad in a black robe, and speaking in a woman's voice. Beyond that, there are no clues regarding this mysterious individual. Who could it possibly be? Hoba pondered, unable to comprehend. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. The pirates in Rogue Town were almost entirely in their grasp. He needed to return quickly to ascertain the identity of the intruder, how she had entered, and how she had vanished. These thoughts crossed his mind. A sense of ominous premonition surged within Hoba. He needed to hurry back. Major Lamy, I leave the rest to you. I must return and address the issue of the mysterious intruder. Hoba entrusted the subsequent tasks to Major Lamy. Lamy was Hoba's aide from the headquarters, and aside from her striking appearance and alluring figure, her work capabilities were also exceptionally reliable. Yes, Colonel Hoba. Lamy responded with a serious expression. Hoba nodded, then led a portion of the soldiers back to the base. Within the alternate space, young Nami was intently examining several naval charts she had just acquired from Hoba's office. Nami, is there something wrong with the charts? You've been looking at them for so long. Ling Yan leaned closer to Nami, inquiring. He noticed her small hands trembling. Ling Yan, these are the charts of the Grand Line. Do you understand? We can venture to the Grand Line in the future. Young Nami finally confirmed the authenticity of the charts, instantly bursting with excitement as she danced around. The Grand Line, a place of legends. At that moment, Nami was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Her dream was to create a world map. Now that they possessed the charts of the Grand Line, she and Ling Yan could embark on their journey to the Grand Line. The charts of the Grand Line. The naval base commander truly possesses an abundance of resources. Beside him, Ling Yan radiated joy, with the map of the Grand Line in hand. Their future ventures into that treacherous sea would undoubtedly be facilitated. However, the map was not of colossal size, for traversing the Grand Line to reach the next island hinged primarily on the log pose. All right, Ling Yan, what shall we do next? Nami's spirits soared. Despite the absence of a naval treasure trove, acquiring the Grand Line map rendered their journey worthwhile, with the recent chaos outside subsided. Why not purchase some gifts for Noki and the others? Ling Yan suggested softly. Cocoyasi village offered scant merchandise, with most goods brought in by merchant ships being mundane necessities. Many items from Low Town were considered precious treasures by the villagers of Cocoyasi. Absolutely, and I also wish to buy some clothing. I absolutely detest wearing overalls. Nami lamented, glancing at her overalls, feeling on the verge of despair. The attire in Cocoyasi village lacked aesthetic appeal, and with Belmel being impoverished, she had been clad in overalls since she could remember. In the past, there had been no alternative, but now that they had acquired wealth, she yearned for beautiful garments. Having made their decision, the two emerged from a secluded space, joyfully wandering through Low Town. Yet, the streets were notably less crowded, as many feared being mistaken for pirates following the recent naval purge. It was only due to Ling Yan and Nami's youth that they appeared deceptively innocent. Otherwise, they might have been apprehended at the execution square. Boss, do you have any fine swords? Ling Yan inquired as they entered a weapon shop. Indeed, we have plenty. Please, step inside, esteemed guests. Our selection of renowned blades is truly vast. The proprietor, Ipponmatsu, immediately adopted his merchant persona upon seeing customers. Indeed, Ling Yan and Nami had arrived at the very shop where Zoro acquired the Sandai Kitetsu and the Shusui. The Sandai Kitetsu, a cursed blade, was carelessly tossed aside by Ipponmatsu into a barrel of inexpensive swords, making it likely that Ling Yan could easily procure it. However, he was eager to see if he could acquire the Shusui, a treasured sword that Ipponmatsu would not relinquish easily. Ipponmatsu speculated that these two youngsters must belong to wealthy families. If he could cater to them well, he would surely profit handsomely. With this mindset, he enthusiastically began to showcase the various fine swords in his shop. Nami found the place rather dull and began to wander aimlessly within the store. After listening to Ipponmatsu's lengthy pitch, Ling Yan remained unimpressed. The best offerings were merely a few decent blades. Hey, boss, your swords are utterly subpar. Not to mention the great swords, you don't even have a decent one. Ling Yan feigned a fierce demeanor, glaring at Ipponmatsu. Hee, dear customer, these are indeed the finest swords I possess. I assure you, there are none better. Ipponmatsu wiped the sweat from his brow, recognizing that this child was not a genuine swordsman, which is why he hesitated to present the cherished Shusui he envisioned entrusting the Shusui to a true swordsman, fulfilling a dream he could not achieve himself. Ling Yan fixated on Ipponmatsu, and after a considerable time, Ipponmatsu remained tight-lipped. "Oh well, I shan't press you further," Ling Yan conceded, acknowledging he was not a true swordsman. He merely sought a sharp and comfortable blade. If given the chance, he would have someone forge him a sword. Perhaps a Tang Heng Dao. I sincerely apologize, esteemed customer, and thank you for your understanding. Ipponmatsu sighed in relief upon hearing Ling Yan relent. However, what transpired next startled him. Ling Yan strode directly to the barrel of cheap swords and retrieved a blade with a red scabbard. Holding the Sandai Kitetsu, Ling Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile. "This sword is not for sale. It is a cursed object. Please refrain from touching it," Ipponmatsu exclaimed, alarmed as Ling Yan unsheathed the Sandai Kitetsu, marveling at its exceptionally sharp blade, adorned with peculiar purple patterns. The Sandai Kitetsu, classified as a decent blade of the 50 craftsmanship level. "Boss, I want this one. Nami, hand me 50,000 berries." Ling Yan disregarded Ipponmatsu's warning. "Huh? Have you made your choice?" Nami inquired as she opened her backpack. She counted out 50,000 berries and handed them to Ling Yan. "You silly fool, I won't sell it. This is a cursed sword. If you were to perish because of it, wouldn't that make me your murderer?" Ipponmatsu panicked. Although he was somewhat greedy, he did not wish for anyone to be harmed by a sword sold from his shop. "I like it. I want it." Ling Yan tossed the 50,000 berries to Ipponmatsu. Subsequently, under Ipponmatsu's frustrated gaze, he pulled Nami out of the weapon shop. Ling Yan chose not to forcibly take the Shusui, as he recognized that Ipponmatsu was not an evil man. His principle was, if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they do offend me, I shall annihilate their entire family, and their ashes must be scattered, swish, in a clothing store. The fitting room curtain was drawn aside. Little Nami emerged clad in an adorable outfit. "How do I look, Ling Yan? Is this ensemble beautiful?" She twirled like a little peacock in front of him, before Ling Yan could respond. The shopkeeper hurriedly praised, "It suits you perfectly, dear customer. This garment seems tailor-made for you." The shopkeeper, fearing Ling Yan would declare it unattractive, showered her with compliments. Soon after, Nami tried on outfit after outfit until she had exhausted all her selections. By then, Ling Yan could barely keep his eyes open. "Ling Yan!" Nami shouted in exasperation by his ear. "Huh, it looks great. Nami, you look absolutely adorable in that outfit." Ling Yan, startled awake, hurriedly complimented her. "Humph, you liar." Nami was skeptical of Ling Yan's sweet words. However, she truly adored the outfit she had just tried. Shortly thereafter, Ling Yan witnessed Nami's impressive bargaining skills. The young Nami began haggling over each piece of clothing with the shopkeeper. In the end, she purchased all the garments at a mere tenth of the price, including several sets for Noki and the others. Ling Yan gazed in astonishment. "Nami, you are truly the epitome of a frugal partner. What a model of thriftiness." He. That shopkeeper thought he could deceive me. Not a chance. Exiting the clothing store, Nami strutted ahead, her face beaming with pride, while Ling Yan trailed behind her, laden with a large bag of clothing, resembling a little follower. Nami had changed into a charming suspender dress, accentuating her sunny, sweet, and delightful demeanor. That moment, A strikingly alluring naval lieutenant marched past, accompanied by a throng of captured pirates. The naval officers appeared to flaunt their achievements while simultaneously aiming to intimidate the pirates who had not shown themselves today. Ling Yan and Nami quickly stepped aside to avoid detection. The townsfolk murmured amongst themselves, some loudly praising the Navy's bravery, while others remained silent. Some cast furious glares, while others admired the lieutenant's alluring figure. Upon noticing a pirate adorned with unusual handcuffs, Ling Yan's interest piqued if he was not mistaken. Those handcuffs were made of sea prism stone, indicating that the individual was a devil fruit user. Sea prism stone was a valuable commodity. Ling Yan planned to borrow some from the naval base. Upon returning to Cocoyasi village, he intended to use it to train his resistance to sea prism stone, for encountering it in the future would be perilous. Ling Yan, what are you staring at? Nami tilted her head, noticing Ling Yan's unwavering gaze fixed on a pirate. I'll explain later. Let's find an inn first, he replied softly, retracting his gaze. Let's go then. Nami, though curious, was not in a hurry. The two soon found a rather luxurious inn, secured a room with a soft bed, and ordered an exquisite feast. After a long day of exertion, they were famished, once the innkeeper delivered a plethora of delectable dishes. Ling Yan and Nami joyfully began to feast. Ling Yan, you can speak now, right? Nami, having placed a piece of meat in her mouth, remarked, Nami, I recall mentioning to you that those who possess the powers of devil fruits not only fear seawater, but also another substance, sea prism stone. Ling Yan, while enjoying his meal, continued, Ah, I remember that. And what else? Nami, puzzled, inquired further. Sea prism stone has effects akin to that of the ocean. However, unlike seawater, one can develop a resistance to it through contact and training. If we were to acquire some sea prism stone, we could train to resist its effects, thus alleviating our worries when confronted with its attacks in the future. Ling Yan paused to elucidate his point to Nami. Upon hearing Ling Yan's explanation, Nami's eyes sparkled with understanding. She felt vulnerable at the moment. If someone were to attack her with sea prism stone, it would spell disaster. Stripped of the powers of the Mara Nomi, she would merely be an ordinary girl. And that was not acceptable. So, Ling Yan, are you planning to procure some sea prism stone to train your resistance? Little Nami asked curiously. Indeed, I noticed that among the pirates captured today, there were those with devil fruit abilities shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs. Therefore, I intend to visit the Navy base tonight to borrow some sea prism stone for our use, Ling Yan replied nonchalantly. Nami found this a bit odd. Was it truly just borrowing? She couldn't quite wrap her mind around it. All right then, let us fill our bellies first, get a good night's sleep, and we shall act tonight, Ling Yan said cheerfully, resuming his enjoyment of the delectable cuisine. I understand now, Nami thought to herself, momentarily unbothered by the borrowing aspect. After all, she was in support of anything that would be beneficial to them. The two children joyfully plotted their nighttime venture, satisfied after their meal, and soon lay down to rest on the comfortable soft beds. However, the Navy base was far from tranquil at that moment. Upon returning, Colonel Hoba discovered that his office was missing a training journal and several maps of the Grand Line, that he turned the base upside down, but found no trace of the intruder. Even the surveillance denizens failed to capture any evidence of how the mysterious woman infiltrated the Navy base. Thus, Colonel Hoba had yet to abandon his pursuit of this insidious masked figure. After all, the situation was exceedingly peculiar. This masked individual had rendered a sailor unconscious and then vanished without a trace. When the dazed sailor regained consciousness, he was unable to recall how the masked figure had made their move. Colonel Hoba, do you think it's possible that this masked individual is also a devil fruit user? Major Lamy suggested while Hoba pondered the mystery. Suddenly, Hoba's realization dawned. Yes, indeed, she must be a devil fruit user. Otherwise, she wouldn't have vanished so silently. Moreover, her powers must pertain to spatial manipulation, which is troubling, as such abilities appearing in the East Blue could spell disaster. To make matters worse, she has taken my training journal, which contains the methods for mastering the 6 styles of the Navy and hockey training techniques. If I cannot apprehend this masked figure now, she will undoubtedly become more formidable after mastering hockey. I suspect her ultimate objective is to reach the Grand Line. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the maps of the Grand Line. Major Lamy, immediately implement strict surveillance over the port of Roguetown and closely monitor whether this masked figure intends to make her way to the Grand Line. Hoba commanded without hesitation. Yes, Colonel Hoba. Major Lamy saluted and promptly exited to make arrangements. You better not fall into my grasp, masked figure, Hoba's eyes gleamed with a fierce glint, revealing a hint of bloodthirstiness. Ling Yan, wake up, it's already dark. Nami gently shook Ling Yan's shoulder, calling out softly. What is it, Nami? Ling Yan groggily propped himself up, rubbing his eyes while letting out a massive yawn. You silly Ling Yan, didn't you say we were going to the Navy base tonight? It's dark already, and you're still in bed. Little Nami scolded, puffing up her cheeks at that moment. Ling Yan suddenly jolted awake, smacking his forehead. Oh no, I nearly forgot. We still need to go and borrow some sea prism stone tonight. He quickly leaped up, dashed to the bathroom, and splashed some water on his face to wake himself up. Meanwhile, Nami's eyes glimmered with a mischievous light. With the pirates captured during the day, treasure was surely at hand. And the thought thrilled her. Thus, she resolved that once they arrived at the Navy base, she would certainly uncover the locations of any hidden treasures. I'm ready, Nami. Let's set off? Ling Yan emerged from the bathroom, donning an outfit that complemented Nami beautifully. Little Nami circled around Ling Yan, nodding in satisfaction. Quite nice. This outfit looks splendid, just as expected from a beauty like me. Hee indeed. Your taste is impeccable, Nami. Let us depart. Ling Yan replied with a smile. Little Nami was not one to forget their mission. She approached the wall, pushed open a door, and both of them carried everything inside. Nami, make sure to open the door in a discreet location. Away from the colonel's office, Ling Yan reminded as they entered the alternate space that I know. I'll be careful, Nami assured him. After observing the surroundings for a moment, she gently pushed her little hand, and a portal to the Navy base materialized. Donning a cute doll mask, she cautiously peeked outside. There's no one around. Ling Yan, let us go. With that, Nami and Ling Yan stepped out of the alternate space, stealthily infiltrating the Navy base. This time, Nami chose to open the portal not in the office building, but near the training grounds. Ling Yan noticed that the office building was still brightly lit, with a few heads occasionally bobbing up and down, seemingly engaged in various tasks. Nami, you search over there, and I will look in this direction. If you find anything first, do not touch it directly. Use a cloth to handle it. And after half an hour, regardless of whether we find anything, we must return here. Understood? Ling Yan said earnestly, looking into Nami's eyes. Don't worry, I understand, Nami replied, suppressing her excitement. The two then began their search within the base, their small figures darting about here and there. Half an hour later, Nami and Ling Yan reconvened in a corner of the training ground. I found nothing on my end, Nami. Did you discover anything? Ling Yan whispered. I didn't find anything. But Ling Yan, I stumbled upon the treasures they confiscated from the pirates. Little Nami gasped, her excitement palpable that Ling Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. With so many pirates captured today, they must have acquired quite a bounty from their ships. Nami's discovery was not something they could afford to miss. Since we found it, let's go take a look. Ling Yan grinned wickedly, instantly making up his mind. I know where it is. Let us go through the portal now. Nami quickly opened a door in the nearby wall, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Whoosh! Just as Ling Yan and Nami departed, Colonel Hoba appeared at the scene. Gone again, masked figure? I didn't expect you to show your face. Hoba's eyes burned with fury as he scanned the surroundings. At that moment, Ling Yan and Nami had already arrived at the location where the Navy stored the pirate treasures. Wow, Ling Yan. Look, we're going to strike it rich, Nami exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement at the sight of the gleaming treasures scattered across the floor. The Navy has truly been generous to us, gathering all this treasure. Ling Yan grinned from ear to ear, generously awarding the Navy a metaphorical good person card. Hurry, Ling Yan. Otherwise, they'll discover us, Nami urged, swiftly moving to pack the treasures into the alternate space. Ling Yan hurried to assist her, but just then, a blaring alarm echoed throughout the base. Instantly, the entire Navy base erupted into chaos as officers sprang into action. Everyone received the alert that the masked figure had reappeared. And there were still plenty of treasures left to be gathered. What should they do? In a moment of crisis, Nami quickly devised a plan and opened a door beneath the pile of treasures, stashing everything inside. Ling Yan was left stunned by this scene. How had he not thought of it? Quick, Ling Yan, hurry and come in, Nami shouted anxiously. Oh, coming. Ling Yan leaped into the portal just as Colonel Hoba arrived at the scene. He was taken aback to see a door had opened in the floor where the treasures were stored. Masked figure, don't escape. Colonel Hoba, his fist clad in combat gear, struck vehemently at the spatial gate. However, Nami, quick on her feet, promptly shut the door Hoba's formidable fist crashed down heavily onto the floor, the sheer force of his blow creating a gaping hole in the ground. Damn it. Hoba cursed as he glared at the substantial void he had just caused. What now, Colonel Hoba? Asked the alluring Major Lamy. Upon hearing Lamy's soothing voice, Hoba gradually regained his composure and swiftly commanded, initiate a citywide search for that odious masked man in Rogatown. Leave no suspicious lead unexamined. Yes, Colonel Hoba. Major Lamy snapped to attention, her vigorous salute causing her ample form to quiver slightly. After firmly closing the door, Nami's anxious heart raced incessantly. Nami, are you all right? Ling Yan inquired, observing Nami's heaving chest with concern. I am fine, Ling Yan. That was quite perilous. I nearly got caught by that Navy officer, Nami replied, patting her chest, still shaken. But all of this is mine. Hee hee hee. The little treasure seeker beamed at the trove of riches in the alternate space. Her earlier anxiety vanishing in an instant. Little money grubber, Ling Yan remarked helplessly that he mused that if Nami were given enough berries, she might even consider selling him off. Nami, we can head to the Navy camp now. They are currently preoccupied with searching for us, and there should be few personnel at the camp, Ling Yan stated resolutely. Their primary objective at the Navy base had yet to be accomplished. They could not simply leave. The Navy camp, huh? I understand. Nami replied earnestly. The two donned their masks once more and traversed through the spatial gate to the Navy camp. Soon, Ling Yan and Nami discovered the armory there. Ha ha. We finally found it. Ling Yan exclaimed as he hastily grabbed 3 pairs of sea prism stone handcuffs using a cloth for protection. Everyone, to the armory. Quickly, Colonel Hoba led the sailors to the armory, certain that the enigmatic masked individual would have long departed. At that moment, Hoba's expression was as dark as a storm cloud, causing those nearby to hold their breath in fear of inciting the wrath of the base commander. That despicable masked man had toyed with the entire navy of Rogatown from day until now. Meanwhile, the instigators had returned to the comfort of their luxurious beds, their excitement leaving Ling Yan and Nami's cheeks flushed. Hee hee hee. Ling Yan, we truly struck it rich this time, Nami exclaimed, dancing with joy. The treasure they had just acquired, if exchanged for berries, would undoubtedly surpass 100 million. Little money grubber, by the way, Nami, we mustn't inform Belmere about our escapade at the Navy base. She would surely be furious. Ling Yan cautioned in advance that I know. Belmere used to be in the Navy, so she mustn't find out, Nami replied. Ling Yan, your mission in Rogatown has been accomplished. Tomorrow it will be my turn, Nami softly stated that of course, I will accompany you tomorrow. Ling Yan promptly assured her that Nami's most significant goal was to chart the map of the Polaris Island. After all, she aspired to create a world map. Hee hee hee. Let's go to bed quickly, Nami joyfully suggested. She promptly dove into the covers, and Ling Yan smiled slightly before following suit to rest. Meanwhile, the Navy base was in utter disarray. Colonel Hoba ordered all sailors to be on duty and to search the base thoroughly. As dawn approached, the sailors had yet to uncover any substantial information, and Colonel Hoba was left to accept the disheartening reality that the mysterious masked figure had indeed eluded them. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. On the plush bed, Ling Yan and Nami remained fast asleep, the blanket having mysteriously tumbled to the floor, their sprawled positions resembling 2 adorable little pigs. It was not until the sun bathed them in warmth that Nami slowly stirred awake, stretching languorously and rubbing her eyes. Within moments, she was fully alert. Gently, she nudged the still slumbering Ling Yan and whispered, Ling Yan, wake up, I'm hungry. Is it morning already? Ling Yan gradually opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was Nami's charming face. As the sunlight poured into the room, the brightness dispelled Ling Yan's lingering drowsiness. In Cocoyasi village, he had maintained the habit of rising before dawn to train, and it had been quite some time since he had enjoyed such a restful sleep. Grumble. Suddenly, a sound rumbled from Nami's stomach, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Noticing Ling Yan's puzzled expression, Nami playfully scolded, Hurry up and get up. We need to find something to eat. Oh, I'm getting up now. Ling Yan swiftly leapt from the bed, and the two quickly completed their morning routines. By this time, it was already morning, and the streets of Rogatown were filled with the lively sounds of vendors calling out. Clearly, the chaos caused by the Navy's pursuit of pirates the previous day had subsided, and the townsfolk had resumed their normal lives. Wow, Ling Yan, those pancakes smell divine, Nami exclaimed. And over there, spring rolls. I've never had spring rolls. I must try them. Oh, what is this sweet treat? It looks delectable. Ling Yan, let us buy some to take back for Nokigo and the others. And that grilled sea fish. I've never seen such fish in Cocoyasi village. We should get some of that too. Upon arriving at the bustling street, Nami, with a growling stomach, was immediately captivated by the array of delicious foods from the stalls on either side. The two children hurriedly sampled the fragrant offerings, nearly sweeping clean the entire street of its culinary delights. Only when their bellies were round and full did Ling Yan and Nami cease their feasting. Ling Yan, I need to buy some tools for charting the sea and a few navigation books, Nami remarked as they strolled leisurely. They should have phone bugs for sale here. Let us get a few to take back. Ling Yan added. Phone bugs were not readily available everywhere, that it was only in Roga Town. Due to its unique geographical setting and significance, that such bustling commerce thrived, allowing them to procure these rare creatures. Nami wholeheartedly agreed with Ling Yan's sentiment. In Cocoyasi village, no one owned a phone bug. Acquiring phone bugs would alleviate Belmir's worries during their sea voyages, enabling them to maintain contact with home. Having decided on their purchases, Ling Yan and Nami promptly made their way to the shops. They found the books on climate and the tools for charting the sea at one store, just as they were about to buy phone bugs. They encountered Colonel Hoba from the Navy base at the shop selling them. Ha ha ha. We meet again, young man, Hoba exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Ling Yan. Even the frustration from the previous day's encounter with the masked individual dissipated considerably. He sensed that Ling Yan was an exceptional talent worth nurturing. Therefore, he was eager to see if he could recruit this promising young lad into the Navy. Nami, upon spotting Hoba, immediately ducked behind Ling Yan, peeking out nervously at him. After all, the previous day, they had caused quite the commotion at the Roga Town Navy base. Facing the very person they had disrupted, Nami could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Ling Yan, too, felt a slight unease upon meeting Hoba, but it quickly faded. After all, Hoba could not possibly know that they were the culprits behind the chaos. There's something you need, Navy officer, Ling Yan casually inquired. Of course, there is. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hoba, Colonel of the Navy headquarters, Hoba proudly declared, puffing out his chest. The shopkeeper glanced at Colonel Hoba with a look of deep respect. Although Hoba's conduct in Roga Town had not been exemplary and many of his subordinates were not particularly disciplined, the overall peace of Roga Town was a testament to his leadership. Moreover, he was a colonel of the Navy headquarters, a status unmatched by other colonels throughout the East Sea. And then what? Ling Yan inquired nonchalantly. Hoba suddenly sensed something amiss. After all, he was a colonel of the Navy headquarters. In the East Sea, no officer held a higher rank than his. However, he felt that the lad before him was utterly unfazed. Young man, the commander of this base can discern your capabilities. Would you consider joining the Navy? If you enlist, once my term concludes, I could arrange for you to be transferred to the Navy headquarters. With such remarkable potential, systematic training could surely mold you into an exceptional Marine. What do you say? Upon finishing his proposition, Hoba gazed at Ling Yan with palpable anticipation. But I'm still just a child. I cannot possibly join the Navy, and my mother would never consent to my apologies, Colonel Hoba. Ling Yan promptly declined. Goodness, if I were to go to the Navy headquarters, with my devil fruit abilities, how could I possibly enjoy a leisurely life? The elite training camp at the headquarters is still overseen by the strict Zephyr. Rejected? Hoba appeared somewhat taken aback. But that is the Navy headquarters, a place many who uphold justice aspire to reach. Truly a pity, he remarked, a hint of disappointment in his tone. However, this discontent was fleeting. Well, should you reconsider in the future, you can contact me. Here is my snail phone number. Hoba left his number and took his leave, feeling that he would encounter this young man again, hoping that their next meeting would not be as adversaries. It was only after Hoba's figure vanished that Nami emerged from behind Ling Yan. Finally gone. I thought that loudmouth had discovered us. He nearly scared this beauty to death, Nami said, patting her small chest in relief. Fear not, Nami, for I am here. I am quite strong. You know, Ling Yan proclaimed, flexing his bicep with a proud expression. I know. I just momentarily lost my composure. But enough of that. Boss, we need to purchase a snail phone. Nami shouted towards the man at the counter. Good day, esteemed guests. Our shop offers monitoring snail phones, image snail phones, and regular communication snail phones. Which type do you require? The proprietor asked, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. Ling Yan, which one should we choose? Nami hesitated, ultimately deferring to Ling Yan's judgment. Boss, we would like 3 regular communication snail phones and 2 image snail phones, Ling Yan decided after a moment's contemplation. 1 communication snail phone would be for Belmere, while he and Nami would each keep 1 for safety. 1 image snail phone would remain at Belmere's home, and the other would accompany them. Ah, thank you, esteemed guests. The image snail phone is priced at 300,000 berries each. There are 2 types of communication snail phones, one portable with limited range, and another the same size as the image snail phone. Suitable for long-distance communication, the portable version is 200,000 berries each, while the long-distance one costs 500,000 berries each. Which variety do you prefer? The proprietor inquired, suppressing his excitement. Then we shall have 2 image snail phones, 2 portable communication snail phones, and 2 long-distance communication snail phones, Ling Yan stated calmly. Very well. Thank you for your patronage. Please wait a moment while I prepare your order. The proprietor was overjoyed. This was a significant sale. He had no doubt that this young man could afford it. After all, he was someone deemed capable by Colonel Hoba. Ling Yan exchanged a knowing glance with Nami, signaling her to take charge. Nami understood immediately, dismissively waving her hand at Ling Yan, instructing him to wait outside. Ling Yan obediently exited the shop, allowing Nami to negotiate the price that As expected. Once Ling Yan stepped outside, a heated argument ensued within. After about 10 minutes, Nami emerged, proudly carrying several neatly packaged snail phones, her face beaming with joy. Ling Yan, I did it. Each snail phone was discounted by 100,000 berries. Am I not impressive? Nami exclaimed, her adorable face tilted upwards. Eagerly awaiting Ling Yan's praise. Of course, Nami, you are the most gentle, charming, lively, and clever child in Cocoa Village. Ling Yan lauded her without a moment's hesitation. Naturally. Now let's go. I want to start drawing, Nami replied, satisfied, and reached for Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yan naturally took Nami's hand, and together they made their way up the mountain in Rog Town. The island of Polaris was quite expansive, and it would likely take them until nightfall to sketch its map. In the snail phone shop, the proprietor wore a sorrowful expression as he gazed at the 1.4 million berries before him, realizing he had incurred a loss of 300,000 berries on this transaction. Half an hour later, Ling Yan and Nami were already traversing the forests of Polaris Island. Ling Yan, the measuring tool. Here you go. Ling Yan, the paper. Coming right up. Ling Yan, please chop down that tree. It obstructs my view. All right, on it. As the afternoon passed, Nami finally completed the nautical chart of Polaris Island. Creating a nautical chart was not merely about sketching an island. It required depicting the surrounding seas, assessing the climate of that maritime region, and marking it accordingly. Ultimately, Nami would also need to estimate the distance from Cocoa Village to Polaris Island based on her calculations. Throughout that afternoon, Ling Yan witnessed what true genius looked like. Nami was indeed a prodigy, the pinnacle of navigators. No wonder the Golden Lion sought to claim her talents upon witnessing her abilities. Even if the Golden Lion could fly, he would be at a loss when faced with extreme weather during the Battle of Eitwall. By the time they finished organizing Nami's nautical chart, evening had arrived, and the two decided against using the devil fruit to return. Ling Yan, why are you so kind to me? Nami inquired curiously as they walked along the mountain path. Since following Ling Yan to Cocoa Village, he had treated her exceptionally well. Although Ling Yan was equally kind to Nojiko and the others, his kindness towards her felt particularly special, despite her youth. She was no fool. Well, it's because Nami is so adorable. I plan to marry you when we grow up, Ling Yan declared unabashedly. What? Ling Yan, I'm still so young. You don't even spare children, Nami feigned shock, crossing her arms over her chest. What are you talking about? I meant when we grow up. Ling Yan lightly tapped Nami's small head in exasperation. Humph, when I grow up, I won't marry you, little Nami pouted, turning her head away. Yet, deep down, she felt quite pleased. Ling Yan was so handsome, marrying him might not be such a loss after all. Really? Then I shall go marry someone else. Ling Yan sighed dramatically. You dare? Humph, this beauty is tired. Carry me back, Nami declared, leaping onto Ling Yan's back. Ling Yan naturally supported Nami to prevent her from falling. Under 10 years old, Nami was lightweight enough that Ling Yan could easily run a marathon while carrying her. Hold on tight. We're heading back. Okay, I'm holding on tight. As Ling Yan carried Nami, they basked in the warm glow of the setting sun, leisurely making their way towards Rog Town. Before long, Nami had dozed off on Ling Yan's back, and hearing her soft snores brought a smile of satisfaction to his face. Upon returning to Rog Town, the street-side eatery was nearly empty, yet the aroma of food still lingered enticingly. Nami awoke to this delightful scent. Ling Yan, I'm so hungry. Nami rubbed her eyes, her voice slightly muffled as if she were still waking up. Ling Yan glanced towards the eatery. Was this not the same place they had dined on their first day? Then let us have dinner here, Dung. Ling Yan, you can put me down now. Ling Yan released his hold, and little Nami slid down smoothly. Hand in hand, they cheerfully entered the eatery. The proprietor, Jahalan, was at the counter tallying the day's accounts. Upon hearing their entrance, he initially intended to inform them that they were closed for the day. However, upon seeing Ling Yan and Nami, a look of surprise crossed his face. These two little rascals are still here? Did Bart fail, or has he been dealt with? A flurry of questions filled his mind. Boss, we would like to order the same meals as that day, 2 portions, please, Nami cheerfully ordered as she took a seat. Certainly, coming right up. Jahalun suppressed the questions swirling in his mind and hurried to instruct the kitchen staff. He had an unsettling feeling about these 2 children. Could it be? He knew he should refrain from asking further questions. Yet he stepped into the kitchen, brimming with curiosity. Before long, 10 delectable dishes were served, each portion twice as generous as what Ling Yan and Nami had on their first day. The cuisine here is simply exquisite. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. We shall not hold back. Nami and Ling Yan expressed their gratitude to the proprietor, then proceeded to indulge heartily in the meal. No need for thanks. It pleases me to see you enjoy your meal. Jahalun exclaimed with mirth, witnessing the joy his dishes brought to others, especially the satisfied expressions of his patrons, filled him with immense happiness. He had once been a chef in a pirate crew. Ever since Roger ushered in the era of great maritime exploration, they had eagerly set sail for the Grand Line. Unfortunately, their adventures there were short-lived, as they soon encountered a formidable adversary. That battle had resulted in devastating losses for their crew, leaving only a handful of survivors. Consequently, he returned to Rogue Town, opened a restaurant, and settled down, raising a family. Now, his daughter was already 9 years old. Daddy, you must try this. I just made it. At that moment, a charming little girl clad in a chef's uniform emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming dish. Dada, my little treasure, Daddy's here. Upon seeing his daughter, Jahalun's face lit up with joy. Ling Yan and Nami could not help but glance at the young chef. Delicious. This dish is superbly crafted. Anya will surely become an even greater chef than her father, Jahalun remarked earnestly as he sampled his daughter's creation. Hee, of course. Several uncles have said my culinary skills have improved significantly. Anya beamed with pride, having earned her father's approval. Hey, Ling Yan, should we find ourselves a chef too? Nami whispered to Ling Yan, leaning in close to a chef. Ling Yan responded, puzzled by Nami's sudden query. However, as he followed her gaze, he quickly realized that the girl had taken a liking to the restaurant owner's daughter. Nami, I don't think that's necessary, Ling Yan replied softly. Look, every time we arrive at a new island, we can savor the local delicacies. Bringing along a chef seems rather redundant. You might be right. Well, let us just forget it then, Nami conceded, resuming her hearty feast at that moment. The little girl named Anya glanced over at Ling Yan and the others. Her eyes filled with curiosity, but she thought little of it. Returning to the kitchen with an empty plate, as dusk fell, Ling Yan and Nami had eaten their fill. Boss, time to settle the bill. Nami called out loudly. Certainly, esteemed guests. Your total comes to 20,000 berries. Jahalun promptly approached. Nami produced the required amount and handed it over, and without further ado, Ling Yan and Nami exited the restaurant. It seemed that the seas would be quite lively in the days to come. Jahalun gazed after Ling Yan and Nami, lost in thought, feeling that these two children were far from ordinary. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the sky transitioned from a soft blue to a deepening darkness. The streetlights flickered on, while pedestrians hurried along the bustling streets. Although Rogue Town boasted exceptional security in the East Blue, unruly individuals occasionally surfaced. Indeed, Ling Yan and Nami soon found themselves confronted by such a person that a fierce-looking Navy lieutenant, accompanied by a squad of sailors, blocked their path. Though Nami had also become a capable fighter, she instinctively hid behind Ling Yan. Within the naval base, Colonel Hoba and the beautiful Lieutenant Rami observed the scene from a distance. Colonel Hoba, I will go and retrieve Marino, Rami asserted with an air of calm confidence. No, that child cannot be bested by Marino. Just watch, Hoba replied, his focus unwaveringly on Ling Yan. Marino was one of the 2 lieutenants he had brought from the Navy headquarters. Rami was his confidant. But Marino had been sent under orders to gain experience in the East Blue. He had not anticipated that Marino would quickly become entangled with the local slave traders upon his arrival in Rogue Town. Hoba had reported this matter to the Navy's Criminal Investigation Bureau. Yet over a year had passed without any response that he firmly believed there was some underlying corruption involved. "Excuse me, Navy officers, is there something you require?" Ling Yan's voice was youthful yet composed. "A theft occurred in a residence on East Street yesterday, and we received a report suspecting you may be involved. Please accompany us," Lieutenant Marino said, greed flashing in his eyes. After speaking, he gestured for 2 sailors to step forward, intent on forcibly apprehending Ling Yan and Nami. However, Ling Yan was not about to let that happen. With a swift sweep of his leg, he sent both sailors crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The sight left Marino aghast. He had not expected this boy to possess such strength, dispatching his subordinates before he could react. Yet, he was certain that the berries and treasures hidden in the house on East Street were now in the possession of these 2 youngsters. After all, this boy had demonstrated such capability. "It was indeed you 2. Surround them, and don't let them escape," Marino shouted excitedly. His squad of sailors quickly encircled Ling Yan and Nami, their faces betraying their greed. If they could find the berries and treasures belonging to Bart, they would be in for a substantial windfall. Nami clung tightly to Ling Yan's back, awaiting his command to unleash her air door and make a swift escape. Ling Yan gently patted her back, signaling her not to fear. You think you can capture me?" A glint of cunning sparkled in Ling Yan's eyes. Since arriving in Cocoa Village, he had been training diligently every day, honing his speed and strength, making him more than a match for a Navy lieutenant. Without hesitation, he charged towards Marino, leaping high into the air, his leg poised to strike. Marino had only just prepared to attack when he found the boy in front of him, his pupils dilating in shock. "I'll send you to feed the fish, Navy," Ling Yan shouted in fury as his kick connected with Marino's neck, sending him hurtling through the air. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream echoed as Marino vanished like a shooting star. In an instant, Ling Yan had executed a series of maneuvers from the moment Marino issued his order to the moment he was sent flying. The surrounding sailors watched in horror, their expressions shifting to fear as they momentarily forgot to draw their weapons. "Now it's your turn." Ling Yan did not cease his assault, immediately charging towards the sailors. "How terrifying." "Run, Lieutenant Rami. See, I told you so. This young man can handle himself." Colonel Hoba could hardly contain his smugness. Yet, he was genuinely astonished, as Ling Yan's displayed prowess exceeded his expectations. "Indeed, Colonel Hoba, he is quite formidable. However, we must retrieve Marino." Rami's expression remained cold and unyielding. As a lieutenant from the Navy headquarters, Marino was not someone they could manage in Rogue Town. Otherwise, Hoba would not have allowed Marino to wreak havoc for so long. "You're right. I almost forgot. Thank you for the reminder, Lieutenant Rami." With that, Hoba swiftly ordered the deployment of Navy ships to recover Marino, and he intended to throw Marino's squad into the base's dungeon as well. If he could not handle Marino, surely he could deal with these sailors. Seizing this opportunity, he also deftly severed Marino's influence in Rogue Town. At this moment, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. In a spacious double room of the inn, a glimmer of uncontainable excitement radiated from Nami's delicate face. That was a naval lieutenant commander. It was astonishing how easily Ling Yan had dealt with him. And now she was beginning to grasp the extent of Ling Yan's power. "All right, Nami, even though I am quite formidable and can protect you well, you must continue your training," Ling Yan remarked, observing the exhilaration etched on Nami's face. Understanding her thoughts, she was merely contemplating the prospect of slacking off, feeling that she need not exert herself so diligently in her training given Ling Yan's impressive abilities. I know. Training it is. By the way, Ling Yan, do you think that loudmouth will discover our presence?" Nami pondered, recalling that Colonel Hoba was Marino's superior and questioning whether he was unaware of Marino's actions. Therefore, Nami suspected that Hoba might already be aware that Bart's treasure had been taken by them. "No worries. We are returning tomorrow anyway. As long as he doesn't realize that we were the ones who infiltrated the naval base, we shall be fine," Ling Yan replied with a relaxed tone. "That's true. It's been a busy day, and I'm exhausted. Ling Yan. I'm heading to bed now." Nami yawned as she made her way to the large bed. "Nami, you haven't taken a shower yet." "Ah, I'll wash up in the morning." The next morning, Ling Yan and Nami woke up early. Having thoroughly explored Rogue Town, They wished to return to Cocoyasi village promptly to avoid any unforeseen troubles, particularly from Colonel Hoba, after leaving the inn. The two children hurried to the breakfast street, indulging themselves until they were full. Nami also visited a bar to purchase a plethora of fine wines to take back for Belmir and Aji. Moments later, on the mountainside behind Rog Town, Nami skillfully perched on Ling Yan's back, which had transformed into its full beast form. Hold on tight. Nami, I'm taking off. I've got a firm grip. In the next instant, Ling Yan flapped his wings, soaring into the sky with a whoosh. Within the naval base, Colonel Hoba, who had just finished his breakfast, seemed to sense something amiss, raising his gaze to the sky, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a crimson shadow. It was only after they had exited the jurisdiction of the Rog Town naval base that Ling Yan began to descend in altitude and speed, a request from Nami who wished to better experience the climate closer to the sea. Gliding along the water's surface, Ling Yan flew at a leisurely pace, while Nami sat securely on his back, diligently jotting down notes and sketches. However, a series of explosive sounds abruptly shattered this idyllic scene. Upon hearing the explosions, Nami quickly stowed her notebook. Ling Yan, I heard explosions. Do you think it could be pirates? Nami inquired, casting her eyes toward the source of the sound. Her curiosity piqued at its likely. In naval skirmishes, it's either pirates or the Navy. Let's go take a look. After all, we haven't encountered any pirates on our 2-sea outings yet, Ling Yan responded, altering their course toward the explosions. Nami tightened her grip on Ling Yan, her face displaying a hint of anticipation. She was well aware of what pirates were, but had never laid eyes on one. Before long, they arrived at the battlefield, revealing a medium-sized pirate ship launching an assault on a merchant vessel. To their astonishment, Ling Yan and Nami recognized that merchant ship. Ling Yan, that's Captain Galaki's crew, Nami exclaimed in a state of alarm. She immediately recognized the merchant captain, who was the owner of the merchant ship serving Cocoyasi village. Captain Galaki was a reputable trader, transporting goods from other islands back to Cocoyasi village at remarkably low prices, earning him the villagers' affection. Nami, don't worry. The pirates have yet to board Captain Galaki's ship. Here's the plan. You return to the dimensional space, and I will handle that pirate ship, Ling Yan stated calmly. Okay, I'm going in now. Understanding her current limitations, Nami opened a spatial door and stepped inside. After Nami entered the dimensional space, Ling Yan began to lower his altitude, his form igniting with searing flames. Phoenix. It's actually a phoenix, Captain. It's coming right at us. What should we do? The pirates aboard the ship were all acutely aware of the fiery phoenix above them, realizing that this inferno-wreathed creature had its sights set on their pirate vessel. Captain Galaki, it truly is a phoenix. What do we do? The sailors and guards on the merchant ship were equally terrified. Stay calm. The phoenix seems to be targeting their pirate ship. Do not attack it. Captain Galaki commanded in a low voice. Everyone, fire. Shoot the phoenix down. The pirate captain shouted excitedly. A phoenix was a legendary beast. If their crew could capture one, they could sell it to wealthy nobles and strike it rich. In the next moment, every pirate aimed their weapons at Ling Yan, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted as all the bullets flew toward him. Yet, the next second, the pirates' expressions morphed into shock. The bullets pierced through the phoenix's body without inflicting any harm. Inferno meteor, Ling Yan roared from above, flapping his wings fiercely, summoning a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters that plummeted rapidly toward the pirate ship. Run for your lives. What a massive fireball. Captain, it's going to hit our ship. Damn it. Boom. Ah, help. It's so hot. Captain, save me. Amidst the panicked cries and curses, Ling Yan's fireball struck the pirate ship, instantly obliterating it. On the merchant ship, everyone was left dumbfounded, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Did that phoenix just speak? A trembling sailor asked in disbelief. You fool, stop talking nonsense. Captain Galaki scolded sharply. Captain Galaki now comprehended that the phoenix was indeed a user of a legendary devil fruit. He feared that inciting the wrath of such a powerful devil fruit user could spell disaster for his crew. However, when they looked up again, the phoenix had vanished from sight. Ling Yan had no intention of revealing his true identity. Such a powerful mythical beast-type devil fruit would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many, and he was still too weak to protect himself, thus keeping his identity concealed. After rescuing Captain Galaki and his crew, Nami lost interest in studying the climate along the way, and they promptly returned to Cocoyasi village. Nonetheless, Ling Yan had a notion regarding Nami's future. He hoped she would visit a particular place, the sky island of Visalia. Home to the true masters of climate research, in the afternoon, upon returning to the mountainside of Cocoyasi village, Nami eagerly wanted to head home. The moment they landed, she pushed open a spatial door. And in the blink of an eye, they found themselves at their doorstep. Belmir, Nojiko, we're back. Young Nami shouted joyfully at the open door of their home. Moments later, the sound of cheerful footsteps approached, and it was Nojiko, who, upon hearing Nami's voice, rushed out. Nami, Ling Yan, you're finally back. I missed you so much, Nojiko exclaimed, her hands clasping Nami's as her face radiated happiness. Hee, I missed you and Belmir too, by the way. I brought gifts for you, Nami declared proudly, lifting her little head. At that moment, Belmir also emerged, her worry dissipating upon seeing Nami and Ling Yan return safely. The two children had been at sea for 3 days, and Belmir had been quite anxious during their absence. Although both children were legendary devil fruit users, their youth inevitably caused her concern. Ling Yan, did you encounter any danger on this trip? Belmir approached the two children, carefully assessing their well-being, and gently inquired. Don't worry, Belmir, we faced no danger. Ling Yan replied softly. He was aware that Belmir was worried about them, so he cooperated with her. Belmir, you needn't fret. Ling Yan is exceptionally capable. This time, when we encountered the slave traders, Ling Yan effortlessly dealt with them. Nami exclaimed joyfully. However, Ling Yan thought to himself, this is not good. Slave traders? Belmir and Nojiko exclaimed in unison. What happened? Please, elaborate. The mention of slave traders instantly unsettled Belmir. Subsequently, the four entered the house, and Nami recounted their first day in Rogue Town, detailing their encounter with Bart in great detail. Once she began speaking, it was as if a tap had been turned on, and Nami spoke incessantly. Aside from the matter concerning the naval base, she conveyed nearly all their experiences in Rogue Town. Nojiko listened, wide-eyed and astonished, her heart filled with an even greater yearning for the sea. Belmir, however, grew increasingly anxious. At the end of the day, she felt that Nami and Ling Yan were still too young. Although Ling Yan was incredibly strong, he was merely 10 years old and still a child. Thus, Belmir resolved to limit their outings at sea until they reached adulthood. Naturally, the three children were unaware of this. When Nami finished sharing their adventures in Rogue Town, Nojiko's eager gaze was fixed on her, as if to say, you mentioned bringing us gifts. Where are they? Realizing Nojiko's thoughts, Nami chuckled and pushed aside, revealing a small spatial door that appeared before the four. Wow, this devil fruit power is astonishing. Despite having seen it many times, Nojiko was still amazed, her mouth agape. The gifts are all here. There are so many. Belmir, Nojiko, come in and help me bring them out. With that, Nami eagerly stepped into the alternate space. Belmir and Nojiko quickly followed her inside, and upon entering, they were astounded by the mountain of gifts. However, certain items, such as seastone handcuffs and most of the treasure, had been hidden away by Nami. Yet, the remaining items still left Belmir and Nojiko in awe. Wow, gazing at the dazzling array of goods, as well as the glittering pile of treasure and neatly arranged berries, Nojiko's mouth was agape, as if it could fit an egg. Hee, Belmir, Nojiko, these are the clothes I picked for you, and the dishes in the fridge are all specialties from Rogue Town. Oh, and this time we even bought some transponder snails. Nami beamed with pride at their astonished expressions. Transponder snails? Where? Belmir inquired eagerly upon hearing that Nami had purchased them. The reason for her anxiety after Ling Yan and Nami set sail was that she could not contact the two children. Separated by the vast ocean, she was oblivious to their well-being. How could she not worry? Here they are. Belmir, from among the nearby items, produced 6 transponder snails as if performing a magic trick. So many. Belmir's eyes widened at the sight of 6 transponder snails. She was well aware of their rarity. It is worth noting that Cocoyasi village had yet to see even a single transponder snail. Not just due to their expense, but also because they were seldom available for sale. Belmir, here are 6 transponder snails. 2 are image transponder snails, 2 are portable ones, and the other 2 can make ultra-long distance calls. This way, we can stay in touch even when we set sail, Ling Yan cheerfully explained. Upon hearing this, Belmir's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly accepted the transponder snails, neglecting to even glance at the new clothes Nami had bought for her. Naturally, Nojiko could not comprehend Belmir's feelings at that moment. She excitedly began to gesture towards the beautiful clothes alongside Nami. After all, which girl does not adore lovely garments? All right, let us first move everything outside. And we can store the dishes in the fridge at home, as we have an empty fridge, Belmir said, taking the initiative to carry the transponder snails outside. The three children quickly followed suit, bustling about. This time, Nami and Ling Yan had procured many items that Cocoyasi village lacked, and after moving everything outside, the four felt that their house had suddenly become a tad cramped. How about this? Belmir, shall we construct a larger house? After all, we now have quite a bit of berries. How about a villa complete with an orchard? Ling Yan suggested gently, gazing at Belmir. Upon hearing this, Belmir looked at Nami and Nojiko's eager little faces and finally nodded in agreement with Ling Yan's proposal. All right, let us build a grand house. Yay! How wonderful! Nami and Nojiko cheered enthusiastically, and Ling Yan was equally delighted. Having traversed dimensions, it was only fitting to enjoy life to the fullest. Time flew like flowing water. And in the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. With a considerable amount of berries at their disposal, Belmir's family's grand villa was completed ahead of schedule, though it was referred to as a villa. It could be considered a small estate. The house, while only 2.5 stories high, occupied a substantial area, and now everyone had their own room. Even so, there were still many vacant rooms. Nami now possessed her own secret space, a tranquil drawing studio. Ling Yan also had his specialized training room. Consequently, during these 6 months, his strength surged remarkably. The 6 forms of the Navy had become his primary training focus, and he had already mastered them. At that moment, in the training room, Ling Yan was engaged in weighted exercises while wearing sea stone handcuffs, having adapted to their effects. While wearing the sea stone, aside from being unable to utilize his devil fruit abilities, his movements were almost indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. In the training room, aside from Ling Yan, there was another presence, Nojiko. Naturally, she was filled with longing for the sea, so she had been diligently training throughout these 6 months. Excluding her devil fruit abilities, Nojiko was now considerably stronger than Nami. This was primarily due to the fact that Nami had spent a significant amount of time studying climate and navigation charts instead of training. Ling Yan, Nojiko, come out for breakfast. Belmir's voice echoed into the training room. Coming. All right, Belmir. Ling Yan and Nojiko replied in unison. Let's go. Ling Yan. Nojiko approached to help Ling Yan unshackle the sea stone handcuffs. Upon reaching the dining room, they were greeted by a lavish spread prepared by Belmir. As they were no longer lacking in berries, the 3 children had persuaded Belmir to abandon her plans to continue cultivating oranges, and the orange grove had been sold to the villagers. Thus, Belmir's primary concern each day was to ensure that the children received adequate nutrition to grow healthy and strong. Jian, are you heading out to patrol? Ling Yan inquired curiously as he noticed Jian putting on his hat and holding a baton, the small windmill atop his hat still spinning gently. Yes, Ling Yan, Nojiko, Belmir, I'm off. Jian cheerfully departed the estate. Jian, if any pirates come, make sure to inform me first, Ling Yan shouted after his retreating figure. For Ling Yan, the most pressing matter this year was to resolve the threat posed by Fisher Tiger. Until that issue was settled, he could not venture out to sea with peace of mind. Understood that Jian visited their home daily for breakfast, spending the remainder of his time at his own house. Belmir's family had suggested that Jian move in with them, but he promptly declined, asserting that a man should not reside in another's home. Everyone found his reasoning sound and ceased to persuade him. After all, the dignity of a man is something to be respected. Just as Ling Yan and Nojiko settled down, Nami descended from the upper floor. Her workspace occupied the topmost room of the house. Nami, you're being lazy again today. Ling Yan feigned a stern expression and called out loudly. You little rascal, you startled me. I am not being lazy today. I've been training diligently up there, Nami retorted, leaping forward to punch Ling Yan playfully. Nami, my strength is nearly surpassing yours now. Soon, I shall be the one protecting you. Nojiko chimed in, teasing Nami as she waved her arms. All right, let us not get carried away. Let us have breakfast first. In a short while, accompany me to clear the weeds in the little orange grove. Bermel timely interrupted the 2 children who were eager to continue their playful antics. Humph, the beautiful maiden shall let bygones be bygones this time. The haughty Zainami puffed her cheeks in feigned annoyance. Upon hearing Bermel's words, the 3 children immediately sat up straight, contentedly indulging in their delicious breakfast. Observing the trio, who often bickered yet shared an undeniable bond of affection, Bermel couldn't help but smile with a sense of gratification. She profoundly believed that her greatest achievement in life was nurturing these 3 children, watching them flourish and reveling in their happiness. After relishing their delightful breakfast, the 4 of them eagerly set about their tasks in the charming orange grove within the estate. This estate not only boasted a delightful orange grove but also featured a splendid garden and a crystal-clear swimming pool. At this moment, the garden was a breathtaking spectacle, with a myriad of vibrant flowers blooming in a riot of colors, each vying for attention and exuding a captivating fragrance. The palpable essence of spring imbued the air, uplifting everyone's spirits and bringing joy to their hearts. In truth, they were entirely capable of hiring professional gardeners to tend to both the garden and the orange grove. However, Bermel firmly believed that this place was their shared haven. Only by personally engaging in the labor could they truly experience the warmth and intimacy of home. Thus, she would often take the 3 children to labor in the garden for an hour or 2. "Bermel, how goes your training in the Navy's 6 styles?" Ling Yan inquired while diligently using a small shovel to uproot the weeds. Bermel, witnessing Ling Yan's earnest demeanor, felt a swell of emotion and appreciation. Yet, she also experienced a twinge of resignation. "I have long surpassed the age for rigorous training. No matter how hard I try, mastering it will be a challenge. As long as you all grow strong enough to protect yourselves, that is what truly matters." Upon hearing Bermel's response, Ling Yan ceased her actions, turning to regard Bermel with a serious expression. "That won't do. Please, Bermel, you must continue your training. Otherwise, we won't feel secure when we venture out to sea." Nami, standing nearby, immediately chimed in. "Exactly. Bermel, you must train alongside us from now on." With utmost seriousness, Nami insisted. After several adventures at sea, Nami had encountered a variety of nefarious individuals, particularly when they set off from the village to embark on their escapades. The possibility of pirates or other villains invading their home weighed heavily on her mind, making Bermel's strength all the more essential. Gazing into Ling Yan and Nami's steadfast eyes, Bermel felt a stirring in her heart. She understood that the children spoke from genuine concern for her safety, not merely on a whim. With a gentle sigh, she nodded, affectionately ruffling Nami's hair, and smiled. "Very well. I promise you both that I will do my utmost to carve out time for training." Upon realizing Bermel's genuine resolve to persist in her training, the 3 children beamed with knowing smiles that in truth, Bermel was in decent shape, though her potential had been rather limited. Moreover, during her time in the Navy, she had only served as a minor officer in the East Blue, lacking proper guidance. Nevertheless, Ling Yan's expectations were not lofty. If Bermel could master 1 or 2 techniques from the Navy's 6 styles before they reached adulthood, that would suffice, even if she had to start from square one. Meanwhile, the port of Cocoyasi village was a scene of utter devastation, a chaotic sight to behold. That a gargantuan pirate ship lay anchored, resembling a ferocious beast claiming its territory. This notorious vessel belonged to the infamous evil dragon pirates, specifically the Shark's Bab. Not long ago, Captain Galaki and his crew had returned to Cocoyasi village with great joy, wholly unaware that a nightmarish encounter awaited them. The evil dragon pirates had been tailing them all along, launching a surprise assault. Poor Captain Galaki and his brave crew were caught utterly off guard. Swiftly finding themselves in a dire predicament, in the heat of battle, they fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed to overwhelming force, sustaining grievous injuries. Moreover, their merchant ship, laden with precious cargo, was not spared, falling victim to the plunder of the evil dragon pirates. On the shore, the villagers trembled at the sight of the hideous fishmen aboard the pirate ship, their fear palpable, for these monsters were far too powerful. Adding to their terror was the presence of a colossal bull-headed sea monster beside the pirate vessel. On the coast, a Jian's chest bubbled with blood as he spoke with difficulty, while several villagers rushed to provide him aid. "Ha! Humans truly are pitifully weak beings," guffawed Captain Along of the evil dragon pirates, his gaze brimming with disdain. All who stood by the shore felt a surge of terror and outrage at Along's contemptuous expression. "Quickly, go to Bermel's house and summon Ling Yan," a Jian managed to utter with great effort. He knew that Ling Yan was a devil fruit user, despite still being a child. Yet he felt utterly helpless. In Cocoyasi village, no one stood a chance against these monsters. "A Jian, do you really think Ling Yan can manage?" a man questioned, his face etched with doubt. As several villagers shared his skepticism, "He can surely defeat these monsters. Hurry," a Jian urged with a grave tone. "All right, a Jian, I'm on it," a villager replied, though his countenance betrayed his reluctance. It was a humiliation for a man to seek the aid of an 11-year-old child. "Brother Along, Someone's fleeing. The fisherman officer kissing fish observed, grinning as he noticed a villager darting away from a Jian. They're likely off to fetch reinforcements. Let them be. We can dispatch them all at once. Ha ha ha. Along scoffed, turning his gaze from a Jian to the villager sprinting up the hill, his eyes filled with derision. With that, Along rose from his shark-shaped sofa, striding to the bow of the ship, casting a scornful glance over the humans on the shore. The overwhelming aura of power emanating from Along compelled all present to bow their heads in fear, none daring to meet his gaze lest they provoke this fearsome fishman. While there may be some trouble, that is your concern, that I hereby declare that Cocoyasi village is under the dominion of the evil dragon pirates. I establish the first decree. Here, fishmen are the supreme beings, and you humans shall serve as our slaves. Wah! Along proclaimed, reveling in the terror etched upon the faces of the villagers. The other fishmen aboard the pirate ship shared in Along's exhilaration. Thrilled to have come to this place, these frail humans were no match for them. Brother Along, should I deal with those few dissenters? Octopus Man Xiaoba suggested, brandishing 6 knives, his eyes gleaming with malice. Eager to pounce on the humans who harbored hatred, the villagers were indeed gripped by fear, initially believing that this band of monsters would behave like previous pirates, merely raiding for treasure before departing. But hearing the fishmen's intentions, it became clear they had no plans to leave Cocoyasi village. They aimed to conquer it. No, Xiaoba, we must treat our slaves kindly. They are our wealth, Along advised. Casting a mocking glance at the humans. Wealth? Brother Along, what use are these feeble humans? Questioned the carp fishman officer Krolubi, puzzled. They are, without a doubt, our wealth. Listen well, you insignificant humans, Along declared, his murderous intent sweeping over the shore. What? 10,000 berries per person. But we don't possess such riches. One villager protested. Even children are being extorted. This is utterly unreasonable. I refuse to pay, another shouted. Indeed, we shall not comply. A chorus of protests arose from the crowd. Seeing these humans daring to oppose his demands, Along's mood soured instantly, his expression growing dark, and a faint murderous aura began to spread. The villagers shivered, feeling an overwhelming chill. Saltburn, Along called out ominously. These audacious humans dared to challenge him. He had to teach them a lesson. Yes, Brother Along, replied the salmon fishman Saltburn, taking a swig of alcohol as he eyed the protesting villagers with a bloodthirsty glint. He leaped from the pirate ship, leisurely making his way to the shore, then raised his fin-like hand, allowing droplets of water to cascade from his palm. Water strike. As the Saltburn released several droplets of water from its grasp, they shot towards the humans with the swiftness of bullets. Ah! A series of splatters echoed as the recently defiant humans were pierced through the chest by the gelatinous droplets of Saltburn. You bastard! What have you done? The village chief shouted angrily at the Saltburn, but in the next moment, he was sent flying by a slap from it. Chief! Are you all right, Chief? How infuriating! These monsters are too powerful. The villagers rushed over to check on the chief, their hearts brimming with rage and helplessness, with the Jian, the police officer, gravely injured, and the crew of Captain Galaki, who had been so full of promise, now all wounded. Even the chief had been knocked away. As citizens of Cocoyasi village, they felt utterly powerless at this moment, seemingly resigned to the fact that they would be ruled by this band of fishmen. Huh? So, you've come to terms with reality, have you? You humans are nothing but weak and humble, inferior beings, and it is an honor for you to be ruled by us, the superior fishmen. Along laughed heartily as he leaped onto the shore, slowly approaching the humans who were retreating in fear. Damn it, Ling Yan, hurry up, a Jian screamed in desperation. Hey, policeman, where are the reinforcements you called for? If they don't arrive soon, I might just have to kill you. Along swaggered over to a Jian, hands on his hips, looking down at him. At that moment, fishmen from the pirate ship leaped down, converging towards Along, their eyes filled with disdain and hatred as they gazed at the humans before them. Don't get cocky. He'll be here soon to send you all flying. Aegean struggled to utter words brimming with confidence. At this moment, Aegean had placed all his hopes on Ling Yan. If Ling Yan could not resolve this, then their village would be doomed. Huh? Send us all flying? Hey, did he just say he would send us all flying? Along erupted into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha! Along, I think what he said is truly the funniest joke. Indeed, indeed. These feeble humans actually dare to dream of sending us all flying. How amusing. All the fishmen erupted into laughter upon hearing Aegean's words, as if they had heard the most hilarious joke imaginable. Witnessing the derisive laughter of the fishmen, Ajin and the other villagers wore expressions of humiliation, their desire to strike these hideous fishmen growing stronger by the second. "Hey, fishmen," Ling Yan said, "for you all to go up the mountain. He said he would send you all flying." Just then, the uncle Ajin had sent to call Ling Yan returned, trembling with fear as he shouted at the fishmen. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Ling Yan and Nami were observing the dragon pirates from an alternate dimension. The reason he had instructed this uncle to summon a Long's group to the mountain was to avoid any potential escapees. Once they were on land, Ling Yan was confident he could take them all down. "Ha! So the helper you called is named Ling Yan. What audacity!" Along's face darkened with anger at that moment. He had not anticipated that the policeman's ally would dare to provoke him, suggesting he go to the mountain far from the sea. However, as a noble fisherman, could he not see through such a crude trap? At that moment, within the alternate space, upon observing Along's expression, Ling Yan realized the plan had failed. Since he could not lure them all to the mountain, he would deal with Along first. Resolute in his decision, Ling Yan turned to Nami. "Nami, quietly open a spatial door right behind that fishman with the jagged nose. I will immediately go out and take care of him." "I understand. But Ling Yan, please be careful, all right?" Nami replied, her voice tinged with fear. After all, to her, these fishmen appeared grotesque, akin to monstrous humanoids. "Don't worry, Nami. Have you forgotten? I am quite strong," Ling Yan assured her confidently. Nami nodded gravely, taking a deep breath as she slowly raised her arm, quietly opening a door behind Along. "What is this?" Along exclaimed. "Brother Along, watch out behind you." A fishman some distance away from Along sensed something was amiss upon seeing the spatial door and immediately warned him. However, by the time Along turned around, Ling Yan had already charged in front of him. Soru, with a swift motion, Ling Yan burst forth from Nami's alternate space. His strong hands grasped Along's throat directly. "Shoulder throw!" Ling Yan shouted in fury, hurling Along forcefully onto the land far from the coast. Thud! Along crashed heavily onto the hillside, his head spinning in confusion as Ling Yan's full force throw rendered him temporarily incapacitated. "You bastard! Despicable human! How dare you ambush me?" The other fishmen, witnessing Along being thrown, erupted in furious rage, some rushing towards him while others charged at Ling Yan. The villagers of Cocoyasi watched in shock, never having anticipated that Ling Yan possessed such strength to send the fishman named Along flying. They quickly scattered, dragging the injured away from the combat zone to avoid hindering Ling Yan. At that moment, Ling Yan vanished with a whoosh. The fishmen who had rushed to the spot where Ling Yan had stood only found emptiness, confusion flickering in their eyes. "Where is he? Where did that kid go?" "He went that way, towards Brother Along." "Xiaoba, hurry, stop that kid. Don't let him harm Brother Along." The fishman officers spotted Ling Yan's afterimage, but he had already dashed towards Along. The octopus fishman Xiaoba, brandishing 6 blades, assumed a defensive stance, his gaze steady as he faced the approaching Ling Yan. "With my 6 blades Xiaoba here, I will not allow him to harm Brother Along." Xiaoba seemed resolute, standing directly in front of Along. Just then, Along began to recover from his dazed state that a moment later, fury erupted on his fishman face. "Despicable human!" Along roared, shoving Xiaoba aside as he aimed to personally deal with this human child. However, in the next moment, Along's expression shifted to one of disbelief as flames erupted from the child charging towards him. Fire fist. Boom. "Ah, it's so hot. Bastard." A massive fireball sent Along flying, his agonized screams echoing through Cocoyasi village. Yet, Ling Yan did not relent in his assault. He dashed into the flames, locating the charred Along, true to the robust physique of a shark fishman. He had not succumbed to such an attack. Amidst everyone's gaze, Ling Yan's small figure emerged from the roaring inferno, dragging the scorched Along behind him. "Fishmen? Noble? Hardly." Ling Yan's voice was icy as he spoke. He then swiftly snapped Along's neck and casually tossed him aside. "Brother Along, bastard. I will make you pay. Kill. Avenge Brother Along." Upon witnessing Along's demise, the fishmen could no longer contain their rage and charged at Ling Yan. "Soru." Thud, 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 thud. "Ah, bastard. We can't hit him." Utilizing the Marine's 6 styles, Ling Yan swiftly approached the nearest fishman to the shore, systematically knocking each one unconscious. It was only after he had subdued the last fishman that the villagers of Cocoyasi finally reacted, erupting into ecstatic cheers upon seeing their enemies defeated. Oh, Ling Yan, you're incredible. You really brought down those monsters. This is wonderful." We won't be under the rule of pirates anymore. Truly splendid. Having perfectly resolved the invasion of Long and his crew, Ling Yan's long-held anxiety finally dissipated. Initially, he had underestimated the fishmen's hatred for humans. He had not anticipated that upon Long's death, the remaining fishmen would not consider fleeing but instead angrily seek revenge for Long, which indeed provided Ling Yan with a significant advantage in dealing with them. Now that the crisis had passed, the villagers were filled with joy. Chief, please arrange for someone to finish off the unconscious fishmen and burn them, leaving no trace behind. Ling Yan approached the gravely injured village chief with a smile and said, I understand now, Ling Yan. Leave this matter to this old man. Cough, cough, cough. The village chief, with the assistance of several young men, struggled to rise and spoke, Be careful. Village chief, take your time. Well then, I shall leave this to you. Village chief. I will head home first. Ling Yan was quite pleased with the village chief's attitude, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Wow, Ling Yan's power is truly remarkable. We must be deeply grateful to him. Otherwise, we would surely have fallen under the rule of those grotesque fishmen pirates. All right, enough chatter. Let us swiftly deal the finishing blow to those vile fishmen. Then, as Ling Yan instructed, let's burn them all. The village chief regained his composure and spoke sternly to the young men. Understood, village chief. Rest assured, village chief, we will handle this matter well. Indeed, village chief. The young men, brimming with confidence, quickly sprang into action, cautiously approaching the unconscious fishmen with their blades. Do not be afraid. Conquer the fear within your hearts and slay them. If we let even one escape, it will be our demise. Seeing the fear in their eyes, the village chief immediately shouted with determination. I understand, village chief. I can do it. Ah, die, you wretched fishmen. The villagers summoned their courage, plunging their sharp blades into the hearts of the fallen fishmen. I did it. I killed those despicable fishmen. Wah, village chief, we have succeeded. The young men who had slain the fishmen now felt a surge of bravery from deep within. The village chief observed this scene with great satisfaction. Excellent. Now gather them all together and set them ablaze. Understood, village chief. Leave this to us, village chief. You need not worry. The villagers, now filled with confidence, no longer feared the fishmen or the pirates. Not far away, on a rooftop, Ling Yan and Nami watched intently as events unfolded along the coast. Only when the roaring flames began to consume the fishermen's bodies did Ling Yan finally breathe a sigh of relief. This way, the entire populace of Coco Village had participated, thereby reducing the risk of Ling Yan's exposure. He also hoped that the villagers would regain their courage and bravely confront any invading pirates in the future. Let us go home, Nami. Ling Yan called out to little Nami as he turned his head. Oh, all right. Nami raised her hand to open a spatial door, and the two children stepped inside, vanishing from the rooftop. Just as Ling Yan and Nami departed, Belmare and Nojiko rushed to the coastline, where the flames continued to burn the fishermen's corpses. Village chief, where are Ling Yan and Nami? Belmare asked anxiously. Oh, Belmare, Ling Yan has returned home. He resolved the fishermen's invasion. Otherwise, Coco Village would have been in grave danger. We were fortunate to have saved Ling Yan. The village chief excitedly recounted to Belmare upon her arrival. Returned home? Belmare exclaimed loudly. Yes, after defeating the enemy, he returned home immediately. The village chief replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. Oh, I see. Village chief, I will head back now. Belmare paused momentarily before saying, disregarding the unconscious Jian, and dashed toward home. Nojiko, seeing this, quickly followed suit. Village chief, what is wrong with Belmare? Oh, do not mind her. We must ensure that these wretched fishmen are completely incinerated. Understood, village chief. Belmare and Nojiko hurried back home, just in time to see Ling Yan indulging in a feast. Ling Yan, Nami, are you both all right? Upon entering, Belmare rushed towards Ling Yan and Nami, inspecting them closely for injuries. Her concern palpable. Do not worry. We are fine, Belmare. Ling Yan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That it was primarily due to Belmare's fervent concern. While checking for wounds, she inadvertently brushed against his sensitive areas. We are truly fine. Belmare, Ling Yan is incredible. He drove away those fishmen pirates in no time. Nami, upon seeing Belmare and Nojiko return, joyfully recounted the events. Yet, Belmare remained unconvinced, thoroughly inspecting the two children from head to toe before finally relaxing her guard. However, her expression soon darkened. You two little rascals dared to abandon me to confront pirates. Do you think that having the power of a devil fruit makes you invincible? Do you know what kind of foes you are up against? They are the fishmen from Fishman Island. Their strength is unmatched in the sea. You both recklessly face these terrifying fishmen. Do you have a death wish? Ling Yan and Nami stood frozen, obediently accepting Belmare's scolding. Nojiko, witnessing Belmare's unprecedented fury, stood silently by, watching her friends endure the reprimand that it wasn't until half an hour later, after Belmare had exhausted herself from scolding, that the ordeal came to an end. Finally, panting heavily, Belmare solemnly warned, Ling Yan, Nami, Nojiko. Here. I am here, Belmare. I am listening, Belmare. The three children stood straight, responding without hesitation. Sigh. I know that Cocoa Village cannot contain you forever, but remember, whenever you face danger or insurmountable challenges, return here. To Cocoa Village, this will always be your final home. Belmare spoke with a hint of melancholy in her voice. Belmare, we understand, Belmare. Belmare, you will always be our mother. The three children embraced Belmare tightly, burying their heads in her chest. After the invasion by Arlong's crew, the villagers of Cocoa Village finally grasped the truth. Even in the seemingly tranquil waters of the East Blue, pirate incursions were unavoidable. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Yan decisively nominated Belmare to take charge of arming the village's youth and organizing concentrated training. Now, with sufficient belly resources at Belmare's disposal, the young villagers need only dedicate half a day to training. This way, should they face another pirate invasion, the villagers would possess a degree of resistance. Ling Yan's proposal received unanimous approval from the entire Cocoa Village populace. Thus, on the third day following the incident, the Cocoa Village Guard was officially established under Belmare's leadership and the village chief's enthusiastic support. This newly formed guard bore the hopes of the entire village, tasked with the vital mission of safeguarding their home and protecting their loved ones. In the days that followed, the guard members underwent rigorous and systematic training, continually enhancing their strength and combat skills to ensure the peace and tranquility of Cocoa Village. Days turned into weeks, and before long, 6 months had passed. Throughout this period, Ling Yan diligently honed his physique and practiced hockey. Successfully mastering observation hockey, this achievement filled him with joy, especially at the tender age of 11. However, this rapid progress was largely thanks to the training notes of Colonel Hoba, for which Ling Yan was immensely grateful. He truly was a good person, yet Ling Yan still struggled with mastering armament hockey, as it required a certain physical strength to awaken, which was why he focused on physical training. After all, armament hockey was the most direct means of dealing with devil fruit users. In the training room, Nojiko practiced wielding Ling Yan's Sandai Kitetsu. This had been ongoing for nearly 2 months, and logically, given that Sandai Kitetsu was a cursed sword, Nojiko should not have been able to master it. Yet, the reality was astonishing. Nojiko was effortlessly wielding Sandai Kitetsu, a sight that left Ling Yan perplexed. Hearing a commotion outside the training room, Ling Yan set down his weighted equipment, causing a thunderous crash against the ground. Thus, Nokigao halted his blade and turned to gaze at Ling Yan. Ling Yan, Nokigao, and Captain Galaki were preparing to set sail, for the cargo they were transporting was of great significance. They hoped to accompany and protect it. What do you think? Nami exclaimed eagerly as she pushed open the door to the training room. Ling Yan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Do we really have to protect it? Where is Captain Galaki headed? Did he inform you? Yes, indeed. Captain Galaki mentioned that he aims to navigate towards the waters near Clover Island. The newspaper reported that a notorious pirate crew lurks there, preying upon passing merchant vessels. Captain Galaki is concerned about this, hence he has entrusted us with the task of accompanying him, Nami said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, seemingly hoping for Ling Yan's agreement. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yan and Nokigao exchanged helpless glances. They understood that Nami must have received some benefit from Captain Galaki. Fine, we shall go along. But when do Captain Galaki and the others depart? Ling Yan retorted with mild irritation. The vicinity of Clover Island is close to Windmill Village, yet it remains uncertain whether Captain Galaki will pass through there, and it is also quite near Frost Moon Village. Perhaps they might get a chance to see that legendary figure who dwells hidden in the East Sea. Tomorrow, we shall set sail bright and early, Ling Yan and Nokigao. Do remember. Nami chuckled and then exited the training room. Over the past 6 months, Nami had engaged in such antics more than once. Each time, she would first collect her due from Captain Galaki and then drag Ling Yan and Nokigao along as laborers. All while she comfortably earned her berries. Nami is truly lovely, thought Ling Yan and Nokigao, who who could only acquiesce to her whims, for she was their sister. Moreover, accompanying the merchant ship on its voyage was not without its rewards. They gained ample experience in combat. The following morning, after bidding farewell to Belmere, the three children hurried to the port to set sail once more with Captain Galaki. Ha ha ha. I shall trouble you three again this time. Captain Galaki beamed at Ling Yan, his expression one of endearment, as if Ling Yan were the leader among the trio. In fact, this was indeed the case, following the invasion of Arlong and his crew 6 months prior. Although Captain Galaki had fainted at the time, upon awakening and hearing the villagers recount events, he firmly believed that it was Ling Yan who had saved them during their encounter with the pirates. However, he had kept this matter to himself and strictly ordered his crew to remain silent. Thus, even now, few were aware that Ling Yan's devil fruit was that of a fire phoenix. Ling Yan waved his hand nonchalantly, assuring, "Rest assured, Captain Galaki, the safety of this voyage rests in our hands. Indeed, leave it to us." Nami proudly patted her not-so-full chest. Nokigao remained quiet, simply gazing at Ling Yan and Nami with tenderness in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, how dependable you are, truly the three musketeers of our Cocoyasi village." The sailors aboard the modest merchant ship lauded the trio, now thoroughly convinced of their capabilities, with 2 devil fruit users and 1 who, despite lacking such powers, could easily outmatch several adults. There was no room for dissent. Gradually, Nami became lost in the flattery, while Nokigao retreated to the cabin for rest, leaving Ling Yan to leap atop the mast's lookout, continuing to hone his observation haki. Once Captain Galaki confirmed that all were prepared, he promptly commanded the ship to set sail towards the Clover Island region. Belmere observed the merchant ship's departure. Over the course of the past 6 months, her worries had significantly diminished. After all, each time they set sail, there was an adult accompanying them, which eased her concerns greatly. "What are you all doing? Continue your training," Belmere bellowed as she noticed the guard team halting alongside her. "Yes, Captain." The entire guard team responded with fervor, and they resumed their weighted running. Belmere felt a sense of satisfaction watching the young guards. Reminiscent of her days serving in the Navy, after nearly 5 days of sailing, the group finally arrived in the waters surrounding Clover Island at that moment. Ling Yan, Nami, and Nokigao were perched atop the mast's lookout, enjoying the sea breeze while idly chatting. "Captain Galaki, are you certain your intel is accurate? We haven't encountered any pirates along the way." Ling Yan couldn't help but voice his discontent. Nami and Nokigao chimed in, expressing their disappointment regarding the voyage. Captain Galaki chuckled heartily. "You little ones, is it not better to have not encountered any pirates? This way, everyone can remain safe, and I assure you, the berries I promised will remain untouched." Despite the protection offered by Ling Yan and his companions, engaging in battle against pirates inherently carried risks. Captain Galaki silently rejoiced, for if these 3 children were to sustain injuries during their journey, upon returning to Cocoyasi village, Belmere would surely not let him off easily. However, Ling Yan and the others clearly held a different perspective. They exchanged glances with Captain Galaki, inwardly murmuring, "Encountering pirates versus not encountering them is an entirely different matter. Only by facing pirates can we showcase our prowess, vanquish those vile foes, and seize their enticing treasures." Just then, a suspicious vessel suddenly appeared on the distant sea, its skull flag unmistakably clear. Nami's eyes brightened, and she excitedly pointed at the ship, exclaiming, "Look, is that not a pirate ship?" Captain Galaki swiftly took up his telescope and observed. Indeed, he spotted figures aboard that vessel. His expression turned grave. "It seems fortune is on our side. We have truly encountered pirates. However, do not let your guard down. Prepare for battle." His words were directed at the sailors and guards aboard, while Ling Yan and his companions had their own strategies for combat. As they beheld the pirate ship charging towards them, Ling Yan, Nami, and Nokigao felt a surge of energy, quickly descending from the lookout to ready themselves for the forthcoming challenge. Moreover, Ling Yan recognized the opposing pirates. The sails were all black, and even the ship's bow bore a dark shape. Was this not Captain Kuro? This vessel was indeed the Black Cat pirate ship. Captain Kuro, the legendary figure dubbed by Oda as the second smartest person in this world. Yet, Ling Yan mused, this so-called second smartest individual appeared rather lacking in intelligence. "Captain Kuro, the merchant ship is now within our cannon range," a pirate shouted, observing the distant merchant vessel. "Then fire, force them to stop. But be careful not to damage my ship," Kuro said, pushing his glasses with an indifferent expression. "Your ship?" The pirate appeared puzzled. "Fool, Kuro's gaze indicated that the ship was undoubtedly his. Hurry and fire. Zango, the first mate, added, delivering a kick to the dim-witted pirate. Kuro, witnessing this, exchanged a knowing glance with Zango. Yes, finally, the pirate's mind clicked, and several others began to operate the cannons, targeting the merchant ship. As the booming cannon fire concealed Kuro's grand ambitions. Boom, 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 boom. The enemy's cannonballs struck around the merchant ship, causing violent explosions that sent towering columns of water soaring 8 meters high. On board the merchant ship, Captain Galaki felt a surge of tension as he witnessed the enemy open fire. It became apparent that the pirates intended to force their vessel to a halt before launching their assault. Captain Galaki, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming. The guards shouted, huddled beneath the ship's railing. Their merchant ship possessed only 1 cannon, while the enemy boasted 6, leaving the guards and sailors unable to raise their heads in defiance. Captain Galaki, startled by the ferocity of the enemy's cannon fire, instinctively glanced towards Ling Yan and the other children, only to find them already missing. Instantly, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. There is no need for concern. Ling Yan and the others have already taken action. Everyone, hold firm. Do not allow the enemy pirates to approach. Captain Galaki shouted. Yes, Captain Galaki. Upon hearing that Ling Yan and his companions had set out, everyone immediately felt a surge of confidence. Withstanding the fierce artillery fire from the opposing side, they continued to operate the lone cannon in retaliation. Captain Kluo, it seems they still wish to counterattack. They appear intent on preventing our pirate ship from docking. Zhang Ao gazed in astonishment at the merchant vessel across from them. In the past, when their 6 cannons fired in unison, the enemy's merchant ship would invariably be frightened into submission. Then, let us show them a taste of their own medicine, Kluo said expressionlessly. Yes, attention, attention, let the cannon fire extend. Let us give them something to ponder. Zhang Ao shouted to the pirates in charge of the cannon. Aye, responded the pirates. They began to operate the cannon, aiming their fire at the merchant ship across the way. Boom. Ah. A cannonball struck Captain Galaki's deck, the violent explosion creating a gaping hole, injuring several sailors in the process. Bastards. Cursed pirates. Ship's doctor. Quickly assist the injured. Check on their condition. Do not cease fire. We must not allow those pirates to board. Yes, Captain Galaki. Inside the cabin of the Bujiki Braku, 3 young rascals were busily rummaging through the pirate ship for anything of value. Nami, are we ready yet? Captain Galaki and the others can barely hold on. Noki Gao whispered urgently. All set. Ling Yan, Noki Gao, we can now assist Captain Galaki in battling the pirates. Nami exclaimed excitedly, her face alight with the thrill of discovering treasure. Very well. However, this time I will take the lead. You two should return to the merchant ship first, Ling Yan stated earnestly. Huh? Why? Nami and Noki Gao looked perplexed. They wanted to fight too. Trust me on this. Hurry. The merchant ship needs you both. Ling Yan urged them to leave. Well then, Noki Gao, let us head back. Nami obediently opened a portal, and the 2 girls, still bewildered, stepped inside. Ling Yan had initially wanted Nami and Noki Gao to gain some combat experience, but considering Kluo's indiscriminate attacks, he worried for their safety. Watching Nami and Noki Gao depart, Ling Yan ignited flames in his hands and, with a grand gesture, set the cabin ablaze. Unfazed, he strode into the center of the inferno. Fire Emperor. Fire Fist. Boom. The cabin of the Bujiki Braku was pierced, a towering inferno erupting from within, reaching skyward. Incredible. Ling Yan has made his move. Witnessing the flames on the pirate ship, the crew on the merchant vessel erupted in cheers. On the swaying deck of the Bujiki Braku, all the pirates stood in stunned silence, gazing at the spectacle before them. How could this be? As the members of the black pirate crew sensed something unusual overhead, they all looked up in unison. At that moment, they beheld a colossal phoenix, radiating intense flames, gazing down upon them. A phoenix? This is truly a phoenix. Captain Kluo, what should we do? Zhang Ao and the other pirates trembled in fear, their eyes fixed on the enigmatic creature in the sky. Kluo glared upwards, gritting his teeth, and muttered, Damn it. It must be someone who has consumed a devil fruit. Just then, the phoenix in the sky began to stir, gathering an immense ball of fire. As time passed, the fireball grew larger, resembling a meteor about to crash. Captain Galaki, we must leave this place. Ling Yan is about to unleash a powerful attack, the sharp-eyed Nami shouted without hesitation. Seeing the fireball expanding in the air, everyone on the merchant ship recalled the harrowing scene from half a year ago. That fireball's destructive power had been astonishing. What are you waiting for? Quickly set sail. We must retreat, Captain Galaki shouted anxiously, realizing that if they did not act soon, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, members of the Black Pirate crew were already leaping into the sea, attempting to escape the impending doom. Run for your lives. Jump into the sea, quick. The pirate ship had lost all power, and the crew of Kluo could only watch helplessly as the fireball descended. Kluo's eyes widened in despair. This was his life's work. Had his dreams truly come to an end here? Fire Emperor, Meteor, Ling Yan's roar echoed in everyone's ears. A massive fireball hurtled down towards the Black Pirate crew, and Kluo and his men could only watch in hopelessness. Captain Kluo, jump into the sea. As the colossal fireball descended, Zhang Ao swiftly pulled the motionless Kluo and leapt into the water. Boom! In mere seconds, a deafening explosion shattered the Bujiki Braku into fragments. The terrifying blast sent towering waves crashing across the sea, flinging all the pirates into the air before they sank beneath the waves, under Nami's guidance. Captain Galaki's merchant ship skillfully rode the explosive waves, distancing itself from the blast zone. Once they were safely away from the recently exploded area, everyone let out a sigh of relief. That fireball had truly been terrifying. Noki Gao gazed at the scene, her eyes filled with admiration for Ling Yan. This was her first time witnessing such an attack, and it was nothing short of astonishing. Of course, Ling Yan's abilities are formidable, Nami said with a hint of pride. Having seen Ling Yan's prowess many times, she felt it was her honor. Nami, it turns out it was indeed you we encountered half a year ago, right? Captain Galaki said, still somewhat shaken. The recent explosion had been far more frightening than the one 6 months ago. Seeing Ling Yan transform, Captain Galaki finally believed that the phoenix from half a year ago was indeed Ling Yan. Indeed, we were the ones who saved you then. But listen carefully. This matter must not be disclosed. Understood? Nami did not shy away, admitting that it was she and Ling Yan who had intervened back then. However, she also sternly warned everyone on board, though her fierce expression was so endearing that it lacked any real intimidation. Fear not, Nami. We will keep it a secret. Indeed, Captain Galaki mentioned this 6 months ago. We will not speak of it. Rest assured, Nami and Noki Gao. Everyone patted their chests, assuring her that they were men of their word, and since Ling Yan was their savior, they would honor this promise. Seeing their determination, Nami nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a commotion arose on the horizon as a beautiful phoenix soared towards them. Wow, how stunning. Indeed, who knew a phoenix could be so beautiful? Of course. With a few swift movements, Ling Yan returned to the deck of the ship. Ling Yan, you're back. Ling Yan, you were incredible just now. That was a phoenix. You are truly our little hero from Cocoyasi village. Ling Yan, it was the least I could do. Now that Nami has received the berries, I must ensure everyone's safety. Upon his return, Ling Yan was met with a flurry of praise. Everyone was genuinely grateful to him. Naturally, Ling Yan is the best, by the way. Captain Galaki, our payment must remain intact. Don't think that just because you praise Ling Yan, you can withhold it. Little Nami suddenly remembered that Captain Galaki had only paid half of their protection fee. Oh dear, Nami, you needn't be so direct, though it is indeed warranted. Noki Gao felt a bit embarrassed at Nami's berry-shaped eyes. This sister of hers certainly didn't leave any face for others. However, she was also quite pleased at the prospect of earning more berries. Fear not, Nami. Upon returning to Cocoyasi village, I shall settle the remaining payment without fail. Captain Galaki chuckled at little money-loving Nami. The others joined in the laughter, for these 3 kids were simply too adorable and remarkably strong, instilling a sense of security in everyone. With the crisis averted, the 3 children climbed back up to the lookout to enjoy the sea breeze, while the others began simple repairs to the damaged deck under Captain Galaki's direction. As we approach our destination, we shall tend to the repairs at the shipyard. The merchant vessel continues its course towards Clover Island. Meanwhile, the recently exploded area has calmed, and 4 individuals emerge from the sea, clinging to a solitary plank. These 4 are none other than Klo, the captain of the Black Pirate crew, his first mate Zango, and the 2 officers, brothers Buki and Sam. Exhausted, they lie flat on the plank, gasping for breath. Captain Klo, what shall we do now? Zango inquired, his voice strained. Brother Buki, too, looked at Captain Klo with a bewildered expression. First, we must leave this place. We shall one day exact our revenge, Klo declared solemnly, his tone commanding, sending a shiver through the 3 companions. Aye, Captain Klo. The 4 began to paddle with their hands, gradually steering the plank towards a certain direction. At the port of Clover Island, Captain Galaki's merchant ship was finally about to dock, yet the captain suddenly appeared anxious. "Captain Galaki, what troubles you?" Upon hearing that Captain Galaki wished to meet Ling Yan before docking, Ling Yan entered the cabin, noticing the captain's troubled demeanor, which struck him as peculiar. "Ling Yan, the promotion you mentioned earlier should be without issue, correct?" Captain Galaki asked, seemingly seeking final confirmation. "Huh, what do you mean?" "Captain Galaki," Ling Yan replied, somewhat perplexed by the sudden shift to the topic of promotion. "Well, let me be forthright." Captain Galaki began to recount his extraordinary operations spanning half a year. It transpired that 6 months prior, the villagers of Qixiao village had been distressed over their inability to sell their oranges at a good price. It was during this time that Ling Yan casually mentioned the concept of promotion. In essence, it involved exploiting the nobles' admiration for the celestial dragons by marketing Qixiao village's oranges as fruits favored by them. Once this notion was disseminated, the nobles would surely rush to purchase the oranges. While others dismissed Ling Yan's words, only Captain Galaki took them to heart, secretly promoting the oranges within the elite society of Clover Island for half a year. Ling Yan was utterly astonished upon hearing Captain Galaki's account. "Good heavens, truly remarkable. You are indeed the most exceptional merchant of Qixiao village," Ling Yan exclaimed. "Captain Galaki, are you implying you have been promoting our oranges among the upper class here for 6 months? Ling Yan asked, seeking affirmation. "Indeed. Ling Yan, you cannot fathom the frenzy that ensued once the nobles caught wind of this news. They have been inquiring everywhere about where to procure such oranges. The noble I am collaborating with has been urging me to expedite the shipment. Yet I have been hesitant, fearing entanglement with the celestial dragons. The offer presented to me is far too generous. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity," Captain Galaki said, his excitement palpable. Ling Yan could hardly believe that Captain Galaki had truly achieved this feat. No wonder the current purchasing price for oranges was significantly higher than before. "Then there is no issue, Captain Galaki. However, you must exercise caution in such transactions, as they may attract the attention of the celestial dragons, leading to potential investigations. Yet, as long as you remain inconspicuous in this remote region of the East Sea, any inquiries that arise should not pose a significant threat," Ling Yan remarked with a relaxed demeanor. "That is precisely my intention. I have maintained a low profile throughout. Moreover, all the promotion has been conducted by the noble I am collaborating with. I did not even disclose that these oranges are from Qixiao village. I merely informed him that they were sourced from an obscure island." Captain Galaki replied with a hint of cunning in his voice. "Then all is well, Captain Galaki. Rest assured and proceed with the sales," Ling Yan declared with confidence. Captain Galaki's strategy might very well elevate their oranges to a status worthy of tribute to the celestial dragons. After all, the celestial dragons are known for their vanity. And with Ling Yan's presence, they need not fear confrontations. As long as the celestial dragons do not wish for retribution from Ling Yan, they were welcome to come forth. Witnessing Ling Yan's self-assured demeanor, Captain Galaki felt entirely reassured. In the ensuing events, Ling Yan, Nami, and Noki Gao did not participate, nor did they intend to reveal themselves. After finalizing arrangements with Captain Galaki, the three donned child-sized masks that concealed everything but their mouths and vanished from the port. Captain Galaki would remain on Clover Island for 3 days, at which point Ling Yan and the others would return punctually. "Wow, that smells delicious. Noki Gao, Ling Yan, let us dine at this establishment. Hold on, Nami, take it slow. This is wonderful, so delectable." After drifting at sea for several days, the trio's stomachs rumbled with hunger as they hurriedly sought a place to indulge in culinary delights upon disembarking, with an abundance of berries at their disposal. Thanks to the Black Pirate crew's recent generous contribution of millions, they feasted until their bellies were full. I am so stuffed. If only Belmere were here. How could she be? She is currently the captain of the Qixiao village guard. Busy with her duties. Following their satisfying meal, the 3 children leisurely made their way into the mountains, casually discussing their future plans. It was still afternoon, and they intended to visit Frost Moon Village. Upon exiting the city, the surroundings transformed into a scene of poverty, filth, and chaos. However, the trio paid little heed to this, recognizing it was beyond their capacity to alter. Do not fear. You little brat, don't run. Stop. Return that bread. Hearing these cries, Ling Yan and his companions paused, stepping aside to observe a girl, about their age, being pursued by 7 or 8 rough men, clutching a large loaf of bread tightly in her arms. "Ah, wah, my bread. Don't steal my bread." Suddenly, the little girl stumbled and fell, but disregarding her scraped hand, she scrambled to retrieve the bread, for it had caught the attention of some greedy onlookers. "You insolent girl! How dare you steal, especially from our lord?" The gang of men surrounded the little girl, grinning maliciously as they advanced. "Hey, it's just a loaf of bread. What is the point of chasing her?" "How much berries will it cost me?" Noki Gao stepped forward, irate. Ling Yan and Nami joined him, equally incensed. Had they not witnessed the scene, Ling Yan would have remained indifferent. However, seeing it unfold before him, he could not simply stand by. This adorable little girl must not fall prey to these nefarious individuals. "What does this concern you? We are affiliated with Lord Keela. I advise you not to meddle." The thugs eyed Ling Yan and his companions warily, for they recognized the noble fabric of their clothing. "Noki Gao, Nami, I leave these ruffians to you," Ling Yan commanded resolutely. No sooner had Ling Yan spoken than Noki Gao unsheathed his sword, while Nami charged ahead. "Bang! Bang! Take that, you bullies! Ah! Spare me! We shall not do it again." This was all Captain Beck's idea. Within mere seconds, Noki Gao and Nami had dispatched the thugs, who now writhed in agony on the ground. Wow, how impressive! The once terrified girl watched in awe as the thugs scrambled away. Even those who had coveted her bread were intimidated by Ling Yan and his friends. "Little sister, what is your name? How old are you?" Ling Yan approached the girl, hands in his pockets, wearing a bright smile. "Hee, little sister, are you all right?" Noki Gao eagerly began checking on the girl. "I have medicine. Let us bandage your wounds." Nami retrieved bandages and medicine from her backpack. The little girl, overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the three, shyly lowered her head, insisting, No, I'm fine." Without waiting for a response, Noki forcibly pulled the girl away, and the four children ventured into the mountains, where they began tending to her wounds. Once bandaged, Nami presented her with a new dress to wear. "My name is Daisha, and I am 12 years old. Thank you for saving me," Daisha said in a sweet, melodious voice, still adjusting to the kindness shown to her. "So your name is Daisha. What a lovely name. What? You're 12? Wow, you're actually older than both Nami and me," Ling Yan exclaimed, a bit bewildered, having thought of Daisha as a younger sister, only to discover she was the same age as Noki. However, it quickly dawned on him that she must be undernourished. A year ago, both Nami and Noki had been quite frail too. It was only after Ling Yan arrived that the meals at the Belmere household had improved, allowing Nami and Noki to begin their development. "But you look so small," Nami remarked, unsure of what to say, as the three of them were taller than Daisha. Just then, a cheerful rumble emanated from Daisha's stomach, causing her delicate face to flush like a ripe apple. "I haven't eaten in days," her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with embarrassment, as if feeling unworthy to stand alongside the children before her. However, Nami had already begun to unveil a feast of delicious food, the aromas wafting through the air, making Daisha's mouth water incessantly. Ling Yan and the others couldn't help but chuckle at Daisha's reaction. "Go ahead and eat, Daisha. We have plenty of food," Nami cheerfully urged her. "Is all this really for me?" Daisha stammered, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. "Yes, indeed, all for you," Nami confirmed with conviction. "There's too much. I can't possibly accept it," Daisha protested. "In a way, you must finish it. Otherwise, we'll sell you to a slave trader," Ling Yan playfully threatened. "No, I'll eat right away," Daisha, frightened, quickly acquiesced, horrified at the thought of being sold. Under the watchful eyes of Ling Yan and the others, Daisha began to devour the food voraciously, tears of joy streaming down her face as the flavors delighted her senses. Before long, she had polished off every morsel. Yet Ling Yan and the others sensed she was still hungry. Subsequently, the three began to converse with Daisha, and gradually, she seemed to start trusting them. They learned of her tragic past. For years prior, her entire family had been persecuted by the nobility, leaving her as the sole survivor, which had led to 4 years of wandering. "Ling Yan, Nami, what if we bring Daisha back to Cocoyasi village?" Noki suggested. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her, Nami immediately agreed, finding the shy girl quite endearing. Noki and Nami then turned to Ling Yan, as Belmere had instructed them to follow his lead while out. "All right, I agree," Ling Yan replied with a gentle smile. "Yay, I knew you would say yes," Nami and Noki cheered, each hugging Ling Yan and playfully nudging him. Daisha, however, was left bewildered, thinking, "Aren't you going to ask for my opinion?" Yet soon enough, she found herself enchanted by Nami's abundance of delicious food. They reached a secluded spot in the mountains, and Nami pulled out a nautical chart she had purchased that day from Clover Island, which was quite large and boasted several nations. Thus, it included maps of several neighboring islands, such as Dawn Island, home to Windmill Village in the Kingdom of Goya, as well as the island where Frostmoon Village was situated. Wait, Nami, you're a navigator? Daisha exclaimed in surprise. Nami, despite her youth, had already learned so much and had even sailed several times. Oh, it's nothing special, just keeping it low-key, Nami replied, feigning modesty, though her expression betrayed her pride. Ling Yan and Noki exchanged eye rolls at Nami's antics. Ling Yan, should we set off now? Frostmoon Village isn't exactly nearby, and if we leave now, we might not arrive until nightfall, Nami stated confidently, ignoring their reactions. All three girls turned their attention to Ling Yan. Let's go. It's fine to travel at night. We're not worried about finding a place to stay, Ling Yan decided promptly. All right, then let us hurry, Nami exclaimed. Tucking the chart away, suddenly, a monster, Daisha screamed in terror. Don't be afraid. That's just Ling Yan's devil fruit ability. He ate a devil fruit. Noki quickly reassured her. Hey, Daisha, this is a phoenix. How can you call it a monster? Ling Yan retorted, opening his mouth wide in annoyance. Daisha, clearly confused, pondered, devil fruit. What is that? A fruit that turns you into a monster. That sounds terrifying. All right, Ling Yan, Daisha has never heard of it. So let us get going, Nami urged. Already leaping onto Ling Yan's back. Daisha, come on. Ling Yan, not waiting for her hesitation, grabbed her with his wing and tossed her onto his back, while Noki quickly joined her. Hold on tight. I'm taking off with that. Ling Yan soared into the sky. I'm flying. Daisha's exuberant cries echoed through the air. Nami had calculated their timing correctly as the four children arrived at Frostmoon Village just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Enveloping the island in a shroud of frost. Ling Yan, where's that master you mentioned? Daisha inquired eagerly. We'll meet him tomorrow. Hee. As night fell, the four children jubilantly set up a barbecue feast on the hillside behind Frostmoon Village. A delightful array of ingredients spread before them. Let us raise a toast to Daisha joining our band of merry misfits, Nami exclaimed excitedly, lifting her bottle. The other three, filled with joy, raised their bottles as well. Cheers. This is delicious, Nami urged Daisha. Don't be shy. Try this roasted meat. Without hesitation, Ling Yan presented her with a golden brown piece of succulent meat right by her mouth. I can manage on my own, Daisha replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly accepted the meat, taking a gentle bite. That's the spirit, Daisha. We're all good pals here, Noki declared enthusiastically, slapping her thigh in delight, like an older sister celebrating a joyous occasion. Pals? Daisha murmured softly. Then her lips curled into a sweet, radiant smile. The trio exchanged knowing glances, understanding that in this moment, Daisha had truly become one of them. The festivities continued as they savored the joy brought by the feast. Some sipping milk, others relishing the roasted meat, laughter and cheer resonating throughout the hillside, filling the air with warmth and happiness. Eventually, after finishing their milk and meat, the small barbecue party came to a close. Daisha sighed contentedly, reclining on the grass, her cherubic face still relishing the joy of the evening. The other three children followed suit, sprawled on the grass with satisfied expressions, full and content. It wasn't long before all four drifted into a peaceful slumber. Their little noses twitching in dreams of delight, as the sun gradually ascended the opposite peak, casting silvery moonlight upon the forest. Ling Yan awoke with a pressing need to relieve himself. Drowsy, he wandered to the forest's edge when suddenly the sounds of a scuffle reached his ears. Strange, a fight in Frostmoon Village. That person must be reckless. Ling Yan fully awakened and headed toward the source of the commotion, only to arrive at the scene of two small figures in the midst of a battle. Imsuk 3D. The battle between Guena and Zaro has concluded for the 2001st time. Guena, Rorano Zaro. It's astonishing that these two individuals are involved. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, Guena is still alive, leaving Ling Yan utterly astonished. Ling Yan recalls that Gena was born at the end of the 1500th year of the Sea Circle calendar and tragically met her demise at the hands of the Supreme Staircase when she was merely 11. Now, in the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar, how could Guena possibly still be alive? However, such details are of no consequence. Since Guena has not perished, Ling Yan resolves to establish an opponent for Zoro whom he will never be able to defeat. Cackling with determination, he finds it utterly despicable and is filled with resentment. As Ling Yan is lost in thought, Zaro is seen sobbing and covering his face, upon hearing Zaro express his dissatisfaction. Guena's expression falls into despondency. I am the one who feels unsatisfied to the point of tears. Zoro is taken aback by Guena's words. After defeating her 2001 times, he cannot comprehend what further grievances she harbors. Without meeting Zoro's gaze, Guena continues, as girls grow older, they inevitably become weaker than boys. Soon I will be surpassed. My father once told me that girls cannot become the world's strongest swordsman. I understand this. I have long known it, yet I cannot help but feel discontent. My chest is beginning to develop. And if only I could become a boy. As Guena utters these words, tears of frustration begin to cascade from her eyes, her face a portrait of melancholy and despair. Having already defeated me. You should refrain from complaining. This is rather contemptible. You are my goal, Zoro exclaims, seething with anger. Zoro. Guena gazes at him, her eyes glistening with tears. What does it matter whether one is a boy or a girl? On the day I defeat you, will you still proclaim such things? As if my victories were not earned through my own strength, after all my hard work and training. Does that not make me seem foolish? Please, do not utter such words. Zoro rebukes Guena in a fit of indignation. Guena looks at Zoro in disbelief, her thoughts beginning to wane that we made a pact. One day, either you or I shall become the world's strongest swordsman. Let us see who can achieve that. Upon saying this, Zoro's face is filled with a fierce determination. Baka, you are so weak. Guena wipes the tears from her eyes and smiles once more, sealing their vow with a high five. It's a promise, they declare in unison. How touching. Huh. When did you arrive? Ling Yan, hearing this voice, turns to see three heads peering in, their faces still glistening with tears of emotion. How utterly moving, making promises together. Childhood friends. How wonderful. The three girls pay no mind to Ling Yan. Their gazes fixed enviously upon Guena and Zoro in the grass below Akati that moment. Guena and Zoro notice Ling Yan and the three other children. Their expressions showing confusion. Who are these four? Realizing they have been discovered, Ling Yan and his companions cease their hiding and approach Guena and Zoro. That was splendid. Gender doesn't matter. Girls can also become the world's strongest swordsmen. Nami declares proudly. Who are you? Guena inquires. Greetings, I am Ling Yan. And this is Nami, that is Nojiko, and the shy one is Daisa. We are the Poverty Relief Squad. Ling Yan raises his head, speaking with an air of self-importance. Hello, I am Guena. And this is my defeated opponent, Zoro. Guena smiles gently as she introduces them. Baka, Guena. I will one day defeat you. Zoro, feeling bashful in front of strangers, suddenly dashes away. Ha ha ha. That green-haired boy is adorable. Nami laughs heartily at Zoro's shy demeanor, and the other children, including Guena, join in her laughter. By the way, where do you come from? I don't recall seeing you in the village, Guena asks, her laughter subsiding as Zoro runs off. Oh, we traveled from the distant Cocoyasi village. Our purpose here is to find your father, Ling Yan states bluntly. Looking for my father. Are you also here to learn swordsmanship? Guena asks, surprised. Not exactly. You will find out tomorrow. Ling Yan replies mysteriously, suppressing a smile. Tomorrow, is it? Very well. Guena, though puzzled, does not press further. Since that's the case, Guena, we still need a place to stay. What do you think? Nami says, rubbing her hands together in a somewhat flattering manner. Then you may stay at our dojo. Guena, having been prompted, does not refuse any longer. Following this, Ling Yan and his companions accompany Guena to the Ishin dojo. The next morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, rays of dawn seeped through the leaves, painting the green foliage in golden hues. Inside the Ishin dojo, the children had already risen and were fervently practicing their swordsmanship. However, Kang Shiro could not find his daughter Guena or Zoro. He immediately activated his observation haki to search the surroundings, eventually locating the two in separate corners of the back mountain, engaged in intense training. Just as he was about to leave, Kang Shiro's expression shifted oddly. A wave of confusion washed over him as he noticed four unfamiliar children at the Ishin dojo. Could they be here to seek instruction in swordsmanship? That seems plausible, as Kang Shiro is quite a capable swordmaster himself. Filled with curiosity, he decided to investigate. He instructed the other apprentices to continue their practice before heading toward the room where the four children were. Upon reaching the door, he could not help but twitch his lips in amusement. There, he found the four children sprawled across their beds, their breaths rising and falling rhythmically, clearly lost in sweet dreams with no signs of waking. Children, rise and shine. Lying in bed is not the behavior of good kids. I cannot accept such students, he called out gently, his tone light and unhurried. as if awakening slumbering sprites. Ling Yan, upon hearing the commotion, slowly stirred awake, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and, through a haze of confusion, finally recognized the visitor. "Ah, Kung Shiro, good morning," he mumbled before feeling drowsy again and flopping back down, his breath bubbling out once more. Kung Shiro, feeling rather helpless, continued to call out softly, "Children, if you do not rise now, I truly cannot accept you." "Who is it?" At that moment, Nami, Nojiko, and Daisa also awakened, rubbing their still drowsy eyes as they gazed at Kung Shiro. "Greetings, I am Kung Shiro, the owner of this Ishin dojo and its sword master. You must be the ones Guina brought back." Seeking to learn swordsmanship, Kung Shiro inquired, his tone still calm and measured. "Wow," the three girls exclaimed simultaneously, realizing he was the esteemed swordsman Ling Yan had mentioned. "Hello, hello." The three girls instantly became alert, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. "Esteemed swordsman, is he really that?" Kang Shiro felt a bit bashful at their reaction. He remained silent, instead pointing to Ling Yan, who was still asleep. The three girls followed his gesture, astonished to find Ling Yan still slumbering. However, little Nami would not let this slide. She leaped onto Ling Yan's stomach, shouting, "Ling Yan, wake up." With a soft pop, Ling Yan's bubble of slumber burst. At that moment, he awoke, bewildered, staring at Nami, who stood triumphantly on his belly. "Nami, what are you doing? Get up. The esteemed swordsman has arrived," Nojiko urged softly. Daisa felt a bit embarrassed, realizing they were still in someone else's home and sleeping in. Jumping off Ling Yan, Nami beamed at the smiling Kung Shiro. "Hey, Kung Shiro, good morning." Ling Yan quickly scrambled to his feet, feeling slightly awkward as he greeted Kung Shiro. It's perfectly fine for children to sleep a bit longer, but lying in bed is not a good habit." "By the way, what brings you here?" Kang Shiro inquired gently. "Ha ha ha. Well, we drifted at sea for several days, and upon landing, we were particularly prone to drowsiness. I apologize for our rudeness, Kang Shiro. We came here to ask if our companion Nojiko could learn swordsmanship from you for a couple of days." Ling Yan scratched his head, revealing their intentions. "Please, Kung Shiro." Noki Gao bowed respectfully to Gung Siling. Gung Siling did not respond immediately. The situation was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. He had initially believed these children to be from a nearby village, but it appeared otherwise. Moreover, the boy had just mentioned drifting at sea for several days, an extraordinary feat for mere children to reach this place. This left him pondering. Had his reputation spread so far? Realizing that this was adjacent to Guina's room, he surmised that these children must have been brought back by her, which piqued his curiosity. It was intriguing that Guina would host these children and even allow them to stay in her home. "Of course, you may all learn swordsmanship from me." Gung Siling finally consented after much contemplation. "Yay. Thank you, Mr. Gung Siling," the children exclaimed in unison, their joy palpable. "Very well then, let us commence today. First, you will accompany me to the dojo for observation, and afterward, I shall instruct you in the practice of swordsmanship," Gung Siling said with a slight narrowing of his eyes and a soft voice. "Understood, Mr. Gung Siling," the four children replied together. Thus, for the remainder of the day, Ling Yan and her companions diligently engaged in mastering the fundamental sword techniques taught by Gung Siling, skills that were undoubtedly practical, aside from Daisha, who struggled with her form, and Ling Yan, whose center of balance was not quite aligned with swordsmanship. Nami and Noki Gao absorbed the lessons earnestly. After all, it is beneficial for girls to acquire some self-defense skills. By the afternoon, the day's lessons concluded with Gung Silang offering a summary for each apprentice. "Father, I am back." Guina and Zoro entered the dojo in succession. "You must be tired after a day of intensive training. Go wash up," Gung Silang advised gently. By the way, Guina, the children you brought back are currently learning swordsmanship in the dojo. They shall continue to reside in the room next to yours for the next few days. "Yes, father, I understand," Guina replied, making her way to her room. She intended to freshen up before visiting Ling Yan and the others. "Master, I shall also take my leave," Zoro said to Gung Siling before returning to his own quarters. Gung Siling regarded Zoro with satisfaction. Apart from Guina, he was the most gifted swordsman Gung Siling had encountered. However, he noticed a peculiar change in Guina's demeanor today. Once Guina had finished washing up, she ventured into the adjacent room, just in time to find Ling Yan and her companions engaged in a game. "Guina. Guina, you're back," the three girls exclaimed excitedly as they surrounded her. "Yes, my father just mentioned you all," Guina said, feeling a bit shy and unaccustomed to such a lively atmosphere. "Hey, Ling Yan," Guena is back. We can start now, Daisha exclaimed eagerly. Of course. Then let the banquet begin, Ling Yan declared promptly. Yay! Banquet, banquet. The four children then tugged a somewhat bewildered Guena and dashed towards the back mountain, eventually calling Zoro to join them as well. In this world, a banquet is one of the most joyous occasions. After the barbecue feast concluded, Guena went on to instruct the three girls in the basics of swordsmanship during this visit to Xuanyue village. It was unnecessary for them to master too much. Simply grasping the foundational techniques would suffice. Out of the three, only Noki Gao exhibited a commendable understanding, having trained alongside Ling Yan for the past 6 months. Although Ling Yan's teachings were unorthodox, he at least possessed some theoretical knowledge, which provided Noki Gao with a solid foundation. However, Nami and Daisha's attempts resembled more of a rudimentary combat method than actual swordsmanship. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Being able to defend oneself would be adequate. Noki Gao, your foundational swordsmanship is truly commendable. While you lack a real sword at present, I shall procure one for you tomorrow. Then, I will train with you, which will greatly enhance your progress, Guena said after offering her guidance. A real sword. I have one, Noki Gao replied eagerly. Nami, bring out the Sandai Kitetsu. Upon mentioning the real sword, Noki Gao recalled the Sandai Kitetsu that Ling Yan had brought back. Although it did not compare to Guena's Wadakamanji, it was still a top-tier quality blade. Sandai Kitetsu? Both Guena and Zoro, who had been training nearby, were drawn in by Noki Gao's words. Nami merely opened a spatial gate, allowing Noki Gao to retrieve the sword herself, feeling somewhat uneasy about the ominous aura the Sandai Kitetsu exuded. Here it is, the Sandai Kitetsu, a blade ranked among the 50 fine swords. Ling Yan mentioned it is a cursed sword. Noki Gao presented the Sandai Kitetsu for her intrigued companions to examine. Both Guena and Zoro possessed an exceptional sensitivity to swords, and they immediately sensed something unusual about the Sandai Kitetsu. Indeed, it truly is a cursed sword, Guena remarked in astonishment as she caressed the blade. Her father and grandfather had spoken of cursed swords, but she had never encountered one until now. Zoro felt a twinge of envy. Silently vowing to one day possess not one, but 3 exceptional swords of his own. This sword originally belonged to Ling Yan, but I've claimed it for myself, Noki Gao said with a hint of playful pride. Unbeknownst to Ling Yan, the Sandai Kitetsu simply did not wish to remain with him, as the fiery aura he exuded was quite uncomfortable for the blade. This was precisely why Noki Gao had managed to engage with the Sandai Kitetsu without being harmed. Shall we begin? Guena said contentedly, returning the Sandai Kitetsu to Noki Gao. The 2 girls then commenced their practice with the real sword. The intensity of their training was palpable. Their strikes bore a ferocity that was markedly heightened. Guena triumphed due to her superior swordsmanship, yet she could not entirely suppress Noki Gao's fervor. As Noki Gao had already faced numerous pirates, their sparring continued until deep into the night, with Nami and Daisha reluctantly training alongside them. Noki Gao, your progress tonight has been remarkable. We shall continue tomorrow, Guena remarked, her satisfaction evident as she observed Noki Gao. The experience of sparring with her was unlike any she had encountered before. Thanks to Noki Gao's prior combat experience. Thank you, Guena. Noki Gao expressed her heartfelt gratitude, recognizing that Guena's willingness to spar and guide her contributed significantly to her rapid improvement. The 4 girls, filled with laughter and chatter, made their way back to the Isen dojo, with Ling Yan and Zoro trailing behind. Hey Zoro, I heard you took 9 swords when you first challenged Guena? Ling Yan inquired, glancing at the brooding Zoro. That's not true. I didn't. Zoro retorted, flustered that he recalled how, in a moment of folly, he had clumsily brandished 9 bamboo swords against Guena, only to be defeated in a single strike. Seeing Zoro's embarrassed demeanor, Ling Yan found the situation amusing and delightful. Upon returning to the Isen dojo, everyone was exhausted from a full day of training. After washing up, they promptly succumbed to slumber at midnight, with the moon high above the mountains. Ling Yan sensed some movement as he rubbed his eyes awake. He caught sight of a figure slipping past the door. Guena, what is she doing up at this hour? Ling Yan recognized the small figure, but thought little of it as he turned over to sleep again. Not good. In the next moment, Ling Yan sprang up in alarm. He suddenly recalled that Guena had a tendency to venture to the warehouse at night in search of her beloved whetstone, which had caused her to fall from the upper level of the warehouse and nearly tumble down the stairs. Realizing this, Ling Yan quickly sprang into action. Racing after Guena, he reached the warehouse door and immediately spotted Guena searching for something atop the shelves. Guena, Why are you awake at this late hour? Ling Yan questioned, his tone a bit sharp, unable to comprehend her late-night whetstone quest. Ling Yan, what are you doing here? I'm looking for my cherished whetstone. Guina exclaimed as her eyes lit up, revealing a dark whetstone in her hand. Just as she prepared to descend, her foot slipped. Ah, be careful. Guina's cry resonated in Ling Yan's ears like the tolling of a death knell. He swiftly activated his shave technique, dashing forward to catch Guina just as she was about to plummet down the stairs. In that fleeting moment, both children were drenched in cold sweat. Guina was overwhelmed with the haunting sensation that she had truly glimpsed the Grim Reaper beckoning to her. While Ling Yan was equally alarmed, having witnessed Guina's head narrowly miss a sharp, protruding edge of the grand staircase. Guina, what happened? Came the voice of Gung Silang, who rushed over upon hearing Guina's terrified exclamation. Ling Yan gently set Guina down. Guina, Ling Yan, what transpired? Gung Silang inquired, observing the two still shaken from the ordeal. Wah, father, I nearly died just now. Guina, regaining her composure, immediately clung to Gung Silang and began to weep profusely. Ling Yan, standing aside, recounted the harrowing incident to Gung Silang, who, upon examining the staircase's jagged edge, was also gripped by fear. It's all right. It's all right. Guina, Gung Silang comforted her, deeply grateful to Ling Yan. Had it not been for Ling Yan's timely intervention, his daughter could have met an untimely demise. After a period of cathartic sobbing, Guina withdrew from her father's embrace and approached Ling Yan, saying, Ling Yan, thank you for saving my life. No need for thanks, Guina. We are comrades. And your well-being is what matters, Ling Yan replied softly. Gung Silang then turned his gaze towards the staircase and, to everyone's astonishment, proceeded to dismantle it. This staircase appears to be defective. I shall use it for firewood. Guina, Ling Yan, you both should return and rest, he spoke in a gentle tone. Yet, his determination to destroy the staircase was unwavering. The following day, the Isen Dojo resumed its training as usual. The events of that night, including Guina's close call, remained a well-guarded secret among the three witnesses. Everything continued as before, as if nothing had transpired. However, Guina, while instructing No Kigo and the others in the fundamentals of swordsmanship, had become noticeably more stringent, seemingly wishing to repay Ling Yan for his act of bravery the previous night. Blip, blip. Huh. Ling Yan, who was training nearby, was intrigued by the sound of his communicator. Pausing his movements, he picked it up and pressed the answer button. Moshi Moshi? Ling Yan, this is Captain Galachi. Where are you right now? Captain Galachi inquired eagerly as soon as the connection was made that we're currently in Frostmoon Village. Captain Galachi, is something amiss? Ling Yan's voice conveyed a hint of concern. Our business has caught the attention of a member of the local royalty. He wishes to collaborate with us, but it's anything but. He demands 7/10 of the profits. This is not collaboration. It's outright robbery. He aims to force me to relinquish this business. Captain Galachi revealed, his tone laced with fury and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan promptly condemned the royal figure, recognizing that the citrus trade was crucial for the livelihood of their village, Kishia. Captain Galachi was a reasonable man, always offering the best prices for oranges. If this business were to collapse, the future prosperity of Kishia would be jeopardized. Captain Galachi, stall him for a day. We will rush over immediately. Ling Yan resolved. All right, but please hurry. This royal is exceedingly overbearing, Captain Galachi urged, hoping for Ling Yan's swift arrival. Understood. With a click, Ling Yan ended the call and summoned Nami. What's going on, Ling Yan? Nami, noticing the mix of irritation and excitement on Ling Yan's face, asked curiously. Nami, there's a situation with Captain Galachi. We need to lend a hand. Ling Yan explained, detailing the events that had transpired. As soon as he finished speaking, Nami's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her excitement rivaling Ling Yan's. What are we waiting for? Let us set off at once, she urged, preferring the thrill of robbing from the rich to the practice of swordsmanship. At that moment, Guina's teaching came to a halt as the three young girls rushed over to inquire. Me too. I want to go, Guina exclaimed after hearing Ling Yan's account. After Ling Yan reiterated the situation, Guina struggled to contain her excitement. Having always been her father's obedient daughter, she found the prospect of joining Ling Yan's venture against the affluent utterly captivating. All right then, let us bring Zoro along, Ling Yan mused, considering that it would be beneficial for the two children to gain some experience. In no way. Guina immediately protested. P.S. directionally challenged. I'm afraid he'll get lost. The other three girls nodded in agreement, having recently experienced Zoro's disorientation firsthand. It was quite alarming. Fine, Let us head out. Ling Yan conceded, acknowledging the challenge Zoro posed. With a decision made, Ling Yan swiftly transformed into his full beast form. A magnificent phoenix emerged, prompting Gona to gaze in awe. So impressive. Quick, hop on. Nami and Nokigo expertly leaped onto Ling Yan's back, calling to the two girls below. Guena, brimming with excitement, followed suit that I can't reach. Little Daisa was on the verge of tears, unsure how to ascend Ling Yan's lofty form. Observing her plight, Ling Yan gently lifted her with his wings. What? What is that? Wait, how are Guena and the others up there? Master, it's bad. Guena and the others have been taken by a monster. Zoro, upon seeing the soaring phoenix, was bewildered. Yet, the sight of Guena and her companions atop it filled him with alarm that he intended to rush back to the dojo to inform his master, but found himself lost in the woods. Unable to retrace his steps without Guena's guidance. Inside the Isen dojo, Gung Silang, who was still instructing his apprentices in swordsmanship, looked up, astonished by the spectacle. He had long suspected that Ling Yan and the other children were extraordinary. But he never imagined they were wielders of devil fruit powers. I didn't expect you to tread this path, Guena, Gung Silang mused, watching the phoenix fade into the distance from Frost Moon Village. In the sky, compared to Nami and Nokigo, Guena was exhilarated. Like a little sparrow, her excitement mirrored by Daisa as they beheld the ocean from such great heights for the first time. Ling Yan flew swiftly. And by noon, the 5 children arrived at Clover Island. Ling Yan descended into a dense forest, where Nami promptly opened a spatial portal for everyone to step through. When their figures re-emerged, they found themselves in the inn where Captain Galachi and his crew were resting. Ling Yan, you've finally arrived. Ling Yan, Nami, Nokigo, you're back. The crew members rushed forward, their expressions shifting from worry to relief upon seeing Ling Yan and the others. First Officer Ade, where is Captain Galachi? Ling Yan queried without delay. Captain Galachi went to negotiate with the royal. He assured us before leaving that he would be safe, instructing us to wait for your return. First Officer Ade replied promptly. Ling Yan, what should we do? Shall we go now? Little Nami asked, her excitement palpable. Not yet. We are unfamiliar with this place. It's wiser to wait until nightfall to act, Ling Yan suggested thoughtfully. This island is vast, and we have no idea if there are any formidable foes lurking here. Remember, even in the hills behind Windmill Village, there was a powerful figure skilled in conqueror's hockey and hiding. Nami considered this carefully and agreed, while Captain Galachi's crew felt reassured by Ling Yan's decisive stance. Ling Yan then introduced Guena and Daisa to the crew. As night fell, Captain Galachi had yet to return, causing concern among the group. You all stay here. We'll go rescue Captain Galachi, Ling Yan instructed, gathering a group of a dozen crew members before setting off. Ling Yan, we entrust Captain Galachi to you, First Officer Ade said earnestly. Rest assured, Captain Galachi will be fine, Ling Yan assured him before stepping into the spatial portal alongside the 4 girls. As the portal slowly opened, the 5 children finally arrived at the location where Captain Galachi was imprisoned. Upon seeing the portal, Captain Galachi's expression transformed from despair to sheer delight. He quickly realized that guards were stationed outside and signaled for everyone to remain quiet. Then, like fish slipping through the water, Ling Yan and the other children entered one by one through the portal. They entered a spacious and opulent guest chamber, where only Captain Galachi was present. Nonetheless, Ling Yan and his companions were utterly astonished by the lavish scene before them. The room was indeed extravagant, befitting a royal palace. It was truly astounding how wealthy these nobles were. Although Ling Yan had long been mentally prepared for the affluence of the royal family, witnessing it firsthand still left him in awe. Captain Galachi, they haven't treated you poorly, have they? Noki Gao inquired softly, her tone laced with concern. I am well. Do not worry. Noki Gao. He merely requested that I contemplate my decision here for one night. If I refuse tomorrow, he will report me directly to the celestial dragons. I cannot devise a countermeasure at present. Ling Yan, do you have any ideas? This business is crucial for our village, Kixia, and we cannot afford to lose it. Captain Galachi's voice was low yet resolute, his eyes betraying a mix of apprehension and hope for the future. He understood the significance of this deal for the fate of Kixia village. And thus, without hesitation, he turned to Ling Yan, despite the latter being but a child, believing wholeheartedly in Ling Yan's resourcefulness. Captain Galachi, do not fret. Let me ask, is he the only one plotting against our business? Ling Yan replied calmly. I am not certain at this moment, but judging by the circumstances of the past 2 days, it appears he is indeed alone. Captain Galaki answered after a moment's contemplation. Then there is no problem. Rest assured, Captain Galaki, I can resolve this matter. For now, you should return to the inn and rest. We will handle things here, Ling Yan proclaimed confidently. Indeed, Captain Galaki, we will manage this, Nami chimed in before opening a portal to another space. Be careful, will you? If you get hurt, Belmel will hold me accountable, Captain Galaki admonished. We understand. Following that, Captain Galaki stepped into the alternate dimension, where he felt an overwhelming curiosity upon entering for the first time. All he could see was a vast expanse of green, devoid of anything else. After Nami entered, she opened another door in a different part of the space, and Captain Galaki returned to the inn. Upon seeing Nami's return, Ling Yan wore a serene smile and declared, Ladies, let us create a ruckus and send this detestable royal family to the depths of despair. As Ling Yan's words fell, excitement lit up the faces of the four girls. They promptly donned masks, each adorned with a phoenix design. For the past 6 months, Ling Yan, Nami, and Noki Gao had always worn these masks during their escapades, and now Guina and Daisha joined the ranks. Moments later, the operation commenced. Ling Yan and Guina took charge of diverting attention, while Nami, Noki Gao, and Daisha focused on emptying the royal treasury. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yan and Guina arrived at the royal residence. Ling Yan's solution to the royal family was simple. He intended to eliminate them. Observing the royal figure before him, Ling Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Standing less than 2 meters tall, the royal was rounder than a pig. A truly corpulent sight, currently nestled between 2 slender women, sleeping soundly. Little one, what brings you here at such a late hour? A sudden voice echoed, startling Ling Yan and Guina, who realized they had grown too complacent. Ling Yan swiftly turned, shielding Guina behind him, only to find a burly middle-aged man, over 2 meters tall, calmly observing them at the door. Apologies, it was a misunderstanding. We took a wrong turn, Ling Yan replied with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing Ling Yan's voice, the elder felt a jolt of surprise. He had initially thought them to be members of the dwarf race, but upon hearing the voice, he realized it was indeed a mere child. You think I am a fool for wandering into the royal palace? With that, the middle-aged man strode forward. We were simply too hungry. Esteemed elder, please forgive us. We shall take our leave, Ling Yan said, cautiously retreating with Guina toward the back window of the room. This is the royal palace, child. It is not as simple as you wish it to be. With that, the middle-aged man lunged toward Ling Yan and Guina. However, in the next instant, shock filled his eyes. Flame Emperor, Fire Fist. Boom! Ling Yan struck, creating a gaping hole in the lavish room as a torrent of flames engulfed the middle-aged man, sending him flying. At that moment, the gluttonous royal and the 2 women awoke. Who are you? Who are you? Get out. Guards, come in and kill them. Porter, where are you? Their faces bore no fear. Being nobles, they were accustomed to their elevated status. And now they were shouting in a frenzy. Guina, take care of them, Ling Yan commanded, immediately charging out, sensing that the middle-aged man was beginning to rise. Upon hearing Ling Yan's order, Guina unsheathed her sword, and in the blink of an eye, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted as she swiftly dispatched the 3 on the bed to the depths of hell. Without hesitation, she burst out of the room, only to encounter several guards. A fierce battle ensued. Meanwhile, Ling Yan tracked down the middle-aged man he had blasted away, noting that he was now charred and bald. Yet, Ling Yan could perceive that he had not given up. Impressive willpower, esteemed elder. To withstand my fiery assault and still stand, Ling Yan remarked before unleashing flames to encircle the courtyard. This man was stronger than Alone, likely equivalent to 2 Alones in combat prowess. Who dares to slay a member of the royal family? Who are you? Porter exclaimed, clearly distressed. He had finally found a long-term benefactor, and now it was slipping away. More critically, he feared he might meet his end here today. Who are we? Shave. Flame strike, with a resounding bang. Porter was hurled back into the flames. Ugh, the Marine 6 styles. You are a Marine. The cries of agony echoed within the fire as Porter writhed. He sought to escape, but Ling Yan would not grant him that chance. Yes, indeed, I am a Marine. So, rest in peace. Ling Yan's hand, ablaze, pierced through Porter's chest. Having dealt with Porter, Ling Yan turned to the guards engaged with Guina. Thanks to her swordsmanship, Guina was holding her own. But she was not in the lead. Ling Yan refrained from intervening immediately. Guina needed this real combat experience to grow. Outside the courtyard, the royal army had already surrounded the area. At this moment, all eyes were captivated by the intense battle between Ling Yan and Guina. Meanwhile, Nami, Noki Gao, and Daisha had finally discovered the royal treasury. Upon entering, they were greeted by several chests gleaming with golden light, meticulously arranged and exuding an air of endless opulence. In addition, there were piles of berries stacked high, along with various glittering antiques strewn across the floor. The sheer abundance of treasure was dazzling, leaving the three girls wide-eyed in disbelief. Nokigao, Daisha, we have struck gold, Nami exclaimed excitedly, her gaze completely captivated by the wealth. Her face flushed with exhilaration. Quick, move it, or we'll be discovered. Nokigao snapped back to reality. This was not the time to be frivolous, right? Right, Daisha. Nokigao, you handle the transport. I'll manage the organization inside. Nami instructed swiftly. They immediately sprang into action, unleashing immense strength as they excitedly carried box after box of treasure into the alternate space. Outside the courtyard, the royal army had completely encircled the area. Yet, none dared breach the fiery barrier, for the flames burned far too hot. The areas scorched by the flames had already melted into lava due to the extreme heat. Such terrifying temperatures intimidated even the commander of the royal army. Quick, douse it with water. I refuse to believe there is a fire that fears water, the commander bellowed. Yes, commander. The soldiers of the royal army sprang into action, hauling bucket after bucket of water to douse the flames. Boom. I'll help. The first soldier to throw water into the flames found himself engulfed as the fire surged higher, consuming him instantly. How can this be? The flames intensified upon dousing them with water. The commander of the army remained perplexed. Commander, what has become of my nephew? You must rescue him. Just then, the portly figure adorned with a crown made his entrance. Your Majesty, the heat of these flames is utterly terrifying. It has transformed the ground into magma, rendering our entry impossible. The commander, equally distressed, voiced his concern. The king, bereft of heirs, had his nephew inside, the very heir to the throne. You scoundrel! He bellowed in fury. If anything happens to my nephew, you shall be relieved of your command. The king's rage was palpable. This nephew was his sole successor, and should he perish, the royal lineage could very well be supplanted by other nobles. Within the fiery barrier, Ling Yan overheard the commotion outside. Astonished to learn that the royal family member they had slain was indeed the future king's heir, it seemed that once this affair concluded, a swift retreat was in order. If the navy were alerted and took notice, it would spell trouble. Ling Yan glanced at Guina, who was still engaged in combat with several guards. This moment, Guina's stamina was nearly depleted, and she bore numerous injuries. Of the 5 guards, 2 had already perished, while the remaining 3 were severely wounded. Ling Yan deemed it time to intervene. He executed the 6th form of the Navy's martial arts, swiftly dispatching the remaining 3 guards. Upon witnessing her foe's fall, Guina could no longer maintain her stance, collapsing to the ground, propped up by her sword. What an exhilarating experience! Ling Yan, I wish to partake again in the future, Guina exclaimed. Her spirits buoyed. It became evident that real combat differed vastly from her previous sparring sessions. Her swordsmanship was formidable. However, her lack of endurance and experience in battle had led to her injuries. Absolutely, I shall summon you for the next encounter, but for now, we must locate Nami and the others, Ling Yan declared, lifting Guina onto his back and using his observation haki to navigate towards Nami. Moments later, Ling Yan arrived at the treasury doors, only to find chaos unfolding within. Ling Yan, hurry, eliminate them, Nami urged upon sighting him. Without hesitation, Ling Yan set Guina down and charged forward, swiftly dispatching the 7 or 8 soldiers guarding the treasury. We are saved. Nokigo promptly collapsed onto the ground. Nokigo, Nami, are you unharmed? Ling Yan inquired immediately. We are fine. Just a bit fatigued. A brief rest will suffice, Nokigo replied, panting. She had merely wished to gauge her current capabilities, unaware that the soldiers would prove so tenacious, once engaged in combat. Nami's spatial door had not allowed for an immediate escape. But thankfully, Nami had been able to maneuver through the fray, or else Nokigo would have faced true peril. With the crisis averted, Nami opened a spatial door, and Daisha promptly emerged from within. She had been too weak to assist in the recent skirmish, so Nami had advised her to retreat into the alternate dimension. They must be in the treasury. Everyone, quickly inside. At this moment, the sounds of the kingdom's army echoed from outside, and the flames had diminished, leaving only a ring of magma encircling the courtyard. They crossed the molten terrain and swiftly located the slain king's nephew, now en route to the treasury. We must depart, Ling Yan declared, carrying Guina into the alternate space, with Nami, Nokigo, and Daisha following suit. When the royal forces burst in, they beheld an empty treasury, with 8 guards unconscious on the floor and a few scattered coins. "Scoundrels!" exclaimed the commander. Enraged, "They've escaped. Initiate a nationwide manhunt. We must capture these audacious individuals." "Yes, sir." The soldiers promptly sprang into action, and under the commander's orders, a sweeping search operation commenced across the nation. Within the alternate space, Daisha and Nami busied themselves tending to Goena and Nokigo's wounds. Both young girls bore significant injuries. However, fatigue soon overcame them, and they drifted into slumber, their breaths rising and falling in an adorable rhythm. They did not immediately return to seek Captain Garaki, opting instead to make a brief phone call to reassure him. "Nami, let us rest in the forest for a couple of days before returning to Frostmoon Village." Understood, Nami replied. Unbeknownst to the youngsters, the king had lodged a protest with the world government. After all, Potter's roar had been heard by many. 3 days later, Goena and Nokigo's wounds had healed completely, leaving no scars. The kingdom's army abandoned their search after a day, intending to question Captain Garaki, but were thwarted by nobles allied with him, who warned them against further disturbances. With the king unable to bear offspring and his only heir lost, the throne would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the nobility. Hence, at this juncture, no one dared provoke the aristocrats. Captain Garaki's business flourished without hindrance. He had gained considerable fame in the region and began expanding throughout Clover Island. Meanwhile, Ling Yan and his companions remained atop the mountain, surrounded by abundant game, alleviating their food concerns. Yet, not everyone was content. "Ling Yan, can we head back now?" Little Nami called out to Ling Yan, who was still lifting a massive rock as part of his training. After 3 days on the mountain, Nami had drawn the nautical charts in 1 day and spent the remaining time playing with Daisha. Now, she found herself bored after tiring of her games. Upon hearing Nami's words, Ling Yan tossed the boulder aside. "It is indeed time to return. What of Nokigo and the others? They are still practicing in the woods." "Along with Daisha. I'll go call them back," Nami replied cheerfully, eager to venture forth in search of delectable treats, and she skipped off towards the forest. Observing Nami's endearing demeanor, Ling Yan felt a sense of resignation. Ever since acquiring the powers of the Devil Fruit, Nami had shown less enthusiasm for training. Having packed up the camp, Ling Yan joined Nami, who had gathered the other 3 girls. The 5 children returned to town without contacting Captain Garaki. Given that he had become a local celebrity, it was prudent to avoid excessive entanglements with him to mitigate the risks of exposure. They would need to navigate the East Blue in the future. In a lavish private room of a restaurant, Ling Yan and his companions devoured the culinary delights on the table with remarkable speed, leaving the server in a state of shock. "Boss, bring us another 100 servings." Ling Yan exclaimed, his mouth stuffed to capacity. But, esteemed guests, you've already consumed 100 servings. Is that truly acceptable?" The server fretted, genuinely concerned that these 5 children might overindulge. "No problem. Bring them on. We are still hungry," Ling Yan declared with bravado. "Indeed, this amount is merely a fraction of what we require. Another 100 servings, please," Nami chimed in, having grown weary of the roasted meat after 3 days on the mountain. "Very well. Coming right up. Please hold on," the server conceded, rushing to inform the kitchen. Since commencing their training, Ling Yan's appetite had burgeoned, as had Nami's, Nokigo's, and Goena's. Only Daisha retained a more typical appetite, though she had also consumed a fair share. Having known the pangs of hunger firsthand, "Boss, I request another 100 servings." Half an hour later, the 5 children polished off the 300 servings of food, and after Nami settled the bill, they emerged from the private room. Their bellies round and content, smiles of bliss adorning their faces. Incredible. The staff in the private room were left in astonishment as they witnessed the children depart. It was only after the children descended to the first floor that they noticed all patrons had paused their dining, gazing in the same direction. Curious, the 5 children turned to see an elderly man with white hair and a robust physique indulging in a feast. He had consumed at least 200 servings. "Unbelievable. Ling Yan, did you hear that? He devoured 200 servings all by himself," Nami exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. The other 3 girls shared her disbelief, having thought their appetites were considerable, only to find someone even more impressive in their midst. "Ling Yan, what is the matter with you?" Upon witnessing the dazed expression on Ling Yan's face, Noki curiously inquired. As Ling Yan heard Noki calling out to her, she snapped back to reality and replied, "It's nothing. Let's be on our way." "Then let us proceed," she continued. Once they exited the courtyard, the group of girls enthusiastically proposed a shopping trip. After all, they were quite affluent now, to the extent that even they could scarcely fathom the depths of their wealth. However, Ling Yan's brow furrowed slightly, her expression turning somber. Not just yet, Nami. We must first return to Captain Galaki Dada. All right then, we shall return. Although the girls felt a tinge of confusion, they ultimately acquiesced to Ling Yan's suggestion upon observing her serious demeanor. The 5 children made their way to an unoccupied alley, and through Nami's spatial anomaly, they swiftly arrived at the inn where Captain Galaki and his crew were staying. Ling Yan, Nami, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be away for half a month? First mate Ade expressed surprise upon seeing them. Ling Yan did not respond to Ade, but instead eagerly inquired, "Forget that for now. Where is Captain Galaki?" "I have matters to discuss with him. Captain Galaki has gone to attend a gathering hosted by the nobles. They are continuing to promote oranges at the event." "Ling Yan, is something amiss?" Ade quickly responded. Noticing Ling Yan's unusual demeanor, "Are you aware of the Navy's arrival here?" Ling Yan pressed on. "Oh, you wish to know about that? The Navy arrived yesterday, though their purpose remains unclear. However, leading them is none other than the naval hero, Vice Admiral Karp." Ade replied immediately, his face alight with admiration at the mention of Karp. "Vice Admiral Karp of the Navy? The very hero of the Navy?" Ling Yan exclaimed in disbelief. "Such a prominent figure has come here." The girls began to express their astonishment upon learning of the naval hero's presence. Indeed, the robust elder we encountered at the restaurant was none other than Vice Admiral Karp. It's just that he wasn't donning the Navy's justice cloak at the time. This world is rife with face blindness, and no one recognized him. Ade was unaware of the Navy's purpose for coming, but Ling Yan surmised that it likely stemmed from the incident 3 days prior. It was probable that the king reported this matter to the world government, prompting them to send the Navy here. After all, this was the East Sea, and Karp would naturally take on this task directly. A powerful devil fruit user had emerged in the East Sea, particularly with Clover Island being so close to Windmill Village. If they did not investigate thoroughly, that old man would certainly remain uneasy. Upon Captain Galaki's return in the afternoon, he confirmed Ling Yan's suspicions. The Navy's presence was indeed a result of the king's protest to the world government. "Captain Galaki, do you have any word on when these Navy personnel will depart?" Ling Yan inquired curiously. "Well, I haven't heard anything specific, but since their arrival, they haven't conducted any searches. That naval hero, Vice Admiral Karp, has been dining and drinking at the local restaurant every day." Captain Galaki pondered aloud. At that moment, Nami recalled Ling Yan's peculiar behavior at the restaurant and connected it to the voracious elder, suddenly understanding. "Ling Yan, the person we saw at the restaurant today was Vice Admiral Karp, wasn't he?" Nami's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked. As Nami spoke, the other 3 girls also recalled the encounter, astonished that the individual was indeed the naval hero, Karp, while you all seemed delighted. "He was specifically coming for us. Thankfully, he didn't investigate Captain Galaki and the others," Ling Yan remarked, her expression tinged with helplessness as she regarded the group. The 4 girls finally grasped that Karp had been pursuing them, and their faces began to show signs of panic. "Do not fret. We were all wearing masks at the time, and our attire was different as well. They want to be able to recognize us." Ling Yan gently reassured the little ones, as long as they did not use their devil fruit abilities in front of Karp, he would never uncover their identities. After all, the intelligence of the monkey family was all under Drago's purview. Yet, he is the naval hero, Karp. Dacia's face turned pale. In the East Sea, they had grown up hearing tales of Karp. Although they were unsure of his true strength, his reputation was vast enough to instill fear. "Shall we return to Frostmoon Village then?" Ling Yan suggested. Yes. Let us first return to Frostmoon Village. Once we arrive, the Navy will no longer find us." Nami immediately concurred with Ling Yan's proposal. The other 3 girls nodded fervently, genuinely fearful of being apprehended by the Navy if they remained. Ling Yan understood their apprehension, for Karp's reputation was indeed formidable. The 5 children then bid farewell to Captain Galaki and made their way to the back mount. Once there, Ling Yan transformed into her full beast form and swiftly soared into the sky with the girls. Meanwhile, in the town, Karp, having indulged in a hearty meal, was leisurely strolling through the streets, with his ability to return life. He didn't require digestion. He simply wished to explore the streets for any news. Suddenly, Karp's gaze shot towards the sky above the back mountain. "A phoenix?" He murmured. No, it's larger than Marco's phoenix. Could it truly be a phoenix?" Karp mused aloud, observing the vast bird flying away. "Vice Admiral Karp, That must be the individual who killed the king's nephew 3 days ago. Bogart emerged from the shadows, speaking in a grave tone. It must be so that I never expected a mythical Zoan user to appear in the East Sea. This could indeed pose a bit of a problem, Karp replied lightly, seemingly lost in thought, now that he has departed. Should we not return to report to the naval headquarters? Bogart inquired next. You can report via the transponder snail. It's been quite some time since I've seen Luffy and Ace. I should return to visit my grandsons. Karp's face broke into a warm smile at the thought of his grandchildren. Yes, Vice Admiral Karp. Bogart acknowledged, promptly using the transponder snail to report the mission status at the naval headquarters, upon hearing Karp's intent to return and visit his grandchildren. They initially considered reprimanding him. However, given the emergence of a mythical Zoan user in the East Sea, it was deemed prudent to allow Karp to remain for a few more days. Thus, they readily granted him a brief leave of absence. As for Ling Yan and her companions, they arrived back at Frost Moon Village just as night fell. Finally, we don't have to worry about being caught by the Navy, Nami exhaled in relief, a smile returning to her face. Nami, why are you so afraid of the Navy? They have no idea it was us. Even when we were standing before Karp, he didn't recognize us, Ling Yan chuckled, patting Nami on the shoulder. That old man gave off a very strong aura. Kuina, who had just been smiling, suddenly adopted a serious expression. Of course he is strong. Otherwise, how could he be a naval hero? Let us head back now, Ling Yan responded quietly. Karp could probably punch an island into oblivion. How could he not be strong? Yes. Let us go back and sleep. I'm so tired from today, Daisha remarked. Feeling fatigued, the 5 children then made their way from the mountain towards the Ishin dojo. As they walked, the girls felt tired primarily due to the day's tension. Father, good evening. Mr. Jingsairo, why are you still awake? Upon returning to the entrance of the Ishin dojo, they found Mr. Jingsairo waiting for them. Clearly aware of their return, they all bowed in greeting. It's still early. Zoro just returned not too long ago. Have you all been exhausted from your outing? Mr. Jingsairo inquired, his voice as calm as ever. He did not ask what the children had been up to, understanding that as they grew, they would surely have their own ideas. As long as they returned safely. Of course we're tired. I'm so sleepy and want to go to bed, Daisha sweetly replied. Well then, hurry back and rest. You may sleep in tomorrow, Mr. Jingsairo said, his eyes slightly squinting. A gentle smile adorning his face. We understand, Mr. Jingsairo, the children replied as they passed him and headed to their respective rooms. Mr. Jingsairo watched the children depart, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction in his heart. As he sensed a distinct change in Guena's aura, Zoro realized that the group of children had undoubtedly encountered numerous adversaries during their outing. In the darkness, Zoro gazed at the departing Guena, his eyes swirling with contemplation, pondering the thoughts that occupied his mind. Wow, exclaimed Daisha, as she blissfully reclined onto the tatami mat upon entering the room, her face radiating sheer contentment. Daisha, your little belly is exposed. Be careful not to catch a chill, Noki laughed, playfully warning her. Ling Yan inquired curiously as he noticed Gua lying down as well. Are you planning to sleep in our room tonight? Gua? We're not going back. We're partners now, and partners should sleep together. Guena replied without turning her head. Indeed, partners should sleep together. It feels so comfortable, Nami softly murmured as she nestled beside Guena, closing her eyes. Ling Yan opened his mouth, at a loss for words, merely shaking his head before dimming the lights and lying down as well. Before long, 5 gentle snores filled the room. The 5 children from Shuangyue village had settled into a peaceful slumber. While in the neighboring Windmill village, 2 children faced a rather harsh predicament. The piercing cries of anguish resonated throughout the village, preventing the residents from finding rest as they opened their doors. The following morning, before the sun had graced the horizon, the little rascals sprang up in a frenzy. Although Yingshuru had suggested they could sleep a bit longer, these little ones were acutely aware that laziness was not a virtue. And after their recent experiences, they understood how far they still had to go. When Zoro encountered Guna in the early hours, he immediately sensed something amiss, but he keenly felt that Guena's aura had intensified. A transformation so palpable it was as though he could feel it directly. Consequently, Zoro was determined to exert himself more than ever during his training that day. He had no intention of allowing the gap between himself and Guena to widen further. In the back mountain, the children were diligently practicing, and even Nami had begun to take her training seriously. Daisha, you've only just started training. Don't rush it. We are still young, and as long as we persist, our strength will surely grow, Ling Yan cautioned as he noticed Deisha had drastically increased her training regimen. However, Deisha resolutely shook her head, gritting her teeth as she declared, I can do this. Since returning from their mission, Deisha had come to a profound realization of her own weaknesses. She understood that if she could not contribute in battle, she would be rendered useless. She was determined not to become that. Filled with a sense of unwillingness and resolve, Deisha clenched her fists, her eyes shining with an indomitable spirit. She aimed to prove her worth through tangible actions, no longer content to be a mere bystander. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, she vowed to persevere and strive toward the goal of becoming stronger. Seeing Deisha's stubborn expression, Ling Yan ceased to persuade her. He was aware that the other girls were also intensifying their training. And a flicker of concern crossed his mind. While the people in this world were resilient, he recognized that with increased training, nutritional needs must also be met. Thus, he had already begun contemplating ways to obtain provisions from the Sea King. Sighing, he pondered how to manage this situation, as his abilities were ill-suited for fishing. As night fell, Captain Galaki called to inform Ling Yan that the Navy had withdrawn, which greatly relieved him and Nami. Though Karp was somewhat scatterbrained, his immense power made Ling Yan hesitant to engage with him just yet. After dinner, the children returned to their rooms to wash up and rest, but Guina was not among them. She sought to speak with her father about an important matter. In the corridor of the courtyard, Yingshiru and Guina knelt at a tea table. Yingshiru's gaze serious as he regarded Guina, whose face was etched with determination. Guina, have you truly thought this through? Yingshiru's tone was grave. Yes, father. After this battle, I have realized that only through real combat can my swordsmanship reach new heights. Thus, I will not give up, Guina asserted firmly. Yingshiru felt a pang of frustration. On one hand, Guina was still young and far from adulthood, while on the other hand, her ambition to become the world's strongest did not sit well with him. Yet, the unwavering determination in Guina's eyes caused him to waver in his convictions. A silence enveloped them for a moment. After a few minutes, Yingshiru narrowed his eyes and allowed a hint of a fond smile to surface, saying, Guina, your father agrees to let you set sail early, but I have one condition. You may speak. Guina's face lit up with excitement. Take care of yourself and avoid getting hurt too badly. Otherwise, your father will worry. Yingshiru said gently, Father. Time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, half a month had passed. Yingshiru, thank you for your guidance during this time. We have learned so much about swordsmanship. The four children expressed their gratitude at the entrance of the Isen dojo as they prepared to bid farewell to Yingshiru. Ha ha ha. No need to thank me. You are all wonderful children. Keep it up, and I hope to hear your names echoing across the seas in the future. Yingshiru encouraged them sincerely, genuinely fond of each of them for their exceptional qualities. We will, indeed, Mr. Yingshiru, you will surely hear my name on the seas in the future. We will strive to achieve it, the children proclaimed, their voices brimming with confidence. After bidding farewell to Yingshiru, the four children began to make their way back. Gradually exiting the confines of the Isen dojo, frequently glancing back with a mixture of reluctance and anticipation. Let us go, Ling Yan urged. We must hurry to Clover Island. Captain Galaki and the others are still waiting for us. He exhaled deeply. Ling Yan, Nami looked at him, her sorrowful expression nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Ling Yan, should we wait a little longer? Noki chimed in. Woo, Ling Yan, why isn't Guina coming with us? We are already partners. Deisha began to sob uncontrollably. Don't cry. Guina isn't of age yet and cannot set sail. Trust me, we will meet again in the future on the vast oceans, Ling Yan assured them firmly. Having said that, the children continued toward the back mountain. Though an unshakable atmosphere of parting lingered among them. Ling Yan, Nami, why are you so slow? I've been waiting for you for ages, a sudden voice called out. The group turned in surprise to see a small figure, carrying a bundle and wielding a sword, making its way down the mountain. Excitement illuminated their faces as they rushed towards Guina, their voices echoing in the mountains. You scoundrel, we thought you wouldn't come with us. Nami exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. Woo, Guina. Now we can be together all the time. Deisha dashed forward and hugged Guina tightly, tears streaming down her face. The other three swiftly joined in, surrounding Guina and exuberantly expressing their joy and excitement. We are partners, of course. I will go with you. Guina's radiant smile illuminated her face, a happiness she had never experienced before. She took a deep breath, savoring the air filled with the scent of freedom. It was a feeling beyond words. It turned out that Guina had set off early and arrived at the mountain first. However, before ascending, she had sought out Zaro for a farewell duel, her 2002nd battle. Following this fierce clash, Guina emerged victorious once more, Yet the outcome of the fight had become inconsequential. The two had made a pact to reunite on the vast seas in the future, at which time they would settle their rivalry. At this moment, Goena was filled with anticipation for the future, ready to embark on a new journey with her companions, where endless possibilities awaited them. Somewhere in the mountains, Zoro looked up at the receding figure of Goena and shouted, "Goena, don't lose." By the time they reached Clover Island, the afternoon sun had already risen high in the sky. "Ling Yan, with the assistance of Minister Shabila, our oranges have become a sensation across Clover Island." Upon meeting Captain Galaki, he could hardly contain his excitement as he shared the fruits of their labor over the past half-month. "That's wonderful. By the way, Captain Galaki, I trust no one has attempted to disrupt your business during this time?" Ling Yan inquired. Nami and Nokigo were overjoyed upon hearing the good news. It seemed that their village, Kushia, would finally prosper. No, Shabella has now become the Minister of Finance for this nation. Thus, no one dares to covet our business, and there are rumors that the king intends to bequeath the throne to Minister Shabella. Captain Galaki exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. It was indeed a wise decision to ally with Shabella. As time passed, more than half a month went by, and the nobles, especially those who had failed to procure oranges, grew increasingly impatient, urging Captain Galaki to expedite the shipment of the second batch of oranges. Some were even rushing to offer money, and Captain Galaki naturally welcomed them all. Consequently, the merchant ship set sail the following morning. Returning to Kushia village, the orange yield in Kushia was abundant, with a significant number of oranges ripening each day, and he was confident that the village's production would surely meet the demands of the local nobility. With the gentle sea breeze caressing the ship, the merchant vessel glided smoothly into the deep sea. Ling Yan, as usual, perched high atop the mast crow's nest, surveying the surroundings, while Nokigo trained on the deck. And Nami monitored the local weather, diligently taking notes. Goena and Daisha, experiencing their first voyage, were filled with wonder, excitedly darting about the deck. Observing this scene, Ling Yan mused. Perhaps it was time for them to prepare a ship of their own? After all, once they ventured into the Grand Line, some islands would be too distant to reach without enduring days and nights of flight. With this thought in mind, Ling Yan resolved to discuss it thoroughly with his companions upon returning to Kushia village. The merchant ship had been at sea for nearly 2 days when it arrived near the waters surrounding Fonchin Island. At that moment, Nami suddenly urged Captain Galaki to halt the voyage. "What is it, Nami? Why can't we proceed?" Captain Galaki asked, puzzled. The others turned their curious gazes towards her. A tremendous storm is approaching. Captain Galaki, we must land and take cover or change our course to evade the impending tempest. Nami's voice was clear, yet serious. "Is that so, Nami?" Captain Galaki's expression shifted to one of gravity. The others mirrored his concern. A storm, especially a severe one, would undoubtedly bring torrential rain and colossal tsunamis. Such extreme weather would surely spell disaster for their merchant vessel. I am certain. Captain Galaki, we must leave this place at once. Nami replied resolutely. Changing our course is not an option. The other current is too far away. However, the nearest island is Beast Island, which is rumored to be home to many ferocious beasts and even a mountain deity. We cannot set foot there. Captain Galaki began to grow anxious. What shall we do then? This is a colossal storm. It will undoubtedly generate a tsunami, and our ship cannot withstand it, murmured the crew, their anxiety palpable, with the storm looming and the islandess curse weighing heavily upon them. Fear began to grip their hearts. Ling Yan. Nami looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping he might devise a way to save them all. Once Ling Yan confirmed that it was indeed Beast Island, he felt reassured. The so-called curse and mountain deity were merely tales forgotten by pirates long ago. Captain Galaki, we shall land on Beast Island. Rest assured, everyone, the so-called mountain deity is merely a fabrication. And besides, with me here, even if there were a deity, it would stand no chance against me. Ling Yan stated with calm confidence. Landing on Beast Island? Is that truly feasible? That is a curse we are speaking of. Others expressed their doubts. Let us take the risk. Even if we go mad, it is far better than being swallowed by a tsunami. Indeed, Captain Galaki, let us land on Beast Island. After Ling Yan spoke, the initial fear of the crew gradually transformed into courage, inspired by his unwavering spirit. They believed Ling Yan was far mightier than any mountain deity. Very well then, we shall land on Beast Island. Captain Galaki declared with determination in his gaze, issuing the order. The crew enthusiastically agreed, acknowledging his decision. After all, being engulfed by a tsunami meant losing their lives. and facing the alleged curse was far preferable to succumbing to fear in the face of imminent peril. Thus, the merchant ship swiftly altered its course, racing towards Beast Island. Before long, a cataclysmic storm erupted as anticipated. The winds howled, torrential rains poured, and flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, while immense tsunamis surged like an apocalyptic wave. Although Captain Galaki and his crew had managed to distance themselves from the perilous waters, they could still sense the overwhelming terror brought forth by the storm, despite their efforts to hide far away. They were still occasionally battered by the tumultuous waves. At that moment, Nami found herself unable to accurately predict how long this storm would persist. Faced with such a situation, they all worked together, pouring their efforts into navigating the merchant ship forward. After more than half an hour of arduous sailing, the ship, propelled by the towering waves, finally drew closer to Beast Island. In the distance, the island's silhouette came into view, appearing as a life-saving oasis, offering a glimmer of hope. We're almost there. Let's give it our all, Captain Galaki shouted, rallying the crew to go. Upon spotting land, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, shaken by the terrifying waves behind them. However, Ling Yan remained vigilant. He noticed that there were already individuals on the island. Though he was uncertain of their identity, as they approached the shore, they beheld a military ship adorned with a dog's head. It was none other than that rascal Carp. As the merchant ship docked, both parties became aware of each other. The opposing side was the Navy, the same Navy that had come to investigate them not long ago, instilling a sense of unease among the crew. Only Ling Yan maintained his composure. He understood that evasion was futile. Carp was one thing, but his enigmatic deputy, Bogart, was no simple character either. Having served alongside Carp for so many years, he was undoubtedly formidable. After all, it was from the position of Carp's deputy that Akiji had risen to prominence. Captain Galaki, when they approach, you will handle the negotiations. Others should avoid excessive interaction with them, Ling Yan whispered to Captain Galaki. I understand. Do not worry. Ling Yan, I am a merchant. I am quite adept at such matters, Captain Galaki assured him. The other crew members exuded confidence, familiar with the intricacies of human relations after years of trading. They had their own strategies to deal with straightforward Navy personnel like Carp. Ling Yan slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that if Captain Galaki lacked capability, he would have long been devoured by the outside world, leaving nothing but bones behind. Choosing not to say more, he joined Nami and the other girls to play aside. Being just children, they naturally wished to express their youthful exuberance. The turbulent waves continued to crash against the shore. It appeared they would be unable to venture out to sea for the time being, prompting everyone to set up camp on the island. After sailing for most of the day without much sustenance, the cook began preparing a sumptuous feast. As the crew savored their meal, Carp swaggered over with his deputy, Bogart, clearly intending to mooch off their food. Admiral Carp, it's you. Please, have a seat, Captain Galaki warmly invited. Carp, momentarily taken aback by Captain Galaki's enthusiasm, only recalled his identity after Bogart whispered something in his ear. Ha ha ha. So it's Captain Galaki. I still remember you. Carp replied nonchalantly, taking a seat at the head of the table under Captain Galaki's invitation. Captain Galaki realized that Carp had not quite remembered his identity. However, he was utterly unconcerned, engaging in a particularly enthusiastic conversation with Carp, leaving him no opportunity to pay attention to the few children present. The audacity of Rear Admiral Carp was remarkable. Daisa observed Carp's shameless demeanor and leaned closer to Nami, whispering. Nami wholeheartedly agreed, taken aback by the fact that the esteemed naval hero, Rear Admiral Carp, could behave in such an unrefined manner in private. At this moment, Ling Yan could only remark that this was merely the filter brought about by his reputation. Captain Galaki, I haven't seen you and the children in a while. Why are you still bringing them along now? Carp inquired boisterously. Upon hearing Carp mention them, Nami and the others began to feel a pang of anxiety. Hey, old man Carp, I heard you used to chase after the Pirate King. Is that true? It can't be a lie, can it? Ling Yan boldly shouted, his tone strikingly candid. Brat, of course it's true. How could that scoundrel Roger ever be my match? That's why I was able to chase him around and thrash him. Carp retorted, incensed by Ling Yan's audacity to question his achievements. Ling Yan, undaunted, continued to exchange heated barbs with Carp. The crew of the merchant ship watched in trepidation, fearing that Carp might genuinely lose his temper. Only Ling Yan understood that Carp would not hold a grudge against them, particularly given his own youth, which afforded him a certain advantage as a child. Although, for Carp, the distinction between adult and child was hardly significant. After a lavish banquet, Rear Admiral Carp, having indulged to his heart's content, took his leave, allowing Captain Galaki and his crew to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ling Yan, you just had a verbal sparring match with Rear Admiral Carp, exclaimed Nami, her eyes widened in disbelief. The girls suddenly looked up to Ling Yan with admiration. After all, not many could boast of having a verbal spar with Rear Admiral Carp. Only a few, including Captain Galaki and some merchants, understood that Ling Yan had merely been diverting Carp's attention, preventing him from inquiring about their affairs. Meanwhile, Carp munched on a rice cracker, cheerfully exclaiming, "Those children are quite remarkable, displaying commendable courage, especially that boy and the girl wielding the large knife. They are promising prospects." Rear Admiral Carp, are you considering inviting them to join the Navy? Bogart inquired, intrigued by Carp's evident admiration for the children. That I do entertain such thoughts, but I suspect they would be reluctant. Carp replied calmly, acting on his intuition, which is why he refrained from extending a direct invitation earlier. Very well, Rear Admiral Carp, Bogart responded quietly, recognizing that since Carp had not taken immediate action, he would not overstep. At that moment, Ling Yan and the others remained oblivious to the fact that they had caught the eye of the old admiral as the children nestled into their tent. Nami retrieved a plethora of food from her alternate space. Eager to indulge after their insufficient feast, the tempest raged for a day and a night before finally subsiding, allowing both parties to resume their journey, since Carp and his crew were en route to Rogue Town. The merchant ship and Carp's warship shared a portion of their voyage. However, Captain Galaki was unperturbed. With a warship nearby, they had little to fear from pirates. Wait a moment, Captain Galaki, didn't we hear that there was a mountain god on Beast Island? Why haven't we seen it? Daisa suddenly questioned. The others quickly caught on, realizing that they had spent considerable time on Beast Island without encountering anything unusual. Isn't it better this way? It merely indicates that the rumors surrounding Beast Island are false. Besides, with Rear Admiral Carp present, even if there were a mountain god, it wouldn't dare show itself, Captain Galaki dismissively remarked. The others nodded in agreement, concluding that the absence of any mountain god's curse was indeed fortuitous. Only Ling Yan was aware that with Carp and the numerous Navy personnel around, the pirate who had been trapped in a box would not dare to cause any trouble after the storm. The return journey was remarkably calm, with not even a single pirate in sight. Rear Admiral Carp, thank you for your escort throughout this journey. Captain Galaki expressed his gratitude upon reaching the vicinity of Ihai Island. The merchant ship and warship were finally set to part ways. Waha. I did not provide you with escort specifically. It was merely a matter of convenience. Farewell, Bogart. Carp laughed heartily, neither confirming nor denying the escort. Watching the Doghead warship depart, Captain Galaki finally commanded his crew to return to Cocoyasi village, which was not far off. After more than half an hour of sailing, the merchant ship finally docked at Cocoyasi village. Captain Galaki, you have returned at last, the villagers exclaimed with great excitement. Captain Galaki, was this trip smooth sailing? Seeing Captain Galaki's ship return, the people at the port were unusually jubilant and eager to please, especially since Captain Galaki had negotiated a rather favorable price for the oranges. Of course, fear not, villagers. I shall raise the price for oranges by 20% from the original, Captain Galaki joyously announced. Is that true, Captain Galaki? The villagers asked, brimming with excitement. Absolutely. I have secured an excellent market, and soon our Cocoyasi oranges will fetch a good price, Captain Galaki replied earnestly. Wonderful, Captain Galaki, you are truly magnificent. This is fantastic. We shall finally prosper. The villagers, deeply appreciative of Captain Galaki's sincerity, expressed their elation and showered him with compliments. Captain Galaki and his crew were equally pleased, although the price they would pay for the oranges had significantly increased. They would still turn a substantial profit. Ling Yan and his companions, however, had little interest in joining the festivities. Upon returning to the port, they utilized Nami's alternate space to transport themselves back to the rooftop studio of Nami's residence. Belmel, we are back. Belmel, we have returned, and we even brought gifts for you and Aegean. Upon arriving at the estate, Nami and Nokigo immediately shouted in excitement. Goena and Daisa emerged from the alternate space, utterly awestruck by the grandeur of the estate before them. They had not anticipated that Ling Yan's home would be so vast. Wow, this house is enormous, Daisa exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ling Yan, your home is truly this large, Goena remarked, having thought their dojo was spacious, but it paled in comparison to the estate before them. Indeed. This shall be your home, as well from now on. Come, let me introduce you to Belmel. Upon arriving home, Ling Yan joyfully pulled Guina and Daisa along to meet Belmel. So, does this mean our Cocoyasi oranges will fetch a good price from now on? Ling Yan asked as he led Guina and Daisa into the hall, where they found Belmel inquiring about the oranges. Of course, our contributions played a significant role, Nami proudly boasted. Belmel, this is Guina and Daisa. Guina, Daisa, meet our gentle, beautiful, and gracious Belmel. Ling Yan enthusiastically introduced them to one another. Hello, Belmel, Daisa shyly greeted. Belmel, I hope to rely on you in the future. Guina, in contrast to Daisa, was far more forthright. Hello, Daisa, Guina, feel free to settle in here. Belmel, with a cigarette in her mouth, gazed at the two little girls, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Ling Yan had already informed Belmel about Guina and Daisa's situation. For both parties, they had long since communicated through the transponder snail, so their first meeting was filled with joy. As everyone grew acquainted, Aegean arrived, having just completed a patrol with his guard squad in Cocoyasi village. Upon learning of Captain Galaki's return, he hurried to Belmel's residence, after being apart for over half a month. The first order of business upon returning home was, of course, to host a banquet. Thus, even before nightfall, the estate was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meats, with Guina and Daisa joining the festivities. The banquet was even more lively. Polestar Island, Roguetown Naval Base. The entire naval personnel at the base were abuzz with excitement due to the arrival of Vice Admiral Garp, for he is indeed a hero of the Navy. In the office of the base commander, Garp was engrossed in reviewing the circumstances surrounding the East Blue Navy and the pirates, as the East Blue is his homeland, and thus it holds significant importance to him. After addressing the pertinent matters, Garp proceeded to discuss several children, including Ling Yan, with Commander Hoba. Ling Yan, Commander Hoba queried. Somewhat perplexed. It was indeed surprising that such a fortunate young lad had garnered the attention of the esteemed Vice Admiral Garp, who had urged him to take special note of the boy. Indeed, this little fellow is quite courageous. Let me tell you, he dared to exchange heated words with me right in front of Bogart. Garp's demeanor brightened at the mention of Ling Yan, as he had not encountered such an amusing child in quite some time. Exchanging heated words in front of Bogart, Commander Hobo was taken aback. It is worth noting that Bogart is a master swordsman, exuding an aura of formidable intensity at all times. Yet, to hear Vice Admiral Garp say that this child had the audacity to engage him in a verbal sparring match in Bogart's presence was indeed commendable. No wonder Garp held such high regard for this boy named Ling Yan. I understand. I will keep a close watch on him. Vice Admiral, by the way, do you have a photograph of this child? Commander Hoba inquired. At this moment, Bogart, who had been silently observing, produced several photographs and handed them to Hoba. Upon receiving the photos, Hoba's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the children in the images. It's these two kids. Hoba, do you know them? Garp asked. Snapping back to reality, Commander Hoba replied, Yes, Vice Admiral. The two children, Ling Yan and Nami, I am familiar with. They visited Roguetown previously, and I sensed the extraordinary potential in Ling Yan. I had intended to invite him to join the Navy, but he declined. They visited Roguetown. Garp gazed at Commander Hoba in disbelief, unable to fathom that Ling Yan had been to this place. At that moment, Hoba elaborated on the events that transpired during their visit, including the entanglements between Ling Yan and Marino. Garp's interest in Ling Yan deepened considerably. Without hesitation, he issued a command to Hoba to meticulously document all future occurrences regarding Ling Yan and the other children. Undoubtedly, based on Garp's extensive experience, he surmised that a prodigy like Ling Yan would undoubtedly make a name for himself across the vast oceans in the future, regardless of whether these children ultimately chose to join the Navy or become pirates. It was imperative for the Navy to gather and organize relevant information about them. Meanwhile, far away from Roguetown, Ling Yan and the others remained blissfully unaware of the developments unfolding at the base. Back in Cocoyasi village, several days had passed, and the 5 children resumed their regimented training. The training room within the estate was opulent, equipped with an array of auxiliary training apparatuses, much to the delight of Guina and Daisha, who were wholeheartedly committed to their physical conditioning. Guina, Daisha, and Nojiko, why are you all here so early? Just as dawn broke, Ling Yan arrived at the training room to find these 3 little ones already engaged in their exercises. Arriving even earlier than he had, I aspire to become the world's strongest swordsman, so naturally, I must train my body diligently, Guina declared earnestly as she worked out. The training equipment here was highly beneficial for physical enhancement, something she had not encountered at the One Heart Dojo. Now that she was here, she was determined to put in even more effort. Indeed, I too wish to grow stronger. I aim to take on 10 opponents in the future. Daisha chimed in, radiating determination. Ever since that night on Clover Island when she felt utterly helpless, she vowed to strengthen herself. Seeing this, Ling Yan felt a swell of satisfaction. Becoming stronger was wonderful. Once he did, he could take on the role of master. Ha ha ha. Finally, Ling Yan turned to Nojiko, who was performing low-oxygen exercises, and asked, Guena wants to be the strongest in the world, and Daisha says she wants to fight 10 at once. What about you, Nojiko? What are your ambitions? Me? Nojiko replied without turning her head. I wish to enhance my ability to hold my breath underwater, so that in the event you and Nami, the two landlubbers, fall into the sea, I can rescue you without you drowning. Ha ha ha. Ling Yan chuckled awkwardly. Well then, I appreciate your efforts. Nojiko, we'll be counting on you in the future, while the four were diligently training in the practice room. Nami was not slacking off either. She had risen early and was diligently studying in her workshop. Moreover, she was holding a small piece of sea prism stone, allowing her to train her resistance to its effects while she studied. In the vast ocean, the most vital role is not that of the captain or the combatants, but rather the navigator. As their navigator, Nami naturally did not forget her mission. She needed to study hard and absorb knowledge about the climate. As the 5 children busied themselves with their respective training, Belmare also rose. The children were eager to grow stronger, and Belmare wholeheartedly supported their efforts. Her current task was to ensure that the children's nutrition kept pace with their growth. This was no easy feat, considering that all 5 were rapidly maturing, each possessing a hearty appetite. By the time the morning training concluded, it was already 9 a.m. The 5 children gathered in the dining hall. But Belmare was absent. However, the table was laden with her delicious culinary creations. Let us dig in, Guena exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight of the feast. Without waiting for anyone else, she grabbed 2 pieces of meat and began devouring them. How fragrant! Belmare's cooking was exquisite. The other 4 children quickly sat down to eat, replenishing the energy they had expended during the morning, for the more they ate, the more potential their bodies would harness. Thus, the dishes on the table diminished at a remarkable pace, and within half an hour, the 300 servings of food were completely consumed by the 5 children. I'm full, satiated. That was delectable. I think I overindulged. The children sprawled on the floor, their faces aglow with contentment as they rubbed their round bellies. After breakfast, the children commenced their cultural studies. In the world of One Piece, there are no schools. Education relies solely on self-study. In this regard, they were all in the same boat, with no one abandoning their studies due to poverty. By noon, the 5 children transitioned into their respective skill training. Ling Yan aimed to develop his devil fruit abilities while also honing his physical fitness. Nami was training her body as well, so that her spatial abilities could reach even greater heights. Guena and Nojiko practiced their swordsmanship, both possessing their own distinct swords, allowing them to engage in sparring sessions. Of course, ever since Guena had experienced real combat, Nojiko had not been able to keep up with her, though Nojiko had improved significantly after 6 months of training. Lastly, Daisha was diligently following the training notes on the Marine 6 styles that Ling Yan had brought back, believing it to be perfectly suited for her. Thus, each child diligently pursued their training until the afternoon, when they began to relax their bodies and minds with games and other activities. Of course, there was also hunting. The meat in Cocoyasi village primarily consisted of ordinary fish, which lacked the energy to meet Ling Yan and his friends' needs. Therefore, they had to venture into the mountains to hunt, seeking only those ferocious beasts that had attained the status of beast kings. As for Ling Yan, acquiring the flesh of sea kings was no simple task. After all, despite their time here, he had yet to encounter even the near sea kings. In Cocoyasi village, the 5 children lived fulfilling lives, all striving to grow stronger. Daisha, what book are you reading? In Nami's workshop, Daisha was engrossed in a book she had never seen before. This book, I borrowed it from the village doctor. I find it utterly fascinating, Daisha exclaimed, waving the book enthusiastically. A doctor's book? Daisha, are you planning to learn medicine? Nami asked curiously. Well, I just think the content is intriguing. Nami, look here. It says that if a person's intestines are removed, they can still survive. Daisha pointed to a passage in the medical book. What? How is that possible? A person can live without their intestines. No way. Nami's first reaction was one of disbelief. It's true. Nami, look here, Daisa explained earnestly. This medical book states that appendicitis is a condition that can be remedied simply by removing the appendix, and the patient can be saved. Just then, Ling Yan, no Kigo, and Guena arrived at the top floor. Having overheard Daisa and Nami discussing the matter of surgery, Ling Yan, come quickly. This medical book Daisa is reading claims that one can survive after having their appendix removed. Is this true? Nami pointed at the book in Daisa's hands. Remove the appendix. Why would one do that? Guena and no Kigo questioned in succession, bewildered by the notion that one could live after such a procedure. They were only familiar with the concept of blades entering and exiting. A medical book? Ling Yan was intrigued to learn that Daisa was actually reading one that the group gathered around, and through Daisa's thorough explanation, they finally grasped the situation, with Ling Yan realizing that they were indeed discussing appendicitis. However, what surprised Ling Yan was Daisa's apparent interest in medicine. Perhaps they would have a doctor among them in the future. After a month of recuperation, Ling Yan and the others were ready to set sail again. Ling Yan planned to complete the maritime charts of the East Sea Islands with Nami before reaching adulthood. They had previously visited Clover Island and Frostmoon Village, and Nami had already familiarized herself with the local climate. This time, their destination was Cocoyasi Island, located south of Frostmoon Village. Having understood the general climate issues, the five of them decided to board Captain Galaki's merchant ship and disembark at Clover Island. The maritime charts acquired from the merchants were rather vague, but Nami estimated that Cocoyasi Island was relatively small. The north lay Beerpaw Island, and their plan was to first visit Cocoyasi Island, then Beerpaw Island, followed by Dawn Island, before returning to Clover Island with Captain Galaki. Approximately a month ago, Carp had swept through the East Sea, and now it lay tranquil, after several days of sailing. The five children, alongside Captain Galaki, reached Clover Island. They found themselves in the familiar back mountains, where they vanquished a beast king and were now replenishing their energy with its meat. Once they were full, Nami pulled out the maritime chart and information she had just purchased on Clover Island and began to analyze it meticulously. The others were also preparing for their departure. Nami began, based on the information I've gathered. The currents surrounding Cocoyasi Island are quite peculiar. Any object approaching it seems to be drawn into the island by these unusual currents. Hence, it is often referred to as the invisible prison of the sea. Those who enter cannot escape and are forced to enjoy their final vacation. Fortunately, we are flying there. After analyzing, Nami sighed in relief. Unusual currents, how fascinating. The ocean is truly intriguing. Guena's eyes sparkled with the thrill of adventure. Nami, are you sure about the direction? Ling Yan confirmed once more. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the local climate. Even if the weather changes along the way, I can predict it in advance. There is absolutely no problem. Nami proclaimed confidently, patting her chest. Then, let us set sail. It's still early. We aim to arrive by afternoon, Ling Yan declared, instantly transforming into his beast form. The girls quickly stowed their belongings into Nami's spatial pocket and agilely leaped onto Ling Yan's back. Gripping the feathers tightly, Ling Yan, we are ready. Nami called softly. All right, hold on tight. Ling Yan responded, and with a gentle flap of his enormous wings, he soared into the sky with the four girls. As they lay on Ling Yan's back. The girls exchanged glances and burst into spontaneous laughter, exhilarated by the rush of wind and filled with anticipation for the unknown adventure ahead. Ling Yan, listening to the melodious laughter behind him, felt his spirits lift. And a smile crept onto his face. Their flying speed was not particularly swift, as they needed to accommodate Nami in gathering weather information on their route. She possessed a unique talent for keenly sensing the climatic conditions of the waters they traversed. After a considerable duration, Nami suddenly sensed something amiss, her youthful face adopting a grave expression. Nami, do you feel the wind warming up? No Kigo inquired suddenly. It does feel that way, doesn't it? Even though we are in the sky with this strong breeze. It feels sticky, Daisa remarked, wiping her cheek with the back of her hand. This is a sign of an impending thunderstorm. Nami's tone turned serious. What? A thunderstorm? What do we do? Daisa asked, her voice tinged with panic. Ling Yan felt a weight of seriousness in his heart upon hearing of the approaching thunderstorm. Such weather was notoriously severe. However, he had faith that Nami would devise a solution. Nami, can we circumvent it? Guena questioned. No, the range of this thunderstorm is extensive. Ling Yan, we must lower our altitude and fly close to the sea surface, Nami ordered, her expression composed. Understood. Hold on tight, Ling Yan replied, immediately beginning to dive. The descent was rapid, and the sound of rushing air filled the girls' ears as their hair whipped wildly in the wind. Ling Yan had to descend quickly, as he could already hear the distant rumbling of thunder above. As they neared the sea surface, the waves began to churn violently, and dark clouds gradually obscured the sky. Large raindrops began to fall, and flashes of lightning danced erratically ahead. Ling Yan. The thunderstorm won't be as dense when we are close to the sea surface, and its intensity will diminish significantly as long as we avoid being swept away by the waves. We can evade it. Nami shouted that I understand. Hold on tight. Ling Yan accelerated, plunging into the tempest. The four girls clung tightly to Ling Yan as the torrential raindrops pelted their youthful faces, their eyes reflecting the flickering lightning ahead. In that moment, fear was absent from their expressions. Instead, they wore resolute looks. Ling Yan remained calm, for the lightning, as Nami had described, dissipated the closer it got to the sea surface, significantly reducing its threat. He could withstand the intensity of such lightning, but the four girls could not. He deftly avoided the towering waves crashing towards them. Slowly, the group's anxiety waned, replaced by exhilaration. They began to laugh, a joyful laughter filled with fearlessness for the future. After flying close to the sea surface for about half an hour, the sky ahead finally illuminated with a blinding white light, signaling their imminent exit from the thunderstorm's domain. At this sight, joy lit up their faces. Re-entering the sunlit world felt like breaking free from an endless darkness, plunging into the warm embrace of light. And all their suppressed emotions evaporated in an instant. Yay! We made it out, Daisa exclaimed excitedly. Nami, you were incredible, truly worthy of being our navigator, Goina echoed, her face equally animated, recalling the thrilling experience as if the lightning might strike them at any moment. Of course, I'm delighted. There's nothing more fulfilling than guiding my companions safely through extreme weather. Nami beamed, feeling a sense of accomplishment that no Kigo's admiration for Nami deepened, having watched her create various maritime charts since childhood. He had witnessed Nami's growth into an exceptional navigator. Hey, everyone, I'm quite impressive too. Ling Yan feigned dissatisfaction, pretending to be somewhat annoyed. That's right. Ling Yan is quite remarkable. Indeed, I think Ling Yan flies splendidly. The four girls recognized Ling Yan's playful act and burst into hearty laughter. Time passed as they continued to soar, and they noticed the sun's rays turning a golden hue, casting a patchwork of gold upon the sea surface. They arrived at a nearly windless area of the ocean, where Ling Yan observed that the currents below flowed in a singular direction. This must be the peculiar current Nami had mentioned. Though the current appeared slow, it was evident that the waters were tumultuous. If a vessel were to enter this area under such conditions, it would be impossible to escape. Ling Yan, right there. We are almost at Cocoyasi Island. Upon witnessing the mighty current, Nami became overwhelmed with excitement, immediately shouting aloud. In an instant, the other three girls were ignited with fervor, their emotions reaching an exhilarating peak. After all, the sky was gradually darkening. If they did not hasten to their destination, they would have to continue their flight in utter darkness. A perilous endeavor indeed. All right, I shall accelerate, Ling Yan responded with enthusiasm, and without hesitation, began to speed forward. How fast! The sensation was simply magnificent. They were finally nearing the land. The four girls clung tightly to Ling Yan's back, exuberantly unleashing their inner thrill and joy, shouting wildly. Accompanied by their ecstatic screams, they drew ever closer to the fabled sea prison, Cocoyasi Island. After a mere 10 minutes, they finally beheld the enigmatic island. With its boundless expanse of silvery white sands, sparse coconut trees lining the shore, and numerous shipwrecks scattered about. Look at that massive white beach, Daisha exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. Cocoyasi Island, it turned out, was devoid of mountains. The nautical maps brought back by adventurers were indeed misleading. Nami, upon observing the flat terrain of Cocoyasi Island, instantly comprehended the situation. We are descending, Ling Yan declared, plunging towards the island. Soon, the five children set foot on Cocoyasi Island, treading upon the soft, warm sands. This beach is truly vast, Noki murmured, gazing at the endless shoreline. It's getting dark. We must find a place to camp, Ling Yan remarked, glancing at the sky and sensing the heat beneath his feet. Feeling an ominous chill, before long, they arrived at what appeared to be the island's center, where the sandy beach had vanished and the trees grew denser. However, they discovered that not only were there no people around, but not a single animal could be seen. Ling Yan employed his observation hockey to survey the area and confirm the absence of any wildlife. It seems we cannot hunt here. Thankfully, we have brought ample provisions, he stated as he retracted his hockey. How peculiar, Guena pondered, her curiosity piqued. The group sought a relatively flat area and began to set up camp. Nami opened a spatial door, and the children hurriedly retrieved supplies. In no time, a tent was erected. In front of the tent, Ling Yan had already kindled a roaring fire, where chunks of meat sizzled and crackled, releasing an enticing aroma. I'm so hungry. Ling Yan, is the meat ready? Daisha asked, her throat dry and her mouth watering. Hee, Daisha, don't rush. Let me have a taste, Nami replied, her eyes sparkling as she seized a piece of meat and began to devour it. The other three girls watched Nami feast with eager expressions. Nami, is it cooked yet? Daisha could no longer contain herself. Pfft, Ling Yan chuckled, of course it's cooked. Nami is just teasing you. Look how enthusiastically she is eating. She can't even spare a word. Oh, how devious. Nami, you are so sly. The three girls playfully swatted at Nami in mock annoyance. Ha ha ha. Well, who told you to be so gullible? Nami was overjoyed. Come, let us celebrate our arrival at Zychexis Island. Cheers. Ling Yan raised his milk bottle high. Cheers. X5 Ah, this is delightful. So refreshing. The ice-cold milk, just retrieved from the fridge, was savored by all, bringing them immense pleasure. Soon after, in the jubilant atmosphere, they dove into a meat-grabbing frenzy, alternating bites of meat with sips of milk. Truly relishing this miniature feast, the impromptu banquet concluded. Their bellies full, the children languidly sprawled on the ground, gazing at the star-studded sky, each lost in their own dreams of the future. Oh, many stars. How beautiful! Nami squinted her eyes, her brows arching as a sweet smile graced her lips. Indeed, it's stunning, Daisha replied in agreement. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such companions, not only freeing her from hunger but also embarking on adventures around the world together. Goena reflected, the outside world is indeed fascinating. Just a little over a month since I ventured out, I am no longer swayed by my father's words that a girl cannot become the world's greatest swordsman. It is all thanks to my friends. Noki observed Nami, then glanced at Ling Yan, Goena, and Daisha, a sweet smile involuntarily spreading across her face. Nami was the happiest, for with Ling Yan and her friends accompanying her on these island adventures, she felt certain she would one day create a world map. At that moment, Ling Yan pondered, where in the East Blue could there be a volcano? He had recently felt something amiss within his body. Often fantasizing about immersing himself in magma, the blissful sensation made him instinctively emit low hums. He wondered if perhaps his body was on the verge of transformation or if it was merely a side effect of the phoenix fruit. At this moment, he could not reach a conclusion. I'm tired. Let us hurry and wash up. Yes, it is indeed late. We have adventures awaiting us tomorrow. The five children lay for a while, feeling the food in their bellies had digested sufficiently. They then began to fetch water from Nami's spatial realm to clean up. After washing, they crawled into the tent, and soon, the sounds of snoring filled the air as bubbles escaped their noses, one after another. Once they fell into a deep slumber, restlessness began to stir among them, their sleeping positions becoming quite the spectacle. As night deepened, the sea began to rise. The gentle waves gradually engulfed the beach, followed closely by countless shipwrecks being washed ashore. However, it wasn't just remnants of ships that were cast upon the shore. Zychexis Island held a unique geographic position, sitting at the edge of the doldrums. Beyond this area lay the first half of the Grand Line, the paradise. It was precisely due to Zychexis Island's proximity to the doldrums that the surrounding waters experienced almost no wind, with even the currents being influenced by the doldrums, resulting in this peculiar one-directional current. Whether ships from the East Blue or those that had inadvertently wandered into the doldrums and managed to escape, any vessel passing through the waters surrounding Zychexis Island could be swept away by its distinctive currents. By now, it was the dead of night, and the power of the surrounding currents had peaked. Thus, many ships that had once sunk to the ocean floor, or those that had strayed here, were propelled ashore by this very current. Captain, we are saved. Captain Casey, we have finally made landfall. Woohoo! Ha ha ha. We have indeed breached the doldrums. We are truly the strongest. Captain Casey joyfully gazed at the island before him, trembling with excitement. Indeed, Captain, we, the vegetable pirate crew, are the strongest. But Captain, there are only 7 of us left. Kira and the others have perished. Woohoo! As the crew member recounted their grim fate, Casey felt a pang of sorrow. Their vegetable pirate crew, once 11 strong, had traversed from the West Sea to the Grand Line, enduring a series of trials in the Grand Line before earning a measure of renown on the seas. However, now, in their desperate bid to escape their pursuers, they had been forced into the doldrums. Though they were incredibly fortunate to have emerged from it, only 7 members remained of their 11-person crew. A result that was undoubtedly heart-wrenching. Gulp. Just as their spirits waned, 7 resounding growls of hunger echoed, reddening their faces. Now was not the time for frivolity. They had to be serious. However, the feeling of despair dissipated quickly. As such, melancholy was not the style of the vegetable pirate crew. All right, let's not dwell on that. What matters now is filling our bellies, right? Casey bellowed, shaking off the earlier gloom. Exactly. I believe they would want us to keep our spirits up. Indeed, Captain. Let us throw a feast. Oh, a feast, a feast. Ha ha ha. Then let us start by bringing down the provisions. Casey shouted with glee, pleased to see his crew regaining their optimism. Yes, Captain. Quick, let us go. The 6 crew members dashed towards the ship that had been washed ashore. Its tattered flag bearing a vegetable emblem. Casey did not idle either. He crouched down and placed his hands on the ground, ready to unleash the powers of his devil fruit. Suddenly, countless vegetables sprang forth from the beach. As the captain of the vegetable pirate crew, Casey, a vegetable humanoid who had consumed the superhuman vegetable fruit, possessed the ability to create a variety of vegetables. The other 6 crew members busily unloaded tools and ingredients from the ship, then began to gather the vegetables from the beach, clearly accustomed to this scene. Captain, it's our turn now, they exclaimed. Indeed, just wait, we shall prepare a magnificent feast in no time, Casey replied. Then it's up to you. Kia, he said, before sitting down on the ground to rest, feeling utterly exhausted. Kia and Rao were the chefs of their vegetable pirate crew, and they were also a married couple, with the help of the other 4 crew members. Kia and Rao prepared delicious dishes, and soon an enticing aroma began to waft across the beach. Captain, all the dishes are ready, Kia announced joyfully, wiping the sweat from her brow. All right, let the banquet commence, Casey proclaimed as he stood up. Oh, a feast. It smells wonderful, Kia Rao. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The 7 of them sat on the beach, indulging in the delectable creations of the chef couple, momentarily casting aside all their worries. Little did they realize this island would become a prison, confining the movements of the vegetable pirate crew. The next day, the sun rose from the sea. Cocoyasi Island slowly revealed its sweltering heat, waking the vegetable pirate crew, who had been sleeping by the beach. It's so hot, Captain. Why is it so warm here? It was quite cool last night. Let's not dwell on that now. This island seems unusual. We must quickly repair the ship and leave, Casey said, his expression turning serious as he recalled the currents that had swept them onto this island, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. Understood, Captain. I'll get started right away, replied the shipwright. The burly bearman, in a booming voice. Soon, the others joined in to assist with the repairs of their pirate ship. In the central region of Cocoyasi Island, Ling Yan kicked aside an unknown foot that had intruded into their tent. After yawning and rubbing his bleary eyes, he noticed the sky gradually brightening as the sun began its ascent. Everyone, wake up. Aren't you hot? Ling Yan called into the tent. He didn't feel the heat much himself, but he could sense that the temperature was abnormal. Ordinary people would struggle to adapt to such conditions. Came the sounds of several girls stirring inside the tent, and soon 4 of them emerged. I was right. The climate on Cocoyasi Island is indeed peculiar, Nami observed, gazing at the crimson dawn. Let's have breakfast first, then get to work on surveying the island, Nojiko suggested. Understood, Nami nodded. The others agreed, and they began to pack up the tent and its contents, while Nami retrieved the food that had been stored in a spatial pocket. After the group enjoyed their breakfast, they promptly accompanied Nami to commence the day's surveying tasks. Cocoyasi Island was not particularly large, yet it lacked mountains. Thus, Nami could not climb to a peak to survey the entirety of the island as she usually did, requiring her to work much harder this time. On the coastline, the vegetable pirate crew was busy repairing their ship, with Bearman proving to be quite skilled. They were nearing completion. It's getting hotter. Everyone, put in the extra effort. Let's aim to leave this island today, Casey shouted, wiping the sweat from his face. Yes, Captain. The 6 crew members replied in unison. In the island's center, Nami, accompanied by her companions, began mapping the island, completing one detailed drawing after another. Nami, you're incredible. Look at how clearly you've drawn this nautical chart, Kuna praised, holding up one of Nami's charts. Indeed, even I can comprehend what is depicted, Daisa added. Nami, you truly are remarkable, Nojiko and Kuna echoed, impressed. However, Nami, absorbed in her work, did not respond to their compliments, determined to ensure her chart was flawless without a single error. Gradually, The group began to venture further out towards the island's edge at by midday. Cocoyasi Island reached its peak temperature. Ling Yan was unaffected, but the four girls had donned sun protection cloaks. Yet, they were unwilling to pause. It would be difficult to see at night, and the evening had its own climate. Nami was intent on documenting everything. By the coastline, the vegetable pirate crew finally recognized the island's anomalies. "Captain, what should we do?" "It seems there's no wind here," Ral exclaimed, stretching out his hand to feel the air, finding it utterly still. "Without wind, we cannot set sail." "Captain, what are we going to do?" Indeed, our arrival on this island was no coincidence. It's south too close to the doldrums. It's likely a windless region, and more critically, the currents here are quite irregular, Casey remarked, his expression grave. "What shall we do, Captain?" "Woo-woo, Captain, are we trapped here? Let us not panic. If we manage to traverse the doldrums, surely we can escape this bizarre island," Casey stated firmly. His composed demeanor calmed the other 6 members, though anxiety still lingered in their hearts. "Let us explore other areas of this island. Perhaps we can find clues to help us leave," Casey suggested, gazing towards the island's center. "Yes, Captain," they responded in unison, quickly jumping off the ship and braving the sweltering heat to investigate the island's situation. Meanwhile, Ling Yan and his group, sipping refreshing fruit juices, were making their way to the beach, where they were about to encounter the vegetable pirate crew. "It's so hot. Why is the climate of this island like this?" Disa remarked, wiping her brow while enjoying her chilled drink. "The location of this island is too peculiar. It's close to the doldrums. That's why there's hardly any breeze. And remember the thunderstorm we passed through yesterday?" Nami asked sweetly. "Of course, we remember. That terrifying thunderstorm is unforgettable," Kuina recalled, still feeling a thrill from the memory. "I sensed the climate was abnormal at that time, hot and harsh. Plus, the peculiar currents surrounding Cocoyasi Island likely contributed to its sweltering weather. I suspect that the unique climate and those currents are what forms Cocoyasi Island," Nami explained to her companions, sharing her conclusions. "So that's how it is, Nami. You even figured that out." The others gazed at Nami with admiration, perceiving her as almost divine in that moment. "Look, Captain, over there are 5 children," a sudden voice alerted Ling Yan and his companions, snapping them to attention as they turned towards the source of the sound. Spotting 7 exhausted adults approaching them. "Ling Yan, what should we do?" Kuina asked, assuming a defensive stance. The others followed suit, preparing for a confrontation. "Hey, we mean no harm. Are you the natives of this island? We just want to understand the situation here and leave," Casey shouted, seeing the children preparing to attack. "Yes, we harbor no ill intentions. We will not attack," the other members of the vegetable pirate crew echoed. Ling Yan and his companions exchanged glances. "Natives? What nonsense." However, they remained vigilant. The 4 girls looked at Ling Yan, seemingly inquiring whether they should take action. At that moment, the 2 groups were merely 20 meters apart, and the vegetable pirate crew came to a halt. "Who are you? And why have you come here?" Ling Yan asked the leader of the opposing group. Hearing the question, Casey felt a wave of relief wash over him. Their willingness to communicate meant they could inquire about a way to escape this cursed island. "Greetings, we are the vegetable pirate crew. Pirates?" Before Casey could finish, Ling Yan and his companions grew even more cautious, with Kuina and Nojiko drawing their blades. No, allow me to finish my statement. Though we are pirates, we have never harmed civilians. I stake my life on this. Indeed, we harbor no ill intentions. Please do not misunderstand." As the opposing party prepared to attack, Casey and his crew immediately raised their hands in a gesture of surrender, hoping to dissuade the children from viewing them as foes. This scene left Ling Yan and his companions bewildered. Could pirates truly capitulate so easily? At that moment, Casey spoke again. "Please do not misconstrue our presence here. We did not intentionally trespass upon this island. We were forced into the doldrums while evading enemies, and thus stumbled upon this place by mere chance. The currents outside this island are exceedingly strange, and our ship cannot escape. Therefore, we seek your assistance in finding a way to leave." It was evident that they had been swept in by the currents. Ling Yan and his 5 companions quickly understood. "The doldrums? You traverse the doldrums?" Ling Yan regarded Casey and his crew, his expression rife with skepticism. The doldrums were teeming with sea kings, and attempting to cross them seemed nothing short of folly, unless one possessed the strength of a figure like Silver's Rayleigh. "Indeed, but we paid a harrowing price," Casey continued, recounting their ordeal in detail, which cast a shadow over the expressions of the other members of the vegetable pirates. When Casey finished speaking, Ling Yan and his companions fell silent. 4 of their comrades had perished, so Your only desire now is to leave this place. Ling Yan inquired. He indeed had the means to assist the vegetable pirates in their departure, but it would not come without a price. Yes. If you know a way to leave, could you share it with us? Kaisi's heart soared with hope at Ling Yan's words. I can indeed help you depart, but why should I assist you? Ling Yan asked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the members of the vegetable pirates were momentarily stunned. Indeed, what reason do we have for you to help us? I can offer information on how to leave this island in exchange for a devil fruit. Kaisi declared, gritting his teeth, a pained expression crossing his face. Captain, the vegetable pirates were being hunted precisely for that devil fruit, which had forced them into the doldrums, resulting in the loss of 4 comrades. Cease your words. As long as we can survive and leave here, we have gained. Captain Kaisi sternly interrupted his crew. The remaining 6 members remained silent. Indeed, the currents were too strange. Even if they paddled with all their might, they could not make headway. Upon hearing about the devil fruit, Ling Yan and Nami's eyes lit up. These individuals possessed a devil fruit. If that were the case, it was certainly feasible. However, I require you to provide compensation first. Rest assured, if you possess a devil fruit, I will undoubtedly assist you in your escape, Ling Yan stated thoughtfully. The bear-like Monkuin, burdened with a large package, cast a reluctant glance at Kaisi, seemingly inquiring about his final decision. The other 5 members of the vegetable pirates shared the same sentiment. In an instant, the atmosphere grew quiet as Ling Yan and Nami awaited Kaisi's response. Monkuin, give it to them. Only by leaving here can we continue our adventure with Kira's dreams. Kaisi resolved after a moment of contemplation. Yes, Captain. Monkuin obeyed, retrieving a small box from the package and handing it to Ling Yan. The others soon came to terms with their captain's words. He was right. Only by escaping could they pursue Kira's dreams. Ling Yan presented the small box to Nami, who eagerly opened it, and the 3 girls, Nokiga, along with 2 others, gathered around. To their delight, the box indeed contained a fruit adorned with peculiar patterns. Is this a devil fruit? How unique it looks, they exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, so this is what a devil fruit looks like. The girls gasped in awe, while Nami nodded at Ling Yan, affirming the authenticity of the fruit within. Very well. The trade is settled. I shall escort you away from this island, Ling Yan declared with joy. Wonderful. We can finally leave. I never want to stay here again. The members of the vegetable pirates beamed with elation. They could finally depart this dreadful place and continue their adventures. This island was unbearably hot, hardly suitable for human habitation. Before we leave, I must inspect your pirate ship. Can you take us to see it? Ling Yan asked Kaisi. Of course. Let's go. Kaisi replied without hesitation. Subsequently, the vegetable pirates led Ling Yan and his companions toward their ship, hastening to the seaside. After over an hour of walking, they finally arrived at the shore. Behold, our pirate ship, the green vegetable. Impressive, isn't it? Kaisi proclaimed proudly with his eyes closed. Puffed. Ha! Impressive indeed. Ling Yan and the 5 children couldn't contain their laughter at the sight of the ship's green exterior and the peculiar vegetable-shaped object hanging from its bow. Captain, please stop speaking. Captain, how is our pirate ship impressive? The other 6 members of the vegetable pirates felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them at Kaisi's words, but he seemed unfazed. However, in order to leave, your ship will require a flame propulsion device, Ling Yan stated, his smile fading as he looked at Kaisi, having resolved to assist the vegetable pirates in their escape using a flame propulsion method. A flame propulsion device? Monkuin, being the shipwright, appeared perplexed. Indeed, a flame propulsion device. Ling Yan explained the general concept to Mankun. No problem. I can construct such a device. Monkuin assured him immediately after hearing the request. Then it's settled. Once you finish the flame propulsion device, I can help you leave, Ling Yan said earnestly. Let us get to work then. The members of the vegetable pirates understood Ling Yan's demands and began gathering various templates and materials from the wreckage of ships along the shore to construct the flame propulsion device according to his specifications. Observing the vegetable pirates and their industriousness, Ling Yan could discern from their expressions that they were indeed a carefree band of adventurers. However, a deal is a deal. Ling Yan would never return the devil fruit to them. After over an hour of toil, a rudimentary flame propulsion device was completed, similar to Ace's. Brother, the flame device is ready. When can you take us away? Kaisi eagerly approached Ling Yan, excitement evident on his face. The members of the vegetable pirates gazed at Ling Yan with hopeful eyes. Well, there are still 3 or 4 hours until nightfall. Are you certain you wish to depart now? Ling Yan inquired after some thought. The members of the vegetable pirates exchanged glances, and Kaisi continued. Indeed, nightfall poses no issue for us, so we wish to leave immediately. Very well then. I shall escort you away now. Ladies, please wait for me here. Ling Yan instructed, glancing at Nami and the others. Splendid. We're finally leaving. The vegetable pirates were filled with exuberance. Hurry back. We'll be right here waiting for you, Nami assured Ling Yan. Ling Yan nodded, then turned to the vegetable pirates, stating, let us set sail now. After I see you off, I must return. With that, the members of the vegetable pirates boarded their ship. Ling Yan then jumped onto the small boat connected to the flame propulsion device, and the crew watched curiously to see how he would facilitate their departure. However, Kaisi suspected that this young man was also a devil fruit user, and one with fire-related abilities at that. Under the gaze of all, flames erupted beneath Ling Yan's feet, surging through the propulsion device and roaring from the rear, generating the force needed to slowly propel the green vegetable away from the shores of Zykexis Island. Indeed, this young man is certainly a devil fruit user. The members of the vegetable pirates marveled at the sight. Reel up the sails. I shall accelerate. Ling Yan shouted to the ship. Understood. Once the vegetable pirates had stowed the sails, Ling Yan immediately increased the flame output, and the speed of the green vegetable surged. At that moment, Casey shot a glance at Manu and a few others, leaving Lar alone on the deck to watch Ling Yan. As they all ventured into the ship's cabin, approximately an hour later, Ling Yan maneuvered the green vegetable into a breezy sea area. Captain Casey, there's already wind here. Our transaction ends here. Ling Yan shouted towards the pirate ship, preparing to flee in his flame-propelled small boat. Ha 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 ha. Thank you so much, young man. Why not come aboard for a drink before you leave? Casey laughed heartily. Yes, young man, we still do not know your name. Come up for a drink. The other crew members of the vegetable pirate crew chimed in. No, thank you for your kindness, but my sisters are still waiting for me, so I must be on my way. Ling Yan replied, swiftly departing in his small boat. Hey, Casey growled, glaring at Ling Yan. He then controlled a series of green vines to ensnare the small boat. Oh, Ling Yan feigned shock, pretending to be fearful. Ha 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 ha. Young man, hurry aboard, or else, Casey warned, tightening the vines around Ling Yan. Suddenly, flames erupted from Ling Yan, incinerating the plants in an instant. Moreover, he surrounded the pirate ship with the inferno. The intense heat boiled the seawater. Impossible. So hot. So hot. What kind of fire is this? The members of the vegetable pirate crew were instantly struck with terror. This young man was playing the fool to catch the wise. Help. Young man, spare us. We were wrong. Pa, go to hell and reflect. Ling Yan spat, increasing the flame's intensity on the deck. All the crew members attempted to leap into the sea to escape, but the wall of fire obstructed their path, and their wails of despair echoed. Yet, Ling Yan remained unmoved. Minutes later, all that remained were ashes of the pirate ship, and the vegetable pirate crew had been utterly annihilated. I'm back, before reaching the shore. Ling Yan shouted at the top of his lungs before dashing onto the land. I thought you'd return only after dark. By the way, Ling Yan, did the vegetable pirate crew leave under the cover of night? Nami inquired, her voice bright. She had a favorable impression of the vegetable pirate crew, as they had gifted them a devil fruit. Yes, they left, and now there isn't even a trace left. Ling Yan candidly replied. What happened? What's wrong? Did the vegetable pirate crew not keep their word? Nami and Nokigo asked in unison, while Kuna and Daisha looked on with curiosity. Having spent time with Ling Yan, they could certainly grasp the meaning behind his words. It seems I misjudged them. Ling Yan then recounted in detail the events leading to the demise of the vegetable pirate crew. How infuriating. I truly believed they were good people, Nami exclaimed, her anger palpable. She had thought the vegetable pirate crew was benevolent, but the betrayal stung sharply. Next time we encounter pirates, we should eliminate them directly, Kuna added, equally vexed. Nokigo and Daisha shared similar sentiments after Ling Yan's departure. They had discussed how there could be good pirates, but now they felt cheated and bitter. All right, this time it was our inexperience. Henceforth, we shall not trust these pirates. No, we cannot trust strangers at all. Ling Yan reassured the girls, simultaneously giving them a warning. Indeed, besides, we are still young. Adults excel at deception, Nokigo replied, her anger still simmering. Yes, Nokigo is right. When I was on Clover Island, those adults frequently deceived me. It was utterly despicable. Daisha said, her face flushed with indignation. The girls nodded in agreement, resolute not to trust strangers again. All right, don't be upset. The sun is nearly set. Let us return to the camp first, Ling Yan urged, noticing the sun dipping below the horizon. Fine, let us head back, Nami concurred, realizing the lateness of the hour and no longer dwelling on the vegetable pirate crew. Subsequently, they opened a spatial door, and with Nami's assistance, they swiftly returned to the camp at the island's center. Upon their return, the sky had completely darkened. Due to the appearance of the vegetable pirate crew, Nami had yet to complete a portion of her sea chart and would have to finish it the following day. After dinner, the 5 children busied themselves with their respective tasks. Kla and Nokigo commenced their training, Nami organized her drawings, Daisha began reading medical books, and Ling Yan decided to study the local knowledge, by the way. Nami, I haven't seen the devil fruit we received today. What does it look like? Ling Yan suddenly recalled the grand gift from the vegetable pirate crew, eager to discover its appearance. Hearing Ling Yan's words, Nami paused her drawing, and Daisha closed her medical book, both intrigued by the mysterious treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. Speaking of which, Ling Yan, come quickly and see what powers this devil fruit possesses. Nami exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Ever since she learned about the rarity of devil fruits, she had deemed them the most valuable treasures in the world. Nami then retrieved a small box containing the devil fruit from her spatial domain. Upon opening it, a fruit adorned with peculiar patterns lay peacefully within the box. He took it out and examined it closely, confirming it was not a Zoan type, though its exact abilities remained uncertain. He would have to wait and see if he could obtain a devil fruit encyclopedia in the future. What do you think, Ling Yan? Do you know what type of devil fruit this is? Nami's face was filled with anticipation, and Daisha leaned in curiously. Ling Yan shook his head, stating, I cannot discern it either. It seems I need to find a devil fruit encyclopedia in the future. Otherwise, if we obtain more devil fruits, we want to know their abilities. Nami nodded in agreement, understanding that knowledge of the devil fruit's powers was crucial to its value. That way, whether it was for their companions to consume or for any other purpose, they could proceed with assurance. Meanwhile, Daisha experienced a peculiar sensation. The first time she laid eyes on the devil fruit, she felt a strange voice resonate within her, as if it possessed a magical allure, tempting her to consume it. Now, gazing at the devil fruit again, that feeling resurfaced, and she truly wished to take a bite. Daisha, what is the matter? Nami noticed the dazed look in Daisha's eyes and inquired. Observing Daisha's state, Ling Yan seemed to understand something and asked, Daisha, do you want to eat this devil fruit? Daisha was taken aback. How did you know? Feeling shy at having her thoughts exposed, she blushed. Ling Yan, why don't we let Daisha eat this devil fruit? That way she can have the strength to protect herself, Nami suggested, feeling it would be a good idea for Daisha to consume the fruit. Although they were unaware of its abilities, Ling Yan had mentioned that any ability, once developed, would not be lacking in value. I think it's a good idea. Daisha, you should eat this devil fruit. Ling Yan agreed. The devil fruit inherently possessed its own will. Just moments ago, Daisha's gaze seemed influenced by the fruit's intent, indicating that its capabilities might be well suited for her dough. Is that truly all right? Daisha felt somewhat bewildered. Now aware of the devil fruit's worth, she realized that whether sold or otherwise, it represented a substantial fortune. Her companions were suggesting she consume it, and although she was eager, she felt a pang of regret over the considerable amount of berries it represented. Of course, perhaps this devil fruit's abilities are perfectly suited for you. Ling Yan smiled gently. Then I will eat it. Daisha asked excitedly, holding the devil fruit once more. Ling Yan and Nami nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Under the encouraging gazes of Ling Yan and Nami, Daisha took a deep breath and bit into the fruit. No, don't spit it out. Remember, if you do, that's a loss of 10 million berries. Nami exclaimed as she noticed Daisha's expression shift. 10 million berries. Oh right, this is a devil fruit. It's a treasure worth at least 100 million berries. She cannot waste it. Contemplating these matters, Daisha steadfastly endured both psychological and physical discomfort, methodically consuming the devil fruit until not a morsel remained, not even the stem. Upon witnessing Daisha finish her meal, Nami promptly produced a bottle of milk and offered it to Daisha. Exclaiming, here, Daisha, quickly washed down that throat. Daisha, not one to be polite, eagerly gulped down the milk, and in that moment, she felt truly alive. How terrifying. What on earth was that taste? Daisha remarked, still shaken. Hearing Daisha's lament, Ling Yan and Nami erupted into laughter. We all consumed an entire fruit, and as our companion, you must do the same. That's how we share our fortunes, Nami softly inquired. So, Daisha, do you now realize the ability of the devil fruit you consumed? Taking a moment to ponder Nami's question, Daisha eventually replied, I know now. Nami, please bring me a fish. A fish. Though puzzled by Daisha's request, Nami retrieved a lively fish from the alternate space and handed it over. Nami, Ling Yan, come look. This is my ability, Deisha announced, placing the fish upon the table. Curiosity piqued, Ling Yan and Nami approached the table, eager to see Deisha's next move, with her hands clasped together in an unusual gesture. Deisha spread her arms apart, summoning a circular space before the three of them, enveloping the fish within this strange realm. Ling Yan and Nami were taken aback, with Ling Yan noting how reminiscent this was of Law's surgical fruit. However, Deisha offered no explanation. Under the watchful gaze of Ling Yan and Nami, her fingers astonishingly morphed into various surgical instruments. Subsequently, she reached into the circular space, deftly utilizing her transformed fingers to dissect the fish on the table. In mere moments, Deisha had meticulously disassembled the fish, separating each part without spilling a single drop of blood. "Wow!" exclaimed little Nami, utterly stunned by the spectacle before her. Ling Yan was increasingly convinced that the fruit Deisha had consumed was indeed related to surgical abilities. Next, Deisha presented an extraordinary sight as her dexterous fingers reassembled the dismembered fish, which astonishingly began to swim about once more in that moment. Ling Yan could ascertain that Deisha's ability was undoubtedly a derivative of the surgical fruit. "Deisha, that's impressive. What exactly is your ability?" Nami asked, her mouth agape in astonishment, regaining her composure only after some time had passed. "The fruit I consumed is the paramecia-type dissection fruit. Within the circle I create, I can dissect any object, and astonishingly, it can be reassembled to function again. Isn't that remarkable?" At that moment, Deisha couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. This devil fruit was simply perfect for her. If she were to become a doctor, she could dissect all manner of things. What a fitting name for the dissection fruit. Nami chimed in. "Deisha, it seems you might truly become our doctor in the future." "Indeed, rest assured, I will diligently study more medical knowledge," Deisha responded earnestly. Ling Yan suddenly recalled that over a month ago, when Deisha first expressed an interest in medicine, she had already exhibited a keen fascination with dissection. Even pondering the viability of living after intestinal removal, the dissection fruit, like most devil fruits, possesses its own will and will seek out the most suitable master. "Keep it up, our esteemed doctor," Ling Yan encouraged. "Clapping for Deisha. I will," Deisha replied with unwavering determination. After attending to these matters, the hour had advanced past 9 in the evening. The trio prepared for their nightly routines, while Kuina and Nojiko remained in the woods practicing and had yet to return. "Nami, you two go ahead and wash up. I'll check on Nojiko and the others," Ling Yan stated. "All right, then Deisha, let us wash up." With that, Nami and Deisha stepped into the alternate space. Suddenly, a distant, excited shout from Kuina echoed from outside the tent. "Ling Yan, Nami, Deisha, come quick and see what this is." The voice drew Nami and Deisha, who had just entered the alternate space, back out. The three of them, brimming with curiosity, emerged from the tent to find Ka and Nojiko sprinting towards them, with Kuina triumphantly holding something aloft. "Devil fruit!" the trio exclaimed in astonishment as Kuina approached. The two girls, breathless and flushed from their hurried run and the excitement of discovering the devil fruit, stood before Ling Yan and the others. "Indeed, look, it's the devil fruit," Kuina declared, handing it to Ling Yan. As Ling Yan accepted the fruit, Nami and Deisha stepped closer. This particular devil fruit was entirely green, adorned with matching green patterns, and bore a striking resemblance to a vegetable. Could this possibly be the vegetable fruit of the vegetable pirate cruise captain? Little Nami gasped. It was no wonder she made such a remark, for the fruit indeed resembled a vegetable, and they were aware of the existence of a vegetable fruit. "Exactly. Kuina and I thought the same. We discovered it on our way back after our practice." Nojiko quickly elaborated, her excitement still palpable. "It must be the vegetable fruit. I can't believe it has reappeared on this island," Ling Yan affirmed, surprised by the fruit's presence on Sixus Island. That means we now possess 2 devil fruits." Kuina rejoiced. "This is a treasure of the sea." No, we only have one at the moment, as the one Deisha consumed earlier is already accounted for," Nami corrected. "Oh, Deisha ate it. Deisha, what ability does that devil fruit grant?" Nojiko inquired, her tone a mix of surprise and curiosity, mirroring Kuina's sentiments, as they had discussed it at length earlier. "It's the paramecia-type dissection fruit. It suits me perfectly," Deisha replied with satisfaction. "The dissection fruit?" "Indeed, Kuina. Nojiko, let me tell you." Nami recounted the tale of Deisha dissecting the live fish. This ability indeed suited Deisha remarkably well. Nojiko was astonished and delighted that her companion had acquired a fitting power. "So, does that mean our team will have a doctor in the future?" Kuna asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Precisely. However, this doctor will need to acquire sufficient medical knowledge before they can fulfill that role. Ling Yan clarified, solidifying Daisha's future position within their team. How wonderful. Daisha the doctor. You must strive to excel. I will. The 5 children felt that today was their lucky day, having obtained 2 devil fruits. Now, Ling Yan, Nami, and Daisha each possessed abilities tailored to them. While Kuna desired a Zoan-type fruit, and Nojiko had no interest in the vegetable fruit, which they thought might be better suited for Belmere. Afterward, the children swiftly washed away the day's exertions and soon drifted into slumber, dreaming of candy and ice cream. The following morning, sunlight flooded the island. Everyone arose early, and after breakfast, Nami returned the tent to the alternate space, for they were set to depart Six Island. Nami had documented the climate, with only a small portion of the maps remaining unfinished. Details she could complete that very morning, by mid-morning. Nami had finished drawing the charts of Six Island and the surrounding waters. Phew. Finally done. It's so hot. Nami exhaled deeply, storing the completed maps in the alternate space and producing icy fruit juice for everyone. They had already consumed several cups each by that point. It is unbearably hot. No wonder this island is uninhabited, Kuina remarked, sipping her refreshing juice. Can we leave now? Daisha inquired, wiping the sweat from her collarbone, as she had been either sweating or on the verge of sweating every morning for the past 2 days. Yes, Nami indicated a direction. According to the geography of Six Island, Bear Paw Island lies to the north. Ling Yan, let us set off. All right, let us depart. Ling Yan did not linger, in such sweltering weather. The 4 girls were on the brink of exhaustion. He distanced himself slightly, and, with a resounding roar, transformed into his full beast form. After extinguishing the flames enveloping him, he declared, All right, hop on. Brother will take you for a ride. Hee. I'm coming. Brother. Charge. Look at me. I'm jumping. In an instant, the 4 girls leaped gracefully onto Ling Yan's back. Subsequently, he soared into the sky with Nami and the others, leaving the oppressive heat of the West Six Island behind. Wow, this breeze feels delightful. It's been unbearably hot here for the past 2 days. As they ascended, the girls felt a refreshing wave wash over them. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate, Ling Yan shouted to those on his back. Got it. We're ready. The 4 girls understood and promptly lay flat, gripping the feathers on Ling Yan's back tightly. Without delay, he surged forward towards Bear Paw Island, which was not far from West Six Island. At his speed, they would arrive in 2 to 3 hours. Along the way, Nami kept a vigilant eye on their direction, occasionally instructing Ling Yan to adjust their course. By midday, the 5 finally spotted a small island. Ling Yan, this should be the place. We can land now, Nami called out, gazing at the island below that resembled a bear paw. All right, hold on tight. As Ling Yan descended rapidly, everyone got a clearer view of Bear Paw Island, which indeed resembled a colossal bear's paw. Ultimately, Ling Yan selected a relatively sparse hilltop as their landing spot, where he came to a halt with the 4 girls. Nami and the others jumped down from Ling Yan's back. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed the island. Once Ling Yan reverted to his human form, he joined them. This island is teeming with animals, and there's one particularly large one. However, I haven't detected any signs of human presence, Ling Yan remarked, extending his observation haki to investigate. Quite large. Could it be the Beast King? Kuina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired. I can't say for certain just yet. Nami, let's head over to that area where the animals seem to be congregating, Ling Yan suggested, pointing in a direction. The 4 girls nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the area Ling Yan indicated. The island was not extensive. From the highest peak, one could easily discern the entire layout of Bear Paw Island, and Nami would likely finish mapping it out swiftly. After walking for a while, the 5 encountered numerous birds engaged in battle with a gigantic, flightless creature. Upon witnessing this peculiar creature, Ling Yan suddenly remembered that this was the very place where Buggy had been propelled to after losing the middle segment of his body. After being sent flying here, Buggy had encountered a young bird of similar size, and in his hunger, he had attempted to catch it for a meal. However, he was soon discovered by the young bird's mother, the very massive creature they were now observing. Consequently, Buggy had been pursued by this giant bird for quite some time. Had it not been for the arrival of Yardley, who had consumed the slippery fruit, to rescue him, Buggy, the future emperor, would have been trapped here. Oh, it's not the Beast King after all, Kuina said, somewhat disappointed upon realizing it was merely a bird. Let's move on. Nami, we can begin now. Ling Yan turned to Nami and said. Nami replied with enthusiasm. Subsequently, She opened a portal to another dimension, and the 5 children quickly arrived at the highest peak of the island. Wait for me a moment. I should finish this up quickly, Nami said while retrieving her tools from the portal. No rush. Anyway, Captain Galaki and the others won't be back anytime soon, and since it's already noon, we can stay here for a night before heading back to Clover Island, Ling Yan remarked, glancing at the sky. All right, I'll get started then, Nami agreed, beginning to measure the island's terrain. Ling Yan assisted her on the side. Nokigao, Daisha, shall we seek other adventures? Kuna proposed, feeling restless. Then let's go. The 3 girls excitedly ventured off, eager to explore the island. As time passed, Nami diligently sketched the maps, while the 3 girls pursued the giant bird. Blub blub. Ling Yan heard the sound of a transponder snail and promptly answered the call. The voice of Captain Galaki soon followed. Ling Yan, the celestial dragons are coming to our East Blue, and their target is Clover Island. Do you think this might be related to the orange business? Captain Galaki spoke rapidly, his tone tinged with anxiety. Captain Galaki, don't overthink it just yet. If it's truly about the orange business, the celestial dragons wouldn't come to the East Blue themselves. Perhaps you could ask Minister Shabella to inquire with the king. He might have some insights, Ling Yan suggested to Captain Gulaki. Understood. By the way, make sure you all return quickly. If this is indeed related to the orange business, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to handle it, Captain Galaki said, his concern palpable. We understand. Let's leave it at that. Click. After hanging up the call, Ling Yan's mind began to race. Celestial dragons. Perhaps there is an opportunity to exploit this. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Nami completed the sea chart for Bear Paw Island. However, at that moment, Ling Yan watched as Kuina and the others dragged a massive, featherless creature in silence. Would this mean Buggy would no longer be pursued by the giant bird? Were they inadvertently aiding Buggy? How terrifying. Ling Yan, Nami, let's eat this tonight, Kuina shouted excitedly from a distance. You have no idea how difficult it was to catch this giant bird. Its speed was astonishing. We chased it for quite a while. To our surprise, it would rather die than yield and ended up leaping off the cliff, Nokigao said nonchalantly after they brought it back. Ling Yan and Nami exchanged knowing glances. Goodness, they had forced the bird to leap off a cliff. What terrifyingly fierce girls. Thus, their dinner would consist solely of this creature. The task of preparing the bird was entrusted to Daisha, who possessed the powers of the chop-chop fruit. In the end, Daisha meticulously dissected each piece of meat with precision. As the sun set, the children feasted on roasted bird meat while sipping icy juice, animatedly discussing their dreams for the future. At their age, they felt invincible. After their satisfying meal, they reclined on the ground, squinting their eyes as they savored the deliciousness of their feast. This is so comfortable. Nami, your door fruit ability is truly remarkable. We can bring so many things wherever we go, Kana exclaimed, rubbing her round belly in satisfaction. Indeed, while others travel with heavy bags, we have Nami's door fruit, which is incredibly convenient, Daisha chimed in. She had never imagined that traveling at sea could be so effortless while carrying so many items. Every destination felt like a vacation. Of course, my door fruit is quite powerful. Nami beamed with pride at her friend's praise. By the way, while we're on the subject, I should mention that we will undoubtedly be heading to the Grand Line in the future. At that point, we won't be able to fly anymore, so shouldn't we consider purchasing a ship? Ling Yan proposed, sitting up to address his 4 companions. Hearing Ling Yan's suggestion, the 4 girls sat up. Deep in contemplation. On this journey, they had arrived at Clover Island aboard Captain Galaki's merchant ship, and then Ling Yan had flown them from Clover Island to West Kexis Island. If they were to venture further afield in the future, it seemed they would indeed need a ship. Although flying with Ling Yan was quite comfortable, staying in the air for prolonged periods wasn't ideal either. I agree. We definitely need a ship. I've read that the weather in the Grand Line is quite complex, so sailing would be more suitable for our adventures, Nami stated earnestly. As the navigator, she was well aware of the terrifying climate in the Grand Line. Charging in recklessly like they were now would surely lead to problems. The other 3 exchanged glances and nodded, acknowledging the necessity of acquiring a ship. All right, unanimous approval. Next, we must see how the celestial dragon arriving in the East Blue behaves. Let's hope he is amicable, Ling Yan said with a mischievous smile, having already devised a plan earlier that afternoon. With that, their journey across the world would be smooth sailing. Celestial dragons? The celestial dragons are coming to the East Blue? Is it due to Captain Galachi's orange business? What is going on? The 3 girls who went out for a stroll in the afternoon were oblivious to the affairs of the celestial dragons. and thus turned to Ling Yan for answers. Following this, Ling Yan recounted Captain Galachi's phone call from the afternoon, elaborating on the plan he had devised for the four girls. This well-thought-out strategy would allow them to act freely in the future, even if they were exposed, without fearing the pressure from the Navy. Upon hearing Ling Yan's plan, the four girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. They could now operate openly. After freshening up, the five children studied for a while before succumbing to sweet slumber. Having refrained from training today to conserve their energy for the busy days ahead upon their return to Clover Island. Early the next morning, just as Ling Yan and the others awoke, Captain Galachi's call came through. He had gathered information from Minister Shabella, confirming that the celestial dragon's visit to the East Sea was not related to the orange business, which greatly relieved Captain Galachi. However, he still hoped that Ling Yan and the others could return promptly. As the orange trade had already expanded significantly on Clover Island, he was concerned that the celestial dragons might take notice of this development. Furthermore, Captain Galachi had learned about the schedule of the celestial dragons, which indicated they would arrive in approximately 2 days, granting Ling Yan and the others 2 days of preparation time for their plan. Thus, spurred by Captain Galachi's urgency and their own strategizing, the five children returned to Clover Island by noon. What? Are you saying the king intends to abdicate in favor of Minister Shabella during the celestial dragon's visit? What could be the king's motive? Ling Yan expressed his astonishment, clearly perplexed. The four girls shared his bewilderment. A king relinquishing his throne seemed utterly insane. Why didn't Minister Shabella inform me of this? I fear that once he becomes king, our business may be adversely affected, Captain Galachi pondered with concern. You need not worry about that, Captain Galachi. We will find a way to address it, Ling Yan reassured him. For now, let's leave it at that. If you uncover any further information, do keep us informed. We must take our leave. Ling Yan prepared to say goodbye, having gleaned the necessary information for the day. Very well, take care, as the celestial dragons are arriving, and there are now many world government officials in the area, Captain Galachi cautioned. The five children nodded in understanding. Those additional individuals were undoubtedly from the world government's CP organization, a fact Ling Yan had discerned upon returning to Clover Island. Yet, these were not the elite forces, as the skilled ones were aboard the celestial dragon ship, ever ready to provide protection. Nami opened a spatial gate and stepped through, returning to the mountains. That Ling Yan's plan was quite straightforward, utilizing Nami's Mera Nomi abilities to abduct a celestial dragon, then attempting to control him to serve as their puppet. As for how to control the celestial dragon, that was even simpler, for Dice's dissection fruit could perform feats akin to removing a heart. Just like the surgical fruit, the dissection fruit, when compared to the surgical fruit, merely lacked the ageless surgery and had a smaller radius. This was certainly not something to share with Captain Galachi. When Ling Yan had mentioned this to his companions, the four girls had been utterly astonished. Indeed, their time spent with Ling Yan had emboldened them significantly. Otherwise, they would not have possessed such courage. Daisa, in 2 days. It will be your time to shine, Ling Yan remarked, his gaze filled with anticipation towards Daisa. Rest assured, I have practiced numerous times, Daisa replied confidently, patting her small chest. After 2 days of preparation, the moment finally arrived when the celestial dragon's ship docked. The port was bustling with people, yet eerily quiet. The citizens were caught in a blend of fear and excitement. The celestial dragons were akin to deities in this world, and their arrival was indeed a cause for astonishment. Aside from the king and the nobles, everyone else knelt upon the port. Even the king and nobles had to bow in deference, from the port to the streets, and ultimately to the royal palace. The path was covered in pristine carpets, flanked by throngs of kneeling citizens. After the king delivered a brief welcoming speech to the celestial dragons, they emerged from the ship's cabin. An elderly man with a bushy white beard, an ample physique, and clad in a white space suit with a glass helmet atop his head stood before them. Is this what a celestial dragon looks like? Why does he wear a glass helmet? Doesn't that seem exhausting? It appeared that the celestial dragons were not particularly different from them. Indeed, the four girls, witnessing the legendary celestial dragons for the first time in the alternate space, began to discuss his appearance, feeling as though he was not so dissimilar from them. The celestial dragons were, after all, merely ordinary individuals. Thus, the differences were minimal. No, wait, a significant difference did exist. Many celestial dragons were indeed simpletons. Ling Yan quickly corrected himself, recalling Charlot's foolish demeanor. Simpletons? You will come to understand this in due course. Let us proceed to the palace, Ling Yan instructed. All right. With that, the 5-member team swiftly departed the port through the alternate space. preparing to ambush within the royal palace. After waiting for the better part of a day, they finally awaited the conclusion of the banquet held in honor of the celestial dragons. This banquet had greatly satisfied the vanity of the nobles, particularly the beautiful noblewomen, who swooned with delight at having garnered the attention of the celestial dragons. Their husbands, in turn, were equally thrilled. If their wives were to bear the offspring of a celestial dragon, it would be a cause for celebration. It wasn't until late into the night that the clamor within the palace began to subside. At this moment, the palace where the celestial dragon resided had been cordoned off by CP agents. Within the most opulent chamber, the celestial dragon had dismissed the noblewoman who had just entertained him, and now lay in slumber. He would not allow these individuals to stay overnight. While such encounters were delightful, his safety remained paramount. In the alternate space, Ling Yan sensed that the opportunity had arrived. Nami, it's your turn. Bring this old pig in, Ling Yan commanded. Leave it to me, Nami exclaimed, filled with excitement. She opened a large spatial gate beneath the bed, and in an instant, both the celestial dragon and the bed were drawn into the alternate space. After successfully capturing him, Nami swiftly closed the portal. Just then, an influx of CP agents surged into the celestial dragon's chamber. However, upon witnessing the absence of both the bed and its occupant, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The celestial dragon had vanished. Moments later, an individual wearing a peculiar mask entered, his face obscured. Yet his expression was one of mounting frustration. Search every nook and cranny of the palace, the CP0 agent shouted in fury. Yes, the CP members immediately sprang into action, and the nobles residing in the palace began to experience the most terrifying moments of their lives. The celestial dragon was missing. As the CP organization frantically searched for the celestial dragon, the 5-member team had already made their way into the dense forest. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I am a noble celestial dragon, a deity among you lowly commoners. Release me at once and return me home. Otherwise, I shall ensure that a marine admiral brings you to justice. The celestial dragon, firmly bound upon the bed, displayed no signs of fear despite the treatment he was receiving. Instead, he was consumed by rage. How dare anyone lay a hand on him? Daisa, it's time to begin, Ling Yan said expressionlessly. After a moment's thought, he roughly stuffed a cloth into the celestial dragon's mouth to silence him. Daisa nodded heavily and commenced the application of her dissection fruit powers, encircling the celestial dragon within a 5-meter radius. As the celestial dragon's expression shifted from rage to terror, Daisa's fingers transformed into surgical blades. She meticulously divided his body into 3 parts and carefully extracted his heart from the central portion. Upon witnessing his own beating heart being removed, the celestial dragon finally succumbed to fear, yet he was powerless to act. Daisa presented the pulsating heart to Ling Yan before beginning to reassemble the celestial dragon's body. Within mere seconds, the celestial dragon's exterior returned to its original state, though his heart's cavity remained hollow. After completing this task, Daisa dissipated the energy field, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Ling Yan squeezed the heart in his hand. Assessing its texture, it was soft and pliable, quite easy to grip, but the celestial dragon on the bed suddenly writhed in agony, his terrified gaze fixed upon Ling Yan. I fail to comprehend why his heart was extracted. And I am even more perplexed as to why these individuals before me seek to capture him. Guena Pride opened the cloth that obstructed his mouth with a branch. What do you intend to do? The celestial dragon was genuinely flustered. He was certainly not like the imbecile Charles. Firstly, state your name, surname, and lineage. Ling Yan inquired with a stern countenance. I am Marcus Lingas, a descendant of the 5 Elder Stars Mass Saint. Lingas admitted, revealing his origins without reservation. The 5 Elder Stars, we are indeed fortunate to have caught a big fish. Upon realizing the connection of this individual to the 5 Elder Stars, Ling Yan's eyes sparkled. If they could control him, they would be able to accomplish many things in the future. What are the 5 Elder Stars? Nami and the others were oblivious. The 4 girls silently observed the unfolding scene, filled with questions but refraining from immediate inquiry. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be our slave, and we shall be your masters. Henceforth, whatever demands we make of you, you must fulfill. Do you understand? Ling Yan glared menacingly at Lingas. What? A slave? Lingas could hardly believe his ears. Ling Yan's expression turned. I see why. Is that a refusal? He tightened his grip on the heart slightly. No, please don't kill me. It hurts. Lingas writhed on the bed, the intense pain of his heart acutely manifesting. Seeing this, Ling Yan halted his movements and coldly remarked, What is this? Is being our slave too much of a burden for you? Not at all. Not at all. Ling Gas replied in terror. But your expression suggests otherwise. That I am willing. I am very willing. This is the truth. Wu. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Ling Gas's attitude was now satisfactory, and all 5 children were pleased that night. They successfully acquired a celestial dragon slave. With the heart in Ling Yan's possession, Ling Gas became quite obedient. Subsequently, Ling Yan entrusted him with matters regarding the ship, hoping Ling Gas would arrange for its construction at the World Government Shipyard, ensuring it possessed the same power as a warship. He also instructed him to issue a command that no naval forces should impede their vessel, regardless of where they might go or what they might do in the future. Furthermore, the orange business of Captain Galachi had truly become a favorite of the celestial dragons. No one else dared to interfere with Captain Galachi's enterprise. Ling Gas readily agreed to these demands. As a celestial dragon, fulfilling them was a mere trifle. Finally, Ling Yan requested Ling Gas to leave behind a contact number for him via a snail phone. Before sending him back to the now chaotic palace, Ling Yan and the others were in high spirits. With a celestial dragon slave, they might even be able to maneuver the admirals of the Navy in the future. Within the palace, upon witnessing the return of the celestial dragon, the anxieties of all present were finally alleviated. They were genuinely frightened by the events of the night. The CP agents were astounded to see Ling Gas suddenly emerging from a corner. They had just thoroughly searched every nook and cranny of the palace. St. Ling Gas, what transpired? How did you vanish from your chambers? A masked CP-0 agent inquired anxiously. Upon hearing the greeting from CP-0, Ling Gas had no desire to acknowledge him. In fact, he felt an urge to strike him. It was this incompetent fool who failed to protect him, leading to his enslavement, a disgrace to Ling Gas. He brushed past CP-0 and made his way toward his quarters. The CP agents were left bewildered, watching Ling Gas leave without uttering a word. Once back in his chambers, Ling Gas contemplated whether he should have CP-0 handle this matter. After all, those children were merely 11 or 12 years old. Perhaps CP-0's strength could genuinely retrieve his heart in the future. As he entertained this thought, Ling Gas suddenly became agitated. He was a noble celestial dragon. How could he possibly become another slave? In an alternate space, the 5 children were carefully observing Ling Gas's every move, as caution is never excessive. Ling Yan, do you think he will disclose anything to others? Noki asked with concern. However, the very next moment, anguished screams erupted from Ling Gas's chambers, prompting the CP organization guarding outside to rush in. They found Ling Gas writhing on the floor, appearing in immense pain. St. Ling Gas, what is the matter, my lord? Doctor, where is the doctor? Seeing Ling Gas in such a state, all CP agents panicked, including the CP-0 agent. In an alternate space, having taught Ling Gas a lesson, Ling Yan loosened his grip on the heart. In the chambers, Ling Gas, now feeling utterly exhausted from the pain, sighed in relief as the agony dissipated. Simultaneously grateful he had refrained from revealing that matter. It turned out that the boy's words were true. He could indeed take his life from afar. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted in. Get out of my way. Ling Gas roared at the nearby CP agents. All of you, get out. Witnessing the fury of St. Ling Gas, the CP agents were utterly terrified. They hastily fled, for they had just witnessed a scene they should never have seen. The CP-0 agent also retreated swiftly, yet he continued to observe closely from the shadows, as the events that had just transpired were too bizarre, filling him with confusion and wariness. See, now he has no courage to harbor any other thoughts. Ling Yan remarked casually. The 4 girls all nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, their slave had endured excruciating torment, a sight that was truly appalling. However, they felt no sympathy for this slave. Observing this scene, the girls breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the celestial dragon slave would now cherish his life, believing that after this painful lesson, he would no longer dare to entertain any wrongful thoughts. Let us depart, Ling Yan softly suggested. The 4 girls responded gently. Thus, the 5 of them utilized the alternate space to leave the palace and return to their hotel room. The chaos sparked by the disappearance of the celestial dragon had gradually subsided. After spending 3 days on Clover Island, Captain Galachi and the others were compelled to set sail for home. This journey had proven remarkably fruitful. Captain Galachi could hardly have imagined that their oranges had truly become beloved commodities of the celestial dragons. Now, he had even begun preparations to acquire another merchant ship, for a single vessel could no longer satisfy the ever-growing demands of the nobility. Ling Yan, how on earth did you manage that? He is a genuine celestial dragon, and he genuinely wishes to purchase oranges from our Cocoyasi village. Captain Galachi exclaimed. his face a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. Well, I cannot disclose that just yet, Captain Galachi. The issue has been resolved. Has it not? So, there is no need to ponder further. Ling Yan's response carried an air of mystery. Very well. If that is the case, I shall refrain from further inquiries, Captain Galachi replied with resignation. At that moment, he no longer dared to regard these children merely as juniors. After all, the strength they displayed was overwhelmingly formidable and increasingly enigmatic. Perhaps before, it could have been attributed to good fortune, but now, they had effortlessly dealt with a celestial dragon. All of this left Captain Galachi in a state of disbelief. After several days of sailing, the merchant ship returned to Cocoyasi village, and the 5 individuals resumed their previous way of life. This journey had yielded abundant rewards. Nami had completed the mapping of 2 islands, and they had also acquired 2 devil fruits, a comfortable yet thrilling adventure. However, Ling Yan increasingly sensed a growing discomfort within him. He had come to realize that his devil fruit was in need of metamorphosis and evolution, igniting a fervent desire within him to locate a volcanic island. With just one transformation, or rather, rebirth, his strength would ascend to new heights. As night descended, the 5 little ones gathered around the dining table, with Belmir and Aji seated across from them. The gazes of Ling Yan and his companions converged upon Belmir. As Belmir and Ajian's gazes fell upon the devil fruit resting on the table, both adults, witnessing the true form of the fruit for the first time, felt a mixture of novelty and astonishment. So, do you wish for me to consume this devil fruit? Belmir inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Indeed, Belmir. We unanimously believe that the abilities of this devil fruit would suit you remarkably well, Nokigao stated with a serious expression on his youthful face. Belmir fell into contemplation that it was true that since shedding her naval uniform, her pursuit of power had waned. However, as the children gradually matured, she found herself compelled to rekindle that fervor. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that consuming such a precious devil fruit seemed somewhat misplaced. She glanced at Ajian, whose current strength was inferior to hers. Perhaps it would be more prudent to bestow the fruit upon him. Belmir, you needn't concern yourself with Ajian. This devil fruit is not suitable for him. Paramecia-type devil fruits require substantial physical strength to harness their powers. Given Ajian's constitution, he would likely struggle to endure it. Thus, we have recommended it for you. As for Ajian, we will surely procure a Zoan-type devil fruit in the future to enhance his physique. Ling Yan said earnestly. That's right, Belmir, you should heed the children's counsel. For me, it matters not whether I consume the devil fruit or not, Ajian promptly added, upon hearing that the devil fruit required physical fortitude. Ajian felt an aversion to the notion, realizing that such a treasure was beyond his grasp. He was acutely aware of his frail constitution. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes, though parting with at least 100 million berries is quite daunting. Belmir remarked, holding the vegetable fruit in her hand, her face contorted with inner turmoil. Although their household had become affluent due to the children, the memories of her previous poverty lingered, making the thought of consuming 100 million berries painful. Fear not, Belmir, our family is no longer in want of berries. We possess more than enough, Nami gently reassured her. She understood Belmir's sentiments well, recalling her own experience with the Mara fruit, encouraged by the 6 individuals. Belmir finally took the first bite of the devil fruit. Despite her preparations, the taste of the devil fruit still revolted her. However, she persevered, consuming it entirely, bite by bite. Belmir, quickly drink the juice, Nokigao exclaimed, handing her a large bottle of orange juice that had been prepared in advance. Upon seeing the juice, Belmir's expression brightened as if she had discovered a remedy, and she swiftly consumed the entire bottle. How terrifying! This taste, did you all truly finish it? Belmir said, still reeling from the experience. Of course, we devoured every last morsel. The 3 children who had consumed the devil fruit replied earnestly. Witnessing this scene, Ajian felt a growing aversion to the taste of the devil fruit. If even Belmir found it distasteful, it must be quite terrible. Belmir, why not test your abilities? Nokigao suggested with anticipation. Belmir responded with a firm nod, her excitement about her newfound powers surging within her. The 7 of them approached the flower bed by the door, and Belmir, her hands trembling with anticipation, touched the flower bed. Unleashing the powers of the vegetable fruit, in an instant, the entire flower bed was filled with a lush variety of vegetables. Wow, amazing! Belmir, we shall never lack for vegetables again, Disa exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. The others also wore expressions of joy, but that's not all, Belmir said mysteriously. Soon, the vegetables in the flower bed began to grow rapidly, intertwining with one another, under the astonished gaze of the other 6. All the vegetables twisted together, transforming into a massive vine that quickly ascended toward the rooftop. Ling Yan seemed intent on verifying something, gently prodding the massive vine with Nokigao's third-generation sword, only to find that it could not penetrate. Everyone was taken aback. This vegetable fruit could be used in such a manner. However, it seemed that this vine was no longer fit for consumption, having grown far too old. Incredible, Belmir. This vegetable fruit is truly suited for you, Ling Yan remarked, somewhat surprised. The abilities of this vegetable fruit are reminiscent of the Mori Mori fruit. It appears that the Mori, Shirshin, and vegetable fruits belong to the same family. She mused. I share your sentiments. This ability seems exceptionally useful. Belmir laughed heartily. Belmir, can you absorb energy from the vegetables? Ling Yan inquired with anticipation. She wondered if the vegetable fruit could possess a similar property to the Mori Mori fruit, which could absorb energy from plants to replenish itself. Alas, Ling Yan, I can only create various vegetables and induce their rapid growth. I can also combine them, Belmir replied after a moment of contemplation. Very well, but even so, this is already quite impressive. If you were to master hockey, your strength would undoubtedly increase further, Ling Yan stated solemnly. Ling Yan, you merely wish for me to continue my training, don't you? Belmir teased. She was well aware of the mischievous intent of this little rascal, even though she had long passed the age of rigorous training. Ah, you actually guessed it. Belmir, you're amazing, Ling Yan responded with a forced laugh. Hee, Belmir, how about we host a vegetable feast tonight? What do you think? Daisa suggested with a beaming smile. A vegetable feast. At Daisa's suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up. They had always hosted barbecue feasts, but this would be their first vegetable feast. Excellent. Then tonight, we shall have a lively vegetable feast. There will be plenty of vegetables to go around, Belmir joyfully proclaimed. Oh, the vegetable feast is about to begin. Let us set it up in the courtyard. I'll fetch the drinks and alcohol. Without needing the 2 adults to lift a finger, the 5 children excitedly sprang into action, bringing out various beverages and ample supplies for the barbecue. Thus, a vegetable barbecue feast commenced in earnest to celebrate Belmir's newfound abilities as a devil fruit user. Cheers! Aegean joyfully raised his glass. Cheers, 7 how delightful. So delicious. I never imagined grilled vegetables could taste this good. Let me have a try, he exclaimed, reveling in the flavors. After nearly a month of returning to Cocoyasi village, Ling Yan had been preoccupied with matters concerning volcanoes. He had directed Captain Garaki to inquire with the King of Clover Island, and Nami had scoured numerous records from the East Blue. Yet they had found no trace of a volcano in the region. Nami, pass me the telephone bug to contact Lindagas. It seems I will need to reach out to the world government, Ling Yan stated early in the morning as he entered Nami's workspace. Today, Nami donned her adorable little tiger outfit, complete with cute tiger ears, wristbands, suspenders, and a short skirt made from an old tiger hide. Looking exceptionally charming, Ling Yan, are you truly going to enter the volcano? That could be quite perilous, Nami expressed her concern, pouting slightly. Subsequently, she opened a spatial rift and handed him the specialized telephone bug. The temperature in a volcano is exceedingly high, and although Ling Yan consistently asserted that he was unafraid, Nami, having spent the most time with him, remained worried. Rest assured, Nami, the dangers of entering a volcano pertain to others, not to me. You know my abilities. I wouldn't risk my life foolishly, Ling Yan reassured her gently. With that, he took the telephone bug and began dialing Lindagas's number, Diane Mariwa, after a month of adjustment. Lindagas had slowly acclimated to life without his heart. At that moment, he was indulging himself among various slaves, as only in such distractions could he gradually forget that he had become someone else's property. Bring, Lord Lindagas, your telephone bug is ringing. Shall I answer it now? A servant approached him with the telephone bug in hand. You imbecile! Can't you see I'm busy? Don't answer, Lindagas bellowed without turning his head. Continuing to play with the adorable creature in his arms, the servant trembled at the outburst. When a celestial dragon was angry, it could spell doom for anyone nearby. However, the phone bug, Lindagas, had decreed that it must be presented to him no matter when it rang. The servant gritted his teeth and knelt before Lindagas, exclaiming, But, esteemed Lindagas, this phone bug is a nuisance. Are you seeking death? Lindagas, infuriated, interrupted the servant, yet upon seeing the ringing phone bug, he too felt as if his throat were constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. Lindagas, what is your command? Upon hearing Lindagas's call, The CP organization rushed in. The atmosphere was chaotic, filled with beaten slaves and those being pampered and toyed with as lackeys of the celestial dragons. The CP members were well accustomed to such scenes, hence they remained remarkably unfazed. It's nothing. Get out. All of you, leave at once. Lindagas bellowed as he snatched the phone. Bug.it is the esteemed Lindagas. Instantly, all the maids and slaves, along with the recently arrived CP organization, hurriedly exited. Once everyone had departed, Lindagas swiftly retreated to a private chamber to answer the call. Esteemed master, do you have any commands for Lindagas? He said, ingratiatingly. Lindagas, you've grown quite bold, daring to take so long to answer. It seems you have forgotten that feeling. A youthful yet chillingly domineering voice pierced through to Lindagas's ears. No, master. How could I dare not answer your call? It was merely because there were too many people, Lindagas immediately replied. The sensation of his heart being crushed was excruciatingly terrifying. He truly wished to never experience it again. Humph, you wouldn't dare that I'm contacting you to instruct you to find a volcano in the East Blue through the world government. If there isn't one there, locate one nearby. In any case, it must be found promptly. Do you understand? I understand. I will issue orders at once and ensure the volcano is located with utmost speed. Good. Notify me immediately upon finding it. The line went dead with a click, and Lindagas felt as though he had been drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground in a cold sweat. Just as a thought crossed his mind, he scrambled back up, shouting, Someone, where has everyone gone? You imbeciles. In Cocoyasi village, Ling Yan was quite pleased with Lindagas's demeanor, reveling in the power of controlling the hearts of the celestial dragons. It was a delightful sensation. Wielding the authority of the world government at will, he suddenly recalled the surgical fruit user, Trelaman, if he could devise a method to manipulate the celestial dragons in such a manner. Then the flamingo would hardly qualify as one of the 7 warlords, would he? Ling Yan, why are you displaying such a smile? Nami inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Ahem, it's nothing. By the way, once Lindagas sends over the address of the volcano, could you help me take note of it? I shall go train, Ling Yan responded while scratching his nose, handing the phone bug back to Nami. Oh, I understand. Nami obediently tucked the phone bug away, and after Ling Yan left, she resumed her drawing and studies. Upon returning to the training room, Ling Yan donned the sea prism stone once more, relieving the sensation of his body yearning for transformation. Ling Yan, you're back, Daisha called out while exercising. Daisha, where are Kuina and Nojiko? Ling Yan inquired, glancing at the young girl straining under a heavy barbell. They went to help Belmare train the guard. Daisha replied through gritted teeth. Oh, I see. Daisha, isn't that weight a bit too heavy for you? Ling Yan observed her struggling appearance with concern. I'm fine. I can do it, Daisha insisted without turning back. Seeing this, Ling Yan refrained from further comment and began his own training. After all, one couldn't overtrain, at most. It would just be tiring. And as long as he was well fed and rested, he would bounce back the next day, full of vigor. 2 days later, Lindagas finally called, announcing that the volcano had been located, but it was not in the East Blue. Rather, it was in the Calm Belt. This news was somewhat unexpected yet not entirely surprising. After all, if there were a volcano in the East Blue, there would surely be at least some clues in such a vast area as Clover Island. Ling Yan, the volcano island Lindagas found, is near the Calm Belt, close to the kingdom of Oiket, which we previously visited. The specific location should be here, Nami said as she pinpointed the volcano's exact position using the coordinates provided by Lindagas. I understand. I will go alone this time. You all should focus on your training at home, Ling Yan stated softly. He was elated that the volcano island had been found. The thought of immersing himself in its fiery depths filled him with joy. Not a chance. We must go as well. Based on the map Lindagas provided, there is a small island not far from the volcano island where we can wait for you. Nami immediately objected. Indeed, Ling Yan, we want to accompany you. Moreover, we have yet to explore the Calm Belt. The other 3 girls echoed in agreement. All right, then we shall all go together. Ling Yan pondered for a moment before conceding. Yay, let's get ready. I'll inform Belmare and Aiken. The next morning, after bidding farewell to Belmare and Aiken, the 5 of them swiftly set off for the kingdom of Oiket. At that moment, Ling Yan felt an intense premonition. After this trial by fire, his phoenix fruit would shine with an unprecedented brilliance. As they passed by the kingdom of Oiket, they paused briefly. Nami and Nojiko now recognized this place as their former homeland. During their time, this nation had suffered a devastating war, leaving it in ruins, and Belmare had sustained grave injuries. Among the naval personnel dispatched then, only the severely wounded Belmare survived. just as she was on the brink of collapse. She encountered Nojiko and the infant Nami at that time. Nojiko was carrying Nami through the desolate streets, and Belmare asked if the child in Nojiko's arms was her sister. Nojiko replied that she was not, but rather a war orphan. Witnessing this scene and hearing Nojiko's words filled Belmare with profound sorrow, for she too was gravely injured and might soon perish. Just then, Nami caught sight of Belmare's face and suddenly erupted into a radiant laugh. Hearing Nami's laughter made Belmare weep, expressing how she truly did not understand the feelings of others. Both Belmare and Nojiko were moved to tears. That it was precisely because of her encounter with these two children that Belmare was ignited with a fierce will to live. Navigating a small boat through the tumultuous seas until she safely returned to Cocoyasi village. These stories were gradually revealed by Aiken only after witnessing Nojiko and Nami grow into capable individuals. He stated that the bond between Nojiko, Nami, and Belmare transcended mere blood ties. After lingering for half a day in the kingdom of Oiked, they resumed their journey towards the calm belt. Ling Yan, adjust your direction a bit to the right. Yes, this is the way, Nami directed Ling Yan, promptly correcting their course. Just before entering the calm belt, Nami was still able to utilize her climate sense to predict the correct direction. However, once they crossed into the calm belt, her abilities proved ineffective. Therefore, prior to entering the calm belt, she needed to pinpoint the most accurate direction to locate the volcano island once inside. After more than half an hour, every gust of wind had ceased, and the sea surface became utterly tranquil, with only the occasional emergence of sea kings stirring the water's surface. This truly the legendary calm belt. The sea is astonishingly calm, Nojiko remarked while gazing down at the serene waters, her eyes reflecting curiosity and wonder. But why do I not see any sea kings? Wasn't it said that the calm belt is their nesting ground? Kuina furrowed her brow, her face etched with confusion. Ha! They are hiding beneath the waves. Moreover, not all sea kings surface, Ling Yan exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps this time, we shall have the opportunity to savor a delectable feast of sea kings, despite being in the calm belt. They continued to soar through the skies. The sound of the wind still echoed in their ears, a gentle reminder that even in the seemingly tranquil doldrums, endless unknowns and dangers lurked. Upon hearing that they might finally feast upon the flesh of the sea kings, the four girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. If there was anything that could bring them joy aside from growing stronger, it was undoubtedly the prospect of delicious food. They had longed to savor the meat of the sea kings for quite some time. Ling Yan maintained a steady pace, guiding the four girls over the ocean for an hour, until at last, they beheld an island erupting with molten lava. That was the island. We have finally arrived. Ling Yan, fly north. The other small island I mentioned is just ahead, Nami exclaimed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Understood. I got it, Ling Yan promptly responded. With their destination finally located, everyone was elated, especially because it promised an abundance of sea kings. Just moments before, while soaring through the sky, they had already witnessed countless sea kings frolicking on the ocean's surface. A few minutes later, Ling Yan spotted a lush island, not particularly large, similar in size to Bear Paw Island. Its vegetation was incredibly dense, and the trees stood tall and straight, untouched by the wind. Hold on tight. We're descending, Ling Yan warned the four girls. Got it. We're holding on. Oh my. The girls clung tightly to Ling Yan, their excitement bubbling over as they plummeted toward the ground. They found a flat area along the coast, and Ling Yan brought them down gently. As they touched down, the sounds of various animals roaring from the island's forest reached their ears. And judging by the volume, they were no small creatures. Yet, rather than fear, they brimmed with eagerness, poised for action. Let us not rush. We should set up camp first before embarking on our adventure. Besides, our target isn't the ferocious beasts lurking within. Ling Yan cautioned the girls, who were ready to charge ahead. Indeed, with so many sea kings around, I can't wait to savor them. Kuina licked her lips at the thought of the delectable meat. But how do we get them ashore? They're in the water, and we have no means to reach them. Daisa pouted, clearly distressed. I believe Ling Yan will have a plan. Ling Yan, tell us how we can feast on the sea kings. Nami looked at Ling Yan, her expression filled with anticipation, echoed by the eager faces of the other three. My strategy involves using the blood of a small beast to lure them near the shore. And then I'll take the opportunity to strike, Ling Yan declared with fierce determination. That sounds promising. Let us hurry and set up camp first. Then we can execute our plan, Nami exclaimed as she opened her spatial pocket. Retrieving various tools and materials, while Kuna and Nokigo set off to chop down trees. They were determined to construct a sturdy camp. Everyone worked swiftly, and within half an hour, a camp made of timber was completed. Moreover, Ling Yan had acquired a small beast, leaving behind the more delectable parts and tossing the remainder onto the beach. Perhaps due to the absence of natural predators, a small sea king, drawn by the scent of blood, rushed in without hesitation. What a magnificent creature! It's enormous, they exclaimed as the sea king appeared. Ling Yan, now is the time. Watch this. Fire Emperor. Meteor. Just as the sea king charged towards the shore, a colossal flaming meteor descended from the heavens, striking it with tremendous force. With a resounding explosion, the creature struggled in the searing flames for mere moments before succumbing to its fiery fate. Incredible! We did it! What a delight! Tonight, we feast on sea kings. I can hardly wait, Nami exclaimed. Wait, what about the reviews? Where are the free gifts? They vanished. After securing their quarry, the five of them hurriedly dragged the small sea king onto the shore. Lest they attract a second one. After all, they couldn't possibly consume it all at once. Even though it was a small sea king, its size dwarfed that of the beast kings. Once they managed to haul the creature onto the beach, the scent of blood attracted another sea king not far from the shore, but Ling Yan had no time to attend to it. They needed to process the meat quickly, otherwise it would spoil in the heat. Nami, how many empty refrigerators do we have? Ling Yan inquired. About 20, but they won't be enough. This sea king is too large, Nami replied, her expression troubled as she surveyed her spatial pocket. They had long desired to savor the flesh of the sea kings. Yet they never anticipated the dilemma of having too much to eat. Much of this was due to Ling Yan's expedition into the volcano, leaving them unable to handle the sea kings alone. Thus, when Ling Yan entered the volcano, if they wanted to enjoy the sea kings again, they would need to grow stronger to catch them, or else they would have to settle for the beast kings. Well then, let us store as much as we can. Everyone, let us get to work. Daisa, Kuna, Nokigo, you three handle the butchering while Nami and I transport the meat to the refrigerators. Ling Yan assigned the tasks. All right, let us get started. Watch me. The five of them immediately sprang into action, with Nami opening her spatial pocket to prepare for the meat transfer. Here we go. One sword style. Room. Kuna, Nokigo, and Daisa began slicing the sea king into manageable portions, while Ling Yan and Nami transported the untouched meat into the refrigerators. Everyone moved swiftly, their small figures darting around the massive sea king, occasionally employing swift kicks. After half an hour, all 20 refrigerators in Nami's spatial pocket were filled with sea king meat. Yet a substantial amount still remained that we can only store this much. Keeping it in the refrigerator for too long isn't ideal. Let us make the most of tonight and finish the rest. Nami mused, contemplating various sea king dishes, filled with determination. Then let us have a barbecue feast. Nokigo exclaimed excitedly. Domai. The five of them continued bustling about, pulling out an array of seasonings and beverages, ready for a grand feast. Before long, by the campfire, they took turns grilling the meat to perfection, the aroma wafting through the air. They were only skilled in grilling. Anything more complicated was the domain of professional chefs. They were simply connoisseurs of good food. Let us toast to our first capture of the sea kings. Cheers. Daisa joyfully stood up, raising her bottle. Daisa is right. Cheers. 5 how delightful. Everyone, let us enjoy tonight. There is plenty of meat, Nokigo shouted with enthusiasm. Oh my, wow, it smells heavenly. Let us go all out. With that, the sounds of crunching and swallowing filled the air as they savored their hard-won feast. The chunks of meat were continuously placed on the grill, and a circle of grilled delights formed around the campfire as the five of them indulged, the roars of beasts from the forest providing a thrilling soundtrack to their meal. 2 hours later, their movement slowed, and only a third of the sea king remained. I can't eat anymore, Daisa lamented, feeling slightly ill, having been the first to bow out. The next moment, Nami paused as well. I'm so full. I really can't eat another bite. Who would have thought we'd degorge ourselves on sea kings? Nokigo chimed in, equally stuffed at what satisfaction. Ling Yan and Kuna had consumed the most, given their potential. The five of them sprawled on the ground, their faces displaying a mix of contentment and a hint of despair, their bellies swollen like balloons. I wish I could master life return, Daisa sighed. Lying on the ground, utterly unmotivated to move. I want that too. Then I wouldn't have to worry about how much I eat, nor about gaining weight, Nami mused, realizing she would need to invest more time in training. The other two girls nodded in agreement. Life return was the skill they desperately needed. Then let us work hard for it. Girls, Ling Yan encouraged them, also motivating herself at that moment. Their determination to achieve life return reached its zenith. In contemporary times, the Navy's 6 styles, along with various extensions derived from them, have been acquired from Lindagas. Furthermore, there are, of course, the formidable methods of hockey cultivation. One cannot help but marvel at the celestial dragons. Their training techniques are far more detailed and lucid than Hoba's notes. After Ling Yan enters the volcano to undergo her rebirth, the 4 girls shall commence their comprehensive physical training, for they are no longer in the tender years of youth. The current year is 1512 in the Sea Circle calendar. Daisha and Nokigo are both 12 years old, while Ling Yan and Goina are 11, and Nami is 10, each a blossom in the garden of youth. This age is indeed pivotal for physical development, a time when growth is most pronounced. With ample nutrition at their disposal, their diligent practice will yield remarkable results. The crackling of the nearby campfire resonates like nature's own instrument. Mingling with the roars of beasts from the forest, composing a hypnotic melody, the 5 young ones gradually succumb to the lullaby of this enchanting tune. At the forest's edge, several beast kings watch with a mix of reluctance and trepidation as they gaze upon the 5 small figures lying beside the campfire. Yet none dare to take the first step. They have witnessed, in stark reality, a companion stronger than themselves being vanquished in a mere exchange of glances by these seemingly insignificant creatures. Such a sight instills profound fear in the hearts of these formidable beasts. What manner of beings are these bipeds? Should the 5 little figures be privy to their thoughts at this moment, they would undoubtedly exclaim without hesitation, "We are merely slightly larger human cubs." As dawn breaks, everyone awakens to the cheerful chorus of chirping birds. Rising early has become a cherished habit among them. Having enjoyed a hearty meal the previous day, they arise today brimming with vitality, for exercise is an essential part of their morning routine. Even Nami temporarily sets aside her studies. During this period of calm, prior to Ling Yan's completion of her rebirth, their foremost mission is to grow stronger. "Ling Yan, will you be entering the volcano today?" little Nami gently inquires. "Yes, I can hardly contain my anticipation. It seems I shall remain within the volcano for over 6 months. In the meantime, focus on your training here on the island," Ling Yan replies earnestly. "Rest assured, we will strive to cultivate our strength." Goena asserts with a serious expression. Nami, along with Nokigo and Daisha, nods emphatically. They are determined to grow stronger. After clarifying her intentions, it is time for Ling Yan to depart, her gaze resolutely fixed on the direction of the volcanic island. "Everyone, let's give it our all." With that, Ling Yan transforms into her full beast form. "We understand," the 4 young girls respond, their expressions resolute as they watch Ling Yan. Ling Yan slowly nods, then unfurls her wings and soars toward the volcanic island. Only after Ling Yan's figure fades from view do Nami and the others retract their gazes. It is time for them to commence their own training. "Everyone, let us begin," Nokigo declares solemnly. The volcanic island is not far from the nameless island they just left. After a few minutes of flight, Ling Yan arrives. It is an active volcano, perpetually flowing with molten lava, and no trace of wildlife remains upon its surface. Gazing down at the seething cauldron of scorching magma that emits an inexhaustible heat, Ling Yan's inner yearning intensifies, becoming almost unbearable. It is a profound desire for immense power, as if beckoned by an instinct deep within the soul. Under the influence of this overwhelming craving, Ling Yan's fiery phoenix form erupts in fierce flames, enveloping her entirely. Without hesitation, she leaps, akin to a blazing meteor, plunging directly into the volcano's mouth, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The once gently surging lava is suddenly agitated, sending forth towering waves of molten rock. Ling Yan's massive form descends rapidly, the tremendous force of her descent causing the lava to churn violently like boiling water. "Ah," she exclaims, overwhelmed with comfort. The energy is abundant, immersed in the lava. Ling Yan cannot help but emit a low, pleasurable murmur. She distinctly perceives a mysterious and wondrous flame energy continuously emanating from the surrounding magma, swiftly absorbed by her fiery phoenix body. Concurrently, the lava around her seems to come alive, gradually converging toward Ling Yan. It appears to be drawn by an invisible force, instinctively swirling around her, forming a colossal vortex of magma. Ling Yan, at the heart of this whirlpool, radiates an aura of formidable power that sends shivers down the spine. Unbeknownst to Ling Yan, whose consciousness is enraptured by the ecstasy of energy absorption, the magma flowing toward her begins to exhibit signs of extinguishment after she has absorbed that mysterious flame energy. This depleted magma is gradually replaced by fresh lava seeping from below, which forces the spent magma out of the volcano's mouth. At this moment, the volcano seems to have established a cycle. continuously drawing forth flame energy from the depths, which Ling Yan absorbs, only to be expelled, followed by the emergence of new energy. Meanwhile, the four young girls embark on their own journey of cultivation. The training methods sent by Lindigas indicate that only by enhancing their physical prowess to a certain degree can they proficiently master the Navy's 6 styles. The cultivation of physique and the 6 styles is a symbiotic method. Each of the 6 techniques serves as a masterstroke that hones a specific aspect of the body to perfection. To forge a robust physique, one cannot rely solely on brute strength to lift weights. While such an approach may indeed yield formidable strength, it could ultimately lead to a physique akin to that of a muscle-bound brute. Those who achieve such a state either become extraordinarily powerful or end up feeble and easily toppled, or possess explosive power yet lack stamina. This method is certainly unsuitable for the 4 young girls, as they have no desire to transform into muscular warriors. The correct training regimen involves developing, adapting, and skillfully mastering the mobilization of their own energy while training. The human body harbors immense potential. By unlocking the energy within and mastering its manipulation, one can transcend physical limits and become a true master of martial arts. The key lies in learning how to develop and harness the energy within one's body, all of which is detailed in the training methods provided by Lindigas.I. In the ensuing days, they diligently engage in their physical training, ensuring that they do not forget to validate each other's progress once their sessions conclude. Guena pairs with Nokigo, while Daisha partners with Nami. Each day, they train until their energy is completely expended. Following their exertions, they replenish their energy by consuming various beast meats from the forest, thus engaging in a cycle of expenditure and replenishment, gradually learning to harness the energy within their bodies. Unbeknownst to them, 6 months have slipped by on this island. During this time, each young girl has experienced varying degrees of growth, and their physiques have reached a commendable level. Each has now largely mastered the art of controlling their own energy. As for the Navy's 6 styles, they are capable of executing 1 or 2 techniques. Among them, Soru is a skill that all can perform, as it is the simplest of the SIX.I. In contrast, the most challenging is Tekei.to. None have managed to master Tekei, for its successful execution signifies that one's physique has reached an extraordinary peak. In this state, awakening the haki of armament is merely a thin veil away. Each girl has her own focus in learning, resulting in varying degrees of proficiency in the 6 styles. For instance, Guena, aside from mastering Saru, is the first to successfully execute Rengoku, owing to her emphasis on swordsmanship. Nokigo can perform Saru and Jit, and is close to mastering Rengoku, while Nami and Daisha can only manage Saru for now. However, Nami is on the verge of learning Jeppu, and Daisha is nearing the mastery of Jit this moment. The 4 young girls are enjoying a meal of sea kings beside their campsite. This particular small sea king is the first they have ever captured with their own hands. Do you think Ling Yan is almost done? Nami gazed towards the direction of the volcanic island. The other 3 girls halted their actions momentarily. Indeed, it had already been 6 months, and there had been no sign of Ling Yan. It shouldn't be so soon. Ling Yan had mentioned that it would take at least half a year. And now it had only just been 6 months. There's no need to worry, Nami. Noki softly reassured her. I'm not worried about him at all. That insufferable Ling Yan, not a peep from him. Humph, Nami retorted angrily, swallowing a piece of roasted meat in one bite. Witnessing this scene, the other 3 girls exchanged knowing smiles, and soon their gazes shifted towards the volcanic island as well. In truth, they too harbored concerns. The volcanic island was becoming increasingly radiant as the fire phoenix coiled into a fireball within the magma. The fiery energy surging from the depths had significantly slowed. It wasn't that Ling Yan was absorbing it slowly, but rather that the volcano's potential was nearly exhausted. Fortunately, the current fiery energy was still sufficient. A month passed, and there was still no sign of Ling Yan. The 4 of them resolved to embark on adventures to other islands. For over half a year, they had been diligently practicing, and at this moment, their restless hearts could hardly contain themselves. Nami, do you really think this is feasible? Noki inquired with a hint of concern upon hearing Nami's plan. I believe Nami's strategy is sound. The distance of her Moku Moku no Mi allows her to open doors centered around herself, radiating outward. As long as we swiftly complete the transition in an area devoid of sea kings, we can traverse the ocean through the alternate space. Guena expressed her strong support for Nami's plan. Daisha nodded excitedly in agreement. All right, let us prepare to set sail. We shall venture to another island, Noki announced with enthusiasm. Yay, adventure, adventure. The four young girls immediately sprang into action, packing up their campsite, preparing a multitude of rafts, and assigning a beast king to oversee their belongings. They then entered Nami's alternate space. According to the sea chart provided by Lindigas, there was a relatively large island in the opposite direction of the volcanic island. Their objective was this island. The area was a windless zone, making navigation by boat impossible, so Nami conceived a plan. They would set a raft adrift on the ocean at the maximum distance she could open a door, and then swiftly complete their transition, shifting node by node towards the island. The only danger lay in returning to Nami's alternate space before the Sea Kings could react. To this end, they even prepared some bait. At this moment, within the alternate space, the four girls cautiously observed the calm surface of the sea. Just moments ago, a Sea King had passed by, and now the waters appeared tranquil. It should be safe for the time being. Guena, Desha, once Nami opens the space door, you must quickly toss the raft out, and then Nami will hurry to stand on it. Once we've exited, Nami will open the door again for us to enter. This process must be swift. Otherwise, we will be in peril if a Sea King charges at us. Do you understand? Noki instructed with a serious demeanor. Understood. 3 Nami opened the space door, and Guena and Desha swiftly placed the raft onto the sea's surface. Seeing this, Nami immediately ventured out, and the 3 inside quickly followed suit. Soon after, Nami reopened the space door, and the 4 girls returned to the alternate space. Just then, the raft outside was instantly smashed to pieces by a Sea King. Phew, what a thrill, Desha exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Fortunately, we acted quickly. Otherwise, it would have been us getting hit, Nami said, still feeling a chill. At this moment, all their hearts raced with tension. Yet they relished the exhilarating sensation of adventure. After a brief pause, they repeated their previous actions. Following several attempts, the 4 girls finally reached their destination. A space door materialized on the sandy beach of the island, and with excitement etched on their faces, the 4 girls stepped through. How wonderful! I can't believe we actually made it across the ocean using this method. Nami, you are truly brilliant, Guena exclaimed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. It was nothing too difficult. But it was indeed quite dangerous earlier. Thankfully, we didn't make any mistakes, Nami said modestly, waving her hand dismissively. All right, sisters, let us set forth, Noki declared, her gaze fixed upon the dense forest, filled with fervor. Onward, charge, the 4 young girls, each carrying a small backpack, plunged into the verdant, primeval forest. What is this fruit? It's enormous. Desha marveled at a scaly fruit standing nearly 2 meters tall. Desha, be careful. A snake. Suddenly, Guena unleashed a swift strike towards Desha's direction. Before anyone could comprehend, Guena's kick struck a massive snake that had surged out from the forest, measuring dozens of meters in length. Its head was hit directly, scales flying off and blood gushing forth. The sight left the other 3 girls in shock. What a colossal snake! Upon being wounded, the giant snake's eyes turned crimson, filled with boundless rage and murderous intent. It hissed angrily, launching a furious attack towards Guena at an astonishing speed. This is bad. Everyone, focus all our attacks on its weak point. Otherwise, it will surely pursue us, Noki shouted in alarm. Shave. The 4 girls vanished in an instant, reappearing at the snake's weak point, with blades flashing and fists flying. The 4 young girls fought like a ferocious pack of wolves, relentlessly attacking the giant snake's vulnerable spot. In no time, its weak point was a bloody mess as the snake writhed in agony, its tail thrashing wildly and uprooting trees as if they were mere weeds. Having stripped away all the scales from its weak point, Desha quickly acted, utilizing her dissection fruit abilities. Room, dissection, with her commanding shouts. The giant snake was severed at its weak point. However, despite losing its mobility, the snake was not yet dead. Its head continued to lash out at the 4 girls in a desperate attempt to strike. Yet, with its body severed, it was too weak to sustain itself. Take that. At that moment, Guena and Noki leaped into the air, driving their blades into the snake's head, with its body severed and its head critically wounded. No matter how resilient the snake's life force was, it now breathed its last. The 4 girls exhaled in relief upon seeing the giant snake lie motionless. It had been a perilously close encounter. This snake is enormous, Nami remarked, parched with awe as she gazed at the giant serpent. Indeed, it's nearly comparable to a small Sea King, Desha added, still trembling from the encounter. Had it not been for Guena, she would have been swallowed whole. I surmised that the snake's target was that scaly fruit. Look, Noki pointed towards the mysterious fruit adorned with scales. This fruit hung from a massive vine, which bore scales akin to those of the fruit itself. Perhaps this is a delicacy for that giant serpent? Goina speculated. This is too extraordinary. We must take it back and show Ling Yan, Noki said, stepping forward to sever the connection between the fruit and the vine. Nami subsequently stored it within her alternate space. Just as the four girls were preparing to rest for a moment, they heard faint sounds of heavy objects crushing through branches in the distance. Instantly alert, they scanned their surroundings, each focusing on a different direction to observe every nook and cranny that its coming from over there, Nami said, her expression serious as she pointed towards the source of the noise. Let us go, Noki urged in a low voice. The four girls swiftly activated their shave technique, vanishing from their spot and reappearing high up in the branches of a towering tree. They intently watched the ground below. And soon enough, a monstrous python with a large, bulging head emerged in the very spot where they had just stood. The four girls gasped in astonishment upon seeing the creature, their mouths agape in unison. It was even larger than the giant snake they had just defeated. At that moment, the monstrous python began to hiss and roar around the two severed segments of the snake they had slain. Even if they couldn't comprehend its words, they understood that this python had a special connection to the previous snake and was now venting its fury, observing the shimmering scales of the python below. The four girls felt a sense of unease, yet they were determined to try. They were resolved to take down this monstrous python. Nami silently opened the spatial door, and four young ladies stepped inside. Intent on devising a battle strategy, the scales of that monstrous python are reflective. They must be incredibly tough, far more resilient than the one we just faced, said Daisha, her expression solemn. That it appears its only vulnerabilities lie in its eyes and abdomen. I observed that the scales on its belly are somewhat softer, Goina remarked earnestly. The girls nodded in agreement. Perhaps those two bulges atop its head are also weaknesses. I noticed that the scales there do not reflect light. Nami recalled thoughtfully. After a spirited discussion, the four girls formulated a battle plan. Nami would first divert the creature's attention, leveraging her Marimara Nomi abilities to remain untouchable. As the python succumbed to rage and lost its rationality, Goina and Noki would emerge unexpectedly from the spatial realm to strike at its head and eyes. Once they had successfully landed their blows, they would swiftly retreat, allowing the others to attack again. Essentially, their strategy revolved around concentrating their efforts on its head. Finally, Daisha would seize the opportunity to deploy her surgical fruit abilities to swiftly dissect the python's head, severing it from its body. The plan was straightforward, yet the execution would prove challenging, as the python's immense size and formidable scales posed significant obstacles. They would need to rely on speed to prevail. I'm ready to go. Nami's voice quavered with a hint of trepidation. Though her courage was often lacking, her inner resolve was unwavering at critical moments. Nami, you can do it. I believe in you, Noki encouraged, fully aware of Nami's current emotions. Nami, there's no need to fear. We will surely defeat it, Goina reassured her with earnest conviction. Daisha and the others gazed at Nami with expressions full of trust. All right, I'm going out now, Nami nodded decisively. Having steeled her resolve, though she was naturally timid, the past year spent alongside Ling Yan had instilled in her a newfound courage. This was her chance to challenge herself by drawing the python's attention. After all, she couldn't always remain in the background. Thus, the four young ladies commenced their operation. Outside, the monstrous python had ceased its rampage, its serpentine body rearing several meters high, its sinister eyes scanning the surroundings where the colossal snakes they had vanquished lay in disarray. Hey, monster snake, look over here, Nami shouted, striking the trunk of a large tree as she opened a spatial door. The python's attention was indeed caught. It raised its towering head and fixated on Nami's direction. A two-legged beast, so small, no matter, it seeks revenge. In an instant, the python roared in fury, its massive jaws gaping wide as it lunged toward Nami with incredible speed. Given its size and velocity, it was mere moments before it would reach her spatial portal. Just then, Nami swiftly closed the door, and the python crashed into the tree with a thunderous impact. The massive force snapped the tree in two, leaving the python dazed and disoriented. This tree stood several dozen meters tall. Though the python had successfully broken the tree, the recoil inflicted considerable discomfort upon it. Haha, you can't hit me. Are you angry? Nami teased. Emerging from another tree trunk, as the python began to regain its senses. It spotted Nami's antics. Even though it was a serpent, it recognized that this diminutive two-legged creature was mocking it. In a fit of rage, it surged toward Nami with even greater speed. spitting forth a stream of green liquid just as it was about to strike. Nami's eyes widened in horror, and fear flickered across her youthful face. She quickly shut the spatial door to evade the attack. But some of the green liquid still managed to spray into the alternate realm. With a racing heart, Nami glanced at the toxic liquid within the spatial dimension, relieved that her quick reflexes had spared her. Otherwise, it would have doused her entirely. "Nami, are you all right?" Noki and the others rushed over, concern etched on their faces. "I'm fine," Nami replied resolutely. She then expelled the noxious liquid from the alternate space, certain of its toxicity. This time, the python did not crash into the tree, but instead bit a massive chunk out of it. The tree, deprived of its support, collapsed with a resounding crash, shattering the surrounding low shrubs. The python was now truly enraged. This two-legged creature had toyed with it twice. As the island's apex predator, it could not tolerate such humiliation, believing that this two-legged beast would only emerge from the tree trunks. The python began to whip its tail against the trees, toppling them one by one. "Nami, now's your chance. Be cautious." Goina keenly discerned that the python had lost its composure. "I understand," Nami replied, her gaze resolute. Taking a deep breath, she opened 4 spatial doors. At that moment, the 4 girls were fully prepared. Nami stepped out from one of the doors, positioned atop the massive tree trunk where they had previously concealed themselves. "Hey, I'm right here," she called out, striking the trunk with playful defiance. The python's head immediately turned toward her, its eyes ablaze with fury. It roared and lunged at Nami with great speed, its enormous jaws wide open, ready to unleash a torrent of venom. Just then, Goina and Noki burst forth from the adjacent spatial doors. Raging foot, Goina struck first, landing a powerful kick directly into the python's eyes. The creature's eyes exploded in a spray of blood, and it writhed in agony, howling in pain. What an opportunity! Shave. Noki grasped her sword tightly, employing the marine's 6 styles to teleport to the python's head and delivered a decisive blow to the bulge atop its head. Goina followed suit, delivering another strike to the other bulge with her sword. They had struck true. The 2 bulges on the python's head were indeed its weaknesses. Goina and Noki swiftly retreated, overwhelmed by pain. The python lost all semblance of reason, thrashing wildly and lashing its tail in all directions. Surgical cut. Daisha seized the moment, swiftly severing the massive head of the serpent. The python continued to roar, its mouth agape, granting Daisha the perfect opportunity to cut through its undefended jaws, cleanly separating the upper half of its head. Boom. At last, the monstrous python was defeated, crashing to the ground, though its massive body continued to convulse. "Yay! Sisters, we did it!" Nami exclaimed, elated. "We truly are the strongest." Hee. The 4 girls were exhilarated, having collaboratively vanquished such a formidable serpent. However, at that moment, a chorus of roars erupted around them, echoing the sounds of the previous giant snake. They looked around, and indeed, a dozen more colossal snakes emerged. "This can't be Snake Island, can it?" Daisha's voice trembled with fear. "Nami," Noki urged, scanning their surroundings with caution. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Nami swiftly opened the spatial door, and the 4 young ladies hurriedly dove inside. They couldn't possibly fight them all. Once the 4 two-legged creatures vanished, the dozen giant snakes were left bewildered, commencing a cacophony of hisses and communication. Seeing their fallen kin on the ground, their eyes gleamed with greed, and suddenly, they surged forward to compete for the remains of their fallen brethren. How terrifying! How can there be so many giant snakes here? "No wonder we haven't encountered any other large animals along the way," Daisha remarked, her eyes wide with shock. "There are far too many of them." "Nami, we must leave," Noki affirmed, realizing they were outmatched. Nami nodded, promptly opening the spatial door as the 4 of them emerged from the alternate realm, instantly returning to the seaside. "It seems we cannot venture into the forest anymore with so many giant snakes about. It's infuriating." Goina expressed her dissatisfaction. "We could handle 1 or 2, but against dozens, we stand no chance. Their scales are simply too tough, their attacks were too singular." The only move capable of inflicting significant damage was Goina's raging foot, while the other strikes, even if they could penetrate the defenses, would not suffice. Given the immense size of the giant snakes, their attacks wouldn't yield immediate results. There's no other option. Perhaps we should explore along the coast instead. "This island is vast, and we might discover something," Daisha suggested, gazing at the serene and beautiful shoreline. "We'll have to proceed in that direction. Then, let us set off." Nami immediately concurred. The 4 young girls promptly forgot the numerous giant serpents they had just encountered and joyfully continued their exploration along the shoreline. It was a rare occasion to venture across the sea, and they were certainly unwilling to return just yet. Near the coast, the surface of the water occasionally revealed sea kings, seemingly observing the situation on the island. Noki speculated that this might be the reason those giant serpents dared not emerge. Otherwise, given their size, they could not possibly remain confined to the island. This place is truly beautiful. If only there were a gentle breeze. How delightful it would be to swim while being caressed by the wind. Nami mused dreamily about the splendid coastline. Don't even entertain such thoughts. Not only is this a windless zone, but you are also an inexperienced swimmer. You cannot venture into the sea. Noki interrupted Nami's daydreams without hesitation. Noki, you are so annoying. I haven't swum in the ocean for such a long time, Nami replied, somewhat dejected, lamenting the downside of consuming a devil fruit. Ha ha! Noki burst into laughter, knowing how much Nami adored summer. Hey, look over there, it seems there is a ship. Kuna pointed excitedly toward the distant coastline. The other three girls followed her gaze, and indeed spotted a stranded pirate ship, albeit in a rather dilapidated state. Let us go take a look. Oh, yes, an adventure. There must be treasure. The treasure is all mine, giggled the four young girls, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they dashed toward the beached pirate vessel. It turned out to be a large pirate ship that had seemingly run aground not long ago. The marks on the hull were still quite evident. Noki pointed out the scratches caused by the rocks along the ship's sides. Kuna had already placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, prepared for any potential encounter. If there's no movement on the ship, let us board and investigate, Nami declared, opening a spatial door to the pirate ship. The four entered the alternate space, instantly vanishing from the beach. Within the ship's hold, a spatial door opened, and they emerged once more. It seems there truly is no one here, Kuina whispered. The floor is already gathering dust. It appears the occupants have either perished or taken refuge on the island. Noki crouched down, tracing her finger across the dusty floor. If there's no one here, that's even better. Let us search quickly. Perhaps they left the treasure behind, Nami said with excitement, immediately beginning her treasure hunt aboard the ship. The other three girls also sprang into action, their small figures darting about the hold, tirelessly rummaging for the pirates' loot. After a while, Nami returned to the center of the hold, saying, I found nothing. What about you? I didn't find anything either. Kuina quickly followed suit. I searched the storeroom thoroughly, but there's nothing. Noki appeared almost instantaneously. We scoured everywhere and found absolutely nothing. Deisha was the last to return. The four exchanged glances, momentarily disheartened, their bodies sliding to the floor as they sighed in frustration. They must have taken the treasure away. How infuriating, Nami fumed, unwilling to accept defeat. What do we do now? Deisha inquired. We came to this island but have found no reward. Let us check the deck, Noki suggested softly. The other three girls nodded in agreement. They quickly stood up, brushed off the dust from their clothes, and climbed up the stairs to the deck. It was a three-masted sailing ship. Each tattered sail bore the image of a horned skull. The girls speculated that this might be due to the captain of the pirate crew being a devil fruit user associated with a bull like Zoan. As the four girls wandered across the weathered deck, gazing around, birds occasionally flew overhead, while the sea surface frequently revealed sea kings. Look, it seems there's something over there, a sword. Kuna noticed a faint glimmer among the grass by the beach. Let us go check it out. The four jumped down from the deck and hurried over. Kuna picked up the fallen sword. It was a somewhat rusty double-edged blade, rather ordinary and not worthy of being classified among fine swords. Thus of little value. They also discovered some remnants of blood in the surrounding underbrush and speculated that the pirate crew likely experienced an internal conflict, with some surviving pirates fleeing into the forest. The four girls exchanged glances, each seeing the eagerness reflected in the other's eyes, and finally, Noki resolved, let us go. We'll investigate further. They then began to track the trail left by the surviving pirates. Following the remnants deeper into the forest, they ventured further. The evidence of the pirates' passage gradually faded. However, they were convinced that the pirates were still nearby. Be cautious. Do not stray too far from one another. And alert me immediately if anything arises, Noki spoke calmly. Understood. They replied in unison. The four girls began to search separately, but remained close, for the forest was known to be the domain of those giant serpents. Time passed, and Nami discovered signs of a struggle. Not far off, several trees lay toppled. She quickly opened a spatial door and returned to where they had scattered. In no time, the others reunited with her. I made a discovery in my direction. Before the others could speak, Nami eagerly reported. Hearing of Nami's find, joy instantly illuminated their faces. They traversed through Nami's alternate space and swiftly arrived at the location she had just uncovered. Surely the surviving pirates' haven been devoured by the giant serpents? Noki conjectured, surveying the fallen trees around them. That I'm not sure. But look, over there, some belongings left by the pirates. Nami's eyes sparkled as she dashed to a patch of grass and picked up a pure gold pocket watch. This is made of gold. Nami beamed, finally having made a discovery. There truly is treasure. Everyone, look around, Noki exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Immediately, the four young girls entered their rapid search mode, darting from tree branches to the underbrush. Everyone, come quickly. Suddenly, Daisha's excited voice rang out. The other three rushed to Daisha's side. Before them lay a cave, the entrance barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, and there were signs of impacts around the entrance. Judging by the scales scattered nearby, it was undoubtedly the work of those giant serpents. I have a feeling there must be something inside. Perhaps the pirate's treasure is hidden within, Daisha exclaimed with enthusiasm. Let us go inside, they chorused. Nami promptly retrieved a flashlight and led the way into the cave. The interior was dry, and along the path, they discovered the frantic footprints of the pirates, who had clearly fled in terror from the giant serpents. The four girls followed the trail left by the pirates for over half an hour, but found little of significance. Instead, the cave's interior space gradually expanded, with some areas soaring nearly 10 meters high. How strange. Why is this cave so deep? Kuina pondered, a hint of confusion in her voice. Gradually, they began to exercise caution. After all, they were uncertain whether the pirates were alive or dead, and they certainly did not wish to encounter any trouble in the cave. Let us split up. Treasure. There is treasure here, Daisha exclaimed excitedly, rushing to a corner. The other three looked over and indeed saw several bundles. One of them, not tightly secured, had already begun to reveal a golden gleam. The four instantly rejoiced. We've struck it rich. Nami opened all the bundles, and within lay a trove of treasures. Golden antiques, valuable statues, and a collection of gemstones and pearl necklaces dazzled their eyes. For these girls, especially Nami, nothing was more exhilarating than physically touching such a vast array of treasure. How odd. Why would they hide the treasure here? Kuina suddenly questioned. The value of these riches was considerable. It was perplexing that the pirates had not taken them away, instead leaving them to gather dust. Nami, please gather these treasures, Noki instructed. Nami promptly opened a spatial door, and the group swiftly deposited the valuables into the alternate space. Once the treasures were out of sight, their earlier excitement began to temper. Subsequently, they turned their attention to the two diverging cave paths ahead, realizing that the cave had now branched into two. Shall we continue further in? Daisha said hesitantly. The two forked passages appeared quite deep, and darkness obscured their ends. The four girls exchanged glances, slowly nodding in agreement. They had made their decision. Onward, regardless of the depth of the cave. With Nami possessing the Dordor fruit, they had no cause for concern. They could simply exit through an alternate space if needed. The reason they did not enter through the alternate dimension was that using the Dordor fruit would diminish the sense of adventure. The two separate caves bore the marks of pirates who had ventured within, yet they chose to enter one together. In the vast cavern, the footsteps of the four young girls echoed conspicuously as they remained vigilant, with Kuina and Nojiko's hands never straying far from their blades. After an indeterminate period of time, growing impatience began to set in as they prepared to leave when, unexpectedly, they made a discovery. Help me! A faint cry for help reached their ears. The four girls exchanged glances, realizing that there were survivors among the pirates. At that moment, they fell silent, cautiously advancing toward the source of the plea. As they drew nearer, the cry became increasingly distinct until they arrived at a chamber resembling a hidden vault. Dice's complexion turned pale at the sight of the five pirates, for lay lifeless, their bodies pierced by arrows, while the sole survivor had shattered legs and a gaping wound in his chest, reduced to little more than skin and bones, his visage grotesquely terrifying. Please, save me. I possess a trove of treasure I can offer you. The surviving pirate's eyes glinted with a cunning light, though it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Room, Daisa declared, invoking her fruit's ability to observe the surroundings. The pirate, upon realizing that the girl before him wielded a devil fruit power, was flooded with a glimmer of hope. After several moments, Daisa retracted her power, her voice heavy with sorrow. I'm sorry, but I cannot save you. Your internal organs are on the brink of failure. This pirate had exhausted his vitality in this place, and had it been elsewhere, she might have had a chance to assist him. The other three girls felt a sense of frustration. Encountering someone in need yet unable to help was disheartening. Although they had dispatched numerous pirates before, this one was different. That to save and then slay was vastly different from being powerless to assist. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. As expected, little girl, come closer, and I shall reveal to you where my treasures are hidden. The pirate's tone grew weaker. Upon hearing this, the four girls heightened their vigilance, for they had already discovered the pirate's treasure. Die. The pirate's eyes turned manic as he violently slammed the back of his head against the wall. Be careful. Room. Just as Daisa created her circle, countless arrows were unleashed. All the arrows within Daisa's sphere were controlled, and the girls watched with trepidation at the projectiles held within. Once the danger passed, they glared at the pirate, only to find that he had succumbed to death. Damn it. We should never have trusted him. The girls felt a wave of regret. They had nearly fallen into his trap. Yet, Daisa's quick thinking had saved them. Let us leave. Nojiko spoke solemnly. Nami promptly opened a spatial door, eager to depart from a place that had witnessed such death. Too ominous. Upon returning to the seaside, they inhaled the fresh air, reflecting on the harrowing scene they had just witnessed, their hearts still unsettled. Let us head back. We've explored all there is to see here, Nojiko suggested. The others nodded in agreement, overall deeming the adventure a success. Soon after, they retraced their steps and returned to the unnamed island where their camp was located, finding the remaining Beast King dutifully guarding the area. Thank you for your hard work. You may return now, Nami sweetly addressed the Beast King. The creature, feeling a sense of relief, looked at the smiling girl but could not shake off the feeling of impending doom. It quickly fled the camp. The sight brought laughter to the girls. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming, domineering presence akin to the conqueror's haki. The king of birds had completed its rebirth, Nami exclaimed. Yesterday, someone claimed that a black Chongsam looked unattractive. So today, let's switch to white and garner some positive reviews and free gifts. The sudden surge of power astonished the four girls, nearly dropping their jaws. Yet, as they recognized the familiar aura, excitement surged within them. It was Ling Yan. He had completed his rebirth. Little Nami's face flushed with exhilaration, her confidence unwavering as someone closest to Ling Yan thought he has finally emerged. This is wonderful, Nojiko beamed, her worries dissipating. Such strength. Ling Yan's power has amplified tremendously, Kunao observed, her eyes filled with admiration. Incredible, Ling Yan. Daisa cheered joyfully. Half an hour earlier, on islands not far from the volcanic isle, it appeared that all birds were responding to a distinct call, taking flight toward the volcano. They congregated above the island, a cacophony of avian sounds welcoming their soon-to-be-born king. Within the volcanic mouth, the magma was on the verge of extinguishment, yet beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, a remarkable transformation was quietly unfolding. Ling Yan's body was completely enveloped by the magma, forming a colossal cocoon. His aura intensified, radiating heat as if seeking to melt the world around him. At this moment, Ling Yan was enveloped in a wondrous state. He sensed the power of flame within him surging, resonating with the environment. He understood that this was a pivotal moment for breaking through his limitations. Successful transcendence would grant him unprecedented strength and abilities. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted, piercing the darkness as Ling Yan ascended, accompanied by a clear phoenix cry that propelled him into the heavens. In that instant, his figure shone like the sun, illuminating the sky, as if two suns hung in the air above the volcanic island. Ling Yan's eyes sparkled with determination and joy. Only he knew the trials he had endured over the past half-year. After absorbing sufficient fiery energy, he had withstood the torment of rebirth daily. Fortunately, he had persevered, enduring the trials of rebirth and emerging anew. Just as he completed his rebirth, brimming with vigor, he unleashed a phoenix cry from the skies, releasing the commanding aura of the king of birds that spread in all directions. The birds surrounding him expressed their submission upon sensing this powerful presence. In midair, Ling Yan gradually transitioned from full beast form to a hybrid of human and beast. His phoenix claws reverted to human hands, though traces of his avian form remained, with wings sprouting from his back. This sensation was exhilarating. Feeling the power coursing through him, Ling Yan reveled in it. He looked around, sensing the emotions of the white birds. Realizing he could command all avian creatures, Ling Yan beckoned to a massive black eagle with a wingspan of over 30 meters. The eagle screeched in excitement, soaring to Ling Yan's feet as he transformed back to his human form and gently landed on the eagle's back. Let us go, he called softly. The eagle understood his intent, joyfully flying towards the unnamed island. followed closely by all the birds surrounding the volcanic isle. Minutes later, on the unnamed island, what in the world is happening? Dysar exclaimed, nearly speechless at the sight of the vast flock obscuring the sky. Why are there so many birds? Some are as large as the Beast King, Nojiko remarked, bewildered by the sudden appearance of such a massive avian congregation. It's Ling Yan. Look! Ling Yan has returned, Nami exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Is it really him? Kwa gazed in disbelief at the spectacle above. The girls watched in awe. A gigantic black eagle descended gracefully, landing beside their camp. Ahem, comrades, I have completed my rebirth and returned, Ling Yan announced, feeling the fervent admiration emanating from the four girls. Ling Yan, I've missed you so much. Nami, filled with excitement, rushed forward and clung to Ling Yan. We've missed you so much. Ling Yan, why have you grown so much? I refuse to accept this. Clearly, I am the tallest. The other three girls joined her, surrounding Ling Yan and chattering incessantly. Yet, Ling Yan could sense their genuine excitement and joy at this moment. Hee, after more than half a year apart, you all have grown quite a bit, but I still stand the tallest, Ling Yan said cheerfully. After undergoing a rebirth, he had reached a height of 1.70 meters. Towering over several of the girls, who were now about 1.50 meters, the shortest being Daisha, who had yet to reach 1.50 meters. Humph. We will grow taller too, Daisha retorted defiantly. Exactly. By the way, Ling Yan, what's with the flock of birds in the sky? Why are they following you? Guena inquired curiously. This is a new ability I've awakened. I can now summon and command all birds. Isn't that impressive? Ling Yan replied with a hint of pride. His devil fruit was the bird fruit, and all avian creatures would bow to his command. Is the black eagle over there also under your command? Daisha asked excitedly. Indeed, I plan to bring it back with me. It will be our companion from now on, Ling Yan stated earnestly. That's wonderful. Will it listen to us too? Nami exclaimed, climbing down from Ling Yan. Her excitement palpable. The other three girls also displayed expressions of anticipation. After all, this was a flying beast king, even though Ling Yan had previously taken them flying. However, this felt entirely different. Of course, Little Black, Ling Yan affirmed. Then wave for the black eagle to come over. Everyone else, return, he shouted to the sky. Immediately, the flock of birds obeyed his command, soaring back to their respective islands. The black eagle approached Ling Yan with comical hops, displaying a joyful expression, indicating it had gained a degree of intelligence. Little Black, you must listen to them from now on. Understand? Ling Yan pointed at Nami and the other girls. Caw. The black eagle nodded in acknowledgement. That's fantastic. Little Black, come here. I have some Sea King meat for you, Nami exclaimed joyfully, producing several pieces of Sea King meat from her spatial pocket and tossing them to the black eagle. The black eagle was thrilled. It had never tasted Sea King meat before. After devouring the meat, it lowered its head and gently nuzzled Nami. Hee. Nami laughed uncontrollably. So sweet. I want to pet it too. The other girls stepped forward, delighting in the novel sensation. As night fell, Ling Yan slaughtered a medium-sized Sea King, feeling ravenous and in dire need of energy. During the evening feast, the four young girls shared their accomplishments from the past half-year with Ling Yan. He felt quite satisfied with their diligent training. Their current strength was already formidable within the East Sea. Giant Snake Island, Ling Yan queried, puzzled. Yes, that island is home to many large snakes, the largest of which rivals a small Sea King. It's truly terrifying, Nokigo said solemnly. Nokigo is correct. We defeated two of them, one of which had two bulges on its head. It was the largest, Guena added. This revelation astonished Ling Yan. If the snakes were indeed as large as small Sea Kings and found on land, then their strength must be extraordinary. He never expected these seemingly delicate girls could vanquish such massive beasts. Their progress was truly remarkable. Your strength surpasses my expectations. Let us celebrate our enhanced abilities with a toast. Hee. Cheers. X5 Ka. X won that night's barbecue feast, featuring half a Sea King, left everyone fully satisfied. Even the black eagle, which lay back, its belly round, gazing at the sky beside the campsite. The following day, with Ling Yan and the great black eagle, the four young girls yearned to revisit Giant Snake Island. Their hasty retreat the previous day left them feeling disgraced. This time, they were determined to defeat the dozen or so giant snakes. Otherwise, they would feel too embarrassed to venture out again. All right, I'll encircle them, and then you can handle the rest, Ling Yan readily agreed. Yay, let us go quickly. The four girls were brimming with excitement. With the great black eagle, Ling Yan no longer needed to act as a mount. This time, he savored the experience of riding on a bird's back. After about 10 minutes of flight, they finally spotted a large island. Dense with forests and lush greenery, it's this island. Ling Yan. It's your turn now, Nami said, her face marked with determination and a hint of anger. This time, we will definitely eliminate them. Absolutely. Once Ling Yan encircled them, they began formulating their battle plan even before touching down. They animatedly discussed various strategies, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Ling Yan listened quietly, a slight smile gracing his lips. This time, he was solely responsible for surrounding the giant snakes and would not partake in the subsequent battle. In truth, he could easily annihilate those snakes with his strength, but that would deprive the girls of genuine training. Ling Yan did not wish for them to become mere fragile beings reliant on others for protection. All right, let's proceed. Little Black, we're going down. No, Kigo suddenly shouted. As her voice fell, Little Black immediately spiraled down towards the island. At that moment, Ling Yan had already detected the presence of several enormous pythons on the island. They lounged atop the mountain basking in the sun or rested on branches, utterly unalert. I'll descend first and encircle them. You all can take it from there, Ling Yan declared before leaping down. Boom! He landed with such force that the ground was smashed into a large crater. Instantly, Giant Snake Island erupted into chaos, the cries of various animals filling the air, and the commotion startled the resting giant snakes. Bipedal beasts, just like the ones from yesterday, several giant snakes swiftly slithered towards Ling Yan, eager to feast before anyone else. In response, Ling Yan transformed into his beastman form, spreading his wings as a wave of scorching heat radiated outward. Flame cage, Ling Yan commanded, weaving flames that ensnared the dozen giant snakes within a fiery prison. The snakes were entirely separated and encircled, daring not to touch the flaming chains, only hissing in distress. Fortunately, his control over fire was proficient enough to prevent the entire island from being engulfed in flames. After completing this, Ling Yan quietly murmured, "It's ready. You may begin," he called out to the sky. Upon hearing Ling Yan's voice, the girls immediately entered Nami's spatial pocket. In the next moment, they appeared within the fiery cage. "Nami, why are you kicking its tail? Aim for its eyes," Daisha exclaimed. "Control the circular range carefully and make sure to destroy its head immediately. Goina, you're doing great. You'll surely become the world's strongest swordswoman. No, Kigo, your brutality is astounding." The snake's intestines are spilling out. Ling Yan stood outside the flame cage, observing the four girls fiercely battling within. He continuously shouted various instructions and praises, resembling an enthusiastic coach, while the girls remained focused on their adversaries, striving to meet Ling Yan's expectations. The entire scene was intensely thrilling, with the crimson flames illuminating the surrounding environment. However, Ling Yan appeared relaxed and even exhilarated, occasionally clapping in approval, his face alight with pride. The battle endured for nearly 2 hours, and ultimately, the four girls successfully defeated all the giant snakes. Ling Yan's expression reflected satisfaction. He knew the girls had undergone extensive training. Now, they have become adept at wielding their respective skills, demonstrating remarkable combat prowess in practical scenarios. He observed that each young lady possessed her own distinctive fighting style and techniques. Ling Yan was filled with emotion, understanding that this was no mere coincidence. Over the past 6 months, they had undergone rigorous training on this island. He couldn't help but recall yesterday, when he noticed a significant reduction in the number of fierce beasts on the island, leading him to surmise that the young ladies had likely been using them for sparring. Today's battle results confirmed that their abilities had indeed seen tremendous enhancement. The last colossal serpent fell. The fiery cage gradually dissipated. The four young ladies, utterly fatigued yet beaming with the joy of victory, were approached by Ling Yan, who high-fived them in celebration. "Very impressive. Your combat awareness is truly commendable. This journey through the calm belt was well worth it," Ling Yan exclaimed with delight. He, of course. We have been diligently practicing every single day for over half a year. Moreover, we utilize those fierce beasts as our real combat opponents." Upon hearing Ling Yan's praise, the young ladies glowed with happiness. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon each person. Ling Yan felt a surge of unwavering conviction. Their team's strength would only continue to grow. No matter the challenges or difficulties they faced, they would triumph together, for they trusted one another, supported each other, and would relentlessly pursue their dreams. Having dealt with the several large snakes on Snake Island, they had no regrets about this journey through the calm belt. Subsequently, the 5 of them boarded the Black Hawk, returning to Cocoyasi village. After being away for more than half a year, Belmel and Ajien were undoubtedly worried. After all, they were still minors, and until they came of age, their guardians would never feel at ease. After 3 hours of flight, the Black Hawk finally descended on the hillside of Cocoyasi village. As its size limited its movement to the mountainous terrain, Belmel, Ajien, we're back. Belmel, did you miss us? Through Nami's spatial portal, the 5 of them directly returned to the estate and Nami's studio. Immediately, the girls dashed down the stairs. However, upon reaching the bottom, they were taken aback. 2 individuals clad in navy cloaks were in their home. Moreover, these 2 were actually dining at their table. What the heck? Ling Yan shouted in astonishment. Carp, what are you doing here? Vice Admiral Carp, Nami suddenly shouted in fear. What are you doing in our house? The other 3 girls also wore expressions of wariness. After all, they had previously dealt with the sole heir of some kingdom. Surely Vice Admiral Carp wasn't here to cause them trouble. Such rudeness. How dare you speak to Vice Admiral Carp like that? Now that you've gained some skills, you no longer regard me with respect. Do you? Stand straight, Belmel bellowed. Yes. The 5 children immediately stood at attention. I apologize, Vice Admiral Carp. They are just used to being informal. Please do not take offense, Belmel said with an apologetic tone. Wah. They're just kids. I won't hold it against them, Carp laughed heartily. His visit to Cocoyasi village was prompted by the East Sea Intelligence Department, which had not seen these little rascals for over 6 months, causing him some concern. So, while returning to see his grandson, he decided to drop by Cocoyasi village. I don't believe you, you sly old man, little Nami whispered under her breath. However, everyone heard her. Nami. Belmel shouted angrily at her. Oh no, I let it slip. Seeing Belmel's furious expression, Nami quickly hid behind Ling Yan. In doing so, Carp and Bogart noticed Nami's swift movement, instantly sensing something was amiss. Navy 6 styles. This little girl actually knows the Navy 6 styles. This is bad, Ling Yan thought to himself that moment. Even Belmel felt the urgency of the situation. Waha. Little girl, how did you learn the Navy 6 styles? Carp asked nonchalantly. Vice Admiral Carp, I taught them, Belmel admitted bashfully, recalling that she had indeed consented to it initially. Now, having the Navy, especially Vice Admiral Carp, aware of it made her feel somewhat flustered. Carp stared at Belmel in silence for a moment, causing the young ladies to grow tense. While only Ling Yan maintained his composure. Well, I won't hold it against you. Hey, kid, do you want to join the Navy? Carp directed his gaze toward the unflappable Ling Yan, thinking to himself that this truly was a promising talent he had spotted. No, Vice Admiral Carp, we have already joined the world government. Therefore, please forgive us for declining your invitation, Ling Yan responded firmly. What? Joined the world government? Carp exclaimed in utter shock. He and Bogart were left dumbfounded. How could such young children have joined the world government? This is true. Nami, go upstairs and bring down that document. Ling Yan gestured to Nami. Oh, I'll go get it right away. Nami immediately understood. In truth, that document was stored in her spatial pocket, but she realized Ling Yan's intent. The matter of the devil fruit must not be revealed. Nami pretended to run upstairs and made a round before returning with the document in hand, presenting it to Ling Yan. Brother, here, she said. After receiving it, Ling Yan handed it to Vice Admiral Carp, saying, here you go. Vice Admiral Carp, that we are currently an inspection team for the world government, and this has been approved and certified by the celestial dragons. Carp took the document with skepticism, examining it closely. However, as he read, his expression soured. After finishing, he passed it to Bogart, who merely glanced at it and nodded, confirming its authenticity. Carp was now in a state of confusion. He couldn't fathom how the world government had taken notice of Ling Yan and the others. Although he didn't care much for the world government or the celestial dragon's opinions, it was clear these children had no intention of joining the Navy. Yet, he was reluctant to let go of such promising prospects. Inspecting geographical climates, mapping the world? Kid, do you possess such abilities? Carp eyed Ling Yan skeptically. I certainly do not, but my sister does. Ling Yan shifted Nami, who had been hiding behind him, to the front. This time, Nami, no longer fearful, looked confidently at Carp with pride. Concerned that Carp might not believe him, Belmel quickly ran to the side and retrieved several sea charts that Nami had previously drawn of Cocoyasi village. Vice Admiral Carp, these were all drawn by Nami. She truly has a talent for this, Belmel said softly. Carp, without hesitation, took the charts and examined them closely, but it seemed he did not quite understand them. He then handed them directly to Bogart. After a moment of inspection, Bogart suddenly turned to Nami, exclaiming, "This little girl is remarkable, Vice Admiral Karp. Her charts are outstanding. She truly has a gift in this area." It was rare for Bogart to speak at such length. "Kid, if you join the Navy, you can still engage in such activities. Will you not consider it?" Karp was still not ready to give up. Eager to make one last effort. The reason he was speaking to Ling Yan was that he could see these children were inclined to follow Ling Yan's lead. "Are you certain? The Navy won't restrict our freedom." "We can do whatever we wish," Ling Yan asked, casting a sideways glance at Karp. "Waha, of course, I can assure you of that." Karp, sensing a glimmer of hope, immediately affirmed. After all, the Navy had a special department that valued freedom. "We'll think about it. Once we come of age, I will give you an answer," Ling Yan said, setting aside the jest to speak earnestly. "Is that so? I understand now," Karp realized, and he felt confident that Ling Yan would surely join the Navy in the future. If Ling Yan knew Karp's thoughts, he would surely say, yes, yes, with both the world government and the Navy, who would dare to provoke us? Well, I shall take my leave now." With that, Karp prepared to depart. Just as he turned, he caught sight of the delectable dishes still left uneaten. "Vice Admiral Karp, why not eat first before leaving?" Belmel immediately suggested upon witnessing the scene. "Well, I won't be polite then." "Wah!" Kapu nonchalantly plopped down, resuming his enjoyment of the unfinished delicacies. "Hey, old man Kapu, you have gone too far. You little brat, how dare you snatch my food? The iron fist of love." "Ah," scolded the infuriated elder. "You dare to strike your elder brother." For girls, incensed, immediately launched a collective assault on Kapu. Though he dared to hit Ling Yan, he would never lay a hand on girls. Nami exclaimed, "I'm in a foul mood today." "Hiss, that scoundrel Kapu actually had the audacity to hit me." "Just wait. When your dear brother Luffy sets sail, I shall exact a ruthless revenge," Ling Yan declared fiercely upon waking that morning. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Ling Yan, as usual, adeptly made his way to the training room. However, upon entering, he was bewildered to find that the old rascal had yet to depart. "Ha! Dasha, no Kigo, Goena, your training was not incorrect, just a tad lacking in intensity. But fear not, for I possess training methods that will effectively address this issue." Kapu boasted proudly as he guided the three girls in their training. "Hey, Kapu, why are you still here?" Ling Yan shouted in anger, interrupting Kapu's instruction. "Damn it, if this old man could actually guide people in training, it would be a miracle. This fellow is merely a violent maniac. In terms of training, he pales in comparison to Zifa." "Brother, you are finally awake," the three girls exclaimed upon seeing Ling Yan, rushing towards him as if he were their savior. "Kapu's training methods are truly unsuitable for the average person. And they certainly do not suit women, as few women aspire to become muscular warriors. Ling Yan, why are you lazier than a woman? Come here. Train according to my methods, starting with 100 sets." Kapu's eyes lit up at the sight of Ling Yan. "Brother, you keep up the good work. We will go find Nami first. That's right, we need to study." The three girls quickly concocted an excuse and dashed out of the training room, for Kapu's training methods were too terrifying. Ling Yan watched the girls flee, his mouth twitching in disbelief. "Is there truly such a pitfall for my brother?" "Kapu, what are you still doing there? Come here." "No, Vice Admiral Kapu. I suddenly remembered that today is indeed our day for cultural studies. I must take my leave." "Nonsense. Don't think I am a fool." "Ah, scoundrel. Kapu, you will regret this in the future." The morning's training only concluded when Bermeyer prepared delicious dishes, leaving the four girls stifling laughter at Ling Yan's current state. Now, Ling Yan was covered in bruises, looking as if he had gained weight. This was mainly due to the morning's trainings, where Kapu had unleashed a wave of Navy justice upon him. After Ling Yan had laughed at Kapu, he was left in this unfortunate condition that is justice merely represented by the size of one's fist. "Where is Bermeyer and Ajien-san?" No Kigo inquired curiously, as they had not seen Ajien at breakfast at Ajien. Today, Captain Galaki summoned him to assist with the collection of oranges, so he left early. Bermeyer explained. The children understood, realizing that Captain Galaki's merchant fleet had expanded significantly, now boasting 3 vessels. After enjoying breakfast at Bermeyer's home, Kapu and Bogart prepared to depart. They had only stayed due to some special circumstances. Their warship required repairs at the shipyard on Ihai Island at AS Kapu, and Bogart headed to the shipyard to retrieve their warship. Ling Yan and the 5 children arrived at the port of Kokoja village to lend a hand. "Ling Yan, you've returned. I thought you had set sail. Wait, how have you grown so much?" Chief Mate Ade looked at Ling Yan in astonishment. Vermeer would never let us go to sea. We are still underage. As for my height, it's merely due to my increased appetite. By the way, where is Captain Galaki? Ling Yan casually asked as he scanned the port. He went to settle the payment for the orange purchase with the villagers. We now settle payments on the same day as the delivery, Ade replied. Ling Yan nodded, realizing that Captain Galaki had indeed earned quite a bit over the past 6 months. Those 3 merchant ships were equipped with several large cannons. At that moment, a naval warship entered the port, docking next to Captain Galaki's merchant vessel. Navy 16th Division. Ling Yan frowned upon seeing the number emblazoned on the sails. Hee. Is this the village? Colonel Mouse inquired, casting a glance at the port. Yes, Colonel. Our intelligence personnel have confirmed that this village's merchant fleet is suspected of collaborating with pirates, a nearby sailor reported, unfazed. Let us commence our operation. We must capture that captain. He has collaborated with pirates for far too long and must have hoarded a considerable amount of ill-gotten wealth, which will conveniently serve as our military funding. Colonel Mouse ordered with a sinister expression. Yes, Colonel Mouse. The sailors aboard the warship promptly sprang into action. Everyone, halt. Where is your captain? We suspect your merchant fleet has collaborated with pirates. Bring your captain out. The sailors aggressively surrounded everyone at the port, displaying an exceedingly vile attitude. Damn it, Guena exclaimed angrily, ready to charge forward, but Ling Yan restrained her, along with the other 3 girls. Guard team, Ling Yan shouted. Yes, we are here. The members of the guard team, previously dazed, were startled back to their senses by Ling Yan's commanding voice. What are you still standing there for? Don't you see these Navy men bullying the people of Cocoyasi village? Take them down. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise, Ling Yan bellowed. But the guard members hesitated, reluctant to fight against the Navy. There is no but. Even if they are the Navy, they cannot bully the people of Cocoyasi village. Attack? Otherwise, I will disband you right now. Yes, everyone, charge. The guard members gritted their teeth and charged forward. Navy, what are you doing? This is Cocoyasi village. You cannot wreak havoc here. Scoundrels, how dare you lay hands on the righteous Navy? Counterattack. Everyone, fight back. The 2 factions clashed in what appeared to be a large-scale brawl. However, Ling Yan observed the scene with satisfaction. The guard team would undoubtedly act without hesitation against pirate invasions. Yet he hoped they would muster the courage against Navy incursions as well. After all, even if the Navy retaliated later, Ling Yan would support them, and Cocoyasi village had nothing to fear. Behind Colonel Mouse's warship, a dog-headed warship quietly appeared. Kapu, initially intending to leave, turned back upon noticing the battle unfolding. Vice Admiral Kapu, look, this is your righteous Navy, Ling Yan shouted directly. Kapu's face darkened as he glared at Mouse's warship, while Colonel Mouse, upon seeing Kapu, was immediately struck with shock. Wasn't it said that Kapu had already departed? The subsequent developments saw Kapu maintaining a stern demeanor throughout, as he had just boasted about the Navy's righteousness that morning, only to be slapped in the face before he even left Cocoyasi village. Vice Admiral Kapu, do you believe that Colonel Mouse dares to act so recklessly in the East Sea? I think you should investigate his superior, Ling Yan said calmly. I understand. Rest assured, I will ensure Cocoyasi village receives a proper explanation. Bogart, let us depart. Kapu's expression was serious as he led the 16th Division away from Cocoyasi village. Even if Kapu were not particularly astute, he could surmise that Colonel Mouse's actions were undoubtedly shielded by someone. Otherwise, how could he have oppressed civilians in the East Sea for so long without facing repercussions? After all, the East Sea was a place he frequently traversed. These scoundrels truly believe I wouldn't become enraged. Kapu, aboard the dog-headed warship, calmly munched on rice crackers. Vice Admiral Kapu, if we were to take action against the Navy's Criminal Investigation Agency, would that not require the approval of Admiral Sengoku? Bogart inquired. Noting that Mouse had already confessed, revealing his backing within the agency, and no need. This trivial matter does not require troubling Sengoku. Kapu nonchalantly remarked. Bogart's lips twitched. A trivial matter? That is the Navy's Criminal Investigation Bureau. The internal situation is convoluted, rife with factions, and their backers are none other than the world government. Yet, Bogart said nothing further. Indeed, this demeanor is characteristic of Rear Admiral Kapu, Ling Yan. How do you think Rear Admiral Kapu will explain this to us? No Kigo inquired, gazing at the distant warships. An explanation. It's utterly implausible. Let's go home, Ling Yan replied indifferently. The Navy is fundamentally tied to the world government, and if the world government is in disarray, what explanation could they possibly provide? unless the Navy were to overturn the heavens and seize control from the world government. But such thoughts are merely fanciful. Upon returning to the manor, they discovered Belmare busily tending to the orchard, also experimenting with devil fruits. They chose not to disturb her and proceeded to Nami's workshop. Ling Yan, now that old man Kapu has left, can we set off? Nami asked, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Well, let us inform Belmare, and then we can depart, Ling Yan suggested after a moment's thought. That I'll go tell Belmare, Daisha exclaimed, dashing downstairs. After briefing Belmare, the five of them made their way to the rear mountain. Bound for the devastated nation of Cocoyasi Island, laid waste by Germa. Cocoyasi Island is not far from Ihai Island, where Kikisiang village is located. The group boarded the Black Hawk and arrived in approximately 2 hours. Unlike the Oikote Kingdom, Cocoyasi Island, despite its devastation, still harbors a significant population. The ravages of war have transformed it into a lawless zone. The Black Hawk descended amidst the woods, and Ling Yan and his companions emerged from the shadows into the dilapidated streets, where countless hostile eyes were fixated upon them. The quintet remained unfazed. These war-torn remnants posed no threat to them. However, as more people gathered, they found themselves encircled. The locals recognized them as outsiders. Those who could not even secure a meal could not afford to dress as finely as Ling Yan and his party. Outsiders represented ships, food. They yearned to set sail and escape this wretched place. Driven by the desperation of hunger, they resorted to robbery. Ling Yan and his companions halted, gazing impassively at the encroaching crowd. Are you certain you wish to resort to violence? Ling Yan asked with calm detachment. Where's your ship? Hand over your vessel and provisions, and we may spare you. A towering man, nearly 4 meters tall, stepped forward menacingly. You will perish, Ling Yan warned, narrowing his eyes in finality. Cut the nonsense. We can hardly survive as it is. Tell us where your ship is. Yes. Quickly, where's the food? The urgency in their demands seemed to provoke the crowd, yet they maintained a semblance of restraint. Refraining from immediate assault, ha. Kolbo, you truly are useless. Hesitating against a mere handful of children. No wonder you are starving. Suddenly, another group emerged from the shadows, their leader swaggering towards Ling Yan and his companions with an air of disdain. Kate, Kolbo, the prior behemoth of a man, glared at the newcomer through gritted teeth. Ha. Kate scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Kolbo. Since you lack the resolve, step aside. Ha. Get lost, Kolbo. These prayers. Oh, these young women are quite appealing, boss. Take a look at them. Ha. Indeed, and they seem tender. They should taste delightful. This group exuded arrogance, and their tone suggested they had begun to resort to cannibalism. Speaking of it so casually. Hey, you all should leave. I can help fend them off, but only if you surrender your ship and provisions. Just as Ling Yan and his companions prepared to act, Kolbo suddenly stood before them, his followers aligning with him. Ling Yan and his group were taken aback. Could this be the fabled Good Samaritan they had encountered? You must be joking. This fellow dares to oppose us, Kate exclaimed incredulously, as if he had stumbled upon a humorous situation. Ha. Boss, why waste time on them? I can hardly wait. Indeed, boss, let us take action. All right, charge, Kate commanded. Kill. The ruffians charged not at Ling Yan and his companions, but at Kolbo and his followers. Within moments, chaos erupted as they clashed. However, Kolbo's group was no match for Kate's crew, and one by one, they fell. Ling Yan, Nami said, her heart heavy. Eliminate them, Ling Yan whispered softly. In an instant, the 4 girls vanished from sight, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries. To be honest, Ling Yan felt a pang of emotion. Kolbo's group had likely once been formidable, reduced to their current state only due to the destruction of their homeland. Minutes later, Kate's gang was entirely subdued by Nami and her companions. Yet, Kolbo's gaze was now filled with terror. These young ones were unexpectedly formidable. Kolbo's mind raced, desperately seeking a way to convince these children to spare them. We have no ship, but we can offer you food. Wah? Thank you. I haven't had such delicious food in ages. Me too. This meat is exquisite. Daddy, you eat first. Halia, you eat too. The older siblings gave us plenty. I must thank the older siblings later. Sister, thank you for bringing us food. A 3-year-old girl named Halia approached Nami. He. No need to thank me. There is plenty more here. Eat up. Nami replied sweetly, charmed by the little girl's cuteness. You eat too. With that, Halia offered Nami a piece of cake. Before long, Ling Yan and his friends' provision sharing transformed into a lively feast. Cheers. Ha. It's been ages since I've had a drink. This is exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Ling Yan. You're a lifesaver. Indeed, Ling Yan. I apologize for our earlier behavior. Ha ha ha. No need for thanks. You acted out of necessity. We hold no grudges. Ling Yan, why do you have two heads? Ah, Disha, why are you drinking? The celebration was joyous, and amidst the ruins of the street, doesn't seem to forget their troubles and revel in merriment. The atmosphere was vibrant. The following morning, Ling Yan and his companions left behind a substantial amount of food as they prepared to depart. They could not offer berries. There was no use for them here, and giving them to Kolbo's group would only incite internal conflict. Kolbo and his crew expressed deep gratitude to Ling Yan and his friends. With Kate's crew eliminated, they would no longer face threats for their food within this region. Freed from Kate's harassment, they could gradually resume planting crops. Goodbye, Ling Yan. Sister Nami, I will miss you. Farewell, and goodbye to no Kigo. Guena and Daisha, farewell. Halia, grow up quickly. As Ling Yan and the others bid their reluctant farewells, they swiftly departed from the scene. Along the way, several girls were brimming with joy, chattering excitedly about their experiences from the previous day. It seemed they felt a sense of pride and fulfillment for having done good deeds and helped many people. Nami was also busy, sketching nautical charts as she walked, while Ling Yan and the others assisted her by handing her a pen or chopping down a tree. Facilitating her work, the atmosphere was lighthearted and cheerful, with everyone sharing laughter and playful banter, as if time itself had come to a standstill. However, upon arriving at a small village, this joyful ambience dissipated in an instant. The village appeared eerily quiet, almost devoid of any sound, evoking a sense of dread. Curiosity piqued. They ventured into the village to uncover the mystery of what had transpired. As they stepped through the entrance, they were met with a shocking sight that left them speechless. The village seemed utterly deserted, enveloped in a suffocating silence. Yet, the outskirts bore fresh scorch marks, indicating that a fire had recently ravaged the area. Moreover, several corpses lay scattered among the fields and grass, some of which were stained with blood, a chilling testament to recent violence. It became evident that a conflict had unfolded here not long ago. Guena surveyed the grim scene before her, her expression turning grave as she spoke in a low voice, revealing a profound respect for life and a resignation to the brutality of war. Having experienced the events of the previous day, the sight before them cast a pall over their spirits. Should we still go in? Daisa hesitantly inquired, glancing at the desolate village. The other three girls looked to Ling Yan for guidance. Let's take a look. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Ling Yan replied as he stepped forward. The four girls promptly followed suit. Upon entering the village, they found the interior similarly dilapidated, save for one building that appeared remarkably clean, with a light flickering within. Exchanging glances, they made their way toward the illuminated structure. Is anyone there? Noki called out loudly. After a moment of silence, just as they were about to enter, a voice rang out from inside. You can't come in. If you do, my brother will come back and kill you. Ling Yan and the others turned to see a young girl cowering behind a door. Her face etched with fear, Ling Yan chose not to speak, recognizing the girl's heightened wariness. His words might only exacerbate her anxiety. Hello, please don't be scared. We mean you no harm. Could you tell us what happened here? Noki gently inquired. I won't talk to you, the girl replied, trembling with fright. Just then, her stomach let out a loud grumble. Little sister, we just want to understand what has happened. If you tell us, I'll give you this cake. All right, Nami offered, retrieving a piece of cake from her backpack. The girl's eyes widened at the sight of the cake, filled with longing, yet she shook her head in refusal. No, I'm not hungry. Gurgle, just as she denied her hunger. Her stomach protested again. He, we won't ask any more questions. Here, take the cake and eat it, Nami said, placing the cake inside the house before stepping back. Don't hurt my sister. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted, and they turned to see the girl's brother charging towards them, wielding an axe with alarming speed. Ling Yan swiftly moved to intercept the attack, though he couldn't help but furrow his brow at the strength behind it. Brother, seeing her brother's strike deflected, the girl cried out in alarm. You bastard. Ah. The girl's brother fought against Ling Yan's block and swung down again. You're no match for me. Please, calm down. We are not here to fight. Nor do we intend to harm you, Ling Yan explained while dodging the assault. Brother, they truly mean us no harm, the girl chimed in. At her words, the boy halted his attack, eyeing Ling Yan and his companions warily. You're not from the neighboring village, are you? Of course not. We arrived from outside and found the situation here rather peculiar, which is why we entered the village, Daisa softly clarified. Brother, they just wanted to ask about what happened here. The girl added quietly as she stepped behind him. My apologies for misunderstanding you, the boy said, albeit still cautious. It's all right. May we sit and talk? Ling Yan asked gently. Meanwhile, Nami pulled out a variety of food from her backpack. The siblings couldn't help but be tempted by the delicious spread, but they were too shy to voice their cravings. Under the allure of the food, the two siblings gradually lowered their guard and joined Ling Yan and the others. Through their conversation, they learned more about the siblings' identities. The boy, named Hog, was rather tall for his age, standing at an impressive 2 meters and 70 centimeters, despite being only 14. His younger sister, Leah, was 4 years his junior and stood at a mere 1 meter and 30 centimeters. Ever since Kosha Island was ravaged by Germa 66, their village had dwindled in population, and after a series of continuous conflicts, only the two of them remained. The scene they had witnessed at the village entrance was orchestrated by Hog himself. With the deceased being residents from the neighboring village, the reason the neighboring village had targeted the siblings stemmed from Hog's remarkable abilities and talents. His father had been a skilled shipwright, and Hog had inherited that gift. The neighboring village sought to capture Hog so he could construct a ship for them to venture out to sea. Consequently, they had kidnapped Hog's sister, but Hog's strength had surprised them, allowing him to rescue Leah and fend off the attackers. Days had passed since that incident, and today, Hog had returned from a foraging expedition when he stumbled upon Ling Yan and his companions. This guy is a shipwright. No wonder he is so tall and strong, Ling Yan mused. Although he could easily deflect Hog's attacks, the boy's raw strength was not to be underestimated. He was on par with Guina and the other girls. It was noteworthy that Hog had achieved such power without any formal training. That I can't let this talent slip away. I will need a shipwright on our crew, Ling Yan thought to himself. Since you are a shipwright, why not build your own ship to escape? Noki asked, puzzled. That's impossible. The wood here is substandard for shipbuilding, and I lack sufficient materials. I am constantly searching for adequate resources. As soon as I can leave Kosha Island, I can ensure my sister's survival, Hog replied earnestly. Kosha Island had been utterly devastated, its societal structure collapsed, and survivors were embroiled in constant conflict. The most dire aspect was that there was no longer any connection to the outside world, making it impossible for merchant ships to arrive. Remaining on the island equated to waiting for death. Hog, how about coming with us? You can be our shipwright, and of course, your sister can come along as well. Ling Yan proposed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. The suggestion took Nami and the other girls by surprise, but they quickly realized that a shipwright would indeed be invaluable for their future endeavors. Hog and Leah were taken aback. Were they truly being recruited? Hey, show some reaction. Look at your sister. She's nearly skin and bones. If things continue like this, it won't end well, Ling Yan pressed on, considering Leah's condition. Hog glanced at her, realizing she had indeed grown thin from lack of food. While he could endure hunger, he could not let his sister suffer. He had promised their parents to take care of her. I agree. Well, yeah, and I will go with you. Hog had made a resolute decision. Upon witnessing Hog's agreement, Ling Yan and his 4 companions were filled with joy. They had found someone to maintain their ship in the future. And unexpectedly, 2 companions as well. Splendid. To celebrate Hog and Leah's joining, let us hold a banquet. Ling Yan joyfully announced out a banquet. Indeed, a banquet. Hooray. A feast it shall be. Immediately, Nami opened a portal to another dimension and retrieved an abundance of food, milk, and juice. A jubilant banquet unfolded within the confines of Rigger's home. Naturally, the most exhilarated were Hog and Leah, who had not savored such delectable food in a long time. As the feast neared its conclusion, Ling Yan sensed some unusual activity outside the village entrance, where dozens of individuals were stealthily infiltrating the area. Someone is coming. Guina sprang to her feet. Hog and Leah instantly tensed, while Nami, Nokigo, and Daisha furrowed their brows. However, Ling Yan appeared somewhat astonished. Guina had actually mastered observation hockey. When did this happen? It must be the people from the neighboring village. I knew they wouldn't give up, Hog stated gravely. Leah, feeling frightened, instinctively sought refuge beside her brother. Do not worry. We are quite formidable. Let us go out and deal with them, Ling Yan said calmly. Hog's eyes lit up at once. Indeed, Ling Yan's strength was formidable. His previously anxious heart finally eased, and the 7 of them headed directly towards the village entrance. Rigger, I cannot believe you dare to show your face again. Hog seethed upon seeing the leader of the opposing group. Just days prior, it was this very individual who had concocted the plan to abduct his sister. Fortunately, he was not foolish. He had stealthily rescued her beforehand. Otherwise, both he and his sister would have fallen prey to these ruffians. Hog. Last time we were careless. This time, we have united with the people from 2 villages. Do you still wish to resist? Rigger scoffed, his gaze brimming with contempt and confidence. Despite the presence of several more individuals by Rigger's side, they appeared to be mere youthful faces, clearly nothing more than a gaggle of children. Hardly worthy of concern. This time, he had rallied over 50 people from 2 villages. No matter how powerful Hog was, he could not possibly combat such a multitude. If they could capture Hog, they would be able to set sail smoothly and become true pirates. And Rigger would ascend as the captain of a pirate crew boasting dozens of combatants. At that time, whether it be reveling and feasting, merriment, or indulging in wealth and prestige, they would have it all. The mere thought of this sent Rigger's heart racing, and a smile of uncontainable excitement spread across his face. This fellow must be suffering from delusions. We must take care of them, and then proceed to our next destination. Ling Yan thought as he regarded Rigger's fanciful expression, hastily covering his eyes that it was simply too blinding. He held no interest in such arrogance and hubris. No sooner had Ling Yan spoken than Nami and the others sprang into action. Upon seeing their movement, Hoba, unwilling to be left behind, brandished his axe and charged forward. Hoba, we were mistaken. We no longer wish to pursue you. Please spare us. The 5 of them charged like tigers into a flock of sheep, swiftly overwhelming their foes, followed by a chorus of pained cries and pleas for mercy. Lia, feeling terrified, instinctively hid behind Ling Yan. After defeating these individuals, Ling Yan and his companions prepared to depart for their next destination. Hog and Lia hastily gathered their belongings. With heavy hearts, they followed Ling Yan and the others away from their home, a place they had inhabited for over a decade, filled with countless memories. Yet, with the onset of war, their tranquil lives had been shattered. Let us go. Perhaps one day you may return here to retire, Ling Yan softly suggested. Hog and Lia nodded solemnly, and the group began their journey toward the former capital, the largest city on Cocoyasi Island. Nami was expected to complete the sea chart today, draw the world map. What a grand aspiration. Along the way, Ling Yan shared the ultimate dream of their team, leaving Hog astonished yet relieved. It turned out he and his sister had truly joined an extraordinary crew. Everyone was aware of sea charts, but thus far, the most extensive ones merely connected a few nearby islands. No one had ever seen a world map of such grandeur in these waters. If they could achieve this, all future seafarers would remember their band. So, what shall we name our crew? Hog inquired, filled with anticipation. A name. In an instant, Ling Yan and the 4 young women sat cross-legged, pondering deeply. To be honest, neither Ling Yan nor Nami had ever considered a name for their crew. They were not pirates, after all, and could not simply adopt some pirate crew moniker. The question of a name posed a genuine dilemma for Ling Yan, who stroked his chin thoughtfully. We do not have a name. Hog was taken aback, even struggling to believe that such a remarkable crew had yet to adopt a name. I've thought of one. Nami suddenly exclaimed with excitement. What is it? Nami, have you come up with something? What is it? Speak up, the others urged eagerly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they turned toward Nami. Let us call ourselves the Dream Exploration Team. What do you all think? Nami declared, her face alight with enthusiasm, her gaze fixed intently on everyone, filled with expectation. Dream? Exploration Team. The 6 exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. It sounded rather peculiar. Indeed, it is the Dream Exploration Team. Consider what we are doing. It is not merely about fulfilling one person's dream, but enabling everyone to realize their aspirations. That is the true essence of the Dream Exploration Team. Nami stood tall, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze resolute and passionate, as if she could already envision the future. Sunlight streamed through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Nami, basking in the sunlight, appeared radiant, her face aglow with sanctity and solemnity. Siggy na. The 6 were momentarily stunned, then erupted into a fervent round of applause and cheers. They encircled her, their eyes shimmering with admiration, expressing sincere appreciation for Nami's idea. Incredible! Nami, that name carries profound significance, Daisha exclaimed, her excitement evident as she danced with joy. He, who knew Nami was so clever, coming up with such a fantastic name. Nokigo could not help but praise. Others echoed their agreement, giving Nami a thumbs up in endorsement. Nami's smile was wide as she relished the moment. Ling Yan naturally concurred. He understood that this name not only represented their team spirit, but also symbolized their determination and courage in pursuing their dreams. From this day forth, they would continue to explore the unknown world under the banner of the Dream Exploration Team, embarking on a legendary journey that belonged to them. Henceforth, Ling Yan would serve as the captain of the Dream Exploration Team, while Nami would be the only scientific explorer among them. Of course, they had self-proclaimed her as a doctor. Nevertheless, in the future, all who sailed the seas would undoubtedly recognize her title, having settled on the crew's name. A newfound spirit illuminated their faces, as if they had gained a clear goal to strive toward, each brimming with vigor. The group continued their journey. Nami, meanwhile, was busy scribbling and sketching, seemingly isolating the entire world within her own little realm. After more than 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at their destination, the largest city on Cocoyasi Island. Lamia, the seven stood atop a hill, gazing down at the entire city. This once bustling and vibrant city had now transformed into a desolate wasteland, littered with crumbling walls and charred remnants, a testament to the ferocity of the recent conflict. "Shall we venture in?" Gueno inquired, casting a glance at Ling Yan. The others mirrored her sentiment. Ling Yan did not respond immediately. He utilized observation haki to sense the condition of the ravaged city. 3 words came to mind: exceedingly chaotic. Even from the mountains outside the city, one can hear the occasional gunfire echoing within. It appears that death visits the city almost daily. Once the capital, this place housed all the nobility of Cocoyasi Island, but now it lies in ruins, ravaged by Germa, and the order of this nation has completely collapsed. The few survivors, beset by a scarcity of resources, have increasingly turned against one another, ultimately splintering into several factions. The impoverished commoners find themselves either subservient to these factions or fleeing to the countryside for refuge. Yet conditions there are even more dire. Even before Germa's arrival, the rural areas suffered from minimal resources and food. Now, with the entire Cocoyasi Island devastated and skirmishes erupting in the countryside, few are willing to cultivate crops. "Let Nami draw a map of this area first. As for whether to enter the city, we shall decide later," Ling Yan murmured, gazing at the shattered city below. "I understand," Nami sweetly replied, promptly seeking a relatively flat spot to begin sketching the map. Norkageo and the others also lent their assistance. Hog and Leah, witnessing Nami retrieving various tools from her spatial realm, were filled with wonder, realizing it stemmed from the powers of a devil fruit. Such treasures were unheard of to them. Observing Nami wield her abilities left them both fascinated and apprehensive. Hog was particularly disheartened by the thought of becoming a landlubber after consuming a devil fruit, as he aspired to be a sailor and could not afford to be landbound. Once Nami completed her drawing, Ling Yan still hesitated about entering the city. It was too chaotic within. If the 7 of them ventured inside, they would surely attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, leading to unnecessary trouble. They had no interest in the city's inhabitants, nor could they afford to intervene in a place devoid of order and resources. Even if Ling Yan dealt with the leaders of the major factions, new ones would inevitably emerge. Such was the result of greed and desire inherent in human nature, unless a capable leader emerged among them. Otherwise, the chaos would persist. "Let us find a place to rest for the night. We shall leave Cocoyasi Island tomorrow." With that, Ling Yan turned to depart, followed closely by the other 6. "Captain, can we visit the shipyard by the port tomorrow?" Hog could not restrain his curiosity. "The shipyard? What purpose would we serve there? Besides, it's likely been destroyed by now," Ling Yan replied, casting a puzzled glance at Hog. "Because there is something I must retrieve, tools left to me by my father." Hog stated through gritted teeth, pointing towards a direction. "Very well, then we shall make a trip to the shipyard tomorrow." Ling Yan agreed. Hog's tone indicated that there were secrets behind this matter, although he did not elaborate. Ling Yan and the others felt it unnecessary to pry. The 7 found an uninhabited spot in the mountains to spend the night. By now, the island's wildlife had become exceedingly scarce, nearly all hunted to extinction. Thankfully, Nami's spatial realm still contained ample provisions. Otherwise, sourcing meat here would be a challenge, especially as they were in a rapid growth phase and required substantial sustenance. After a night's rest, the 7 embarked on their journey to the coastal port. Not by foot this time, but swiftly transported through Nami's spatial realm, arriving at the seaside in no time. "There are actually people here," Ling Yan exclaimed upon spotting the shipyard not far off. Within the shipyard, dozens of individuals busily toiled, the sounds of hammering and sawing echoing towards them. "Indeed, the people in the shipyard must belong to my uncle's faction." Hog observed the shipyard, his eyes glinting with hatred. Even Liao beside him was aflame with rage, as if ready to storm into the shipyard at any moment. Clearly, the Hog siblings harbored deep-seated grievances against their uncle. Your uncle, what is the story here? Norkageo inquired, astonished. He is unworthy of being called my and Lia's uncle. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Hog spat vehemently. He then recounted the tale of his uncle. Hog's father had once been a renowned shipbuilder on Cozy Island. And this shipyard was originally his father's estate. They had enjoyed a prosperous life until a certain event changed everything. Hog's uncle conspired with a powerful noble on the island to murder their parents, staging it as a pirate attack. At the time, Hog was merely 10 years old. His uncle seized their family's assets under the pretext of Hog's young age and banished him and Lia to the countryside, the very village where they had stayed just the day before. With Guillermo's devastation of Cozy Island, the power dynamics on the island had descended into utter chaos, leading to his uncle's decline. The arrival of Ling Yan and his companions rekindled Hog's hope for vengeance. He yearned to avenge his parents and reclaim the axe left to him by his father. An axe? What makes it so special? Ling Yan immediately inquired, sensing that the axe Hog spoke of bore significance beyond mere inheritance. That I know. Ling Yan, my father's axe is exceptionally sharp. I once witnessed it cleave through iron. Lia interjected eagerly. Indeed, Hog affirmed earnestly. My father's axe is truly formidable. It could slice through iron with ease. Ling Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be the supreme great axe? Based on Hog's description, his father, though merely strong, lacked martial training, yet wielded an axe that could cut through iron. What are we waiting for? Let us go and eliminate your uncle to reclaim your supreme great axe, Ling Yan said with fervor. Having encountered the great knife and the great ladder, he was now eager to witness the supreme great axe for himself. Supreme great axe? The other 6 exchanged bewildered glances, while they were familiar with the great knife. They questioned if axes held such rankings. Yet, there was no time for such musings. Avenging Hog and recovering the axe took precedence. Ling Yan offered no further explanations, turning towards the shipyard. Let us go, Norkageo urged. Quickly following Ling Yan, before the 7 could approach the shipyard, they were spotted by the guards outside, who aimed their guns at them. Outsiders are not welcome here. Please leave immediately, a guard captain warned sternly. It is up to you to deal with them. Eliminate them, Ling Yan instructed, moving beside Lia, the weakest among them, who required protection. The other 5 surged forward, charging at the guards, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. Ling Yan, alongside Lia, watched from a distance. He refrained from intervening, allowing them to refine their combat skills. Minutes later, the 5 breached the shipyard, which was now on high alert. Hog, it's you. A bearded middle-aged man expressed evident surprise upon spotting Hog from several dozen meters away. Uncle Speg, I trust you have fared well these past years, Hog replied with a somber tone. Speg paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Indeed, I have been well, all thanks to your father. Otherwise, how would I have enjoyed such a prosperous life? Even after the guards were defeated, Speg remained unfazed, for behind him stood a dozen men armed with rocket launchers. Not only that, but 3 cannons were also aimed at Hog from within the shipyard. Under such overwhelming firepower, he doubted Hog had any chance of victory. Scoundrel, today, I shall avenge my parents. Hog could no longer restrain himself and charged forward. Foolhardy courage. Everyone, fire at will, Speg sneered, then issued the command to open fire. Raging gale, Gona let out a fierce shout that a brilliant blue slash directly intercepted all the cannonballs hurtling towards them, and the explosion in midair sent plumes of smoke billowing throughout the shipyard. Apart from the original 5 members of Ling Yan, everyone else present was utterly astonished by Guena's display of power. Even the gunners in the shipyard momentarily forgot to fire their weapons. However, Guena and her companions were not about to grant them another opportunity to shoot. The 4 girls charged forward, pointing gun, one sword style, tiger hunt. The 4 girls, as if slicing through vegetables, felled one enemy after another. Seeing this, Speg's eyes widened in terror. He never anticipated that these young girls possessed such formidable strength. What was even more alarming was that one of them managed to unleash a slash with her foot. At that moment, he realized that Hog had not come to find him for revenge without reason. With the assistance of these girls, his cannons and rocket launchers were no match for them. Flee. If he didn't run, he might lose his life. Just as Hog, still in a daze, regained his senses, he raised his axe and swung it directly at his uncle. Scum, prepare to meet your end, Hog roared. Upon hearing this furious shout, the fleeing Speg instinctively turned around, and in the next instant, his face transformed into one of utter horror. No, Hog. Don't kill me. Thud. As soon as Speg's plea fell from his lips, Hog's attack struck. The sharp axe cleaved a large gash in Speg's chest. No, Hog. I am your uncle. Don't kill me. Speg's screams echoed throughout the shipyard as he fell to the ground, enduring the excruciating pain from his chest wound, desperately trying to push himself backward with his legs. Meanwhile, under the relentless assault of the four girls, the morale of the shipyard's personnel had collapsed upon witnessing their boss fell to the ground. They lost all courage to resist. They are demons. The guards, faces etched with fear, began to scatter in all directions. The four girls, upon seeing this, chose not to pursue. These were merely minor soldiers, and as long as the main character was unable to escape, that was sufficient. Spare you. How did you spare my parents back then? You wretched scoundrel. My father regarded you as family and provided you with the most generous treatment, yet you conspired with others to take their lives. To hell with you, uncle. Hog's anger intensified as he kicked Speg away with a furious kick. Thud, thud. Already grievously injured, Speg was now sent crashing to the ground by Hog's furious kick, rendering him completely unconscious. However, Hog had no intention of letting him off the hook. He approached and placed his foot on Speg's chest. Ugh! The intense pain jolted Speg awake instantly. Uncle Speg, where did my father's axe go? Hog's face contorted with rage, as if he were about to unleash years of pent-up suffering. The girls returned to Ling Yan's side, having no intention of intervening further. In the secret room of my office. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Speg managed to respond through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Having obtained the answer he sought, Hog ceased to waste words, directly lifting Speg and heading towards his office. Along the way, Speg's cries for mercy echoed continuously, yet Hog seemed entirely impervious to them, resolutely marching towards the office. Leah, aren't you going to go see? Ling Yan asked the girl who was hiding behind him. Hearing this, Leah snapped back to reality and shook her head vigorously, softly stating, No, I believe my brother can handle this matter. Ling Yan nodded in understanding and refrained from saying anything more. After about 10 minutes, Hog emerged from the office. At that moment, the axe in his hand had transformed into a colossal weapon gleaming with a dark sheen. The axe's handle and blade were intricately connected, measuring at least 3 meters in length. Just looking at it was enough to leave one in awe. Brother! Upon seeing Hog, Leah excitedly rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. It's all right. I have avenged Mom and Dad. Hog gently reassured his sister. Leah sobbed softly. Captain, this is the axe my father left for me, Hog said with a smile. After avenging his parents, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ling Yan took the enormous axe and examined it closely. It was not particularly heavy, weighing just over 100 pounds. However, Ling Yan could distinctly feel that the material of this massive axe was something extraordinary. Ordinary axes were made of steel, but this one was crafted from a unique metal. This metal appeared similar to steel yet possessed a higher hardness and resilience. Ling Yan swung the axe a few times and found its weight to be just right, allowing for effortless maneuverability. He couldn't help but exclaim, What a remarkable weapon! Hog chuckled and replied, Indeed, this axe has accompanied my father for many years. Many ships were constructed using it, and now it has finally returned to my hands. Ling Yan nodded, returning the axe to Hog, saying, Take good care of it. It will become your trusted ally. Hog accepted the axe, a flicker of determination passing through his eyes as he declared, Rest assured, Captain, I will use it to protect our team, as well as our ship. Laughter erupted among the group, yet their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the future. All right, it's time for us to return, Ling Yan said softly. The mission to Cocoyasi Island had come to a close. They had arrived as 5, but would return as 7. But Captain, where is our ship? Hog looked around, perplexed. Leah shared his confusion, noting that there was no ship in sight. We didn't arrive by ship. Hog, you will know soon. Daisa replied mysteriously. Then, Ling Yan whistled. Within seconds, a cry of an eagle echoed from above. Upon spotting Ling Yan, the black eagle seemed elated, diving down swiftly to land beside him. This spectacle left Hog and Leah utterly astonished. Ling Yan patted the small black eagle's lowered head and said, Let us go back to Coco Village. With that, the group promptly mounted the eagle, and Hog was left stunned by the sight. They were going to set sail on this magnificent creature? Hog, Leah, stop dawdling. Hurry up. Oh, all right, sister, we're off. Upon returning to Coco Village, Ling Yan and the others led Hog and Leah into their home. Belmare, upon seeing 2 unfamiliar faces suddenly appear, wore an expression of confusion. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. These children had been gone for so long and returned with two strangers. Moreover, what was most astonishing was that the towering figure, over 2 meters tall, was only 14 years old. Ahem, Belmare, here's the situation. They will be living here from now on. Ling Yan cleared his throat and began to explain to Belmare. Upon hearing this, Hogg and Leah quickly bowed deeply to Belmare, speaking in unison. Ms. Belmare, please take good care of us. Belmare looked at these two polite individuals, her face breaking into a warm smile as she nodded slightly in welcome. Welcome to our family. Please consider this place your home. Upon hearing these words, Hogg and Leah's faces lit up with joy, for Belmare's acceptance signified that they finally had a warm home. As anticipated, that evening witnessed yet another barbecue feast. Although only 2 additional guests were added to the gathering, the atmosphere transformed into one of extraordinary warmth, resplendent with laughter and joy. The following day, before the break of dawn, Ling Yan and his companions eagerly roused Hogg and Leah from their slumber. Forcibly dragging the still-dazed siblings into the training room. "Do I have to train too?" Leah inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her tone laced with uncertainty. "Of course." Ling Yan replied with resolute conviction that in the future, we will encounter myriad dangers upon the sea, and we cannot always be by your side. For your own sake, and for the sake of us all, you must undergo training. His gaze was steadfast, his expression serious. Upon hearing his words, Leah paused momentarily, then responded with newfound determination, "I understand." Subsequently, Ling Yan began to instruct Hogg and Leah in the intricacies of physical training. He was acutely aware that as future companions aboard the ship, they needed to evolve into formidable individuals capable of facing unknown challenges and crises. The tranquil days passed for over half a month. During this time, Ling Yan and his companions refrained from venturing out to sea. And Hogg and Leah's training was progressing steadily, everything unfolding as envisioned. However, today seemed to carry an air of unrest. That rascal Carp is back again. Moreover, this old fellow has indeed managed to replace all the officers of the East Blue Navy Criminal Investigation Bureau by himself. Carp is truly impressive, Ling Yan exclaimed with sincere admiration. The title of Navy hero is indeed remarkable. After all, it pertains to the Navy Criminal Investigation Bureau, and Carp has accomplished such a feat. Ling Yan could only express his admiration in awe. Little Ling Yan, I sincerely wish for you to join our Navy. With your potential, you belong with us, Carp suddenly asserted with great seriousness. Beside him, Bogart, the legendary undefeated swordsman, wore a shocked expression at Carp's words. He could not comprehend why Vice Admiral Carp was expending such effort to recruit a mere teenager. If Carp were aware of Bogart's thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond, "What do you know? By recruiting this kid, we could secure a powerful team for the future. Did you not notice that during this visit to Cocoa Village, our team has gained 2 more members?" However, upon hearing Carp's proposition, Ling Yan's brows furrowed slightly. Undeniably, Carp's sincerity was evident. Yet the myriad factions within the Navy were a cause for concern. He did not believe that joining now would safeguard him from betrayal in the near future. In Ling Yan's view, the Navy was merely a violent organization that incessantly proclaimed itself as the embodiment of justice. This world is indeed peculiar in Ling Yan's understanding. The Navy and pirates represent 2 divergent political ideologies. As Old Bay stated, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. Only positions exist, and if you stand opposed to one's interests, you become the enemy. Both pirates and the Navy engage in plundering. As Green Bull remarked, this world is governed by the world government, and if you wish to assign blame, it is because you are not one of us. Nonetheless, there are always alternative solutions, and it remains to be seen how you will navigate the situation. Vice Admiral Carp, as I said, we will not make any decisions before reaching adulthood. However, for the sake of Belmare, there is a significant probability that we will join the Navy, Ling Yan replied with a polite smile. Understood. I shall await you at the naval headquarters, Carp declared with a calm demeanor. He seemed certain that Ling Yan would undoubtedly join the Navy in the future. Thus, filled with confidence, he and Bogart quickly departed from Cocoa Village. Once Carp had left, the entire household convened in the training room. Ling Yan, what did Vice Admiral Carp say to you? Belmare asked anxiously. Belmare, fret not. Vice Admiral Carp is a good man and will not take any action against us. He merely informed me about the resolution regarding Colonel Mouse. Ling Yan replied softly as he regained his composure. The matter concerning Colonel Mouse? Belmare furrowed her brow in inquiry. You recall that Colonel Mouse arrived with a warship, intending to rob Cocoa Village. Vice Admiral Karp's visit was to provide us with an explanation, Ling Yan answered calmly. Belmare nodded, though her understanding seemed tenuous. In truth, the scene from that day remained difficult for her to accept. Having retired from the Navy, she held a firm belief in its justice. However, that day's events were undeniable. The leader from a Navy branch brazenly attempted to rob the wealth of civilians, an act that was utterly intolerable to her. A veteran of the Navy, moreover, Vice Admiral Karp's heightened concern for this incident ultimately stemmed from his regard for Ling Yan and the other children. Otherwise, why would an ordinary civilian warrant such careful attention from Vice Admiral Karp? At most, he would eliminate Colonel Mouse, and dealing with the matter would have sufficed. All right, Belmare, you need not overthink it. We will exercise our own discretion moving forward, Ling Yan reassured her. Belmare responded. Ling Yan and Nami as well. I know you will soon become renowned figures across the seas. However, when that time comes, you must carefully consider any decisions before undertaking them. Understand? Belmare urged with worry in her eyes. We understand, Belmare, as time flew by. It was soon the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, and Ling Yan had turned 18. Initially, one could set sail at 17, but they had awaited Nami and Leah's coming of age. Now, all 7 of them had reached adulthood. It was time to embark on their journey. The Calm Belt, the same small island from years past, had seemingly become their exclusive training base over the past 6 years. They had returned annually, spending 2 to 3 months there each time. After all, they were familiar with the island, and the Calm Belt offered an inexhaustible supply of sea kings at that moment, in a relatively spacious clearing. Kuna and Nojiko, along with Daisha and Nami, were engaged in paired practice at AS for Hog and Leah. Given Leah's still developing strength, none among them could match Ling Yan's prowess, so the 3 could only watch from the sidelines. Nojiko, your blade needs to be faster. If it were any quicker, Kuna would have surely evaded just now, Daisha urged. And you, don't worry about hurting Nami. She isn't afraid of pain. Exactly, just like that, exclaimed someone. Kuna. You cannot let Nojiko outshine you. At this rate, when will she ever break through to become a great swordswoman? The sight was painful to behold, and it was unnecessary to exert such force. Observing their captain's infuriatingly smug expression, Hog and Leah could not help but roll their eyes in unison. They exchanged knowing glances and gradually distanced themselves from Ling Yan, fearful of being implicated. True to their apprehension, just as Hog and Leah turned to leave, they heard Ling Yan's voice ringing out, "Shut up, Ling Yan! Gale kick!" With 4 sharp cries echoing, for slashing kicks surged forth like lightning. Propelled by fierce momentum, hurtling towards Ling Yan with astonishing speed. Hey, Ling Yan protested, attempting to explain his good intentions while frantically trying to evade the incoming attacks. Yet, the velocity and angles of these strikes were too cunning, leaving him no avenue for escape. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated as the 4 strikes accurately struck Ling Yan. The immense force sent him flying like a cannonball, leaving 4 deep gashes in the ground where he had once stood. As if something had violently torn through the earth, Ling Yan landed awkwardly, covered in dust and dirt, struggling to rise. He touched the impacted areas, grimacing in pain, although he had not sustained severe injuries. It was enough to teach him a painful lesson. Damn it, you guys are serious. Ouch. He winced, feeling a fiery ache in the area struck. You deserve it. Hog and Leah simultaneously muttered under their breath. Letting you continue with your insolence. I should have used my sword instead of my foot, Guina remarked with a cold snort. Indeed, next time, let us see if you dare to give misguided advice again. Daisha directly concurred. Brother Ling Yan, congratulations on losing your allowance this month, Nami said with a playful smile, delivering the most cutting remark. What? Ling Yan exclaimed. What I said was entirely true. Others asked for my guidance, and I was reluctant to offer it. Ling Yan responded, infuriated, being rebuked and having his pocket money deducted. Did they no longer regard him as their leader? The 6 of them ignored Ling Yan, walking past him and heading toward the campsite. Hey, are you all ignoring the injured? Daisha, you are a doctor. How have you learned such poor habits from them? Ling Yan said indignantly upon witnessing this scene. Yet, still, no one paid him any heed. Ling Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment and then stood up, gingerly touching the fiery gash on his body as he made his way to the campsite. Sigh. After teaching his subordinates, they began to turn against him. Over the past 6 years, they had traversed the islands of the East Sea. And aside from Leah, all of them had mastered hockey. Even Leah, with her current physical prowess, could now skillfully utilize the Navy's 6 styles. Moreover, Guena's swordsmanship had successfully reached the level of a great swordsman. Her talent in swordsmanship was exceptional, making Ling Yan feel that Zaro truly couldn't keep up. As for Ling Yan's current strength, he should be able to reign supreme in the East Sea. Hey, our Captain Ling Yan. Belmir is asking when we will return. Nojiko inquired, holding a transponder snail, evidently in communication with Belmir. Has the ship arrived? Ling Yan asked directly. Yes, it has already reached Cocoyasi village. Belmir said that it appeared there in the middle of the night. Nojiko replied. Then, let us head back tomorrow, Ling Yan decided after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Nojiko nodded and continued conversing with Belmir, informing her of their return plans for the following day. Upon reaching the campsite, Ling Yan tore off the tattered remnants of his clothing, revealing his muscular physique and sturdy chest. His body was well-defined, each muscle radiating a sense of power that elicited admiration. He then walked into the tent, searching for fresh attire. Meanwhile, outside the campsite, the 6 individuals had begun roasting the sea kings they had caught that day, the roaring flames licking the meat, releasing an enticing aroma. The entire campsite was enveloped in a fragrant allure that made one's mouth water. The large black eagle nearby caught a whiff of the scent, its keen eyes ablaze with desire as it fixated on the roasted meat, drooling in anticipation. Tomorrow, they would bid farewell to this island. How swiftly time has passed. It feels like just a short while ago that we all reached adulthood. It's hard to part from this place, especially since we have visited it continuously for 6 years. Ling Yan emerged from changing his clothes and saw the group engaging in melancholic conversation while smiling and devouring the roasted sea kings. Hypocrites, Ling Yan muttered softly, then sat down. Suddenly, 6 sharp gazes shot towards Ling Yan like blades, instantly sending a chill down his spine. I didn't say anything. Let us drink. Cheers. Ling Yan awkwardly laughed, raising his cup. Humph, I'll forgive you this time. Cheers. As a lively feast concluded, the sun began its descent beyond the horizon. The following morning, the 7 woke early, excitedly anticipating their return, thus foregoing their training. Their spirits were high, for upon returning, they would set sail towards the Grand Line. In Cocoyasi village, many villagers were watching the submarine that had mysteriously appeared at the port in the dead of night. No one knew how this vessel had arrived, but now everyone was aware that it belonged to Ling Yan and his 6 companions, and that they were soon to embark on their maritime journey. Currently, Belmir was overseeing the ship with her guard. The vessel resembled a smaller military ship but was far more comfortable and aesthetically pleasing. Belmir, why are Ling Yan and the others taking a ship to sea this time? Didn't they always ride on that large black eagle? A villager questioned, puzzled. Over the past 6 years, it was no secret that Ling Yan and his companions frequently sailed with the Black Eagle. The sudden arrival of a ship seemed odd. After all, flying with the Black Eagle was swift and majestic. This time, they are truly setting sail, Belmir said, feeling a pang of reluctance. Belmir, Ling Yan, and the others have sailed before. You need not worry. Indeed, Belmir, it's not their first time at sea. With their strength, they can handle any challenge. Correct. The strength of Ling Yan and his companions is formidable. Noticing Belmir's slightly off demeanor, the villagers hurried to reassure her. No. This time, they are genuinely setting sail towards the Grand Line, Belmir stated solemnly. What? To the Grand Line? My goodness, it is so perilous there. Why would they venture there? The villagers expressed their confusion. As the terrors of the Grand Line have become widely known with the dawn of the Great Age of Exploration, although the villagers of Cocoyasi knew well the strength of Ling Yan and his 6 companions, they remained skeptical about their journey to the Grand Line. Belmir chose not to respond further. Based on her current knowledge, the strength of Ling Yan, Nami, and the others should not pose a significant risk even in the Grand Line. Yet, her concern was not for their safety. Ling Yan and his companions setting sail meant they would have to make a choice regarding the invitation from Admiral Karp years ago. This was what truly troubled Belmir's heart. Just then, amid the discussions of the crowd at the port, a massive black eagle descended slowly. Look, Ling Yan and his crew are back. A sharp-eyed villager suddenly shouted, pointing towards the distant sky. Hearing this, the other villagers looked up, their faces lighting up with joy. Sigwonai, they can actually tame such a large bird. I've known since childhood that Ling Yan and his friends were extraordinary. I guess correctly. What? You said Ling Yan and his friends are not human? You scoundrel. I never said that. The villager quickly retorted. I merely think they are impressive. The crowd at the port erupted in laughter, the atmosphere warm and jovial. Everyone, Belmir, we're back, before the Black Eagle even touched down. Several women joyfully shouted to the villagers below. The villagers waved back, Welcoming them home, as the Black Eagle landed. The seven exchanged greetings with Belmir before boarding the ship docked at the port. Wow, this ship is amazing. It seems that fellow did not disappoint our expectations, Goena exclaimed, admiring the vessel. Indeed, it's quite impressive. A medium-sized three-masted sailing ship, equipped with the power of a naval warship. A vessel like this, I couldn't even construct myself, Hogg remarked after inspecting the ship. The deck looks lovely. By the way, Ling Yan, I want to transplant a few orange trees here, Nami suddenly recalled. That is fine. That is fine. After all, this ship now belongs to all of us. After touring the new ship, the seven returned to shore. Ling Yan, Belmir said you are preparing to set sail for the Grand Line. Is that true? Yes, Ling Yan. Is it true? I must tell you, it's a perilous place. Why do you want to go there? The villagers suddenly posed this question, and seeing the worry etched on their faces, Ling Yan felt deeply moved. Everyone. Ling Yan stood atop an elevated spot, addressing the villagers below with a loud voice. We must go to the Grand Line. It is our dream. Please rest assured. Don't you know how strong our abilities are? Ling Yan confidently proclaimed, his eyes shimmering with determination. He firmly believed that their strength was sufficient to confront any challenge. Let everyone in Cocoa Village await the day our illustrious name graces the newspapers. He continued, his voice resonating with the villagers, instilling in them the fervor of their impending journey along the Grand Line. Indeed, just wait and see. I am certain that soon our renown will echo across the vast seas. Goena followed suit with an enthusiastic shout, her voice bright and powerful, brimming with anticipation for the future. The faces of the remaining 5 companions were equally marked with resolute determination. The 7 of them were elated. After many years, they had finally reached adulthood, ready to embark on their adventures along the Grand Line. Therefore, let us hold a grand banquet, a celebration that includes all the people of Cocoa Village. Ling Yan declared, wishing to commemorate their imminent departure with a joyous festivity. A banquet, a banquet. Everyone, let's get moving. The villagers cheered excitedly, their voices rising and falling, filling the entire village with jubilation. They busied themselves. Preparing for this magnificent feast, Nami promptly summoned a plethora of food from another dimension, including fruits, bread, cheese, and more. Additionally, she produced a variety of fine wines and exotic sea delicacies that none had ever tasted before. The sight of these delectable dishes made mouths water, their mere appearance eliciting cravings. Cocoa Village was suddenly alive with exuberance, filled with laughter and cheer. The faces of the people shone with joy and anticipation. As if they had momentarily forgotten all their worries and fatigue, this small village was about to host a grand celebration to bid farewell to the 7 brave souls embarking on the Grand Line. Everyone. Ling Yan raised his glass, proclaiming loudly, cheers, cheers. The crowd responded in unison, clinking their glasses together, producing a melodious sound. Cheers. Countless cups collided, creating a thunderous clamor. The villagers drank heartily, relishing this rare moment of joy. They offered their most sincere wishes, hoping that Ling Yan and his companions would successfully navigate the adventures of the Grand Line and realize their dreams. That in that moment, whether young or old, man or woman, all hearts were intertwined. Collectively celebrating this extraordinary occasion. On this warm and joyous night, Cocoa Village would forever cherish this moment. 3 days later, the inhabitants of Cocoa Village finally emerged from their drunken stupor. Ling Yan and his 6 companions had just bid farewell to Belmir and Jian. It was time for them to depart Cocoa Village. Belmir, you need not worry. I will handle that matter, Ling Yan assured Belmir earnestly. Aware of her lingering concerns, he had long considered the recruitment by Carp. They were not vying for territory, so he intended to play both sides. Just think it over, regardless of the choices you make. Jian, and I will support you. Belmir gently spoke to the 7 adventurers poised to set sail. Jian nodded slowly in agreement. Jian-san, the XX fruit is specially prepared for you. You must remember to consume it, Ling Yan said earnestly, directing his gaze at Jian. This particular fruit had been provided by Lindigas at Ling Yan's behest. The impending war over the next few years would engulf the entire world. However, with Belmir and Jian having consumed their devil fruits, they possessed sufficient means for self-defense in the East Sea. Besides, by then, they might have already returned home. I understand. I shall eat it, Jian said, scratching his head, slightly bashful. Subsequently, the other 6 bid farewell to Belmir, Jian, and the villagers of Cocoa before boarding the exploration vessel. Once aboard, Hogg promptly raised the anchor, and the others immediately unfurled the sails. Everyone, take care, Noki called out. Take care, came the collective response.